Chapter 1. Boom. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ruins, and a young boy shook his head as he stood up. Cough, cough, cough. The boy was choked by the thick smoke, incessantly coughing. Surveying his surroundings, he found that the raging fire continued to scorch the desolate city, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and blood. Hundreds of corpses lay scattered about, their crimson lifeblood staining the earth. The gruesome scene filled the boy with an overwhelming sense of unease. Did I not just suffer a car accident? Where am I? The boy's eyes were wide with confusion, utterly oblivious to his current predicament. Could it be that I have crossed over? The boy examined his youthful body, realizing that he must have transmigrated. His name was Lu Zhe, an ordinary university student. He was meant to lead a mundane life, but a car accident on his way home had altered his fate. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Lu Zhe lowered his gaze and saw a woman, her face unrecognizable and most of her clothing burned away. The emerald necklace around her neck still glowed faintly, suggesting she was of noble standing. He wished to look away, but was unable to do so. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and tears flowed uncontrollably like a burst dam. Memories surged into his mind, causing him to clutch his head in anguish and kneel. The original soul was named Adrian Zeal, a prince of this kingdom, who had lived a carefree existence. However, with the sound of a gunshot, his life had come to a tragic end. In the year 1483 of the Sea Garden era, the celestial dragons held a hunting competition in the Adrian kingdom of the West Sea, an event that occurred once every 3 years. In the memories of the original soul, Lu Zhe witnessed celestial dragons clad in glass helmets and diving suits wantonly slaughtering the people of the Adrian kingdom. He saw the commoners wailing in despair, one by one collapsing. He witnessed his mother fall before him. He beheld blood mist swirling through the air, flames engulfing the earth. He saw Admiral Warring States, who, believing himself to be a paragon of justice, aided the celestial dragons in cutting off the commoners' escape routes. With a roar, the dust on the ground stirred without wind, and an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Lu Zhe, spreading recklessly in all directions. An unmatched dominance enveloped the shattered kingdom, as if it were the wrath of all the souls that had perished. Even the flames that continued to burn were extinguished under this overwhelming pressure. Returning to his senses, Lu Zhe realized he had traversed into the world of pirates, a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak. From this moment forth, I shall be Adrian Zeal. As the fury subsided, Zephr gradually regained his composure. He understood that mere venting of his anger without strength was but impotent rage. He must grow stronger, seek vengeance, and restore the Adrian kingdom. Detection of the host's desire for national restoration, the restoration system, is now officially activated. Reward: 1 beginner's gift package. Would you like to accept? Startled by the sudden appearance of the system, Lu Zhe soon felt a rush of excitement. It was well known that systems were a boon for every transmigrator. Although one could become powerful without a system, who would refuse such an opportunity? Accept, Zephr silently declared. Beginner's gift package: 1 weaknessless devil fruit bloodline fruit 1 hockey training manual. Bloodline fruit? Zephr was momentarily taken aback, having never heard of such a devil fruit. The hockey training manual was easy to understand, as it was an essential ability for the strong in the pirate world, but the bloodline fruit was a new concept to him. Focusing on the bloodline fruit in the system's repository, relevant information quickly appeared. Bloodline fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to manipulate blood and a powerful bloodline talent. By merging with another's blood, one can analyze and acquire their talents, with the potential for descendants to inherit a portion of these abilities. After reading the system's explanation of the bloodline fruit, Zephr felt an intense eagerness. It was widely acknowledged that the pirate world was one where bloodlines held significant power. If he could acquire the bloodlines of Charlotte Linland's Iron Balloon, Kaido's regenerative abilities, Shank's formidable Conqueror's Hockey, or Douglas Bullett's overwhelming armament hockey, then his own bloodline would become fearsome indeed. Establishing a powerful family was a crucial condition for his national restoration. With the help of this bloodline fruit, everything would become significantly easier. He extracted the bloodline fruit from the system space and took a bite. Contrary to his expectations, it bore no foul taste, being rather bland and flavorless. This surprised Zephr, leaving him uncertain whether this weaknessless bloodline fruit would allow him to consume another devil fruit. As he ingested the bloodline fruit, his blood began to flow with increased vigor, his skin turning a pale crimson and his body exuding vapor. Clenching his fist, Zephr felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could effortlessly lift a boulder. With a mere thought, blood began to form at the tip of his right index finger, coalescing into a small orb. Under his control, the tiny blood sphere shot toward a nearby stone wall. With a resounding bang, a small hole appeared in the wall. Familiarizing himself with his newfound ability, Zephr retrieved the hockey training manual, which was thin yet felt substantial. In the pirate world, hockey was categorized into 3 types: armament hockey, observation hockey, and the rare conqueror's hockey. Armament hockey enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, enabling the user to touch the intangible bodies of Logia users, akin to donning an invisible armor. It is divided into 3 stages: hardening, binding, and internal destruction. Observation hockey allows one to keenly sense the presence of others around them, enabling the detection of enemies beyond sight or predicting their movements. Mastery of this skill can even grant brief glimpses into the future. Conqueror's hockey cannot be learned through training. It is an innate royal quality. Those who possess Conqueror's hockey can intimidate and incapacitate foes simply through their presence, leaving even considerably weaker opponents faint. Conqueror's hockey can also be infused into attacks, known as hockey binding. Flipping through the manual, Zephr found the content remarkably comprehensive, sparing him the confusion of starting his training from scratch. Placing the hockey training manual back into the system space, Zephr resumed his examination of the system. The exploration and retrieval interface was pristine, presenting only 3 options. Zephr directed his consciousness to the exploration option, and a circular diagram materialized before him, featuring a single green that pulsed. A note indicated it could detect devil fruits or users within a 100-mile radius. Exiting the exploration interface, he immersed himself in the retrieval interface. Retrieving information on devil fruits would yield different rewards based on the type of fruit. As for the repository, Zephr understood its purpose well. Having grasped the workings of the system, Zephyr's excitement began to wane. With a stoic expression, he lifted his mother's lifeless body and took slow, deliberate steps toward the shore. Beneath a coconut tree, he dug a grave with his bare hands, blood seeping from his palms, yet he felt no pain. After burying his mother, Zephr stared blankly at the tranquil sea. At this moment, his mind was eerily calm. He knew he should be crying, yet no tears came. One person, one grave. The distant cries of seagulls mingled with the sound of waves crashing against the shore, yet an oppressive silence enveloped him. After a long while, Zephr departed. He awoke in darkness, a wandering soul reignited from the ashes. He vowed to set the flames of vengeance ablaze across this world. In the year 1485 of the Sea Garden era, on a desolate beast island devoid of human presence, a man with black hair and crimson eyes, clad in dark attire, standing at 6 feet tall and wielding a long blade, gazed solemnly at the menacing white giant tiger before him. The white giant tiger measured 10 meters in length and 6 meters in height. A single swipe of its paw cast a shadow over the entire figure of the man. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the man narrowly evaded the attack. Boom! Dust billowed as a massive paw print was left imprinted on the ground. Blood-stained chaotic flow. The man's blade became engulfed in blood, and in an instant, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the blade glinting erratically like a tumultuous flow, sending a barrage of red slashes toward the white giant tiger. Multiple wounds appeared on the tiger's body, though shallow. They bled profusely. In a fit of rage, the white giant tiger lunged at the man. Bloodstained shadow kill. The white giant tiger sensed a metallic taste in its mouth, but felt no sensation of having caught its prey suddenly. A sharp pain pierced its neck, and the man had appeared behind it. Bang! 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 The clash of the long blade and the tiger's claws created a dazzling spectacle. 10 minutes later, the man was slightly out of breath, while the white giant tiger lay weakened, its once proud reduced to a bloodied heap on the ground. The man extended his palm forward, clenched his fist, and softly uttered, "Explode." The white giant tiger felt its blood boiling, yet it lacked the strength to resist. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the white giant tiger, its blood exploding outward, creating a mist of crimson. The blood mist seemed to be guided by an unseen force, rapidly drifting toward the man and gradually merging with his being. The wounds on the man's body healed at a visible rate, his complexion growing more vibrant, his breathing steadying, and his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. The man is naturally Zeal, while the white giant tiger reigns as the beast king of this island of ferocity. Since his arrival in this world, Zeal has diligently trained himself, sustaining his strength with the remnants of food from Adrian Island. However, at merely 12 years of age, his body is still developing, rendering it premature for him to cultivate hockey. Thus, he has dedicated himself to the development of his devil fruit abilities, practicing swordsmanship with a long blade he discovered. In the realm of pirates, the training system for swordsmen is remarkably formidable. Legendary figures such as the future pirate king Joel D. Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, the red-haired Shanks, and the Hawkeye Mihawk are all masters of the craft. After a year of relentless practice, Zeal was able to locate this island of beasts through his memories and arrived here by a small boat from the kingdom's dock, embarking on a year-long journey of monster hunting and leveling up. Throughout this year of rigorous training, Zeal's observation hockey has significantly matured, allowing him to perceive movements within a radius of several kilometers. Moreover, through the fusion of his devil fruit powers and sword techniques, he has mastered the signature flying slash of swordsmen, inflicting greater damage. Confronted with the formidable presence of the white giant tiger, he found himself unable to control its erratic blood flow, resorting instead to inflicting wounds to hasten its bleeding, thereby exhausting his opponent. From his understanding of the One Piece anime, Zeal believes his strength has nearly reached the pinnacle of a naval colonel. Once his physical condition can support the awakening of armament hockey, he will possess the strength of a naval major. Zeal approached the corpse of the white giant tiger, storing it within his system's space, as it would serve as his dinner for the evening. Having completed this task, Zeal made his way toward the lair of the white giant tiger. As he walked, he activated the exploration map of the system, drawing closer to the red dot. At the summit of the tiger's den, Zeal discovered a grayish-white fruit adorned with spiral patterns, nestled amidst the verdant vines at the cave's apex. Had it not been for the system, he would have surely overlooked it. Yet, it is reasonable to surmise that if it were not so well concealed, the white giant tiger would have devoured it long ago. Zeal crouched down, exerting his strength to leap upward and pluck the devil fruit from its resting place. Once again accessing the system, he initiated a search, causing the fruit in his hand to vanish. Before him appeared a line of text indicating a retrieval time of 2 hours. As time elapsed, the numbers transformed to 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds, then to 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds, and so forth. Observing the changes in his surroundings, Zeal deactivated the system interface and exited the cave. His stomach began to protest. It was time to prepare the tiger meat. As night enveloped the island, a flicker of flame illuminated the tranquil surroundings. Zeal held in his left hand the sizzling tiger meat, while his right hand busied itself with salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. These were provisions he had brought from Adrian Island. Regrettably, the system space could only accommodate items no larger than 10 meters in length, width, or height. Otherwise, he could have directly stored a large vessel. Once the tiger meat was roasted to a golden hue, Zeal began to devour it voraciously, consuming pieces larger than his own body in mere bites, causing his stomach to swell. After finishing the roasted meat, Zeal activated the abilities of his bloodline fruit. His skin turned crimson, emanating heat, and his belly visibly shrank. In no time, Zeal returned to his original state and resumed his feasting. The bloodline fruit enhances the talents of its user, and through continuous exploration, Zeal uncovered several abilities. The first was a formidable blood production capability, granting him remarkable regenerative powers. The second was an extraordinary digestive ability, akin to the Navy's life return. The third was a potent talent for swordsmanship, allowing Zeal to step into the realm of swordsmen through his own exploration. Do not underestimate the prowess of a swordsman. When Zorro first set sail, he could not even cut steel. Having quickly satisfied his hunger, Zeal closed his eyes to refine the white giant tiger's blood he had absorbed. As time passed, he felt his skin becoming more taut and heated. Zeal opened his eyes, his crimson irises flashing with a hint of bloodlust. He grasped the long blade beside him and struck his arm with a fraction of his strength. A resounding thud echoed as a faint white line appeared on his arm. The sensation of becoming stronger filled Zeal with exhilaration. Over the past year, through the continuous refinement and absorption of beast blood, his body had grown increasingly resilient. One can only wonder how terrifying his physique will become after refining Charlotte Linland's blood. The Iron Balloon is undoubtedly among the most elite talents in the pirate world, likely rivaled only by the bloodline of the Linarians. At the age of 5, Charlotte Linland was capable of slaying giants with strength comparable to that of a naval vice admiral. Despite lacking rigorous training and merely bearing children, she became a formidable emperor of the New World, thanks in no small part to her powerful iron balloon talent. It won't be long now. The year 1486 of the sea calendar is approaching, and the Battle of God Valley is about to erupt. The Pirate King Roxdy, Jibek, the Golden Lion Shiki, the Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the young Kaido of the Beasts, Jold, Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, Sengoku the Buddha, Steelbone Kong, and Iron Fist Garp, among other formidable figures, are gathering for an unprecedented battle. Zeal silently contemplated that the upcoming battle in the Valley of the Gods would serve as the most opportune moment for him to gather the blood of the powerful and strengthen his own lineage. Yet, he lamented his own inadequacy. Lacking the strength of a vice admiral, merely surviving seemed an extravagant wish. How could he possibly hope to seize victory from the flames? Zeal intends to venture out to gather the devil fruits, aiming to enhance his existing strength and strive to attain the rank of elite vice admiral before the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Zeal accessed the system panel, observing the countdown nearing its conclusion. As the clock struck 0, the retrieval came to an end. Would you like to claim your reward? The retrieval was successful, yielding the Superman-type muscle fruit. The reward consisted of 5 vials of super serum and 1 formula for the super serum. The super serum enhances human muscular potential and immediately fortifies the user's physical attributes, limited to 1 dose per individual. Upon receiving his rewards, Zeal found 5 vials of green serum and a yellow serum recipe added to his system's repository. Without hesitation, he took a vial of the serum and consumed it in one swift motion. As the liquid coursed through his veins, his blood began to simmer, and steam emanated from his skin. Zeal experienced a sensation akin to the absorption and refinement of his blood, a tingling numbness enveloping his body. Soon, an excruciating pain engulfed him, causing his consciousness to waver, compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. After 3 minutes, Zeal returned to normal. His black attire burst apart, revealing his muscular chest, and his height surged from 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters, exposing his lower legs. Zephr felt the transformation within his body. With a mere thought, a shroud of black armament hockey enveloped his entire right hand. Over the past 2 years, Zephr had dedicated himself to honing his observation hockey, swordsmanship, and the powers of the devil fruit. The intensity of his conqueror's hockey, however, was not yet sufficient to enable him to employ the advanced technique of hockey binding. The most effective way to enhance his conqueror's hockey was through clashes with others possessing the same ability. It was also rumored that vanquishing celestial dragons yielded remarkable results. As for armament hockey, it necessitated a robust physique. Despite Zephyr's relentless efforts, his body remained that of a boy not yet 15, inadequate to support the fluid application of armament hockey. Zeal positioned his longsword horizontally behind his waist, retreating his right leg slightly while lowering his body with a graceful motion. He inhaled deeply as the armed color of his domineering aura enveloped him, simultaneously channeling the abilities of his fruit. Blood oozed from his palm, coating the blade in a crimson layer. The intertwining of black and red soon transformed the sword into a strikingly dark hue, both enchanting and perilous. Blood died, 8,000 miles. With a soft exhale, Zeal unleashed a horizontal slash of black and red that surged forth with unstoppable momentum. Trees along its path were cleaved in two, and the radiant arc of the blade persisted for nearly 100 meters before dissipating. Ha! Ha! After executing this astonishing strike, Zeal felt his stamina wane significantly. Beads of sweat trickling down his gaunt visage. Regaining his breath, he assessed his physique, raising his hand to find his attire taut against his well-defined muscles. An unnerving sensation washing over him. With a sudden burst of forward momentum, he embraced the fierce wind that brushed against his face. Gaining a profound understanding of his newfound speed, it appeared that the super serum had remarkably enhanced his physical attributes, with evident improvements in strength, endurance, and velocity. Zeal frolicked through the woods, and within mere seconds, he arrived at a crystal-clear stream. With a single leap, he soared several meters into the air, followed by a swift dive into the water, resembling a deep-sea bomb, which sent forth a tremendous splash. Startled by the commotion, the fish in the river swiftly darted away from Zeal. Zephr now finds himself upstream of the river, within the domain of the white giant tiger. For the other ferocious beasts on Beast Island, this place is a forbidden zone. After taking a bath, Zephr retrieves a series of oversized garments from the system space. Garments he had acquired on Adrian Island. The attire remains a deep black, mirroring the profound darkness of the night sky. Only his crimson eyes shimmer with a radiance that does not belong to the nocturnal hours, a hue reminiscent of blood. 3281. 3282. Along the shore, Zephr, bare-chested, engages in push-ups, beads of sweat cascading down his chiseled muscles. 4,000. I'm utterly exhausted. Zeal rose to his feet, stretching his joints, and strolled toward the shoreline, cupping a handful of seawater to refresh his face. Invigorating. The cool sensation revived him, alleviating much of his fatigue. After concluding his morning exercise, Zeal gazed expectantly at the magnificent expanse of the ocean. 2 years had passed since his journey began, and he had attained the rank of Rear Admiral, ready to embark on his maritime adventure. Accessing the system, Zeal summoned a small sailboat measuring 8 meters in length and 4 meters in width from the repository. With a leap, he boarded the vessel and subsequently retrieved a nautical chart to determine his course. Zeal currently resides on Beast Island, which is situated just 5 nautical miles from Adrian Island. The nearest large island to Adrian Island is known as Sony Island, located to the north of Adrian Island. Zeal adjusted the sails and steered towards the north, simultaneously activating the system's reconnaissance map. Miss, the Fong pirate cruise ship is closing in. A tall, muscular blonde woman informed the cold-faced, blue-haired woman beside her. Dahlia, you have already assisted us immensely. I regret imposing further trouble upon you, she said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Dahlia, is there no escape for us? Pleaded a cute girl with blue twin tails, her tone laced with desperation. It is my duty to protect you, but alas, I have failed to extricate you from this predicament. It is my weakness that has brought us here, Dahlia lamented. That Fong Kex is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 35 million. His strength is formidable, far beyond your capacity to confront. The Merchant Guild is beyond salvation, and we are profoundly grateful for your protection thus far, the blue-haired woman stated, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Indeed, Dahlia, Villia is exceedingly thankful for your guardianship, echoed the twin-tailed girl. Bang! A ship, adorned with the Fong skull flag, collided with the vessel housing the 3 women. Miss Villia, you cannot escape from my grasp. Kex's mocking voice boomed. Surrender, and perhaps I shall spare you if it pleases me. A raucous laughter followed as a towering figure descended onto the wooden ship, soon accompanied by more figures. Captain, don't forget to let us have our fun after you're done. I want that one, shouted one of the pirates, their crude remarks filling the air. Dahlia drew her sword, positioning herself protectively behind the 2 sisters, prepared to fight to the death. Charge. Whoever captures this woman shall claim her as their prize, Kex commanded, igniting excitement among his crew. 5 pirates brandishing weapons advanced towards Dahlia, intent on attacking. With a deft motion, Dahlia deflected one pirate's blade and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Evading another's strike with an agile bend, she retaliated, her sword drawing blood from yet another assailant. In mere moments, all 5 pirates lay incapacitated. Useless fools, Kex roared, witnessing his crew's failure in dismay. Suddenly, his form expanded, his hair morphing into dark, bristly locks, his nose taking on a swinish appearance, and long white fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. With a charged fist, he lunged at Dahlia. As Kex closed in, Dahlia hastily raised her sword to defend. Bang! She was sent flying, crashing against the wooden deck, a cloud of dust erupting around her. Cough. Struggling to rise, Dahlia coughed up a significant amount of blood. Two figures rushed to her side immediately. Vilya and Vilya supported Dahlia from either side, their faces etched with despair as they gazed at the ferocious Kex. The farce is over. Let us indulge ourselves. Kex cackled. Just then, a cool voice pierced the laughter. I wonder if I might partake as well. As Kex continued to laugh, a tall figure clad in black, with a youthful visage, emerged on the ship's deck. Zeal, guided by the system's map. His crimson eyes glinted coldly at the pirates, exuding an aura of impending doom. Where did this brat come from? Capture him, Kex shouted, enraged by the presence of this unknown youth. As Zeal faced the dozen or so pirates before him, his red eyes narrowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. Under the oppressive weight of his conqueror's haki, the pirates' eyes glazed over, their weapons clattering to the ground as they collapsed one by one. Kex, sensing a wave of dizziness, fell to his knees, nearly losing consciousness. As he beheld Zeal advancing toward him, he felt as though he were staring into the face of death. In a panic, he seized the trembling Vilya, shouting at Zeal, "Stay back, or I shall slay her." Upon hearing this, Zeal gradually slowed his approach. Seeing the specter of death halt, Kex momentarily felt relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to issue another threat, he was horrified to realize Zeal had vanished, leaving only a crimson silhouette in his wake. As his thoughts began to scatter, he felt the world around him plunge into darkness, enveloped in a shroud of night. Bloodstained shadow kill. Zeal emerged behind Kex, sheathing his sword. With a resounding thud, Vilya crashed onto the deck. The searing pain in her posterior left her with an almost surreal sensation. This seemingly out-of-nowhere youth had effortlessly dispatched the notorious Kex, who bore a bounty of 35 million. Villian, initially consumed with worry over her sister's capture by Kex, quickly realized that this young man had saved her sibling. She hurried to assist Vilya, bowing deeply in gratitude towards Zeal. "Thank you, noble sir, for your rescue," Villian expressed, overflowing with appreciation. "Yes, rise now, and cast these corpses into the sea." Zeal accepted Vivian's gratitude with a sense of ease and commanded her, "Very well." Vivian had initially intended to inquire about Zeal's origins but hesitated and nodded in response. "Leah, please attend to Delhi." After instructing her sister, Vivian proceeded to drag the pirate corpses to the edge of the ship, casting them into the depths of the sea. Under her sister's directive, Vilya snapped back to reality and hurried over to care for Delhi. Observing Delhi's pale visage and the blood she continued to cough up, Vilya felt a pang of panic. In her state of helplessness regarding Delhi's condition, she mustered her courage and approached Zeal. "Sir, could you possibly save Delhi?" Zeal, who had been nodding slightly at Vivian's obedient demeanor, turned to face Vilya. Upon seeing her pitiful appearance, his heart softened, having not encountered humans for 2 years. Approaching the severely injured blonde beauty, Zeal noticed her breaths were becoming shallower. He raised his hand towards Delhi, and the blood she expelled began to flow, gradually returning to her skin. In a short while, the blood re-entered her body. When Zeal sustains an injury, he possesses the remarkable ability to recuperate by absorbing any type of blood, as he has an innate adaptability to all blood types. In contrast, others must adhere to the compatibility of their specific blood type. After Zeal completed all these tasks, Delia's complexion slightly flushed, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Her internal organs had been injured by Kex, and Zeal was at a loss, for he was not a physician. Thus, he could only ensure that she would not succumb to excessive blood loss, striving to prolong her life. "I cannot fully heal her. We shall seek a doctor for treatment once we reach the island." "Thank you. I am immensely grateful." Vilya bowed deeply to Zeal at a 90-degree angle. Observing the girl's height of 1.50 meters, and then glancing at the nearly 2-meter tall blonde woman, Zeal bent down and lifted Delia. "Where's the room? Lead the way." Vilya paused for a moment before guiding Zeal towards the quarters aboard the ship. After settling Delia and leaving Vilya to care for her, Zeal returned to the deck. Witnessing Vilya's struggle as she moved the corpses, Zeal approached and kicked a pirate into the sea. He then proceeded to send the other pirate bodies into the water as well. "Now, tell me about your origins." Zeal cast a gentle gaze upon Viliana and inquired. Viliana, unfazed by the scrutiny, began to recount their tale with measured calm. "My name is Viliana, and the one beside me is my sister, Vilya. We hail from the Rose Guild of the Kingdom of Sony, where our parents are the proprietors. The most formidable gang in Sony, the Blood Wolf Gang, coveted our wealth and murdered our parents. My sister and I managed to escape under the protection of Delhi. However, we encountered the Fong pirate crew, who pursued us to this very place, and after a futile struggle, we found ourselves in the presence of your esteemed self. Upon concluding her narrative, Zell probed further. Are you proficient in navigation? Can you lead us to Sony Island? Indeed, Villiana replied, a hint of bitterness flickering in her eyes at the thought of returning so soon after her escape. Observing her expression, Zell contemplated briefly before discerning her thoughts. Fear not, for I am here. Set sail for Sony Island. Zell entered a room and accessed the system. The red dots on the map had vanished, and a brown devil fruit had appeared in the system's warehouse. Upon witnessing this, Zell felt an exhilarating thrill. It turned out that the system possessed a function for the retrieval of devil fruits. Initially, when he saw the red dots on the map, he presumed they indicated a devil fruit. However, upon observing the unmistakable beast-like features of Kex, he was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as it meant that he would be able to collect far more devil fruits in the future. He retrieved the devil fruit and focused his thoughts on the retrieval option, causing the fruit in his hand to vanish instantly. A countdown appeared before him, 1 o'clock, 00. The retrieval time was an hour shorter than that of the muscle fruit, indicating that different types of devil fruits required varying durations for retrieval. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Zell exited the room and stepped onto the deck, where Vivian was still at the helm. While he had lacked time for exercise when sailing alone, he felt reassured to have Vivian by his side, allowing him to train freely. He stripped off his clothing, revealing his robust physique, and retrieved a massive dumbbell from the warehouse, commencing his workout. 1, 2, 517. The ship swayed slightly with Zell's movements. Meanwhile, inside the room, Villia quietly opened the door, peeking her little blue head out. Upon seeing Zell training, she stealthily made her way to Vivian's side. Sister, who exactly is he? Villia whispered to Vivian. I'm not sure, but let us not inquire too much. The conversation between the two sisters was crystal clear to Zell, thanks to his observation hockey, though he paid it no mind. The potency of armed hockey is closely linked to physical prowess. For 14-year-old Zell, this was a critical period of rapid physical development, necessitating a consistent regimen of exercise. In the world of pirates, there is a saying, hockey surpasses all, with the strongest armed hockey being the most formidable weapon. As Zell continued to train, the countdown neared its conclusion. 0, 0020, 0010, 0000 retrieval complete. Zoan type, pig fruit, wild boar form. Retrieval complete. Zoan type, pig fruit, wild boar form. Reward, 1 special individual, little mountain pig, 30 little mountain pig sprites. Would you like to claim your reward? Little mountain pig? What is that? Zephr was taken aback upon witnessing the system's reward. A special wild boar was to be claimed, while the wild boar clan was not yet available for acquisition. In a flash of white light, a small piglet appeared before Zephr, adorned with brown fur and black stripes. Its eyes narrowed, rendering its legs invisible. Bewley, the little wild boar scurried to Zeph's feet, affectionately nudging him with its pink snout. At this moment, Zell's mind was consumed by a singular thought. I have been embraced by the formidable system of the pig. He lifted the little mountain pig, examining it from left to right, and confirmed that it was indeed a little mountain pig from the Pokemon world. However, he remained uncertain about the unique circumstances surrounding this particular individual. Could it potentially evolve to the strength of the little mountain pig owned by Master Lu? Regardless, this creature represented a dependable source of combat power. Zephr gently set down the little mountain pig and inquired softly, Little mountain pig, what skills do you possess? Feel free to use them on me. In response, the little mountain pig emitted a series of bewley sounds before leaping and colliding into Zephr. It demonstrated its striking skill. Zell felt the force, akin to that of an adult wild boar colliding with him. The impact was substantial, yet to Zell, it was merely a tickle. Then, from the small wild boar's mouth, a cascade of cold, fine snow was expelled, enveloping Zell in the essence of winter. Zell's body took on a faint pallor, transforming into patches of crystalline ice. With a mere thought, Zephr shattered the ice crystal. Subsequently, the little mountain pig demonstrated the skills of Ice Shard and Mist. Ice Shard involved conjuring an ice sphere to strike the enemy, precisely as Zephr remembered. However, the Mist was quite peculiar. Zephr sensed that under its shroud, his observation hockey was slightly diminished. Should the little mountain pig possess greater strength, the effect would be formidable. After employing its skills, the little mountain pig appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting Zephr to carry him towards the kitchen, for it was time for lunch. Zell recalls that the little wild boar is likely herbivorous, isn't it? As Zephr cradled the little mountain pig and made his way toward the kitchen. A pair of eyes silently observed him, or rather, the small creature in his hands. Just as Zephyr's right foot crossed the threshold into the kitchen, a somewhat pitiful voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, sir, there is an abundance of food in the kitchen." Zeal turned around, his crimson eyes gazing at the young girl. Vilya. Upon encountering Zell's scarlet gaze, Vilya trembled with fear. "I can prepare food for you," she stammered. Zell gazed at Vilya, who trembled like a leaf in the wind. Feeling an inexplicable sense of perplexity, he soon noticed her eyes occasionally darting towards the little wild boar in his hands. Surely, she could not believe he intended to cook the creature. Without chiding her, Zell placed the boar atop her head and turned to make his way to the kitchen. As she felt the weight on her head, Vilya assumed Zell was about to strike her and nervously shut her eyes. "This is it, this is the end." However, after an extended silence without any movement, she cautiously opened her eyes. Seeing that Zell was gone, she let out a sigh of relief. Taking the little wild boar into her hands, she observed its pair of squinty eyes, and her youthful heart swelled with affection. Without hesitation, she gently rubbed her cheek against its soft fur. The boar, possessing a tranquil disposition, showed no signs of resistance. Zephr did not allow Vilya to prepare lunch, not out of fear of being poisoned, but rather because of his substantial appetite, concerned that there might not be enough to satisfy his hunger. He retrieved a fresh porcupine carcass from the system's space and commenced the culinary process. Zell could no longer recall when he had slain the ferocious beasts. In any case, time within the system's repository appeared to be suspended. Within this ethereal realm, nearly 100 carcasses of these formidable creatures lay in storage. Reflecting on the wild boar, Zell had also prepared a bowl of mushrooms, for these were gathered from Beast Island to indulge his palate. A harmonious balance of meat and vegetables remained of utmost importance. After Zell finished cooking, the little mountain pig that lay lifeless in Vilya's hands twitched its nose, then rolled over and scampered towards Zell. Zephr placed a plate of mushrooms on the ground. "Bewley," the little wild boar exclaimed, and promptly began to feast. Witnessing this scene, Zephr chuckled softly, but was suddenly interrupted by the audible growl of a stomach. Zell looked up and saw Vilya displaying an awkward expression, having been under immense pressure. The moment she confirmed that Zell was not a villain, the little girl's stomach protested. "Go call your sister for dinner." Zell harbored a favorable impression of Vivian, characterized by rationality and moderation. In contrast, the childlike spirit of Vilya endeared her to Zell, who had not encountered anyone for 2 years. As he effortlessly devoured a portion of meat as tall as himself, Vivian and Vilya stood in astonishment, forks in hand, utterly mesmerized. Zell, as ever, possessed an insatiable appetite. Wholly engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the astonishment of the two, harnessing the power of the devil fruit to aid in his digestion, Zell lifted the now sated little boar and made his way towards the deck. "Sister, what do you think of him?" "Do not inquire. The answers will reveal themselves in due time. But will our return to Sony Island not attract the attention of the Bloodwolf gang?" He assured me he would handle it. He continued to utilize fine snow and ice shards, casting them towards the sea. After commanding the small mountain boar, Zell commenced his training. Ever since his armament hockey reached the entwining stage, he began to merge this formidable power with his devil fruit abilities and his swordsmanship. Previously, his technique Bloodstained, 1,000 Miles was a crude amalgamation, lacking finesse. By enveloping the blade with armament hockey and then infusing it with his blood, Zell sought to create the most potent impact, continuously adjusting the ratio between the two forces. Crack! The long sword in his hand developed fissures, soon shattering into fragments. Shaking his head, Zell retrieved another longsword from the system repository, identical to the previous one. This weapon was procured from a shop on Adrian Island, crafted from the same template as its counterpart. Zephr once again harnessed the powers of armament hockey and blood, merging them in a relentless cycle. 2 hours later, with his eyes closed, Zephr suddenly opened them wide, a flash of crimson light igniting within. An astonishing slash shot forth toward the sea. Blood stained the expanse, 3,000 miles. The ocean was momentarily cleaved in two, waves surged violently, and vessels began to rock perilously. A distant scream from Vilya pierced the air. Moments later, the surface of the sea returned to a deceptive calm. Having executed the strike, Zephr felt utterly exhausted. Yet, rather than despair, he was filled with elation. For this blow could fell a vice admiral. It was his trump card, his assurance. Even if this move left him to await death, he would ensure he took a piece of his enemy with him. Lying on the deck, gazing up at the azure sky, Zephr felt a profound sense of tranquility. The strength of a vice admiral was the ticket to the War of the Gods Valley, and with nearly a year remaining, He would achieve the prowess of an elite vice admiral before that time arrived. As night descended, Villian approached Zephr, who was engaged in his dumbbell exercises. "Sir, we have arrived at Sony Island." Zephr paused in his workout. "Understood. Dock the ship at the harbor." Zeal opened the exploration map of the system, and 3 red dots stood out conspicuously. Sony Island is a small isle, governed by the Kingdom of Sony. The Kingdom of Sony is approximately the same size as the Kingdom of Adrian, yet it is a member of the world government. The means by which the Kingdom of Sony has managed to resolve the exorbitant costs of celestial gold remains a mystery. Docking the vessel at the shore, Zeal hoisted Delilah onto his back, following Villian and Villia in search of a physician. By the time they were aboard the ship, Delilah had regained consciousness and learned about the situation through Villia. However, being carried by a man for the first time still left her feeling somewhat bashful. Zeal carried Deli on his back, not because he could not embrace her, but because it was a softer option. Yet, his expression remained as impassive as ever. After escorting Deli and her companions to the hospital, Zeal inquired of Vivian about the circumstances on Sony Island. The Sony Kingdom's commerce thrived, boasting hundreds of merchant guilds of varying sizes. However, its military prowess was lacking, rendering it incapable of eradicating the Bloodwolf Gang. What is the status of the Bloodwolf Gang? They are a formidable force, extorting substantial protection fees daily. What is their strength? Their 3 leaders include the gunman Lace, a skilled marksman, the swordsman Localt, a powerful blade master, and the chief leader, known only as Jess, who has yet to reveal his capabilities. Their ranks consist of nearly 2,000 individuals, with varying levels of strength. You all stay put. I shall step outside for a moment. After instructing Vivian, Zeal entrusted the young boar to Villia before departing the hospital. Though the young boar was not particularly strong, it could handle most ordinary individuals. Observing the red dots on the exploration map, Zeal, clad in black, melted into the night. The 3 leaders had just annihilated the Rose Guild, seizing 200 million belly. Within a lavish and expansive estate, a subordinate reported to a disheveled, diminutive man, Lace, the gunman, and one of the Blood Wolf Gang's leaders. "Did you not capture those 2 women? The female guard is exceptionally strong. We could not subdue her." "Incompetent." Lace kicked the subordinate, sending him sprawling several meters away. "Get lost." The subordinate scrambled out of the estate. "Ugh, old pervert." The subordinate, named Leon, grumbled in pain, intending to seek medical attention at the hospital. In the western region of the Sony Kingdom, within a prison, a tall man practiced his swordsmanship. It was Localt, the second-in-command of the Bloodwolf Gang, who severed a man's arm with a single strike. "Ah!" The man screamed as though subjected to the most torturous torment. "Scream all you like. The sensation of pain is exquisitely delightful." Localt revealed a twisted smile, then struck again, severing the man's leg. "Ah, kill me, please, in my suffering. No rush. The night has only just begun." Returning to Zeal, who had now arrived at a shadowy estate on the outskirts. Activating his observation hockey, he sensed over 30 life forces. Cautiously, he entered the estate, yet found no one in sight. With his enhanced hearing, approximately tenfold that of an ordinary person, Zeal followed the sound to a door leading underground. In the basement, he beheld rows of cages, each containing frail individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, all bearing expressions of sheer terror. The incessant cries echoing in their ears served as their greatest source of dread. Zeal cast a fleeting glance, but did not linger, making his way deeper into the prison. Although the imprisoned souls appeared pitiable, Zeal remained uncertain of the reasons behind their confinement and had no intention of liberating them indiscriminately. The inmates regarded Zeal as he passed, remaining silent. They assumed that it was merely members of the Blood Wolf Gang seeking their second-in-command, Clort. As the sounds grew increasingly pronounced, Zeal discerned a man with a grotesque grin wielding a knife, mercilessly hacking at a bloodied figure tied to a stake. Upon hearing the footsteps, Clort turned his head. "Who permitted your entry? Did I not instruct you to refrain from seeking me at night?" Clort inquired with a frigid demeanor, clearly perceiving Zeal as just another lackey of the Blood Wolf Gang. Before Zeal could utter a word, Clort swung his knife towards him. Zeal deftly evaded the attack, hastily creating some distance. The system map indicated that the man before him was a user of a devil fruit ability. Zeal felt a twinge of fear towards the peculiar powers associated with devil fruits. If given the choice, he preferred to comprehend the abilities of others beforehand. Moreover, he had no intention of directly killing anyone to seize their fruit until he understood the wielder's character. Upon witnessing the evasive maneuver, Krolt frowned. "Aren't you from the Blood Wolf Gang?" Observing the knife in Krolt's hand, Zell expressed uncertainty. Krolt, you don't recognize me? If you're not from the Bloodwolf gang, how do you know this place? Realizing Krolt belonged to the Bloodwolf gang, Zell decided to take immediate action. Bloodstained, shadow kill. In a flash of red light, Zell appeared behind Krolt, sheathing his blade. Krolt, caught off guard by Zell's sudden strike, attempted to speak but found himself voiceless. A knife wound pierced his chest. Blood began to pour forth, and his legs weakened, causing him to collapse helplessly to the ground. So weak. Zell sensed that the strength of the vice leader of the Blood Wolf gang was inferior to that of the previous one, the formidable Tusk. He opened the system warehouse and, as expected, a devil fruit appeared before him. Upon retrieving the devil fruit, he opted for a search, and before him, a countdown materialized. 2:00. Zell gazed at the bloodied man, noting the lifelessness that enveloped his family. Approaching the prison, Zell wielded his sword, effortlessly cleaving the iron bars in two. The inmates inside lifted their heads, staring blankly at him. Come, you are free now. While others remained in a daze. A red-haired girl stumbled deeper into the prison. Father! Father! Her anguished cries pierced the air, filling Zell with sorrow. Once again, he was too late. Akin to his arrival on Adrian Island, he found all had perished. He could only weep for the dead. Perhaps the fate of the girl's father was of no concern to him. Yet he did not wish to remain a mere spectator in a situation where he could offer assistance. The girl's sobs echoed for an extended time. As the other prisoners fled, leaving only Zell to observe silently. Can you annihilate the Bloodwolf gang? I would willingly sell myself to you. I know I am not worth that price. But, I implore you, help me. The red-haired girl turned, her eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing the sorrow and desperation within her gaze, Zell paused in contemplation before speaking. What will you do? Hearing his words, hope rekindled in her eyes. I am a cook. I can also serve as your maid. Her response was swift and devoid of hesitation. What is your name? I am Lewis Kelly. I am Zell, henceforth. You shall be my maid. Yes, master. Meanwhile, as Zell was dispatching Sherlock, in the hospital, lean, nursing injuries from a kick by Lace, spotted Villia cradling a small wild boar. Recognizing her as one of the assailants from the Rose Guild, he initially intended to seize her, but suddenly felt a surge of pain. Cautiously, he resolved to return and inform Lace. While Lean contemplated his plans, a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Due to the small boar's squinty eyes, Lean dismissed it. Excited at the thought of redeeming himself, his expressions betrayed his enthusiasm. After Lean departed, the small boar nudged Villia with its pink snout. What is it, little boar? The boar scurried a few steps before glancing back at Villia. Bully! Bully! Villia stared at the boar's antics, perplexed. Observing her confusion, the boar locked eyes with her for a moment before darting towards Villian. Although the boar maintained its squinty gaze, Villia felt a sense of condescension. The boar nudged Villian again and repeated its earlier behavior. Villian pondered the boar's intentions. Do you want us to leave here? The boar nodded affirmatively. Trusting the boar's request, Villian had no doubts. If Zell had left it behind, it must be trustworthy. Moreover, Villian had witnessed this seemingly harmless creature continuously spitting ice blocks into the sea. Let us go, Villia. With that, Villian hoisted the already treated but still unconscious Deli onto her back. After leaving the hospital, they sought refuge in a nearby inn. You stay here and care for Deli. I will go observe the surroundings. After instructing Villia, Villian donned a hooded cloak and stealthily approached the hospital. She concealed herself nearby, quietly observing the situation. Approximately 50 minutes later, Lean, accompanied by the 3 leaders of the Bloodwolf gang, including the formidable Lace, arrived at the hospital. Upon noticing Villian and the others had escaped, Lace confronted Lean. Where are they? Did you not claim to have seen the 2 sisters from the Rose Guild? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lean pleaded, Leader, grant me some time. He approached the doctor attending to Deli and kicked him. Where are those 2 women? Faced with Lean's menacing demeanor, the doctor could only respond in a hushed voice, Sir, they have already departed. In the distance, Villian's eyes flared with fury upon seeing Lace. Her body trembled involuntarily. This dwarf had slain her parents and numerous members of the guild. Just as Villian seethed with rage, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Startled, she spun around, instinctively slapping backwards, only to have her wrist seized. In her moment of terror, she recognized the newcomer. It was Zell, just returned. Seeing him, she exhaled slowly in relief. What happened? Zell furrowed his brow and inquired. Observing this, Vivian hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the situation to Zell. Rest assured, I have promised to intervene. You 2 should retreat for the time being. Zell allowed Kelly to depart with Vivian, while he discreetly followed behind Les and his entourage. Les dispatched his men to search for the sisters, while he returned alone. The sisters, possessing beauty, had caught Les's attention. However, in the eyes of the Blood Wolf gang, the two women held little significance. Countless foes and merchant associations had fallen at the hands of the Blood Wolf gang, yet none had ever posed a true threat to them. Their strength was the foundation of their power. Upon returning to his residence, Les seized the two women, eager to release his pent-up desires. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated within his mind. "Why do you target the Rose Merchant Association?" Startled, Les quickly turned around, only to find Zeal standing alone, which brought him some measure of relief. "Are you affiliated with the Rose Merchant Association?" he inquired, discreetly positioning his hand behind him. "Because they are weak and possess two beautiful women, I am quite tempted," Les confessed, his face betraying a greedy expression. Observing Zeal seemingly lost in thought, Les, in a fit of madness, shouted, "Little brat, perish." With that, he drew a finely crafted flintlock pistol from behind him, poised to shoot Zeal. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and Les's right hand, which clutched the pistol, fell to the ground. "Are you so enamored by beauty? Life truly holds little value." "No. It is merely their weakness that draws you." Zeal gazed at Reese, who writhed on the ground in agony, and let out a sigh of exasperation. He then pinned Reese to the earth with a firm kick and inquired, "Where is your leader?" "Please don't kill me. I will take you to him," Reese stammered, a mixture of terror and a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Finding the leader was indeed beneficial, for only he and Clorte were aware of the true extent of their leader Jace's might. Since Jace's sudden emergence 14 years ago, the Blood Wolf gang had experienced meteoric growth, ascending to become the most formidable faction on Sony Island. After instilling fear in all, Jace had not revealed his prowess since. No one knew just how powerful he had become. As Zeal followed Reese on the path to seek out Jace, his expression shifted subtly. He realized he was heading towards one of the red dots marked on the system map. At this revelation, Zeal reined in the arrogance that had arisen from his swift defeat of the two leaders of the Blood Wolf gang. The powers of the devil fruits were extraordinarily diverse. One could never be too cautious. Zeal followed Les to the entrance of an underground boxing arena. Before stepping inside, the cacophony of voices filled his ears. "Come on, Ronar. I've wagered so much money on you, Kroll. You cannot lose. Be more aggressive, more fierce." The shouts echoed, creating an atmosphere of excitement within the arena. "Les, what brings you here?" a guard at the entrance inquired, puzzled upon seeing Les. "Quickly, summon Boss Jess." Les, despite being in this place, dared not act impulsively, for he understood that no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun Zeal's blade. 5 minutes later, a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall, approached. "Friend, release Les, and I can make you the third in command of the Blood Wolf gang." Though Les felt a surge of anger at Jess's invitation for Zeal to usurp his position, he remained silent. "Why third in command? Kroll has already met his end by my hand." Zeal replied coolly to Jess's proposition. Jess's expression momentarily froze, but he swiftly broke into a hearty laugh. "Haha, very well. You shall henceforth be the second in command of the Blood Wolf gang. But what if someone seeks my assistance for revenge?" "Revenge for what?" Zeal asked. "To annihilate the Blood Wolf gang." Jess's demeanor turned cold. "It seems you are determined to make an enemy of us, boy." Suddenly, Jess hurled a punch at Zeal, who retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, sending clouds of dust into the air. Moments later, both men stepped back, feeling the force of their blows. Jess experienced a thrill, having not encountered such a formidable opponent in years. "Come on, boy. Prepare to pay for your foolishness." Metal enveloped Jess's body, forming a suit of silver armor. Iron Fist strike. Jess unleashed a powerful blow that instilled a sense of danger in Zeal. In response, Zeal activated his fruit ability. Feeling his blood boil as its flow intensified, steam beginning to emanate from his body. With the assistance of his observation hockey, he deftly evaded the strike. Boom. The ground cracked, and the underground boxing arena seemed on the verge of collapse. "Run. It's going to cave in." The others in the arena began to flee in a panic. Blood spill, 1,000 miles. A blood-red blade, entwined with dark hockey, shot forth, propelling Jess several meters away. The armor shattered, only to rapidly mend itself. Iron Fist rampage. Jess leaped before Zeal, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Blood spill, maelstrom. Zeal grasped the blade to counter the onslaught of Jace's iron fists. Realizing the tenacity of Zeal, Jace's armament underwent yet another transformation. Before one's eyes, his fists swelled to twice their original size, the encasing armor becoming even more awe-inspiring. Iron Fist impact. Zeal enveloped his blade with the power of armament hockey and raised it for defense. A sharp sound resonated as the two collided, sparks flying. After a brief stalemate, Zeal was overpowered by immense force, sent hurtling several meters away. His feet carved a path through the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Jess fixed his gaze on the shrouded figure, his hands shimmering with silver light. As the dust lingered, 2 points of crimson shone with striking intensity. Blood-drenched dragon. Blood-drenched dragon. Surrounding Zeal within the haze, waves of sanguine mist coalesced into a fearsome dragon that surged toward Jess with his every movement. Witnessing the blood-red dragon's advance, Jess was left in utter shock, hastily crossing his arms. The silver armor flowed once more, forming a diamond-shaped shield. Jess found himself unable to withstand the astonishing strike, the overwhelming power contorting his expression into one of sheer agony as he let out a pained cry. The blood-soaked dragon barreled through him, annihilating vast sections of the wall in its wake. With a resounding crash, Jess was flung against a wall, spewing copious amounts of blood. His armor shattered, transforming from silver to a deep crimson hue. Struggling to rise against the wall, Jess managed to utter, "You little brat, I." Blood continued to pour from his mouth, forcing him to halt his words. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Jess pondered, begrudgingly aware of his dire condition. In stark contrast to Jess's plight, Zeal merely exhibited a slight breathlessness. This technique was one he had developed over 2 years of rigorous training. Not yet integrating the armament hockey, Zeal has contemplated the fusion of armed hockey. Yet it is evident that his reserves of hockey are insufficient to sustain the entirety of the Crimson Dragon. Nevertheless, it is adequate to confront the denizens of the West Sea. In Zeal's perspective, Jess stands among the most formidable individuals in the West Sea. Zeal extended his hand, controlling Jace's blood as it flowed towards him, enveloping his entire being. In approximately 3 seconds, Jace's blood vanished entirely, and Zeal's state reverted to its original form. Witnessing this spectacle, Jace exclaimed in terror, "You bloodthirsty demon." Unmoved by the feeble outcry of the weak, Zeal raised his hand, intending to detonate Jace's blood and send him to his demise. Sensing the blood within him beginning to surge uncontrollably, Jace desperately pleaded, "You cannot kill me. I am a citizen of the kingdom of Sony." With a resounding bang, Jace's blood exploded, leaving behind only a mist of crimson. Zeal harbored a firm belief in the veracity of Jace's claim. The existence of a small kingdom like Sony being able to afford heavenly gold was indeed peculiar. Furthermore, the presence of a substantial gang within the nation, unabashedly collecting protection fees, only deepened the enigma. Although he had pieced together various conjectures regarding the relationship between the Blood Wolf gang and the kingdom of Sony, Zeal resolutely chose to eliminate Jace. The rationale was straightforward. He could not afford to pause now. Avenging Kelly and the others was one aspect, while acquiring the devil fruit constituted another. Surveying the desolate underground boxing arena, Zeal collected a bounty of 1 billion berries along with other treasures before pursuing the other fleeing members of the Blood Wolf gang. Beneath the cloak of night, blood-red flowers bloomed in succession. As dawn broke, darkness succumbed to the embrace of sunlight. The following morning, as the townsfolk emerged from their homes, they were met with the grim sight of the once dominant Blood Wolf gang, now decimated, with casualties exceeding half of their ranks and all 3 leaders slain. "Welcome back," Villia remarked, shaking her head. Zeal entered the inn where Vivian and the others were temporarily residing, only to find everyone gazing at him with bloodshot eyes, as if they had not slept a wink throughout the night. Zelmo experienced a rare moment of warmth, yet was at a loss for how to respond. "I shall take a shower," he declared, before plunging into the bathroom. The soothing water cascaded over his body, washing away the remnants of blood. And Zeal felt as though he had been reborn. Perhaps it was due to the fruit of the bloodline that he harbored no profound aversion to taking a life. Deep down, Zeal was aware of the peculiarity of his feelings, yet he remained uncertain of how to address it. The recent inquiry from Villia had allowed him to experience a long-lost sense of relaxation, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had forgotten hatred, the act of killing, and the sensation of blood splattering upon his face. Zer gradually closed his eyes, sensing a transformation within his state of mind. The search completed, revealing the Superman type, pain fruit. The rewards included formulas for the pain relief potion and the excruciating pain potion. The pain relief potion, upon consumption, renders one devoid of pain for 3 hours. Conversely, the excruciating pain potion amplifies internal pain 10-fold and external pain 5-fold. The pain relief potion can serve as an anesthetic or be consumed prior to a skirmish, enabling one to exchange wounds while disregarding pain. In the formidable realm of pirates, where strength reigns supreme, pain is inconsequential for most powerful beings. Yet, exceptions exist, for instance, Kurohige, who, due to the agonizing side effects of the dark fruit, finds himself writhing in torment while ensconced within his biscuit soldiers. Should the excruciating pain potion be infused into bullets, it could yield a form of ammunition that, while not devastating, would inflict remarkable suffering upon foes. Moreover, incorporating the potion into one's bloodstream would present Zephr with an additional means of consumption. Although Zephr has always been capable of vanquishing foes with a single strike, he possesses the ability to continually restore himself through blood absorption while simultaneously controlling his enemy's bleeding, a phenomenon known as the bleeding effect. In prolonged engagements, Zephr would not be outmatched by formidable entities such as Kaido. Having examined the two formulas, he noted their uniqueness akin to the extraordinary botanical wonders of the pirate world. Much like the super serum, it appears that a journey to the renowned medical nations, such as the Great Bird Island, where Chopper trained, or the Boeing Island and Magnet Drum Kingdom, where Usopp honed his skills, is in order. Upon accessing the system repository, he retrieved Jess's devil fruit, resembling an apple in a silvery gray hue. As he focused his consciousness on the retrieval option, the fruit in his grasp vanished from sight. Before him, a countdown appeared anew, 6:00. Observing the lengthy 6-hour countdown, Zephr began to anticipate the forthcoming rewards. After bathing, he invigorated his blood, allowing the steam to dry his hair. With the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf gang deceased and their subordinates suffering significant casualties, he fulfilled his vow of vengeance. Zeal emerged from the bathroom and softly addressed Kelly. "Thank you, my master." "Call me young master," Kelly replied without hesitation. "Very well, young master." "Vivian, what are your plans?" Zeal turned his head towards Vivian. "I have no immediate plans. I require a navigator, and your skills are commendable. Would you be willing to become my navigator?" Upon hearing Zeal's inquiry, Vivian broke into a radiant smile. "Certainly, Captain." Observing the gentle smile gracing Vivian's beautiful face, Zeal extended his hand towards her. "I look forward to your guidance." Zeal and a few women had spent the entire night awake and slept soundly until noon, completely unaware of the significant earthquake that had struck the kingdom of Sony. Their father, along with Jace and the members of the Blood Wolf gang, Lays and Clort, had been slain. How could Jace, a notorious pirate with an 80 million bounty placed on him 14 years ago, have been killed so easily? Arrangements must be made for Mondo to eliminate the remnants of the Blood Wolf gang. Chaos among them must be avoided. Yet, would that mysterious individual strike again? Those concerns are secondary. Protection fees must be collected, but it should not fall upon us to do so. Within the palace of the Kingdom of Sony, Zeal remained oblivious to the discussions, though everything unfolded in alignment with his expectations. The new Blood Wolf gang would reduce the protection fees and impose restrictions on its members. Yet the gang would persist. Upon awakening, the system's retrieval had concluded, and the devil fruit returned to the system's repository. Retrieval successful. Superhuman type, armor fruit. A reward of nanotechnology for armor has been issued. Will it be accepted? Accept. As Zeal made his choice, a substantial tome appeared in his hands, its cover emblazoned with the words nanotechnology armor. Flipping through a few pages, he encountered a wealth of information related to nanotechnology armor, though regrettably, it was beyond his comprehension. He carefully stored the book, lost in contemplation. The system had proclaimed itself a restoration system. Thus it was reasonable to assume that the rewards would aid in the nation's development. However, it was unfortunate that it could not immediately enhance his combat prowess. In the future, recruiting several scientists to establish his kingdom's own scientific team would render the nanotechnology invaluable. Exiting his chamber, he found Kairi already awake and preparing food, while Vivian tended to the now conscious Delilah. Only Villia remained asleep, cradling a small wild boar. Observing the array of dishes and rice before him, Zeal approached the kitchen. With a mere wave of his hand, a pig's trotter, towering over a human, landed on the countertop. "Let this trotter be cooked." Kairi, still in a state of astonishment, was commanded by Zeal. "Yes, young master." Although taken aback by Zeal's extraordinary ability to conjure objects out of thin air, Kairi did not inquire further. Before the bed, Vivian was elucidating the events of the past 2 days to Delilah. "Vivian and I intend to set sail with Zeal. What do you plan to do?" Delilah expressed her desire to remain by the young lady's side. Vivian was not surprised by Delilah's decision, having been an orphan. Delilah was taken in by Vivian's parents from a young age, and they shared a bond akin to that of sisters. An hour later, after calming his agitated spirit, Zeal finished his meal. Captain, what are your plans next? Observing that Zell had nothing pressing to attend to, Vivian inquired about their forthcoming endeavors. Let us stay for a few days. We shall depart once Delilah has recovered. After a moment of contemplation, Zell further inquired. Do you possess a map of the Western Sea? No, but there should be one available for purchase on Sonny Island. I will step out shortly. Could you buy a map and procure some daily necessities? After instructing Vivian, Zell departed once more, as he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the last devil fruit. Approximately 3 hours later, following the map's guidance, Zell arrived at an orchard and discovered a yellow devil fruit nestled among one of the fruit trees. With a countdown timer of 1 hour visible before him, Zell surmised that this was merely a standard zoan-type devil fruit. Nevertheless, it was rather appealing. If given a choice between the worlds of Pokemon and One Piece, Zell would likely opt for the former. One world was a utopia, while the other brimmed with pirates and malevolence. Most would undoubtedly choose the former. On his way back to the inn, the system's search concluded. Search successful. Zoan-type, mouse fruit, squirrel form. Reward, 1 special Pikachu and a group of 30 Piku. Would you like to claim this? Claim the special Pikachu, but defer the Pika group for now. Pika. The familiar yellow rodent, Pikachu, greeted him. Pleased to meet you, Pikachu. Zell knelt on one knee and extended his right hand. Pika. Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder in response, and feeling the weight upon him, Zell smiled faintly. The night enveloped them. Zell returned to the inn. Welcome back, exclaimed Billy as the door swung open, revealing everyone inside. Upon noticing the Pikachu perched on Zell's shoulder, Vilya was instantly captivated. How adorable. Captain, may I touch it? Zell turned to glance at Pikachu. Understanding the cue, Pikachu leaped gracefully from Zell's shoulder into Vilya's embrace. Pika. Pikachu playfully nuzzled, exhibiting its charm with remarkable effect. Seizing the moment, Vilya affectionately rubbed her cheek against Pikachu. Observing the lively Vilya, Zell gently patted her head. It is indeed delightful to possess such vivacity. Had he not been a traveler from another world, perhaps he would not be ensnared by the chains of animosity. Have you procured the nautical chart I requested? Zell inquired of Vivian once more. I have procured it, Vivian replied, presenting Zell with a maritime chart. The battle for the Valley of the Gods was but a year away, and Zell needed to bolster his strength swiftly. Time was of the essence. However, the Valley of the Gods was situated in the West Sea, alleviating the need for Zell to traverse the treacherous upside-down mountain to reach the Grand Line. A glance at the map revealed only the more renowned islands, with no mention of the Valley of the Gods itself. Notable islands in the West Sea included O'Hara and the Kingdom of Flowers, both of which piqued Zell's interest. O'Hara boasted the highest number of scholars and the most comprehensive library in the world, the Tree of Knowledge. Knowledge was indispensable for future nation-building, and fostering a good relationship with O'Hara might yield a plethora of scholars when the time came for the demon-slaying order. As for the Kingdom of Flowers, Zell was aware of its striking similarities to ancient China. Let us set sail for O'Hara. Should they choose this destination, the most direct route would take them past Carcia Island, Tross Island, and Kashin Island. The navigation is in your capable hands. You are, after all, my navigator. Zell acknowledged with a nod to Vivian. In the days that followed, Zell and his companions resided on Sonny Island. Despite the bustling commotion outside due to the downfall of the Bloodwolf gang, they remained composed and unperturbed. As Zell engaged in battle with Jess, he was enveloped in a mist of blood, leaving no one to discern his appearance. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. In an instant, a flash of electricity surged forth, striking a massive boulder. Swine, continue using Ice Shard. Carry, hold on. There are still 130 strikes to go. Vivian, do not falter. By the coast. Zell was instructing the others. Except for Vilya, who remained to care for Derry, everyone else had been summoned by Zell for training. Zell did not require them to be exceptionally strong, yet possessing the ability for self-preservation was imperative. Ultimately, this world thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Observing the training of both the crowd and the Pokemon, Zell grasped a heavy dumbbell and continued her rigorous exercise. As the seaside training progressed vigorously, a ship approached from the distance. From afar, a high, fluttering skull flag could be discerned. Captain, we have arrived at Sonny Island, announced the lookout on the pirate ship. Peering through his telescope at the captain, gather the crew. Let us seize all the treasure and women from this island, bellowed the bearded pirate captain. Let us plunder the treasure. Let us capture the women. The pirate crew echoed, rallying behind their captain. On the shore, Zell activated her observation hockey, squinting at the pirate ship drawing nearer. 3 minutes later, Captain, There are two beautiful women on the shore, two peculiar creatures, and a little brat. Eliminate the brat, and capture the two women. Under the influence of the observation hockey, Zeal's keen ears could perceive sounds from afar. Even before the pirate ship approached, he had already caught the voice of the formidable Blackbeard. Blood-soaked 1,000 miles. Gather round, my crew. Before Blackbeard could finish his declaration, a crimson beam of light surged forth with incredible speed, rendering him momentarily speechless in terror. The blade of light cleaved through the vessel, flying several meters before dissipating. The pirate ship was sliced in half, gradually sinking into the depths of the ocean. Remarkable, Kyrie exclaimed, witnessing Zeal's prowess for the first time, utterly astonished. All is well. Let us continue our training. Indeed, young master, came the reply. The invasion of pirates was but a minor disruption. Thereafter, Zeal and his companions remained on Sonny Island for 6 days before departing. On the open sea, the sky was a brilliant azure, and the surface of the water was serene, occasionally interrupted by the flight of seagulls. Villian, change course to the south. Understood, Captain. In response to Zeal's sudden request, Villian did not inquire further. Captain, what lies to the south? Villian directly asked, noticing Zeal's abrupt alteration in their navigational route. The reason Zell turned around was that, upon once again opening the system map, a fleeting red light appeared in the southernmost region. Unsure of how to respond, he could only speak, stating, "There is treasure to the south." Treasure hunting? Upon hearing Zell mention the treasure in the south, Vilya immediately became exhilarated, clutching the little mountain pig, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Zell. Zeller felt an unusual gaze upon him. He turned his head and murmured, "Well, perhaps." After 2 hours of sailing southward, a small island unexpectedly emerged in the horizon. "You all stay on the ship and wait for me. I shall investigate the circumstances of this island." After Zell concluded his words, he boarded the island with Pikachu, under the gaze of Vilya's mournful eyes. The island was densely forested, making it easy to lose one's way. Upon opening the system map, Zell observed a red dot moving persistently, indicating yet another ability user. Within the thick foliage, more than 30 individuals were scattered in a specific area. "Captain, perhaps we should reconsider. We have already lost a dozen crew members," a tall, lean man said as he bent down to address a short, stout figure. "No way. Our red lizard pirate crew has been sailing for years. How can we allow ourselves to be toyed with by a mere woman? Moreover, the weapon she wields is mine for the taking," the short captain exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he delivered a sharp slap that knocked the tall man to the ground. "Let us do this again. You lead the way this time." Upon hearing this, the tall man's expression soured, yet he dared not protest. "Let us move, lads," the captain shouted, compelling the others to follow suit. In a place hidden from the group's view, Zell leaped from atop a great tree, advancing toward them. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, the group arrived at a colossal semicircular structure. The edifice, constructed of steel, was adorned with a myriad of vines, exuding an air of mystery. The group, led by the tall man, cautiously entered the iron building. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit underground laboratory, a long-haired beauty donned in black-rimmed glasses sat with her legs crossed, smiling at the large screen before her. Observing the fearful expressions of the red lizard pirate crew on the display, she began to manipulate the control panel with swift precision. "Dare to come again? This time, I shall annihilate you all." Inside the steel structure, the tall man grew increasingly anxious as he approached a narrow passage. Upon seeing the bodies sprawled haphazardly within, dread surged anew. "Captain, I think we should just forget it," he stammered. "Enough with the nonsense. Get in there," the captain barked, delivering a kick that sent him stumbling into the corridor. The tall man barely had time to react before he found himself sprinting down the passage, rows of red lasers shooting past him in relentless pursuit. His speed was remarkable, allowing him to evade capture. As he reached the end, he leaped forward, narrowly escaping. Turning back to witness the corpses pierced once more by the red lasers, he was filled with terror, his chest heaving with exertion. Seeing that the tall man had successfully made it across, the captain commanded the remaining crew forward. After a few more managed to reach the other side, the captain suddenly pointed at a plump crew member. "Ulu, you go." "Please, Captain, I can't make it." "Stop your whining. If you don't go, I'll toss you in myself." The rotund Ulu, trembling in fear of the captain, reluctantly approached the passage. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he shouted, "Ah!" And with all his might, he sprinted forward. However, he was far too slow. Halfway through, a beam of red light pierced through his calf, causing him to collapse in agony. Subsequently, a series of red beams penetrated his head, arms, abdomen, and thighs. Bang! The hefty body fell lifelessly to the ground, blood oozing out as his eyes stared ahead in defiance. Once an ordinary man, he had been mocked by others in his village. One day, a band of pirates invaded, mercilessly slaying those who had ridiculed him. Envy consumed him as he admired the ruthless pirates, longing for their unrestrained freedom. To join their ranks, he bartered the lives of his fellow villagers for their acceptance. Henceforth, he allied himself with the pirates, bullying those who once mirrored his past. Yet, the mockery persisted. Pirates were nothing but scoundrels, devoid of true camaraderie. Reflecting on his life, Ulu realized that perhaps he had been dead the moment he set sail. That useless pig is still as pathetic as ever. The captain cursed, then shouted, "Lads, those who can run fast enough will get through. Show me your utmost speed." With that, he began to transform, his head morphing into that of a red lizard, his body adorned with green scales, and a long tail trailing behind him. In a sudden burst of energy, he dashed towards the end of the passage at extraordinary speed. When all was said and done, 6 had perished, leaving 28 remaining. "Lads, we will seize that woman and take her weapon, then we shall venture forth into the Grand Line." The thought of the various weapons in the woman's possession ignited excitement among the crew. As the pirates scanned their surroundings, they noticed 2 passageways, momentarily unsure of which to take. "Lucy, you lead 10 men down the left. The rest will follow me down the right," the captain instructed, splitting the group. After walking a few meters, the path before the captain diverged once more, necessitating another division as he took 8 with him while the others formed a separate team. Yet after traversing over 100 meters, they encountered 3 more forks in the path. It dawned on the captain that they were ensnared in a vast maze, and he hastily commanded everyone to remain together. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from afar. "Ah, damn it, everyone backtrack." The captain urgently led the group in retreat, but upon reaching their original entry point, the exit had vanished. Gazing at the identical silver walls surrounding them, he struck the wall in frustration, only for it to tremble slightly without yielding any indentation. At the entrance, Zell followed the captain's group inside. After taking a few steps, he furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling feeling of being watched. Looking up, he spotted a silver camera blending seamlessly with the wall, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Zell concentrated a drop of blood on his fingertip and pointed it at the camera, shattering it at an astonishing speed. "Damn, that scared me to death," the woman in the basement exclaimed, her coarse language at odds with her appearance. The tall and slender man, Lucy, along with a group, meandered through the labyrinth, encountering multiple exits just like the little dwarf. However, to err on the side of caution, he refrained from allowing the group to split up. After approximately 30 minutes of wandering, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the party. A towering silver mech, wielding a massive steel sword, cleaved a pirate in 2. As the remaining pirates turned to look, the mech extended its right hand, revealing an opening from which flames erupted, engulfing the crowd. "It's so hot. I'm going to be burned alive." The pirates, scorched by the flames, scrambled for safety. "Calm down, let's retaliate quickly." Lucy drew a flintlock pistol from his waist and fired at the silver mech. Bang! The bullet struck the mech, producing a sound but leaving only a minor mark. The gun is ineffective. Lucy, an experienced pirate himself, hastily unsheathed his sword and charged at the mech. Observing his actions, the others swiftly encircled the mech. The woman inside the mech chuckled at the unfolding scene, ceasing the flames and tightening her grip on the gigantic sword. The pirates surrounded the mech, launching their weapons at it. But to their dismay, their assaults had no effect. The mech swung its massive sword, cleaving another pirate in half. Terrified by the display of power, the remaining pirates quickly retreated. The mech swung its sword again, but this time missed. Lucy shouted that the mech was too cumbersome and that they could defeat it by avoiding its attacks. Just as they thought they had found an opening, 2 tubes on the mech's back expelled flames, propelling it forward, instantly reaching another pirate and piercing through their body. Before the remaining pirates could react, the mech turned its gaze upon them, continuing its relentless hunt. 5 minutes later, none of the pirates survived. After dispatching the group, the woman inside the mech consulted her mental map to seek out the remaining 2 factions. 10 minutes later, in another corner of the labyrinth, 9 lifeless bodies lay quietly upon the cold ground. At the narrow passage's entrance, Zell observed the pirate corpses, lost in contemplation. Releasing his observation hockey to its fullest extent, he stepped into the passage. After taking just a few steps, a sense of impending danger washed over him, prompting Zell to surge forward, clutching Pikachu tightly. Pikachu. The creature on his shoulder gripped Zell's clothing, its hindquarters lifting off the ground. As Zell dashed through the passage, he turned back to see beams of red light crisscrossing the corridor, prompting his curiosity. Infrared? According to his recollection, the Pirate King should never have employed such devices. Not dwelling on it, Zell continued onward. After traversing the labyrinth for a while, impatience began to set in. Drawing his long knife, he struck the iron wall before him twice, creating an opening and advancing toward the red dots. After cleaving through 4 walls, Zell finally found himself face to face with the little dwarf. Bang! The dwarf and his companions turned to see a portion of the seemingly impenetrable iron wall crumble, revealing a man clad in black, a yellow-furred rat perched on his shoulder, and a long knife in his hand. Little brat, are you that woman's accomplice? Are you pirates? Zell paid no heed to their words and directly inquired, Pika Pika? Seeing this, the Pikachu perched on Zell's shoulder echoed his call. Are you truly unfamiliar with us? The Red Lizard pirate crew? I am none other than Cassilia, the Red Lizard, with a bounty of 40 million. As pirates, you may proceed on your journey. Zer's gaze sharpened, and he raised his blade to strike. Blood stained the chaotic currents. In an instant, dozens of Crimson Sword energy surged forth, enveloping Cassilia and the others entirely. The splattering blood transformed the silver walls into a vivid red, leaving the onlookers unable to utter a single scream before succumbing to their fates. During the era of rocks, pirates embodied the essence of malevolence, with no innocence to be found. As he accessed the newly acquired devil fruit, a familiar countdown reappeared before him. 1 o'clock, 00. Closing the system panel, Zephr followed the life force he sensed through his observation hockey. Along the way, numerous walls suffered the consequences of his passage. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zephr encountered a towering silver mech unexpectedly. Zell raised an eyebrow as he gazed upon the formidable mech before him. Is it truly this advanced? One must understand that the technological advancements within the realm of pirates have diverged significantly, with such grand mechs being limited to the Peacekeeper developed by Vegapunk and the automata crafted by Frankie himself. The woman inside the mech, startled by the abrupt black screen of her surveillance, instinctively associated Zell with piracy and thus launched an immediate strike with her sword. Upon witnessing the scene, Zaya swiftly brandished his blade, sparks flying in all directions. Observing that the mecha's resilience surpassed that of ordinary steel, Zephr unleashed his armed color hockey to envelop the sword, simultaneously channeling his blood-drenched, chaotic flow. The blade glimmered like a shadow, swiftly slicing through the mecha's limbs with multiple strikes. With a resounding bang, the mecha's limbs detached from its body, crashing down heavily onto the ground, back-facing the sky. The woman controlling the mecha sensed the impending doom and hurriedly initiated alternative maneuvers. Just as Zephr believed the mecha to be rendered inoperative, 2 tubes on its back began to whirl, flames erupting forth. Blood-drenched, shadow kill. Zell arrived swiftly, appearing behind the mech in an instant. The 2 fiery tubes had already been detached, unleashing flames that engulfed the mech's head without restraint. The sudden turn of events startled the woman inside the mech, prompting her to cease the fiery onslaught. Come out, or I shall cleave this iron shell in twain. Pika Pikachu, come forth. Approximately 10 seconds passed with no response from the mech. Zell, poised with his blade, intended to strike first and inquire later. Just then, a voice filled with sorrow and indignation echoed, "The exit is in my chest. I cannot emerge." Zephr heard a sound and approached the mecha, effortlessly flipping it over with a single hand. Could it not have been turned over more gently? A woman with long black hair, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and clad in a white lab coat, emerged, cradling her head. Zell cast a glance, noting her fair complexion, striking beauty, and extraordinary demeanor. Speak. Who are you? An excellent inquiry. I am none other than the most illustrious female scientist in history, Heli. The woman with raven hair suddenly exuded pride. Tilting her head at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, her arms outstretched. Observing Heli, who was lost in her own self-admiration, Zell spoke up. Pikachu. Pikachu. Understanding the cue, Pikachu unleashed a jolt of electricity towards her. Ah! Heli exclaimed as the electric shock coursed through her, leaving her feeling numb all over. And she angrily shouted, "What have you done to the most distinguished female scientist?" Pikachu. Ah! Another electric shock struck her. Damn that yellow rodent. I am Heli, a scientist. If you wish to know anything, I will speak candidly. Gazing at the woman whose hair stood on end from the electric shock, Zell inquired, "What is your origin? Where is this place? Did you create that mech?" Zell posed a series of inquiries. I hail from the future nation of Barkamoria. Having arrived here guided by a map discovered on the island, that Mech is part of this experimental facility, Ethelia replied candidly. Orcamoria, also known as Mechanism Island, is the birthplace of Vegapunk. Why are those pirates pursuing you? Zell questioned, his expression perplexed. Well, one must satisfy their hunger even in the realm of scientific research. Did you steal their food? Zell asked, his face contorted in confusion. Certainly not. Ethelia retorted defensively. Zell gazed at her with an impassive expression. I also seized their Bailey. Holly murmured in addition. Glancing at the female scientist, Zell suddenly recalled a book on nanotechnology armor from earlier. Are you proficient in crafting mechs and weaponry? Of course. I am the greatest female scientist in history. Holly's demeanor shifted back to one of pride. I have a design here regarding nanotechnology armor. Can you create it? Nanotechnology armor? What is that? Holly looked at Zell with a puzzled expression. It is a multifunctional, lightweight external armor. As she spoke, Zell retrieved paper and pen from the system repository, sketching some designs and concepts for the nanotechnology armor. Holly's initial skepticism transformed into bright curiosity as she examined the paper Zell offered her. Do you have complete information on it? Holly looked at Zell with an eager gaze. If you desire it, join my crew, and I shall provide it. You are a pirate? Holly's expression turned strange. No, Zell shook her head. Ahoy, Captain. Holly immediately replied. Surprised by Holly's swift agreement, Zell raised an eyebrow. Pikachu. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the exchange between Zell and Holly, he understood that Holly was becoming a companion. Pikachu extended a hand toward Holly. Despite having been zapped by Pikachu moments earlier, Holly was intrigued by the electric mouse and reached out to shake its hand. Is there anything of interest in this laboratory? Just some materials regarding mech manufacturing, along with this mech. Zell followed Holly back to the basement, where he took away some documents along with a few instruments and the broken mech. In the midst of this, Holly was taken aback by Zell's ability to collect items. However, as a scientist from the New World, she found herself somewhat accepting of such peculiar abilities, attributing them merely to a unique power of a devil fruit. 30 minutes later, Zell brought Holly to the side of the ship. After introducing her to Vivian and the others, he was promptly pulled away by the impatient Holly. Captain, the documents. Zell did not deceive her. He took notes on a quarter of the information and presented it to her, withholding the entirety. Nevertheless, this fraction of content would suffice for Holly's research for some time. Captain, what about the treasure? Upon witnessing the conclusion of Zell and Holly's conversation, Villia hurried over to inquire. Observing Villia's eager expression, Zell found himself in a dilemma. Should he produce a discarded mech? Just then, the search concluded, and rewards were available for collection. The retrieval was complete. Animal type, lizard fruit, rainbow flying lizard form. A special individual of the Charmander species, along with a group of 30 Charmanders, awaited. Would you like to claim the rewards? He opted to claim the special Charmander while deferring the collection of the group. In a flash of white light, a lizard-like creature, resplendent in golden hues with a fiery tail, materialized before him. A shiny Charmander. Even Zell was somewhat taken aback. This was his first reward of a shiny Pokemon. Kana. The Charmander exclaimed energetically before immediately darting to Zell's side. So adorable. May I hold him? Zell remained silent, entrusting the decision to the little fire dragon. Kana. The little fire dragon hesitated for a moment upon hearing Vivian's words before nodding. Vivian lifted the little fire dragon and, as always, affectionately rubbed her cheek against it. The small wild boar atop her head swayed back and forth in sync with her movements, remaining unfazed. Zell entrusted Villia with the care of the little dragon and turned to seek out Kelly. The day was waning, and it was time to commence the meal. The prolonged time at sea was rather tedious, leaving little to occupy oneself with aside from training. As for the grand task of nurturing a family, it was still premature for Zell, who was merely 15 years of age. Once sufficiently nourished, Villia inquired of Zell, Captain, shall we continue along our original course? Indeed. Though there may be occasions when I might alter our direction, he replied. For the next 2 months, Zell and his companions navigated towards O'Hara along their designated route. They encountered numerous pirates along the way. However, their strength was so feeble that often it did not require Zell's intervention. At times, merely having Delia accompany Pikachu and the others sufficed to resolve the encounters. Among these pirates were several possessing the abilities of devil fruits, predominantly of the Zoan type. From these encounters, Zell acquired 3 Zoan devil fruits and 1 Paramecia devil fruit, the bull fruit, yielding a bovine form, the bird fruit, granting a sparrow form, and the sheep fruit, transforming into a sheep form. The Paramecia fruit, the soundwave fruit, rewarded him with a kintor, a young sparrow, a merino sheep, and a manual on the application of soundwave technology. The kintor was an excellent aid for farmers and a commendable mount, the final evolution of the young sparrow. The steel-armored crow served as a formidable flying steed, both powerful and aesthetically pleasing. The wool of the merino sheep proved to be a highly practical material, suitable for the crafting of various garments. Regarding the soundwave technology, Zeal tasked Heli with creating a soundwave gun, which exhibited considerable power, far superior to that of a flintlock. One shot could devastate objects several dozen meters ahead, exhibiting formidable strength, albeit with a limited effective range. However, according to Heli, this technology could be integrated into nanotechnology armor. This bore resemblance to the future pacifista, the Seraphim. Yet, the latter were clones, while Zeal possessed merely a weapon. Zeal discovered an ancient beast, the short-faced bear, on a savage island he passed through. This ancient species differs from ordinary animal types, rewarding him with a unique bear cub and a Galar snake-pattern bear, along with 30 individuals from their respective clans. Ultimately, he obtained the superhuman-type box fruit on Cassia Island and the superhuman-type strength fruit on Tross Island. The box fruit granted him a design blueprint for a spatial backpack, while the strength fruit provided a strength training chamber and 5 doses of a berserker potion, along with its formula. The spatial backpack's design thrilled Zeal, though the materials required for its creation were extensive, rendering it temporarily unattainable. Additionally, the berserker potion, when consumed, could triple a person's strength for a brief period, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness, making it a valuable trump card. Thus, Zeal's acquisition of these devil fruits and system rewards was indeed bountiful. Furthermore, both Zeal and his crew experienced rapid growth over the past 2 months. Deli had initially mastered the armed color hockey, enabling her to contend against pirates with bounties of 50 million without defeat. Although Kelly had yet to grasp hockey, her strength rivaled that of a naval major. Zeal remained uncertain of Heli's capabilities, as she never trained or engaged in combat, preferring to immerse herself in machinery. Meanwhile, Willian and Willia exhibited little potential, leading Zeal to assign the little mountain pig and fire dinosaur to accompany Willia, while the sparrow, bear cub, and snake-pattern bear followed Willian. They could be regarded as some of the first trainers in the pirate world. The little fire dragon had evolved into a fire dinosaur, significantly larger than its counterparts in the Pokemon world. Zeal was unsure if this was due to its unique nature or the influence of the pirate realm. Nonetheless, the little mountain pig and Pikachu, despite not having evolved, showcased terrifying power, particularly Pikachu, who effortlessly dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 15 million with a single thunderbolt. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Zeal and his companions arrived at O'Hara, a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Sea. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong perused reports from across the seas. Among them were accounts of the blood-drenched swordsman who had slain the bounty of 35 million, the savage bull Jimin with a bounty of 40 million, and the sonic pirate Rorsey with a bounty of 64 million. A formidable figure indeed, worthy of recruitment. Satisfied with the emergence of the new swordsman from the West Sea, Steelbone Kong decided to send someone for the task. Summon Sengoku, Tsuru, and that rascal Carp. Approximately 10 minutes later, a Navy Vice Admiral with sleek black hair and a refined appearance entered the conference room, followed by 2 boisterous men. One, wearing a military cap and sporting a long beard resembling braids, was Admiral Sengoku. The other, a vibrant man with a black buzz cut, exuded charisma and vigor, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Carp. Carp, where's my rice cracker? Sengoku inquired, visibly agitated, spittle landing on his face. Carp turned his head, nonchalantly picking his nose as he replied, probably eaten by your goat. Sengoku's frustration boiled over, and he grabbed Carp's collar, ready to unleash a verbal tirade. Cough. Tsuru, accustomed to their antics, decided to intervene as they entered the conference room. Despite her reminder, Steelbone Kong remained unimpressed by their squabble over snacks. Bang. He slammed his hand on the table, signaling for silence. In recent years, the Rock's pirates had continued to expand, boasting powerful crew members such as Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. Even the new generation included Kaido, while the Navy lacked fresh talent. Hence, he resolved to recruit promising pirate hunters from the seas. Producing several reports, one of which detailed Zeal's exploits, he continued, the blood-drenched swordsman, suspected of possessing the blood fruit ability, is also a swordsman. His true name remains unknown, Yet he is undeniably young with immense potential, having once felled the bounty of 64 million with a single stroke. After finishing his statement, he surveyed the room and added, I intend to send someone to recruit him. But given his strength, ordinary Navy personnel may not suffice. Do you have any recommendations? Zephr seems to be in the West Sea. He could be sent to recruit this individual, Saru suggested. You mean Zephr? He's quite a promising character, though unfortunately, he began training in hockey rather late. Otherwise, our Navy would have another admiral-level powerhouse. Karp chimed in, intrigued by Tsuru's mention of Zephr. Very well, let him proceed. Steelbone Kong trusted Tsuru's judgment and readily agreed to her suggestion. Sengoku, why are you daydreaming? He inquired, noticing Sengoku lost in thought while holding Zell's photo. Sengoku, Sengoku. Steelbone Kong called out again, seeing Sengoku still in a daze. Oh, nothing. Just felt this person seems somewhat familiar. Zell has undergone a remarkable transformation over the past 2 years, his eyes now a striking blood red, so much so that Sengoku failed to recognize him. He harbored no illusions about anyone surviving that deadly hunting game, as he was the one who had blocked the final escape routes for those individuals. After nearly 2 months of navigation, Zell and his companions finally arrived at the archaeological haven of O'Hara. Is this truly O'Hara? What a magnificent tree, Villia marveled, entranced by the grandeur of the Tree of Knowledge. Kyrie, please fetch Halira, Zell instructed, noting Halira's reluctance to emerge from her scholarly pursuits. The Tree of Knowledge, a veritable treasure trove of literature, represented an invaluable resource for any scientist, holding paramount importance. Have we arrived? Are we there yet? Halira, initially disinclined to leave her research, transformed into a bundle of excitement upon learning they had reached O'Hara. With the ship docked, all companions, along with their Pokemon, disembarked onto the shores of O'Hara. Due to their unsuitability for maritime travel, Kintaro and Meliang were left behind. The local customs of O'Hara were refreshingly simple, with many islanders being the families of scholars attracted by Dr. Clover, all fervently devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. Zell bestowed 3 million Bailey upon each individual for their shopping endeavors, shouldering a Pikachu while accompanying Heli towards the Tree of Omniscience. May I offer my assistance? At the entrance of the Tree of Omniscience, Zell and Heli encountered a stunning woman with cascading silver hair. We wish to borrow some books from here. Is that so? I, too, am in search of a few books. Shall we go together? We are immensely grateful. Zell smiled, exuding a sense of tranquility. I am Alvia. This is Zell. And this is Heli, while he is Pikachu. Zell gestured towards Heli beside him, and the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Greetings, I am the illustrious scientist, ate Heli. Pika Pika. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let us proceed. As Zell and his companions stepped into the Tree of Omniscience, they were immediately astounded by the astonishing volume of its vast collection. Rows upon rows of bookshelves encircled the entire trunk, arranged in close proximity, while spiraling staircases connected each shelf. A myriad of book genres filled every available space. The tomes were meticulously categorized, allowing them the freedom to peruse at their leisure. Ah, thank you very much. Zell responded to Olivia with a brief acknowledgement before parting ways with her. Gazing at the multitude of books before him, he felt a surge of desire. If he could amass these volumes, the path to strengthening his kingdom would undoubtedly become far more attainable. A nation's greatest asset lies in its talent, which necessitates nurturing, and nurturing talent is intrinsically linked to the possession of books. It can be said that books form the very foundation of a nation's culture. It remains a mystery how the world government could so recklessly incinerate such a wealth of knowledge. Although the books were ultimately preserved, it did not diminish Zell's aspiration to acquire them. After spending an entire day at the Tree of Omniscience, Zell finally awaited the arrival of the individual he had been eager to meet. Dr. Clover, may we have a moment to converse? An elderly man, adorned with clover-like hair, emerged from a door, prompting Zell to approach him immediately. Crimson Swordsman, what brings you here? Crimson Swordsman? What does that even mean? Zell was momentarily taken aback by the news. Me? He pointed to himself in disbelief. Are you not aware? You are, after all, the most renowned pirate hunter in the western seas of late. Zephr has been adrift at sea, blissfully unaware of his newfound fame. Dr. Sanny Chow, though deeply engrossed in archaeology, possesses considerable knowledge of the outside world, having been captured by the Navy on 10 separate occasions. Zephr is not surprised to be labeled a pirate hunter, as he has indeed vanquished numerous pirates along his journey. Regaining his composure, Zephr continued. I believe we can engage in a discussion regarding the history you are currently exploring. What history is that? Are you also intrigued by ancient history? Zell suddenly lowered his voice. What I wish to discuss is the blank century. Dr. Clover's eyes narrowed sharply. Upon hearing the term blank century from Zell, Dr. Clover led him to a concealed chamber. Are you affiliated with the world government? Dr. Clover inquired in a neutral tone. No, if the world government had sent someone, they wouldn't waste a single word on you. Our exploration of the blank century is still in the preparatory phase. How did you come to know about it? I said I can see the future. Do you believe me? Dr. Clover smiled enigmatically at Zell. The future? We explore the past to pave the way to the future. Dr. Clover's gaze grew resolute. Yet, the past you seek to explore holds no promise for the future. Is that so? The past should not be buried. This world is regressing and humanity's wisdom is being erased. Someone must strive to make history reemerge. Even at the cost of sacrifice? Even at the cost of sacrifice. Dr. Clover's unwavering words stirred something deep within Zell. The world is never devoid of resolute will. The spirit of O'Hara cannot be shattered by gunfire. From the ruins, history shall once again radiate brilliance. Doctor, you are truly magnificent. Zell sincerely remarked, I am aware of what the future holds, and in truth, you are cognizant of it as well. Zelton has arrived. If the future truly unfolds, I hope you can endure. Zell said little and left the secret chamber without further ado. Upon exiting, he sought out Heli and picked up the bored Pikachu, who had fallen asleep. How did the harvest go? He inquired. If we can find the right metal, I can commence the creation of nano armor. Heli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Zell. Zell had already formed ideas regarding the suitable materials for the armor and planned to visit Magnetic Island in the Grand Line later to see if he could locate the Munch fruit. Leaving Heli to continue her studies, Zell took Pikachu to search for the devil fruits marked on the system map. In a village on O'Hara, Villia was spotted with a small mountain pig on her head, accompanied by Charmeleon as they shopped down the street. Charmeleon, what kind of gift do you think Captain Zell would like? Villia mused. She held deep gratitude and affection for Zell, although she was aware that her sister, Villian, was a navigator, Deli was a fighter, Kelly was a chef, and Heli was a scientist, while she felt somewhat useless. Therefore, she resolved to purchase a gift for Zell to enhance her image in his eyes. With a roar, Charmeleon concealed its claws behind its back and then swung them out in a gesture mimicking a knife strike. A knife? What a splendid idea, Villia exclaimed, spinning with Charmeleon in her arms. Soon, she had visited all the weapon shops on the island, but they all offered only ordinary knives. A fact she could discern even without expertise. Just as disappointment began to set in, an elderly man rushed into the shop, clutching a metal box. Old York. Behold this knife. I discovered it in a relic site. It is undoubtedly a fine blade. Villia's ears perked up at the sound, drawing her attention. Ah, Cahilton. You've brought relics here again. Are you out of money for drinks? Old York responded skeptically. I simply cannot bear to let this divine weapon remain buried underground. I wish for it to see the light of day again. Cahilton's words failed to convince Old York, who had encountered this scenario before. Cahilton, a solitary drinker with a penchant for high-end liquor, often resorted to selling weapons from ruins when he was broke. However, occasionally, he would come across a good blade. And Old York was always willing to consider such offers. Opening the metal box revealed a long knife, rusted and battered. Noticing Old York's grim expression, Cahilton quickly insisted. This knife is exceptional. Otherwise, you can test its metal against yours. With a hint of skepticism, Old York retrieved a knife from the weapon rack. He struck the blades against each other forcefully. Clang. The collision resulted in a deep gash in the store's knife. The steel used for this knife is of high quality and was crafted with great skill. It must have been a fine blade at one time. Yet, it appears to have suffered significant trauma, as evidenced by the rust. Old York scrutinized the long knife. 3 million berries. Will you sell it? For million berries. 3.5 million is my final offer. 360,000. I shall buy this knife. Villia, who had been observing for quite some time, finally spoke up. Little girl, that's rather unfair. Old York, initially inclined to be angry, softened his demeanor upon realizing it was a young girl. He sighed, rubbing his balding head. Cahilton, you can sell to anyone, but of course, you'll pick the highest bidder. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Villia fluttered her big eyes and looked at Old York with a pitiful expression. Uncle, I truly desire this knife. Would you kindly let me have it? Old York, known for his amiable nature, found it hard to resist her plea. All right. Thank you, Uncle. Villia beamed at Old York with a sweet smile. Charmeleon echoed her sentiments with a roar, while the small mountain pig appeared to be in a deep slumber. Spending 360,000 berries did not faze Villia. She had always been somewhat extravagant with her finances. Although Zeal had only given each person 300,000 berries, Vilya still had her own little stash. Zeal frequently grants them substantial sums of money for their shopping sprees, often amounting to several million. Consequently, apart from Heli, the extravagant spender, the others possess a considerable wealth of Bailey. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, Zeal approached a towering tree, beneath which dangled a devil fruit adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors reminiscent of a rainbow. Pikachu, please retrieve the fruit for me. The Pikachu perched on his shoulder yawned in response. Subsequently, it employed a swift electric dash to ascend to the treetop, severing the root with a powerful iron tail. Clutching the devil fruit, it descended gracefully, embedding its tail into the trunk before landing with a somersault onto Zeal's shoulder. Pikachu beamed with satisfaction at its fluid performance, seeking Zeal's praise. Well done, Pikachu. Zeal, devoid of any pretentiousness, gently caressed Pikachu's head. Pikachu responded with a contented chirp. Zephr received the devil fruit and discovered that it differed greatly from the flower fruit he had envisioned in his memories. The flower fruit was a delicate pink, reminiscent of blooming petals, whereas this devil fruit radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, sparkling like crystal. Zephr had long anticipated the absence of the flower fruit in O'Hara. These devil fruits possess a consciousness of their own, choosing their rightful owners. Perhaps, before long, the flower fruit would find its way onto a ship bound for O'Hara, ultimately consumed by the young Robin. After submitting the devil fruit for system analysis, Zephr departed, knowing that this was the only devil fruit detectable by O'Hara. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Report. The messenger entered the marshal's office. Admiral Kong, we have discovered the bloodstained swordsman and his companions in O'Hara. Inform Zephr to proceed to O'Hara at once to recruit the bloodstained swordsman. Understood. Having acquired the devil fruit, Zephr intended to seek out Villian and the others directly. Upon arriving at their agreed meeting point, he was greeted by Vilya, who rushed toward him with an iron box in her arms. Captain, you're back. I have prepared a gift for you. Although Zephr was puzzled as to why Vilya wished to present him with a gift, he felt a surge of joy nonetheless. He gently ruffled Vilya's hair and spoke. Thank you, Vilya. Vilya's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hurriedly extended the iron box to Zephr. Zephr received the item with a smile, refraining from opening it. We shall remain here for a few days, awaiting Heli's studies to conclude. No problem. It is indeed more pleasant on land after drifting at sea for so long. Vivian responded gently to Zephr. I shall heed the young master's words. Kelly's reply was as succinct as ever. Perfectly, I can hone my observation hockey, Delilah exclaimed with enthusiasm. Vivian could train the fledgling sparrow, as it should be nearing its evolution. Chirp. The fledgling on Vivian's shoulder chirped. Of course. Captain, do take a look at the gift prepared by Vivia. Noticing Zeal's reluctance to open the iron box, Vivian reminded him. Upon hearing her sister's words, Vivia immediately perked up. Oh, I was just about to take a look. Zeal felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his past life, it was customary not to open gifts in the presence of the giver, a habit he had unconsciously adopted. Upon opening the iron box, he discovered a long, rusted blade lying quietly within. Zeal was not taken aback by the appearance of the knife, rather, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the rusted blade. Zeal summoned his blood to envelop the long blade, and to his astonishment, the blood was absorbed by the weapon. This sword has an insatiable thirst for blood. Vilya was taken aback, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Could this possibly be a cursed blade? Perhaps the captain should relinquish this weapon. Witnessing the sword's sanguine appetite, Vilya felt a sense of unease. It's nothing to worry about. As Zeal responded to Vilya, he summoned forth more blood. Approximately 2 minutes later, the long blade ceased to absorb any more. The original rust transformed into a vivid crimson pattern, and the sword gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Zeal wielded the knife with a flick of his wrist, feeling as though it were an extension of his own arm. Seamlessly united, Zeal laid his hand flat and gradually released his tightly clenched fist. A remarkable scene unfolded before them, as the long blade floated in mid-air, utterly motionless. The sword had taken flight. The onlookers, including Vivian, were left in astonishment. As Zeal's thoughts coalesced, the long blade began to soar, gaining speed with each passing moment. This sensation was akin to wielding one's own blood. After a brief period of manipulation, the blade returned to Zeal's grasp. Thank you, Vilya, this gift is splendid. Holding the long sword, Zeal expressed his gratitude once more. What is the name of this blade? I do not know. It was unearthed from the ruins. Vilya elucidated the origins of the sword, prompting Zeal to reflect. This sword must be quite valuable. A decent blade typically costs around 10 million. What a tremendous gain. Let us name it Bloodstain then, as it is already associated with my techniques and moniker. As night fell, Zeal concluded his training, entering the bathhouse drenched in perspiration. While soaking in the tub, the door to the bathroom was unexpectedly pushed open. "Young master, do you require my assistance?" Zeal felt a soft presence against his back, nearly startling him upright. "Carrie? No need for such closeness. I am still quite young." "Is that so? You appear rather mature to me." Carrie's sudden jest caught Zeal off guard, leaving him with no choice but to chuckle. The two remained silent, enveloped in tranquility. After a considerable time, Zeal broke the silence. "What troubles you? Have you encountered something today?" "Nothing," Carrie replied. "Do you know my purpose for sailing?" Before Carrie could respond, Zeal continued. "I aim to establish a vast family, to forge a mighty kingdom, and to ignite a spark in this decaying world. I shall incite wars and also bring them to a close." "Your aspirations are truly grand, young master," Carrie remarked, then added, "Regardless, I shall remain by your side." "Indeed. I also need you beside me." Zeal's words instilled in Kelly a profound sense of purpose, which was the very reason she sought him out. Ever since her father's passing, she had been utterly alone. Even her role as Zeal's maid stemmed solely from a prior agreement. She struggled to discern any true objective in her existence. Was she merely to remain a maid indefinitely? Yet now, she found solace in the thought of serving Zeal in that capacity. It was only after Kelly departed that Zeal dared to emerge from the water. Had it not been for his remarkable willpower, he might have succumbed to the temptation posed by the maid who had captivated him. He was no mere child. Rather, 2 years of solitary living had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to human interaction. Over the course of 2 months, he had adapted significantly. The most evident change was his newfound tendency to talk more, even lashing out verbally in the absence of living beings. Once his brother had returned to normalcy, Zeal donned his clothing and ventured out. In the hall, Vivian was poring over nautical charts at the desk, while Villia frolicked with the Pokemon. Deli had concluded her workout and collapsed in her room, and Kelly was already bustling about in the kitchen. Not seeing Helly, Zeal surmised that she was likely still at the Tree of Omniscience. He settled onto the sofa and activated the system's search interface. The search completed, revealing the superhuman category, Purification Fruit. The rewards included 5 vials of Purification Potion, a recipe for the potion, and a comprehensive tome on purification technology. The Purification Potion could eliminate all negative effects, heal most scars, and treat specific ailments. Upon recognizing the potion's capabilities, Zeal's immediate thought was to combine it with the Rage Potion, which could potentially create an unforeseen glitch. He retrieved the tome on purification technology and perused its contents, discovering a range of advanced air purifiers, water purification systems, soil purifiers, and other such devices. Once again, he encountered a significant technological advancement beneficial to national development, prompting him to carefully store the book away. In the following days, Zeal and his companions trained by the seaside, while Helly engaged in her studies. The fledgling sparrow evolved into a blue crow, the serpentine bear transformed into a charging bear, and Deli was on the verge of mastering observation hockey. As for Kelly, following their heartfelt exchange, her progress accelerated remarkably, and she had successfully grasped the principles of armament hockey, having recently acquired the bloodstain. Zeal devoted these days to experimenting with new ideas. He had previously contemplated infusing the agonizing potion into his bloodstream. However, this approach would invariably result in mutual destruction, inflicting pain upon himself far more than upon his adversaries. Nevertheless, with the bloodstain's ability to absorb blood, a new avenue of experimentation emerged. After countless failures, Zeal grasped the bloodstain with his left hand and swung it towards his right hand. Even with preparation, the quintuple agony was unbearable, eliciting a cry of anguish. Yet, triumphantly, he exclaimed, "Ha! I have succeeded." Zeal burst into laughter, drawing the attention of several onlookers who were left utterly perplexed by his raucous mirth. "Sister, Captain, what has provoked him?" Villia inquired with a look of concern directed towards Villiana. The formidable observation hockey user, Zeal, immediately composed his expression upon hearing Villia's words. He could not afford to let his facade crumble. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, an unexpected jolt coursed through his heart, for he sensed an overwhelming presence approaching at an alarming speed. Suddenly, from the treetops along the coast, a figure emerged, their right arm drawn back, poised to deliver a devastating punch. Bloodstained 1,000 miles. Zeal swung his blade, the gleaming edge slicing through the air with unparalleled force towards the figure above. "Aha! Splendid arrival!" Bang! Zephr, who had thought he could merely block the attack, suddenly felt a surge of excruciating pain. Unable to suppress a cry of anguish, Zephr descended, revealing his visage. Zeal fixed his gaze upon the newcomer, who was adorned in a purple lining and a navy cloak, sporting a head of short purple hair. Zephr. Zeal's gaze grew solemn. Young man, do you recognize me? Zeal did not respond. Navy, what brings you to me? Your strength is commendable. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? No. Zeal responded with remarkable decisiveness. However, I find you quite intriguing. Shall we engage in a duel? Why? Never mind. Allow me to showcase the might of the Navy. Delhi, keep your distance from here and ensure no one approaches. Zeal commanded everyone to prepare for a grand battle against Zephr. Zephr, having ascended to the rank of admiral at the age of 38, still has a few years to go. However, it is certain that he possesses the strength of a vice admiral, making him a formidable opponent for honing one's skills. Once the crowd had dispersed, the Navy accompanying Zephr observed from a distance. Come on. Zeal rarely experiences exhilaration. The individuals from the West Sea are far too feeble for his taste. He is in dire need of a formidable adversary, and Zephr is perfectly suited for this role. Bloodstained 1,000 miles. Zephr, with a swift motion, initiated the encounter. Having recently experienced the excruciating pain, Zephr proceeded with utmost caution, promptly enveloping his entire right hand in the armor of hockey. The clash of the blade and the obsidian fist ignited a flurry of sparks. Young one, your strength is indeed formidable. Zephyr's face twitched as he endured the pain, and he spoke with great effort. Upon finishing his words, his figure flickered, employing one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave, to appear above Zeal's head. The ominous warning of Kenbunchika hockey surged intensely, alerting Zeal that the impending attack would be nearly impossible to withstand. Bloodstained, the sin of carnage. The Celtic blade whirled around, generating a current of air that enveloped itself in a protective embrace, manifesting as a crimson tornado. Zephyr's fist pierced through the tempest, only to be cast aside by the swirling winds. As the tornado subsided, Zephr reappeared before Zephr, witnessing the darkened fist enlarging in his vision. Zephr raised his blade to defend. Bang! Zeal retreated abruptly, stumbling backward for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. As he felt his trembling hands, a surge of boiling blood coursed through him, and steam began to emanate from his body. Blood-drenched turbulence. Zephr swiftly brandished his blade, and in an instant, a flurry of dazzling lights enveloped Zephr. Zephr found himself with no avenue of retreat, his fists enveloped in the dark hue of hockey, relentlessly striking against the onslaught of blades. However, Zephyr's sword was not easily parried. Numerous slashes left their mark upon him, drawing forth crimson droplets. Witnessing Zephyr's bloodshed, Zephyr's lips curled into a smile. Blood-drenched, celestial dragon. The sanguine mist swirled, transforming into the visage of a dragon's head. With a swift motion, Zephr summoned the blood dragon to glide low towards Zephr. Overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure, Zephr cloaked his entire right arm in hockey. His fists, as dark as ink, surged forward with force, locking in a stalemate with the blood dragon. Initially, Zephr felt relatively unscathed, but within mere seconds, his complexion paled significantly. The blood seeping from his wounds flowed towards Zephr, merging with the blood mist, becoming nearly imperceptible. Ah! Zephr let out a long howl, forcefully breaking free from Zeal's assault and hastily retreating. The powers of the devil fruit are indeed elusive and unpredictable. Zephr sighed and removed his inner garment, revealing his robust pectoral muscles. Zeal's gaze sharpened as he advanced with his blade, swiftly closing the distance to Zephr. Shatter and explode. Zephr stood resolute, a hint of exhilaration evident in his demeanor. With his right hand enveloped in the armor of hockey, he gathered strength, and as Zeal approached, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The clash of sword against iron fist reverberated, causing the ground to sink and a cloud of dust to rise. The tremors felt even by those at a distance. Sister, will the captain be all right? Valia asked with concern. He will be fine. Trust in the captain, Villian replied, her gaze fixed on the tumultuous battlefield shrouded in dust. Meanwhile, the Navy forces led by Zephr had congregated. Incredible, to be able to hold his ground against Vice Admiral Zephr, one Navy officer remarked in awe. What's more, this blood-soaked swordsman seems even younger than us. Another Navy officer chimed in, only to notice his comrades regarding him with peculiar expressions, as if silently admonishing him to refrain from speaking. Haha, I still believe that Vice Admiral Zephr will ultimately prevail. The Navy officer scratched his head, awkwardly adding the sentiment. At the heart of the battlefield, Zeal's strength was gradually being subdued by Zephr, forcing him to retreat slowly. Yet Zephr, too, was not without his burdens. The loss of blood and the excruciating pain, amplified fivefold, were steadily eroding his condition. Zeal, skillfully following the trajectory of Zephyr's fist, instantaneously ignited his own blood with deft precision, evading Zephyr's assault. Bang! Zephyr's fist struck the ground, creating a colossal crater. Blood rain, falling stars. Zeal's body erupted with a torrent of blood, transforming into countless raindrops that densely surged towards Zephr. Iron block. Zephr enveloped most of his body in armament hockey and unleashed one of the Navy's 6 powers, iron block. Crimson blood explosion. Zeal slowly clenched his fist in the direction of Zephr. Bang! Bang! The blood mist swirling around Zephr began to explode. Bloodstained shadow kill. Dazed from the blast, Zephr was unable to react in time and was struck by Zeal's blade, leaving a deep crimson gash slashed across his chest. Cough. Zephr was caught off guard by a relentless barrage of attacks, coughing up a mouthful of blood, with a searing pain radiating through his chest. It was not just the swordsmen. All of them wielded abilities he had never encountered before. You are worthy of my utmost effort. Zeal opened his mouth, and the long knife in his hand was swung once more. Zephr struck downward with a powerful fist, shattering the incoming slash and subsequently crashing into the ground, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. Zeal, unable to see Zephr, heightened his observation hockey to its utmost. Zephr wielded his blade with a sudden upward slash, colliding directly with Zephyr's fist. However, the hasty attempt at defense was no match for Zephyr's full-powered strike. The longsword was cast aside, and Zephr seized Zephyr's arm, executing a swift turn that sent Zephr spinning in midair for a full 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth fractured once more, and it seemed as though Zephyr's chest had similarly split apart, just as Zephr prepared to lift Zephr again to slam him into the ground. Zephr forcefully hurled his longsword away. Zephr turned his head to avert his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, Zephr swiftly rolled over and rose to his feet. Zephr had no intention of granting Zephr a moment's respite, launching another punch with fervor. Yet, as the blow approached, an overwhelming sense of foreboding welled up within him. Individuals of their caliber possess an acute instinct for danger, prompting him to leap into the air without hesitation. Casting his gaze downward, he beheld the long knife previously hurled by Zephr, now enveloped in a crimson glow, hurtling back towards him with alarming speed. As he remained suspended in the air, Zephr grasped the returning bloodstained blade and secured it at his waist. Bloodstain, ascending dragon. The blade's radiance transformed into a red dragon soaring through the firmament, aimed directly at Zephr. Iron block. In midair, Zephr attempted to evade using the moonstep, but he could not outpace Zephyr's relentless assault, compelling him to resort once more to the iron block to absorb the impact. Zephr was struck by the red dragon and fell to the distant ground. Just as he rose to his feet, Zeal launched another assault. Blood-drenched slashes. One blow after another rained down upon Zephyr's body, shielded by his armament hockey. Though the damage was not severe, the pain incessantly provoked his nerves. After nearly 4 hours of fierce combat, both combatants bore numerous wounds. However, Zeal had replenished some of his energy with Zephyr's blood, giving him a slight advantage. Stop, stop. No more fighting. Upon hearing this, Zeal also paused his actions. You possess great strength. If you desire, the doors of the Navy shall always be open to you. Zeal gazed at him in silence. Zephr observed that Zeal had little interest in the Navy, and he did not press the matter further, for after all, a bounty hunter was not a pirate. I am Zephr. Pray tell, what is your name, young one? Zeal, came the reply. Zeal, you say? It appears we are quite fated. I look forward to our next encounter. Without awaiting Zeal's response, Zephr swiftly departed using the shave technique. Vice Admiral Zephr. The naval officers at the edge of the battlefield, perplexed by the sudden cessation of hostilities, watched as Zephr approached them. You may return to the ship. I have matters to attend to, he said hurriedly before departing once more. The sailors, uncertain of Zephr's intentions, complied with his command. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed through a desolate forest in O'Hara. Ah, it hurts so much. Zeal sat upon the fractured earth, channeling his blood to mend his injured body. Captain, free young master, Pika Pika. Vivian and the others approached Zeal, their eyes brimming with concern. I am quite well, he reassured them. Zeal smiled gently. Carrie, could you please prepare a little more food? I need to recuperate. I'll lend a hand, volunteered Villia. Come on, it's time for dinner. Zeal commanded the crowd as night descended within the inn. Zeal, having digested his meal, felt his body gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. As he experienced the sensations of pain coursing through him, a thrill of excitement surged within. Although Zephr had not yet attained the rank of admiral, he was nonetheless a formidable rear admiral within the Navy's ranks. Despite Zephr conceding defeat, he had not sustained significant injuries. Zeal believed that had it come to a desperate struggle, he would ultimately prevail. However, such a contest would necessitate several days and nights to discern life from death. The reasons for Zephr's concession, aside from the inability to swiftly determine a victor, were the unbearable pain he endured. In addition to gaining a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, the experience of this battle yielded substantial benefits. The most immediate result was a slight enhancement in the intensity of his haki. However, the most significant gain was the absorption of Zephr's blood. Zeal could distinctly perceive that his mastery over haki had significantly strengthened, a testament to the inherent bloodline gift bestowed by Zephr. Zephr, often referred to as the Black Arm, is renowned for his mastery of armament haki. In contrast to Barrett's overwhelming volume of haki, Zephyr's prowess lies in its precision rather than quantity. With merely one hand enveloped in armament haki, he has earned the moniker Black Arm. His fierce battle with Zeal proved to be immensely beneficial, extending his stay in O'Hara for a few additional days due to rigorous training. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru gazed upon the purple-haired man before them, bare-chested, revealing his grotesque scars. "Is the bloodstained swordsman truly that formidable?" Kong inquired. "His name is Zeal, a being of such immense strength that he resembles a monster. Not only is he a master swordsman, but he also possesses a unique blood manipulation ability that integrates offense, defense, absorption, enhancement, and explosive power." Zelton paused momentarily. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was his assault. It bore a certain discomfort. Zephr hesitated before speaking. "Huh? Zephr, are you actually afraid of pain?" Karp asked incredulously. "Ahem." Crane coughed, signaling Karp to be silent. "It was a pain unlike any other. His attacks rarely breached my defenses. Yet that excruciating agony incessantly tormented my nerves. Moreover, he could absorb my blood to restore his strength. This implies that a protracted battle with him is inadvisable." Crane summarized for Zephr. "Do you know why he has to join the Navy?" Sengoku inquired, puzzled. "I do not know, but it is evident that he shows no interest in enlisting." Fleet Admiral Kong tapped the table lightly, surveying the room. "The situation in the New World is dire. The Rock's pirates brazenly assault our naval bases. Zephr, you shall remain and act alongside Karp." "Understood." A month later, Zephr and his crew departed from O'Hara, embarking on their voyage once more. "Captain, where are we headed this time?" Villian asked, gripping the helm as she looked towards Zephr. "Let us navigate around the West Blue. I intend to stay there for a year. For now, we shall head to the nearest island and see if we can find a ship's doctor." "Aye, Captain." Villian steered the ship, commencing their circumnavigation of the West Blue. "In this uncharted sea, Captain, there is a ship approaching us," Villian called out to Zephr, who was still exercising with dumbbells. "Huh." Zephr exhaled, bare-chested. "All hands on alert." Upon hearing Zeph's command, Kelly, Deli, and Pikachu, along with other Pokemon, ceased their training. "It appears to be a slave ship," Villian observed through her telescope, spotting several individuals confined within cages. Zeal, utilizing his observation haki, discerned that the opposing force was not particularly formidable, allowing Delilah and her companions to manage the situation with ease. Facing 34 adversaries of limited strength, he encouraged them to hone their skills. "Understood, Captain." Delilah nodded, leading Kelly and a multitude of Pokemon forward. "Boss, there are truly beauties among them, this time." We struck gold. A lecherous middle-aged man on the slave ship remarked to a muscular companion. "Boys, more merchandise is on the way." The crew aboard the slave ship erupted in wicked cheers. Pikachu. At that moment of revelry, Pikachu leapt into action, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. Following closely behind, Delilah and Kelly bounded onto the deck, charging forth as Ursaring and Charizard trailed them, while Honchkrow circled above. A small swinub perched atop Villia, and Teddy Ursa remained beside Vivian. Yet neither boarded the ship. Witnessing the unfortunate victims charred by electricity, the muscular man bellowed, "Boys, capture them." At his command, the crew surged forward with frenzied enthusiasm. Delilah, with her striking golden hair and gleaming armor, exuded an air of valiance, while Kelly, adorned in a maid outfit with her vibrant red ponytail, captivated those around her. The slavers immediately recognized the potential profit in capturing these two women. As the slavers brandished their weapons and launched an assault, Delilah drew her rapier, effortlessly deflecting one henchman's weapon before piercing him through. When two more adversaries charged at her, she unsheathed her sword, enveloping it in haki, and executed a sweeping slash that sent them flying. The muscular man, taken aback by Delilah's fierce prowess, wielded a massive spiked club and swung it toward her. The clash of her rapier against his club sparked brilliantly. Realizing her strength matched his, he urgently commanded, "Subdue her companions." The remaining crew surged toward Kelly and the Pokemon. In response, Pikachu and Charizard unleashed their respective Thunderbolt and Flamethrower attacks. Boom! The two assaults collided, resulting in an explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Kelly drew the long sword given to her by Zell and struck down an opponent. Ursaring also utilized Quick Attack, sending another assailant tumbling. Honchkrow remained aloft, vigilantly monitoring the safety of the group. The lecherous crew, recognizing Delilah and her companion's formidable close combat skills, drew flintlock pistols. Bang! 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 Bullets flew toward Kelly. Riptide. Kelly swiftly slashed multiple times, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Pika Pika. Roar. Pikachu executed Quick Attack, while Charizard used Wing Attack, knocking down foes beside Kelly. Meanwhile, the lecherous man, sensing the tide turning against them, aimed his gun at Delilah, intent on unleashing their strongest weapon. Swoosh! Honchkrow swooped down, delivering a decisive blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The man staggered to his feet, only to be struck again by a Quick Attack from Ursaring, sending him reeling. 3 minutes later, Delilah pierced the muscular man's chest with her sword, bringing his nefarious existence to an end. Kelly and the Pokemon concluded their battle, leaving the slavers decimated, with only a handful still conscious. Upon witnessing this, Zell leapt onto the slave ship in a single bound. "Captain, I am relieved to have fulfilled my duty. Well done." Zell praised softly as he approached the cages that imprisoned the enslaved. The faces of the few women within the confines were haggard, yet it was evident that they possessed a certain beauty. Zephr drew his sword and severed the iron cage and shackles, liberating 7 young girls. "The souls aboard the ship had perished. You are now free." The imprisoned girls lifted their gazes, their eyes rekindled with light. "We are eternally grateful for your rescue, esteemed sir. We hail from the village of Cabran. Our village was invaded by the Black Bat pirate crew, and we were sold to a slaver ship for profit," spoke one woman, who appeared to be the eldest among them. "In this world of pirates, there is no shortage of organized crime and human traffickers. When one encounters such misfortune, it is but a small effort to extend a helping hand." Throughout his journey, Zephr had witnessed much darkness, yet he yearned to retain the innate kindness of humanity. Indeed, any traveler who has crossed realms holds an unwavering stance against human trafficking, organ trade, and narcotics. Zell is not adept at comforting others. Upon returning to the ship, he instructed Vivian to soothe the women. Approximately 10 minutes later, the remaining slavers were also slain by Derry and her companions, and Vivian guided everyone aboard the vessel. "Captain, Cabral village lies on the nearest island. Shall we return them there on our way?" "Let it be so." Zell nodded in agreement with Vivian's suggestion. After a 4-hour voyage, Zell and his companions successfully landed on Cabral Island. Zephr inhaled deeply, sensing a familiar aroma in the air, the scent of blood. His heart sank ever so slightly. The crowd proceeded towards the village of Cabran, ultimately halting before its entrance. The sight was one of devastation: collapsed houses, slain villagers, and blood pooling upon the ground, while flames continued to smolder amidst the ruins. The cries of anguish pierced Zeph's heart like sharp needles, as the scene before him mirrored that of 2 years prior, an identical massacre and equal desolation. 7 girls from Cabran wept as they searched through the debris for the remains of their loved ones. "Captain," Villia tugged at Zeph's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Zell placed her palm gently upon the head of the kind-hearted and spirited girl, offering solace. Kelly and the others, witnessing the scene, also felt a pang of sorrow as they comforted the girls while assisting in the burial of the deceased villagers. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the moon ascended into the sky, bathed in the lingering glow of twilight. "Great One, we have nowhere to go. Please, take us in. We can be of great help and shall not trouble you," implored the eldest girl, kneeling before Zell, with 6 other young maidens behind her. "It is not a fortunate thing to follow me. You have saved us, and we are willing to repay you with our lives." "What are your names?" Zell inquired. "I am Claris," replied the eldest. "I am Daya," said another. "I am Kaya," added a third. "I am Maya," chimed in the fourth. "I am Nis." The fifth introduced herself. "I am Carol," said the sixth. "I am Bafra," the last one concluded. Each girl responded in turn. Claris, the daughter of the village chief, was 18, while the others were aged 16 or 17, with the youngest, Bafra, being 15, like Walia. Among them, Daya, Kaya, and Maya were triplets. "Go with Kelly. She will teach you what to do," Zell instructed. After all was accomplished, Zell commanded the fire dragon to set the village ablaze. The onlookers gazed at the flames rising, consuming everything, their hearts heavy with sorrow. In the darkness of night, in corners untouched by moonlight, the fire dispelled the shadows. Zephr and his companions did not spend the night on the island, but returned to the ship. Originally, Zephr intended to recruit additional crew members. Although he ended up with 7 more maidservants, it made little difference. Zeal instructed them to follow Kelly's teachings, alleviating Vivian and her companions from the mundane chores aboard the vessel. As the ship sailed across the vast ocean for a fortnight, Zeal and his crew vanquished 2 bands of pirates. Among them was the notorious Black Bat pirates, responsible for the massacre of the village of Cabran. Their captain, the infamous Black Bat Wide, bore a bounty of 40 million and was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, having consumed the Bat fruit in its foxbat form. However, upon their encounter, Zeal swiftly dispatched him with a single strike of bloodstained shadow kill. The newcomers, including Clarice, were profoundly grateful to Zeal for avenging them, their admiration for him intensifying. The Bat fruit bestowed upon Zeal a remarkable new creature, the ultrasonic bat. Given that he had previously acquired technology related to sound waves, and knowing that the ultrasonic bat relied on ultrasonic flight, Helly took it upon herself to collaborate with it in developing new sonic weaponry. Aboard the ship, Helly proudly presented her latest research findings to Zeal. Captain, behold the new sonic wristband. It is portable and immensely powerful. Would you care to try it? Helly tilted her face upwards, eagerly awaiting Zeal's praise. Come on, give it a try. Zeal's response was precisely what Helly desired. Helly raised her right hand, and the bracelet on her wrist emitted sound waves, directed towards Zeal. The black trench coat rustled in the wind, yet Zeal remained steadfast and unmoving. Indeed, the force was considerable, roughly equivalent to a punch delivered by a naval commander. Zephr nodded in acknowledgement. I refuse to believe it, Helly declared fiercely, sweeping her hand to the right. The sea breeze was gentle, yet Zephr felt a chill beneath. Turning around, he discovered his garments floating nearby, gradually descending to the ground. Exclaimed Villia, standing aside, her fingers splayed before her eyes as she feigned ignorance. Zeal immediately retrieved a new outfit from the confines of the system space and, with a swift motion, appeared beside Helly. Captain, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Helly, beads of sweat trickling down her face, awkwardly glanced at the scowling Zeal. Stop. Captain, please. My dairy re. Oh, what a commotion. Meanwhile, Vivian leisurely reclined on a sunlit deck chair, one hand stroking the blue crow while the other held a book. With the addition of 7 new crew members, she no longer needed to helm the ship unless others were unable to manage. Sister Vivian, it seems we've arrived at War Island, Carol exclaimed, peering through a telescope. Vivian set her book aside and approached Carol. Just then, Helly's cries ceased, and upon hearing Carol's voice, Zeal halted his reprimand, placing the despondent Helly onto a lounge chair. Zeal opened the system map and discovered 2 red dots, indicating the presence of 2 devil fruits on War Island. However, it is said that this island is fraught with danger. Vivian, noticing that everyone had gathered around, spoke up. War Island, originally known as Passat Island, is a vast landmass with a population of approximately 3 million. 20 years ago, the old king passed away, leading to a fierce contest among the 3 princes for the throne, each refusing to yield to the others. Consequently, the nation fragmented, and the 3 factions engaged in relentless warfare, causing the population to plummet to just over 1.5 million. Due to the near-constant state of conflict, it earned the moniker of War Island. Bang, bang. Even before the ships reached the shore, the distant sound of gunfire echoed. On the coastline, around 100 individuals were pursuing a group of merely a dozen. As those being chased caught sight of Zeal and his companions' approaching vessel, their dirt-streaked faces brightened with hope. If we can commandeer that ship, we might survive, shouted one of the leading men, prompting the others to rally behind him. Young master, they are coming toward us, Carol exclaimed in alarm. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The brilliant yellow lightning struck the surface of the sea, electrifying those who had stepped into the water, leaving them charred and tinder. Zeph's gaze sharpened, and a formidable aura of Conqueror's hockey emanated from him, causing all those on the shore to collapse. Let us proceed. Anchor the ship a distance away. This island harbors great peril. Do you wish to disembark? The captain suggested. We might as well await your return on the vessel. Observing the silence among the others, Vivian turned to Zephr and said, Very well. I shall merely retrieve a few items. You all remain aboard. In truth, Zephr had no intention of allowing anyone to set foot on the island. The newly joined girls were merely ordinary individuals. Even with Zeph's assistance and training, they were still far too weak at present. Young master, I shall accompany you, Kelly interjected. Zeal nodded in consent, Carrie's abilities were indeed commendable, qualifying her as a formidable presence even in the tumultuous West Sea. Thus, Zeal embarked with Carrie and Pikachu onto the war-torn island engulfed in conflict. Little boar. We must train diligently to be of assistance to the captain, Villia exclaimed, cradling the small boar in her arms while gently stroking its fur. Zephr and his companion ventured into the forest, where the incessant sound of gunfire echoed, occasionally accompanied by the thunderous roar of artillery. As they traversed the woods, Zephr stumbled upon a vast battlefield, where two armies were engaged in a fierce struggle. The scale of the conflict suggested an alliance between two factions, one clearly outnumbering the other, with distinct uniforms marking their differences. However, the combatants on the field were predominantly children, mere adolescents of 12 or 13 years. Few wielded firearms. The majority brandished swords, knives, and even crude clubs, fighting desperately for their lives. "Young master, why are they all just children?" asked Kaylee, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Perhaps they are child soldiers, mere cannon fodder, their lives disregarded in the eyes of the powerful." Zeal responded to Kelly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, particularly on a girl with disheveled hair. She belonged to the outnumbered side, besieged by 5 or 6 assailants, all of whom she skillfully thwarted. Armed with a dagger, she reaped the lives of her foes. When confronted by a dual assault, she deftly bent to evade the attack, grounding herself and toppling 2 adversaries with a swift maneuver. With a graceful roll, she pivoted onto another opponent, swiftly slitting his throat. Then, circling around the fallen body, she lunged forward to eliminate yet another foe. Observing this, the remaining attackers swiftly filled the gaps, yet the girl seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their every strike, dodging each one effortlessly. She moved with the precision of a relentless killing machine, hunting down lives with chilling efficiency. What an extraordinary girl. Kelly, too, was astonished by the girl's prowess. Her combat instincts were undeniably formidable. To Zeal, the girl's strength appeared modest, yet her instinct for battle was exceptionally acute. She navigated the chaos of the battlefield with remarkable agility, evading capture with ease. After approximately half an hour, the true armies on both sides finally engaged. However, the numerically superior faction faced relentless defeat due to the disparity in their armaments. The outnumbered side wielded superior weapons, each fighter equipped with a firearm, while the opposing side had only about half of their number armed, and their weapons were outdated. "Let us proceed to find a village," he suggested. Zephr departed with Kelly, harboring no intention of engaging in the conflict between the two factions. Approximately half an hour later, the duo arrived at a dilapidated village. The settlement was predominantly inhabited by the elderly and women, all emaciated and burdened by a sense of desolation. Zeal entered a tavern, where only a handful of patrons lingered. An elderly man stood behind the bar, diligently polishing a glass. "Do you have any liquor?" Zeal inquired. The old man looked up, perplexed. "You wish to drink? What else would one do in a bar?" He continued, "You must be from out of town. There are no taverns left selling spirits, as they have all been depleted. Is there anything else available to drink?" Zeal pressed. "How about some oolong tea?" The elder suggested. "I'll have 3 cups," Zeal replied. Zephr nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the proprietor poured 3 cups of oolong tea. Zeal poured a cup for Kelly and Pikachu and took one for himself as well. "Boss, do you know of a girl on the battlefield?" "Ah, you must be referring to the Death Hunter, am I right?" "Death Hunter?" Zeal, in confusion, repeated the question. "Is she a girl with black hair, around 13 or 14 years old, who kills on the battlefield?" "Yes." "Does the boss know her?" Zeal reached into his pocket and retrieved 50,000 berries, placing them upon the table. The proprietor's eyes gleamed upon seeing the currency, and he discreetly tucked it into his bosom, casting a glance around the vicinity. "You are referring to the Death Hunter, Eliza, are you not? She was once an orphan from our village, her parents having perished on the battlefield. At the tender age of 10, she was captured by the 3rd Prince's army to serve as cannon fodder. Yet, fate was on her side. She faced the battlefield hundreds of times and survived each encounter. Her lethal prowess in slaying enemies earned her the moniker of Death Hunter. Do you know where she resides?" Zeal interrupted the boss and inquired. "It must be the cannon fodder camp, where those children conscripted as expendables reside. Do you have accommodations available here?" Zeal inquired once more. "How many rooms would you like?" "It will cost 30,000 belly per day. Just one will suffice for a stay of 2 days. No need to search further." Zeal produced 100,000 berries. Zeal enlisted Kelly's assistance to gather intelligence on the cannon fodder camp, leaving Pikachu in her care. He then followed the directions indicated on the system's map in search of the devil fruit. After approximately an hour of travel, Zeal arrived before a military encampment. Activating his observation hockey, he skillfully evaded all personnel and infiltrated the camp. After a brief search, he discovered a wooden box. Upon opening it, he found a pristine white devil fruit. Submitting the fruit for system analysis, a countdown of 3 hours initiated. Cautiously exiting the military camp, Zeal proceeded towards the location of another devil fruit. Ultimately, after a half-hour journey, he found himself in front of a towering tree. Zeal looked up and indeed saw a purple devil fruit hanging high upon the tree. Zeal stored the devil fruit in the system's warehouse and then turned back to the bar. Young master. The cannon fodder camp is located 5 kilometers to the south of the village. There is typically a garrison of about 1,000 soldiers stationed there to prevent the young men and women from escaping. Well done. Zeal complimented Kelly. Why are we only renting one room, my lord? Kelly asked, playfully tossing her red hair back. Due to budget constraints, Zeal replied. Is that so? Kelly inquired. A hint of disbelief in her voice. Pikachu, I am tired. Seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Pikachu jumped onto the table and promptly fell asleep. It's getting late. Let us bathe and retire for the night. After their bath, the two lay in bed, with Zeal embracing Kelly, his small hand soothing the startled teddy bear. My lord, do you desire anything? Kelly's cheeks flushed slightly, as Zeal's hands wandered a bit too freely. I am still young. I wish to sleep. Zeal replied with a grunt, emitting a snore. Were it not for his restless hands, Kelly would have been convinced he was asleep. Dinner is served, little devils. A soldier bellowed as he entered the makeshift camp, bearing a large basin of brown rice. The rice appeared abundant, yet it was woefully insufficient for the 300 souls residing in the camp. Upon hearing the call, the crowd jostled towards the wooden basin, resorting to their hands to scoop the rice, as utensils seemed a mere figment of imagination. A few tall individuals monopolized the front, leaving the majority to scramble for scraps, with many others resigned to merely inhaling the fragrant aroma of the rice. The chaotic scene persisted until the arrival of a girl who brought an air of stillness. She possessed long, dark hair and wore tattered garments, cradling a wooden bowl in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Though diminutive in stature, all instinctively parted ways for her, none daring to utter a word. This girl was none other than the infamous death hunter, Eliza. Previously, some had sought to bully her due to their size, but they soon found themselves with their throats cut. Coupled with her fearsome reputation forged on the battlefield, no one dared to provoke her. Eliza filled her wooden bowl to the brim with rice, disregarding the others, and departed from the throng. Beneath the grand tree, she sharpened 2 twigs with her dagger, holding both the twigs and the blade as she quietly consumed her meal. She ate swiftly, finishing in no time. Are you not going to fetch another bowl? A man's voice whispered in her ear. At the sound, Eliza instinctively hurled her wooden bowl behind her and lunged with her dagger. Zeal waved his hand to knock away the wooden bowl, then seized Eliza's wrist as she brandished the dagger. Eliza remained unperturbed. At the very moment her hand was grasped, she kicked out with both legs, attempting to bring the man before her crashing to the ground. Bang! Bang! Eliza felt as though she had struck not flesh, but steel. The man she had targeted showed no sign of movement. Zeal paid no heed to Elisa's kick, although it was formidable for an ordinary individual. It was of little consequence to her. Zeal seized the dagger from Eliza's grasp, only to witness her gaze transform into a frenzy. Eliza launched another punch. Yet Zeal effortlessly captured her wrist once more. Just as he believed she might regain her composure, her head suddenly loomed large before him, colliding directly against him with a resounding thud. Bang! Zeal's forehead was drenched in blood, yet not a single drop belonged to him. Elisa, who had delivered a crushing blow to Zeal, wore a dazed expression, yet she still tilted her head back, preparing to strike once more. We can engage in conversation. Zeal's body erupted with blood, binding Elisa's hands. I thought to myself, never mind, someone is coming. Zeal, endowed with extraordinary observation hockey, sensed an approaching presence. With the bound Eliza in tow, he deftly evaded all others and departed from the camp of the Expendables. Adjacent to this camp lay the military barracks, and any attempt to escape would lead to the risk of being besieged by the troops. However, for a formidable individual like Zeal, blessed with remarkable observation abilities, maneuvering with ease was a matter of course. Zeal paid no heed to Elisa's struggles as he led her away. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zeal brought Elisa to an uninhabited clearing. When I release you, you must not flee. If you understand, respond to me. With one hand, Zeal held Elisa, his crimson eyes fixed on her with a menacing glare. Return my dagger, Elisa spoke, her voice cold and resolute. Zeal nodded. retracting the blood and tossing the dagger to her. The dagger was quite old, yet it was meticulously maintained by Elisa, gleaming with a polished sheen. Holding the dagger in her hand, Elisa's gaze regained its tranquility as she looked up at Zell with calmness. "Would you like to leave this place with me? I can take you away." Zell and Eliza exchanged glances before he inquired, "Why?" "Because you are worthy, your talents are formidable, and I believe you should not remain here." "Very well, I shall depart with you. In truth, you might contemplate it further. Will you accompany me?" Do you consent? I cannot bring myself to end your life." Eliza's response cast a shadow over Zell's countenance. "What does it mean that you cannot kill me? If you could, would you not act upon it directly? Come here." Zell commanded Elisa with a grave demeanor. Without hesitation, Elisa approached him, standing at a mere 1.4 meters. She appeared even more delicate before Zell's towering height of 2 meters. Zell placed her hand gently upon Eliza's forehead, invoking her fruitability. Eliza felt a soothing warmth envelop her brow. The pain from her bleeding head dissipated, leaving her invigorated, as if cradled in her mother's embrace. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden as she gazed at the dagger in her hand, and it seemed to conjure the image of her mother once more. "Eliza, wield this dagger, and let it serve as your shield henceforth." Observing Eliza lost in contemplation of the dagger, Zell pondered its profound significance to her. With a tender ruffle of Eliza's hair, Zell withdrew her hand. "Let us proceed." Zell returned to the bar with Eliza, astonishing many patrons. "Young master, you have returned," exclaimed a bearded old man. "Pikachu, indeed, the issue has been resolved. It is time to depart." After Zell's exit, the patrons began to converse among themselves. "Boss, that girl was a death hunter, wasn't she?" inquired the scruffy old man. "What death hunter? She is merely an ordinary girl," the boss retorted, casting a disapproving glare at the old man. Along the coast, Vilya on the ship spotted Zell and the others, and promptly shouted, "The captain is back." Without hesitation, she leaped from the ship and ran towards Zell. Zell embraced the rushing Vilya, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "It has only been 2 days, not 2 years. She also wishes to be with the captain." Vilya, realizing the situation, felt her cheeks flush and muttered a response. Zephr set Vilya down and, after greeting the other women, introduced Eliza to them. Among the women, all but Heli had lost their loved ones, and they felt a deep sympathy for Eliza, who had endured a similar fate. Zephr instructed Kelly to take Elisa to freshen up while he returned to his room. The retrieval of the devil fruit from last night had concluded, yielding the paramecia-type bone fruit. This rewarded Zephr with the gene for hardened bones, though he had yet to claim it. The concept was straightforward yet immensely powerful. The bearer's bones could continually harden. Zephr envisioned the potential of becoming the hardest bone in the pirate world. Upon claiming the reward, he experienced an intense itch, as if insects were burrowing into his bones. Approximately 3 minutes later, he returned to normal. Clenching his fist, Zephr sensed a surge of strength coursing through him. Standing before the mirror, he noticed he had perhaps grown a little taller, reaching a height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters. After examining the changes, Zephr shifted his focus back to the system's retrieval screen, where the search for another devil fruit had also concluded. The retrieval was successful, revealing the paramecia-type shadow fruit. The reward was a shadow clone. The shadow fruit? The devil fruit of the Moonlight Moria? Zell was taken aback for a moment but soon found it reasonable. Moria was originally born in the West Sea and was still merely a young lad of around 12 or 13 years. Although the means by which he acquired the shadow fruit remained a mystery, it was clear that he would have no further connection with this devil fruit in the future. The shadow clone, a manifestation controlled by the original body, possessed 70% of the original strength. While it could not utilize the powers of the original's devil fruit, it did wield a diminished version of the shadow fruit's abilities. With a mere thought, Zell's shadow seemed to come alive. Furthermore, he could perceive the vision of the shadow clone, as if he were maneuvering his own body. Zell conducted an experiment and discovered that the shadow clone could infiltrate the darkness and was impervious to defeat. However, once dispersed, it required a period of time to rejuvenate, with the duration contingent upon the extent of damage incurred. Moreover, Zell possessed the ability to instantaneously swap places with the shadow clone, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. An hour later, Zell emerged from his chamber. Beneath the twilight, vessels glided serenely over the tranquil sea, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of women nearby, which filled Zell with a profound sense of tranquility. In the year 1486 of the Sea Round, on a deserted island known as Beast Island in the Western Sea, a young girl with blue hair styled in twin ponytails commanded a multicolored dragon. Fire Dragon, Unleash your flames. Circle bear, evade, and charge. Responded another young woman with straight blue hair, directing a robust circle bear. What an opportunity. Fire dragon, strike down. The colossal black dragon ascended, clutching the charging circle bear, only to crash it back to the ground, leaving the circle bear dazed. Oh yes, I won. My fire dragon is incredible, Vilya exclaimed with glee, running over to embrace her victorious fire dragon, which was still belching flames into the sky in a display of triumph. Well done, Vilya. Zeal expressed his approval of Vilya's improvisational skills. This group, naturally, consists of Zeal's companions, currently training on Beast Island, where Zeal has been honing his abilities for the past 2 years. Over the course of a year, Zeal traversed a significant portion of the West Sea. As his strength grew, he also acquired numerous devil fruits, receiving a variety of rewards. Among these were the Paramecia-type magnet fruit, which bestowed magnetic technology, including maglev trains, magnetic electricity generation, and devices for disrupting magnetic fields, the Paramecia-type exoskeleton fruit, which granted exoskeletal genes, the Paramecia-type rope fruit, which rewarded the sealing rope that can bind armament hockey and devil fruit abilities, the Paramecia-type scent fruit, which offered scent synthesis technology applicable in perfumery and food seasoning, the Paramecia-type fur fruit, which provided the Paramecia-type penetrate fruit, which presented a special method for manufacturing armor-piercing ammunition, and the Paramecia-type speed fruit, which rewarded 5 bottles of speed potion and a recipe, enhancing speed threefold, with effectiveness dependent on the user's stamina, after which one would succumb to fatigue. Furthermore, the Zoan-type bug fruit in its telephone bug form rewarded the ammonite beast lineage, with a unique individual capable of eavesdropping on all telephone bug communications. The Zoan-type frog fruit in its rain frog form rewarded the Bulbasaur lineage. The Zoan-type bug fruit in its butterfly form rewarded the green caterpillar lineage. The Zoan-type bird fruit in its canary form rewarded the Pidgey lineage. The Zoan-type snake fruit in its rattlesnake form rewarded the adder lineage. The Zoan-type cow fruit in its cow form rewarded the Dairykin lineage. The Zoan-type dog fruit in its dachshund form rewarded the puppy lineage. The Zoan-type bug fruit in its earthworm form rewarded the soil dragon lineage. The Zoan-type dog fruit in its Shiba Inu form rewarded the cardigan lineage. The Paramecia-type rabbit fruit in its lop rabbit form rewarded the curlier lineage. The Zoan-type human fruit in its fairy form rewarded the Luluras lineage. The Zoan-type human fruit in its long-armed form rewarded the arm power lineage. The ancient-type fish fruit in its Deinosuchus form rewarded the small-saw crocodile lineage and the black-eyed crocodile lineage. This constituted 7 Paramecia-type fruits, 12 ordinary Zoan-type fruits, and 1 ancient-type fruit. As Zeal observed the sisterly battle between Vilya and Villian, Clearus approached, cradling an ammonite beast. Captain, I have acquired the intelligence you requested regarding the Valley of the Gods. Just 3 minutes ago, a girl identifying herself as Ginny disclosed the location of the valley to a formidable pirate crew at sea. Clearus's eyes dimmed slightly as she continued. She mentioned that the celestial dragons are conducting a hunting game in the valley, targeting slaves and indigenous people. Her tone was laced with confusion and indignation. Go summon everyone. Zeal gently patted her head, smiling as he spoke. In approximately 10 minutes, everyone had gathered. Zeal addressed the assembly, inquiring, "Are you familiar with Adrian Island?" Without allowing a moment for response, he continued, 3 years passed. A band of self-proclaimed nobles annihilated Adrian Island, leaving but a single survivor. I am he. Fully known as Adrian Zeal, the prince who was destined to perish. At this revelation, the crowd gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The captain, Vilya, opened her mouth, intending to offer solace to Zeal, but he forestalled her. Now, the cruel game of hunting is set to commence once more. In the divine valley of the Western Sea. There, the mighty converge, creating a battlefield of unparalleled brutality. Yet, I must venture forth. I shall sanctify the fallen of Adrian Island with the blood of those hunters, allowing them to experience the sensation of being prey. Zeal had much to express, yet ultimately uttered but 4 words. Wait for my return. Zeal is acutely aware that his current strength merely equates to that of a substitute general. Even with the aid of medication, he can only match the combat prowess of a second-rate general like Green Bull. In the presence of formidable figures such as Rox, Roger, Carp, and the 5 elders, he would be utterly defenseless. However, this occasion presents not only a chance for vengeance, but also the most opportune moment for him to augment his own power. The bloodline of the strong harbors the potential to significantly enhance his abilities. Therefore, it is imperative that he embarks on this journey. Zeal had no intention of taking a boat this time. Instead, he soared towards the Valley of the Gods atop his Charizard. Notably, aside from Pokemon like Pikachu and the small boar that had not evolved to their final forms, all others appeared significantly larger than their counterparts in the original world. Take this shimmering Charizard, for instance, standing 5 meters tall with a wingspan of 7 meters. In the Valley of the Gods, a purple-haired boy turned to the pink-haired girl beside him and inquired, "Ginny, has the message been sent?" "Yes, little Ivan," Ginny nodded at Ivankov. Upon seeing this, Ivankov climbed onto a large rock and shouted down to the slaves below, "The celestial dragon's hunting game is about to commence. Are you willing to perish without a fight? The pirates will disrupt this hunt, giving us a glimmer of hope for survival. Among the prizes in this hunting competition are the meatball fruit and the azure dragon fruit. If we can seize them, we shall be free. Who wishes to join us?" Ivankov stirred the slaves' spirits, but none responded. "I will join you," a tall boy with a buzz cut answered. "Kuma," Ginny exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing him. "New World, Hakanosu Island." With his red hair billowing, Rox raised his arm, gazing at the vast fleet that blotted out the sun, and bellowed, "Let us go and slay those thieves and reclaim what is ours." Ambition swelled in Rox's eyes, as if the entire world lay at his feet. This was his chance to obtain that coveted item, and with it, he could ascend to the throne of the world. Below, Captain John drank his wine, while Wang Ji and Silver Axe concealed their faces behind masks, rendering their features indistinguishable. "Hey, Newgate, do you know what the captain's agenda is this time?" "He summoned us all back," Silver Axe queried. "Guhu." "No idea," Newgate replied nonchalantly, taking a swig from his bottle. This would be his last mission as a member of the Rox Pirates. Afterward, he intended to set sail in search of his family. And what about Linlin? She must be looking for that rookie. In an unknown maritime region of the New World, Roger pondered, "Are you truly planning to partake in this battle?" Upon hearing this, Roger lowered his gaze. "Rayleigh, Rox must perish. His ambition knows no bounds." Rayleigh scratched his head. "This is quite a predicament. But who am I to question your decisions as captain?" At Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku expressed his concerns to Fleet Admiral Kong. "Admiral Kong, the Rox Pirates have assembled at Hakanosu Island." "Damn it, Sengoku, hurry and recall Carp from his leave." Kong realized the gravity of the situation. Carp was unlikely to come to the Celestial Dragon's aid. Sengoku had to add, "Tell him to come and capture Roger." The world was in turmoil, and the major powers were converging on the Valley of the Gods for the grandest of wars. In the Valley of the Gods, one of the 5 elders, the scientific defense deity, Saint Saturn, stood atop a platform, donning a hat. Behind him stood a row of immobile CP-0 agents clad in white suits, resembling statues. Below him were 7 celestial dragons, armed and dressed in diving suits, known as the Knights of God. Further down were the ordinary celestial dragons, exhibiting a range of emotions, boredom, excitement, and reluctance regarding the forthcoming hunting game. This hunt was set to last 10 days, with the victor earning the honor of safeguarding the celestial dragons. A group of reluctant celestial dragons suddenly perked up at the mention of honor. The hunting began, with the celestial dragons commanding the slaves to slaughter one another, indiscriminately firing their weapons. The gunfire echoed, and the slaves scattered in terror, the indigenous people unaware of their impending doom as bullets pierced through their chests. Only belatedly did they realize they were the prey. "Ha ha ha, don't run, prey. Dying at the hands of the great celestial dragons is your honor. Run. Hurry. They are demons." "Mommy, where are you?" "My child." The raucous laughter of the celestial dragons mingled with the desperate struggles of the slaves and the bewilderment of the indigenous people, resonating throughout the valley. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood as an inhumane massacre commenced. Suddenly, cannonballs rained down from the sky, landing near the celestial dragons, blocked by the Knights of God. A terrifying wave of conquerors' hockey swept through the air, splitting the sky. "Ha ha. Let the hunt begin. This is the treasure trove of the celestial dragons. Let us seize its riches." The raucous voices of the pirates echoed from the coastline. "Treasure? I'm coming." Hearing the word treasure, Captain John tossed aside his wine bottle and charged towards the Valley of the Gods, followed closely by Silver Axe and Wang Ji. No one could resist the allure of treasure. Even Shiki and Newgate were intrigued. Shiki sought to establish his own aerial fleet, which required substantial funding, while Newgate needed resources to care for his children. "Kaido, remember, after this, you're joining my crew," the youthful and beautiful Charlotte Linlin addressed Kaido. However, Kaido remained unresponsive. As a king endowed with conqueror's haki, he could not be subordinate to anyone except Rox, who was of overwhelming strength. Rox, stop. Fleet Admiral Kong, sensing the commotion at the coast, hurled a punch at Rox. Rox countered with a punch of his own, mockingly retorting, Kong, is that you? Protecting the celestial dragons while hunting slaves and indigenous people, ha ha ha. The two fists collided in midair, unleashing black lightning that surged chaotically, generating a cloud of dust. Kong was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into various structures along the way. You Navy dogs, kneeling and acting like pets, will never awaken Conqueror's Haki. Without it, you cannot contend with me. Rox's red hair stood upright like flames, continuously emanating Conqueror's Haki. Rox, what are you doing here? Saint Saturn's voice, accompanied by his Conqueror's Haki, surged toward Rox. Why? To reclaim what is mine, and to seize your treasures. Saturn, do you know where the Celestial King is? Rox's voice echoed throughout the valley, igniting curiosity among the crowd. Shiki swung his sword to deflect Sengoku's punch and inquired, Hey, Sengoku, do you know what the Celestial King is? Sengoku, radiant in gold, ignored Shiki's question and unleashed another powerful wave towards him. Slash wave. Shiki, in response, wielded his weapons, creating two formidable slashes to counter the massive golden hand. Charlotte Linlin, hearing Rox's words, burst into laughter. Mama, the Celestial King? I want that too. Even Newgate was astonished by the existence of the emperors. He had anticipated this to be merely an ordinary invasion. Rox, it seems the world government has been excessively lenient with you. This time, you shall remain here forever, proclaimed Saint Satan as his body began to transform. Horns sprouted from his head, and his lower half morphed into spider legs, enveloped in a swirling cloud of black flames. Beast type. Mythical Zoan, Oni form. Haha, you cannot withstand my mythical Zoan. In an instant, Rox appeared before Saint Satan, delivering a devastating punch imbued with immense destructive power. Saint Satan hastily countered with a spider leg cloaked in Haki, attempting to block the blow. Upon their collision, a powerful gust of wind erupted from their clash, creating a grand spectacle. However, Rox's strength prevailed, piercing through Saint Satan's spider leg. Yet, the wound healed almost instantaneously, demonstrating the formidable and unreasonable regenerative capabilities of the mythical Zoan. At that moment, the propelled Sora launched an attack. His physique began to swell, golden fur and a tail sprouting forth, surrounded by the same ominous flames. Beast type, monkey fruit. Ancient type, diamond form. Faced with the dual assault, Rox's counterattacks became more calculated, yet he still navigated the onslaught with ease. Meanwhile, Newgate was obstructed by the commander of CP-0. The Golden Lion Shiki was left behind by Admiral Sengoku. Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Claw Kelt, the four-armed monstrosity Showman, the Fishman Bess, and the explosive man Dio each engaged 7 members of the Divine Knights. Charlotte Linlin, unhindered, advanced with Kaido towards the palace at the heart of God Valley. The remaining pirates of the Rox Pirates clashed fiercely with the Navy and CP-0 agents. Slaves scattered in terror, with Kuma, Ivankov, and Ginny racing towards the direction of the Devil Fruits. Battles erupted in nearly every corner, plunging the entire God Valley into chaos. Amidst this tumultuous battlefield, the figure of Zell quietly emerged. Zell left his fire dragon outside the Valley of Gods, approaching alone. Without involving himself in the fierce battle of the powerful, Zell summoned his shadow clone to seek out the Devil Fruits, while he himself hunted those with weaker abilities linked to the fruits. In the Barbarian Bull Valley, a bounty of 245 million was only considered average strength within the Rox Pirates, not even worthy of being a subordinate. It is important to note that Rox himself had a staggering bounty of 5 billion, with each of his subordinates having at least 1 billion. While the likes of Shiki, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin boasted bounties exceeding 3 billion. With a swift strike, Zell dispatched a Minotaur, then lifted his gaze towards the sea. Once again, powerful presences approached. The Roger Pirates had arrived at the Valley of Gods. Rox, stand down. The formidable Conqueror's Haki accompanied Roger's declaration, directed towards Rox at the heart of the battlefield. Rox, I implore you to cease. The overwhelming Haki surged forth, igniting an unparalleled fury within Rox. Roger, are you also here to thwart me? I cannot allow you to destroy this world. Rox laughed derisively at Roger's words. Ha ha ha. Roger, you are a pirate. Do you dare speak of justice to me? Roger offered no reply. Instead, a terrifying flash of blade responded to Rox. Divine avoidance. Rox deflected the attacks from Saint Satan and Kong, then retaliated with a powerful punch that shattered Roger's assault. Whitebeard, Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Linlin. Rox roared, instilling a fleeting fear in the minds of those paddling nearby, compelling them to focus. Silver Axe evaded the strike of a Knight of God, swinging his axe towards Roger. Bang! Jabba raised his axe to meet him in a clash. Do not impede our captain. The two axes collided violently, sending sparks flying. Seeing Silver Axe intercepted, Wang Ji also broke free from his opponent, only to be confronted by Rayleigh midway. Silver's Rayleigh, what brings the Roger pirates here? What brings us here? If the captain wishes to come, we, his crew, must follow. Rayleigh responded with a hint of resignation, yet his sword remained ever vigilant, blocking every strike from Wang Ji's massive sword. Emperoress domination. Charlotte Lin Lin, compelled by Rock's words, joined the fray, forcing Kong to engage her. Although Saint Satan found Roger's actions perplexing, he did not squander the opportunity, relentlessly attacking Rox with his spider legs. You cannot stop me. I, the king, shall obtain it. Rock's expression grew increasingly frenzied as he grasped a spider leg and twisted it violently, tearing it off. Ah, Rox, perish. Saint Satan's countenance contorted as he launched an even more frenzied assault on Rox. Two spider legs converged, entwining their armed and conqueror's haki in a descending strike. Come on. Too weak, Satan. Rox forcibly absorbed the onslaught, his body sinking into the ground, yet his frenzied voice continued to instill dread in Saint Satan. Divine avoidance. Roger pursued with the intent to inflict severe injury upon Rox, but Rox used Satan as a shield to absorb the blow. Just as Roger was poised to continue his attack, Rox appeared behind him, his fist enveloped in Conqueror's haki and crackling with black lightning, descending with tremendous force. In a moment of urgency, Zell cloaked his hand in armament haki to shield against Rock's fist. Bang! Roger was still sent flying. Rock's strength had become insurmountable. Saint Satan was compelled to accept this outcome, barely managing to fend off Rox in coordination with Roger. As the central battlefield erupted in combat, the Shadow clone had already infiltrated the palace. Guided by the System S map, the clone swiftly located a treasure chamber, not bothering to inspect the devil fruits, but instead waving its hand to collect them into the System S space. Subsequently, it melded into the shadows of the palace and entered the next room, commencing the collection of devil fruits and treasures. The patrolling guards and naval officers remained oblivious to the presence of a detestable little thief lurking among them. As the Shadow clone effortlessly gathered the devil fruits, Zell encountered his first worthy adversary. Blood Scythe Sterling, a Paramecia-type scythe fruit user, with a bounty of 1.23 billion. Hey, little brat, you're having quite the killing spree. Zell remained unresponsive and launched an attack directly. Blood stained the landscape thousands of miles. Raging Wind. The Crimson Blade met the Azure Strike in a clash of equal might. Raging Wind, Tornado. Sterling spun, forming a cerulean whirlwind that surged towards Zell, rendering escape impossible. Blood stained a Foul Wind. The Azure Tornado collided with the Crimson Vortex, akin to two typhoons converging. After approximately 10 seconds, the blue whirlwind ceased. Sterling clutched his wound, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Zell. Each time Zaya struck, it felt as though his body was being torn apart. A pain that reached deep into his soul. Bloodstained Dragon. The Crimson Serpent ravaged Sterling, blood gushing forth relentlessly. After approximately 5 minutes, Sterling collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and devoid of color. Gazing up at the celestial dragons, who fled in terror from the pirates, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in Zayre's eyes. The hunt had commenced. A corpulent celestial dragon rejected the CP agent's pleas for him to leave, indiscriminately executing a slave with a single gunshot. You worthless fools. Unable to thwart even the pirates. I am a celestial dragon, a god. Those pirates dare not kill me. In an instant, a flash of red illuminated the scene. A headless corpse tumbling to the ground, leaving the nearby CP agents utterly unprepared. Who dares to slay a great celestial dragon? The CP agent cried in terror, only to soon find his own head severed from his body. In his final moments, he glimpsed a man clad in black, a figure drenched in blood. In the ensuing chaos, a pirate crew felt a Zayre's blade every 3 minutes on average. The celestial dragons, who fancied themselves divine, began to panic, cursing Zaya as they evaded his relentless pursuit. Where are the Marines? Come protect me. I am a god. No lowly creature can slay me. Spare me, and I shall offer you great riches. Ah, save me. The tale of Zell hunting the celestial dragons ignited fervor among all pirates. Even the distant rocks took notice. Observing Zell in his pursuit of the celestial dragons, he exclaimed, Ha ha ha. The celestial dragons have been slain. My comrades, the celestial dragons are merely domesticated swine, vulnerable to our blades. Go forth, eliminate the celestial dragons, and let the world witness the might of the Rock's pirates. The morale of the pirates surged, driving the navy into a retreat. Seeing the dire situation, Sengoku hastily disentangled himself from Shiki, unwilling to incur further casualties among the Navy. Shiki, noticing Sengoku's departure, chose not to pursue. Instead, he sought the one he had long desired, Roger. Roger, join my pirate crew, and together we shall dominate the world. Shiki had resolved to part ways with the Rocks pirates and harbored a foreboding sense that the decision to invade God Valley was a grave mistake. Rocks would pay dearly for his arrogance. Shiki, are you betraying me? Upon hearing Shiki's words, Rocks realized his intention to leave the crew, which incited his fury. No, Captain. I am here to assist you. Shiki recognized the inopportune timing of his declaration as a wave of slashing energy surged towards the colossal Satan. Golden Lion, you seek your own demise. Satan roared, raising his massive spider leg to strike down upon Shiki. Black lightning enveloped the leg, fracturing the very earth beneath. However, as a user of the float fruit, Shiki deftly evaded the assault, entangling himself with Satan. Without Satan to share the burden of damage, Roger found himself under even greater pressure. Each blow from Rocks was increasingly difficult for Roger to withstand. Roger, perish. Rocks bellowed. Only your death can bring tranquility to the seas and safety to this world. As the dark fist collided with the massive sword of Ace, black lightning seemed to tear through the fabric of space itself. On the coastline, a dog-headed warship raced towards the fray. On the gangplank stood Carp, with his black buzz cut, his face alight with excitement. Roger, this time you cannot escape. Carp's voice echoed before his arrival. A wave of terrifying energy swept across the island, shaking all who were engaged in battle. What an overwhelming presence! Zell lifted his head in awe at the imposing presence of Carp. As Carp plunged into the battlefield, he immediately spotted his old friend, Roger, engaged in a fierce duel with Rocks. Upon hearing Carp's words, Roger's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure and roared, Carp, come join me in eliminating Rocks. His ambitions are too vast, and he poses a great threat to the world. Don't you fear the Rocks pirates as well? If we take down Rocks, his crew will disband. Carp glanced at the chaotic battlefield and then at the clash between Roger and Rocks. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to join Roger in his fight against Rocks. Are you, the Navy, truly collaborating with pirates? Rocks, taken aback by Roger's sudden appearance and now faced with the onslaught of two adversaries, felt a surge of fury. Iron Fist, Divine Avoidance, as their attacks converged. Rock's formidable conqueror's haki enveloped his fists, resulting in a stalemate. The ground began to shatter beneath them, akin to an explosion, as a blinding light illuminated the area for miles. Zell, having just slain a CP agent, fixated his gaze on the confrontation among the three. Is this the pinnacle of power on the seas? Indeed. There is still much to learn. Carp and Roger, perish. Demonic abyss. Rocks, now cornered by their relentless assault, no longer concealed his true strength. The ground around him darkened, transforming into an inky blackness, as black water surged forth with an immense gravitational pull, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. Both Carp and Roger were taken aback by Rock's sudden display of his devil fruit power, hastily retreating from the dark water's grasp. Dark fruit. Satan's saint, engaged with Shiki, also noticed the transformation in Rocks and exclaimed incredulously, the dark fruit, how deeply concealed it is, Captain Rocks. Shiki, too, was astonished to learn of Rock's powers. Ha. The dark fruit, is it? Whitebeard, having sent the CP chief into the depths, turned his attention to Rocks. Emperor's sword, shattering blade. Big Mom cleaved the air with her sword, also fixating her gaze on Rocks. Mother, the dark fruit, such a powerful devil fruit. The inhabitants of the island were equally shocked by Rock's sudden exhibition of his abilities, given that he had never previously wielded the powers of a devil fruit. Dark water. Rocks commanded the dark water to ensnare Carp and Roger, intent on preventing their escape from the demonic abyss. Fist of collision. Carp unleashed a blow fortified with Conqueror's haki, only to have it neutralized by Rocks, feeling as though he had struck water. Dark trap. The dark water enveloped Roger and Carp, ensnaring them as if they were caught in a pit, their breathing becoming labored. Divine avoidance. Roger's slash shattered the dark trap, allowing both to escape successfully. Rocks, as long as you live, a new era cannot commence. This time, you shall remain here forever. I am the king of the world. What concern is the era to me, as long as it bears my name, Rocks? The three warriors clashed once more. As the sky tore apart, the earth shattered. Dust and blood scattering in all directions. Aside from the battlefield of Rocks, others appeared to be merely coasting through the chaos. Charlotte Linlin abandoned the sky, directly riding Zeus towards the 6 devil fruits that awaited as prizes. At that instant, shadowy duplicates had also finished plundering the palace and were heading towards the treasure chests. However, prior to their arrival, Ivankov, Kuma, and Ginny had already reached the prize. Ivankov obtained the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form, while Kuma snatched the pawpaw fruit. Just as Ivankov reveled in his acquisition of the devil fruit, he was confronted by a figure gliding on a cloud. "Little brat, hand over the devil fruit." Charlotte Lean's commanding voice resonated, causing Ivankov to tremble, his desire to consume the fruit faltering. As the two faced off, the shadowy duplicate stealthily approached, swiftly collecting the remaining 4 treasure chests before vanishing into the shadows. In contrast to Ivankov's hesitation, Kuma acted decisively, consuming the pawpaw fruit the moment he acquired it. Faced with Charlotte Lin, Ivankov had no choice but to relinquish the azure dragon fruit. Having claimed the devil fruit, Charlotte Lin made no further delay, heading straight for her ally Kaido. "Ivankov, are you all right?" Kuma rushed to Ivankov's side, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, Kuma. Hurry and teleport us out." "Understood." As he consumed the pawpaw fruit, Kuma immediately grasped its powers. He placed his hand on Ivankov, enveloping him in a white bubble that vanished instantaneously. "Ginny, you go ahead. I will save a few more." Kuma placed his hand on Ginny, who then disappeared in an instant. After sending off the two, Kuma began aiding the slaves and indigenous people, his compassion preventing him from witnessing their demise. However, Kuma's actions drew attention, and Satan Saint, locked in a standoff with Shiki, grew furious at the sight of Kuma, the slave who had pilfered the celestial dragon's treasure. "Shiki, get out of my way." Satan Saint's fierce gaze bore down on Shiki, instilling an ominous premonition. As danger loomed, Shiki quickly distanced himself. Lion's might, earthquake. The ground trembled as 4 earthen lions sprang forth, surrounding Satan Saint. The flames swirling around Satan Saint's spider legs shattered the surrounding lions. As dust flew, Shiki remained on guard against Satan Saint's attack, but Satan Saint vanished, leaving behind a pentagram formation. A sense of peril enveloped Kuma, a colossal shadow looming over him. Struggling to turn, he found Satan Saint had materialized behind him. "Extinct race slave, you have stolen from the celestial dragons." The merciless voice echoed, filled with scorn, sending a shiver through Kuma's heart. His father's voice resonated in his ears. "The liberators will return, and Mika will free all slaves." Kuma lifted his gaze, summoning his courage to meet Satan Saint's stare. "Are we born to be slaves? Why do the celestial dragons possess inherent rights? If I had power, I would undoubtedly aid those in need." Satan Saint listened calmly to Kuma's words, raising his spider leg, its sharp stinger aimed at Kuma. "Those with such thoughts should be eradicated." Satan Saint dismissed Kuma's words with contempt, preparing to strike him down. At that moment, a cold voice resonated. "Should the kind-hearted be eradicated? What a dreadful world this is." "Who?" A terrifying surge of conquerors' haki swept through, causing Satan Saint to grow wary. Satan Saint spun around, swinging his fist towards the source behind him. Bang! The crimson long blade clashed with his fist, sending sparks flying. "I am Adrian Zeal." Another with kingly potential? The onlookers in God's Valley turned their attention towards the mysterious wielder of Conqueror's haki. "Adrian, a survivor still remains. You insects, just accept your demise." Satan Saint intensified his strength, sending Zell hurtling through the air. "You pathetic insects, utterly overestimating yourselves." Regarding Zer's frailty, Satan Saint regarded him with disdain. Ahem. Experiencing the overwhelming power of the world's foremost strongman, Zer felt as though his entire being was shattering. Nevertheless, Zer, being a transmigrator, resolved that if he could not prevail, he would resort to medicinal remedies. Zell retrieved 2 vials from the system's realm, one containing a berserk potion and the other a swift potion. As he brandished both vials, a surge of power coursed through him, and time itself seemed to slow, igniting an urge to unleash his might. Bloodstained 3,000 miles. A blade of crimson light, stretching over 100 meters, surged forth with an unparalleled ferocity towards Saint Satan. Piercing attack. Saint Satan enveloped his spikes with Conqueror's haki, and the 2 spikes clashed with the blade, resulting in a stalemate. Saint Satan was perplexed by Zell's sudden amplification of strength. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zell had already closed the distance between them. Bloodstained, wandering dragon. A colossal blood-red dragon sank its fangs into Satan's spider-like legs, tearing flesh and spilling blood in its wake. Saint Satan attempted to recuperate, only to realize that the relentless flow of blood severely hindered his recovery rate. Is this the blood fruit? Perhaps it is best to cast this cursed fruit back into the depths of the ocean. Saint Satan's fierce gaze bore down on Zell, quickening Zel's heartbeat and rendering his breaths labored. In desperation, Zel was compelled to shut his eyes, relying on his observation haki to engage with Saint Satan. You ought to perish. Your family is already dead, yet you cling to life. Saint Satan's voice echoed, laden with malice, as his conqueror's haki battered against Zel. Complicating his battle further, thoughts of his deceased family and countrymen flashed through his mind, along with memories of his companions and Pokemon. In the relentless training of the past 3 years, Zel's sense of indignation grew ever more intense. He aspired to become the sovereign of the world. And how could he falter here? Since his awakening, the once unyielding conqueror's haki had begun to strengthen, its formidable presence even capable of withstanding the haki of Saint Satan. Bloodstained 8,000 miles. Zel drew his body back, intertwining the powers of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and the abilities of his bloodline fruit, unleashing a full-force strike. A blade of black and crimson light erupted with the fury of lightning, its 300-meter slash seemingly rending the heavens asunder. Satan Saint's fists, shrouded in armament and conqueror's haki, collided with this sky-splitting slash. The sound of tearing filled the air as a grievous gash appeared across Satan Saint's body, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Noticing the bear lingering nearby, Zel recognized its intention to assist him, yet it was evident that the creature had not comprehended his true strength. You must flee at once. The bear, which had been waiting for an opportunity to escort Zel away, hesitated momentarily upon hearing the voice. However, it quickly retaliated with a mighty paw, propelling itself away. Blood returns to the source. Seizing the moment while Satan was momentarily incapacitated, Zel unleashed the full potential of his fruit abilities. The inhabitants of the Valley of the Gods felt an exhilarating surge within their veins, yet it bore no tangible effect. Only the formidable beings present turned their gaze towards Zel, cognizant that the fruit was on the brink of awakening. Blood from various sources seeped into the ground, converging towards Zel. From beneath the earth, a maelstrom of blood erupted, encircling him. After a brief duration, the whirlwind dissipated, and all the blood was absorbed by Zel, instilling within him a profound sense of transformation, while his comprehension of the fruit reached unprecedented heights. Zel's figure emerged, his crimson pupils exuding an enchanting allure. A faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the already risen Satan Saint. Blood realm descends. As the epicenter of this malevolent phenomenon, the ground began to transform. Waves of sanguine tide sweeping across several miles, even the sky was tainted a deep crimson. Bloodthirsty tsunami. The waves, composed of gathered blood, surged and crashed down towards Satan Saint. Cursed remnants. Satan Saint was bewildered by Zel's sudden surge in power, his unexpected mastery of dominance, and the abrupt awakening of his abilities. Who could possibly grow stronger in an instant? Could it be that he too harbored the potential to become a legendary master? In truth, Satan Saint had merely amplified Zel's conqueror's haki. His newfound strength was akin to consuming potent drugs, and his awakening was a consequence of ingesting the blood of the formidable. As for the dominance, Zel had trained in it long ago. However, his haki was insufficiently potent to sustain its use. Confronted by the awakened Zel, Satan Saint faltered momentarily. After all, having lived for so many years, it was not his first encounter with such a strong adversary. The spider legs of Satan began secreting toxins, mingling with the circulating blood. Unbeknownst to Zel, the toxin flowed into his body alongside the blood. Should Zel's strength wane, the blood would return to him, heralding a retaliatory strike. Azure blood connecting heaven. The blood surged skyward, enveloping Satan Saint and beginning to invade his body, eliciting anguished cries from him. After a prolonged struggle, just as he was about to break free from the blood-red orb, Zel's voice resonated once more. Blood explosion. Boom. A brilliant crimson light illuminated the entire sky as the blood orb detonated, sending Satan Saint crashing to the ground like a tattered remnant of refuse. Yet, despite his appearance, his injuries were not severe. Adrian Zeal, you will pay dearly for this. As Satan Saint tended to his wounds, his gaze was fixed intently on Zeal. The effects of the explosive surge had waned, and Zel's stamina could no longer sustain the awakening. Most of the blood flowed back within him, taking Satan's toxins along for the ride. The sudden weakness caught Zel off guard, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing Zel's plight, Satan Saint felt assured that his toxins had taken effect. Unable to move, were you? How does the poison of the bull demon feel now? No matter how you struggle, this insect cannot escape the fate of death. With incessant mockery, Satan Saint taunted, yet Zel remained unfazed. In his hand appeared a vial of colorful elixir, and upon consuming it, Zel's complexion visibly revitalized at an astonishing pace. Zel rose to his feet, brandishing his blade as he advanced towards Saint Satan. What a lamentable toxin it is! The cold words ignited a sense of bewilderment in Saint Satan, for the toxin he held in such high regard had been effortlessly neutralized. The wave of Buddha. A powerful gust of wind surged from behind, prompting Zeal to swiftly consume 2 vials of elixir, then turn to defend himself. Blood veil. The earth transformed into crimson liquid, forming a scarlet wall that thwarted the assault from Sengoku. Bloodied swordsman Zeal, why do you seek to strike those of the world government? Upon witnessing Zeal's demeanor, Sengoku immediately recognized him. Sengoku, it appears we are meeting for the second time. Do you not remember me? Zeal's voice was calm. Yet Sengoku sensed the boundless fury concealed within those tranquil words. 3 years ago, on Adrian Island, Sengoku's pupils constricted suddenly as memories flooded back. The figure of the youth before him gradually merged with that of the little boy who once wept beside his mother. Sengoku, you are but an accomplice to this pack of beasts. This is all for the sake of justice. Sengoku's voice wavered initially, but soon solidified with resolve. Zeal had anticipated Sengoku's response. It did not surprise him, but it did little to quell his anger. Much like the dilemma of the train, Sengoku had chosen the world government to protect the greater number. However, Zeal was precisely the one who had been forsaken. Thus he vowed to exact retribution on the one who made such a choice. The calm voice resonated once more. Is it permissible to disregard the darkness before you simply because you carry the banner of justice? Adrian Zeal, for the sake of justice. You shall remain imprisoned and impelled down for eternity. Fist of Buddha. A colossal golden fist descended upon Zeal, yet he neither dodged nor evaded. His crimson gaze meeting Sengoku's with a tranquil intensity. At the moment of impact, Zeal's body swapped places with a shadow clone positioned in the distance. The shadow clone was obliterated by Sengoku's punch, but Sengoku remained unfazed. He realized the instant he struck that Zeal had already escaped. From the shadow of the ruins, Zeal's form materialized. The objective of God Valley had been achieved, for devil fruits had been seized, along with numerous treasure chests from the palace. He had absorbed the blood of everyone present, his talents fully realized, and his potential greatly enhanced. His conqueror's hockey intensified, and his fruit awakened. With a few more years of training, he could contend with Saint Satan without the need for drugs. Even so, consuming drugs would not significantly harm Saint Satan. And with Sengoku's presence, he would merely endure punishment. It was wiser to withdraw. Finding a secluded corner, Zeal maximized his observation hockey, silently observing the fierce battle between rocks. Roger and Garp. The black mire constrained their movements, yet Garp and Roger's synergy thwarted rocks from overpowering them in the short term. Garp, are you collaborating with pirates so seamlessly? When did the Navy and pirates begin to fight side by side? He chuckled. Rocks seethed at Roger's assault, finding the duo's cooperation particularly ironic. Haha, once I defeat you, I shall escort him to impel down for eternity. Garp paid no heed to Rock's mockery. Rocks, your existence is the greatest impediment to this era. You must perish, whether for pirates or the Navy. Roger retorted while wielding Ace, countering Rock's attacks. Sword light, fist shadows, and dark waters intertwined as a tempest raged around the three, the shockwaves rendering the area desolate. Their fierce clash seemed capable of tearing apart God Valley. The sky rent by the might of Conqueror's hockey, a wound that would not heal. Battles among the strong are often protracted. The three fought for 3 days and nights without a clear victor. Meanwhile, the ordinary cadres of the Rock's pirates continued to engage in battle, though figures like Shiki, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido had found a vantage point to spectate. Whitebeard, did you see that blood-controlling brat earlier? Gururara, that little rascal? I wonder if he would be willing to be my son. Whitebeard admired Zeal and wished to adopt him as his own. That scoundrel Whitebeard. He is my intended recruit. I want him to join my flying pirate fleet. Shiki, who held a deep appreciation for strength, would not forget Roger. Mother, it feels like I'm destined to bear his child. Although Charlotte Linlin remained with the Rock's pirates, her ambitions of motherhood had commenced. Had she not been unable to contend with Shiki and the others, she might have pursued that course. Both Whitebeard and Shiki were repulsed by Linlin's words, feigning ignorance. Linlin was acutely aware of their sentiments, inciting her ire. She turned to Kaido, who was bloodied and wielding a kanabo, saying, Kaido, this devil fruit is for you. Kaido hesitated for a moment before biting into the fruit he held. Instantly, his body began to enlarge. Azure dragon scales enveloping him as he transformed into a colossal azure dragon. The dragon blotted out the sun, surrounded by flame clouds, a sight to behold. Feeling the transformation within him, Kaido could not help but unleash a torrent of flames towards the sky. Blast breath. The flames pierced the heavens like a rain of fire. Once he had unleashed his power, Kaido charged towards the Navy, eager to test his newfound abilities. Iron Fist Impact. After battling Charlotte Linlin for 2 days, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu delivered a heavy punch at the suddenly appearing dragon. Kaido, caught off guard, felt his dragon head flatten under the blow, his eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. However, the formidable physique granted by the mythical Zoan kept him conscious as he soared into the sky. Akainu did not pursue. He lacked the means to fly, and his moonwalk was too slow to catch up. Kaido's antics drew the attention of many. It was impossible for such a grand dragon form to go unnoticed. Witnessing this, Zeal could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is the essence of Kaido, a master of self-destruction." Though Kaido delighted in danger, he was not without wit. He would flee when faced with insurmountable odds. So powerful a fruit was bestowed upon that young intern. Lin, when did you become so generous? Initially, Shiki had assumed it was an ordinary devil fruit, only to discover that Lin had given away such a potent fruit. "Kaido is my brother. You cannot take him." Lin was equally reluctant to see her foster brother snatched away by the two. Whitebeard and Shiki remained silent, not genuinely wishing to claim him. But they could sense Kaido's ambition. Only Lin was blinded by her own desires. Shiki turned to Whitebeard, who was fixated on the battle involving rocks. "Whitebeard, what will you do once this is all over?" "Gururara. Of course, I shall seek my family." Shiki scoffed at Whitebeard's notion. "Such a naive thought. We are pirates. Our aim is to unify the world and become the king of the world. Family matters are insignificant." "You will never understand, Shiki," Whitebeard replied, casting a glance at him before returning his focus to the battlefield. At the heart of the fray, the three figures were battered and bruised, yet their aura remained formidable. Garp, bare from the waist up, grinned at Rocks. "Ha. Rocks, you're faltering, aren't you?" Rock's fiery red hair danced wildly, resembling flames. "Garp, it is you who shall falter." Rocks had sensed that his situation was dire. No one had come to his aid, and no amount of shouting would summon assistance. He had foreseen this predicament. The Rocks pirates lacked true unity, merely a self-forged coalition of self-interest. Within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, infighting was the norm, with factions forming and targeting one another, all under his tacit approval. He was Rocks, and he possessed the confidence to subdue all aspiring usurpers. Even now, surrender was not an option. The formidable conqueror's haki emanated from him, rendering all other displays of power insignificant in its presence. Dark cavern path. His eyes remained ablaze with the fire of battle. He was the mightiest on the seas, shaping the very air itself. His voice echoed like a beast's roar in the darkness, deafening and chilling to the bone. Dark cavern path. Zeal's fruit awakening seized a fifth of an island, while the darkness brought forth by Rox's fruit awakening engulfed the entirety of God Valley. The gravitational force emanating from the ground sent shivers through everyone's hearts, prompting a frenzied escape towards the sea. Ordinary sailors and pirates were consumed by the darkness, with only those of Vice Admiral rank managing to barely survive. Especially for those with fruit abilities, it felt as though their powers were shackled. Even Whitebeard and his crew sensed changes in their bodies, as if they were being obstructed. Sengoku and Kong still held faith in Garp's strength, dismissing any thoughts of support and instead turning to rescue those Navy members who had not reached the Vice Admiral level. Seeing this, Shiki hastily ascended into the sky, his gaze fixed on the man at the heart of the darkness, a flicker of ambition flashing in his eyes. Truly formidable. Captain Rocks. Hiding aside, Zeal sensed his fruit ability but found no discernible change. It appeared that being countered by the dark fruit was indeed one of the inherent flaws of devil fruits. Without a doubt, Rocks was the foremost figure of the sea in the absence of Emu. However, it was unfortunate that both Roger and Garp were among the most elite warriors, and neither possessed devil fruit abilities, rendering a significant capability of the dark fruit ineffective. Roger recognized that Rocks was at his last gasp. This was his final strike. He shouted, "Rocks, your era has come to an end. God avoidance." Garp, still wearing an exhilarated expression, looked at Rocks. "Farewell, Rocks." Bone fist clash. Rocks summoned all his strength and cried out, "Even in death, I will take you both with me." Eternal night erosion. A sharp slash erupted with lightning, cleaving towards Rocks like a primordial force, followed closely by a fist of terrifying darkness. The dark mire converged, swirling like a tornado intent on shattering the strike. The blade of light sliced through much of the dark vortex, and Garp's following punch obliterated the remnants, transforming them into black rain that fell upon the earth. Garp's fist descended like a meteor, crashing Rocks into the ground. The earth began to fracture, a dazzling white light enveloping much of the island, resembling the aftermath of an earthquake as a vast chasm formed. Rocks lay on the ground, his eyes still fixed fiercely on Garp. Had it not been for Roger's god avoidance intercepting much of his assault, Garp would never have reached him. The darkness began to recede, revealing the devastation of the land. God Valley lay in ruins, every corner irreparably harmed. Garp stood before Rocks, his chest feeling as if it had split open, gasping for breath. Rocks, your era has ended. Upon finishing his words, Garp appeared to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Sengoku hurried over to lift Garp, aware that even though Rocks had fallen, the remaining high-ranking members of the Rocks pirates were still intact. Without Garp's strength, there was concern over the potential betrayal of the Roger pirates, leaving the Navy at a disadvantage. He's gone, Whitebeard, Lin. Shiki, having witnessed the entire battle, found it difficult to calm his mind over Rocks' formidable power. Yet, even someone as powerful as Rocks could not escape the fate of being overwhelmed and killed. Had they not held back, Rocks would have never met his demise. However, he bore no regrets. Rocks was like a mountain pressing upon them, and this era could only bear one name, Rocks. Shiki exchanged a few words with Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin before flying straight towards Roger. However, at that moment, Rayleigh, Jabba, and a multitude of Roger's crew stood guard around Roger. Shiki spoke directly, Roger, come aboard my ship, and together we shall rule these seas. Roger paused, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder to signal him to step aside. Shiki, Rocks is dead, and I wish to pursue my own desires, to continue my adventures. I have no interest in ruling the world. What I seek is to be the most free man in this world. How naive, all of you. Whitebeard, you too. A powerful conqueror's haki surged forth from Shiki, intimidating the members of the Roger pirates. Roger did not back down, unleashing his own conqueror's haki in response. The two faced off for a moment before Shiki ultimately withdrew his haki, leaving behind a parting remark. Roger, one day you will join my pirate crew. After Shiki departed, Roger collapsed to the ground, prompting Rayleigh to rush to support him. Ha! Truly reckless, Shiki. Rayleigh observed Roger's unyielding laughter with a hint of exasperation, asking, Captain, where do we go from here? Roger raised Ace above his head, proclaiming, of course, we shall complete our adventures as the Roger pirates. Upon returning to their ship, a crew member suddenly exclaimed, Captain, there are 2 children here. The crew gathered, staring at the 2 children, one with red hair, the other with blue hair, and one sporting a clown-like red nose. What should we do, Captain? After a moment of contemplation, Roger finally declared, These 2 little rascals shall be our interns in the Roger pirates. The red-haired boy shall be called Shanks, and the clown-nosed boy shall be called Buggy. To celebrate our 2 new members, let us hold a feast. Oh, a feast. As the Roger pirates erupted in excitement, someone else was seething with anger. Whitebeard, where has that guy Kaido gone? Charlotte Lin directed her ire at Whitebeard, who was still drinking heartily. Gulalalala. That little intern? He flew away. It seems he wishes to form his own pirate crew. Whitebeard appeared unconcerned, while Charlotte Lin was infuriated. She had intended to take Kaido out to sea after the great battle to establish her own nation, but Kaido had played her for a fool, disappearing without a trace. After venting her frustration, Charlotte Lin eventually calmed down, departing God Valley with her long loaf of bread. Watching everyone leave, Whitebeard set down his jug, taking his leave to find his sons. At the Navy's gathering point, a vice admiral addressed the bare-chested Kong, Marshal Kong, shall we not detain these pirates? Kong remained silent. While Sengoku spoke up, we cannot hold them. Besides, with Rocks dead, we can dismantle the remnants of the Rocks pirates one by one, without the Marshal's permission. The remaining Navy could only watch as notorious pirates departed one by one. As everyone began to leave, Zell stood alone amidst the shattered battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Distant buildings lay in ruins, and corpses mingled with broken weapons scattered across the ground. Illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, as if narrating a sorrowful tale, the battle of the strong was something the weak could never impede. Once a paradise-like island, it now lay in utter desolation. No one cared for the indigenous people, but Zell could not turn a blind eye. He had been protected by his nation all his life, and could not fathom the thought of people being slaughtered with impunity within their own homeland. Zell silently observed all of this. Oh, unfortunate soul, may you be reborn in a powerful nation in your next life. Zell arrived at the shore and discovered the hidden fire dragon. Roar. The fire dragon seemed to sense Zell's discontent and nudged him gently with its head. I'm fine. Thank you, fire dragon. Let us go. As the calm sea stretched out before them, the silhouettes of the man and dragon faded into the dusky distance. At Marineford, within the naval headquarters, the conference room was filled with a somber atmosphere. On the elevated seat sat Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Zephr, and numerous rear admirals, many of whom bore wounds wrapped in bandages. The silence was broken by Kong, who requested Tsuru to report on the casualties from the recent operation. With her blue hair tied in a ponytail, Tsuru stood up with poise. In this operation, 22 rear admirals lost their lives, alongside 89 vice admirals, with countless others among the lower ranks sustaining injuries or fatalities. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as the ramifications of this operation weighed heavily on the Navy. The strength of a rear admiral could be likened to that of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. While the vice admirals were the backbone of the Navy, and each loss represented a significant setback. Although the current devaluation of berries had not reached critical levels, the prowess of a rear admiral could still rival that of pirates with bounties ranging from 500 million to 1 billion. Furthermore, individuals like Tsuru possessed strength comparable to that of pirates with bounties of 2 billion. Zephr, who was rapidly growing in strength, had already reached a level akin to that of a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion during his confrontation with Zeal. Kong, allowing the gravity of the situation to settle, finally spoke. However, with the demise of Rocks, the Rocks pirates have disbanded, leading to a commerce sea. Yet, significant figures such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard Newgate, Charlotte Lin Lin, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wangji remain unscathed, leaving the New World still turbulent. Particularly concerning was Shiki, who had rapidly expanded his influence by incorporating many of the former Rocks pirates into his ranks. Additionally, formidable pirate crews like the Roger Pirates, Wani Pirates, Dragon Pirates, and Void Pirates, previously suppressed by the Rocks Pirates, were now embarking on rampant expansions, resulting in frequent assaults on the Navy branches in the New World. Nonetheless, the world government has sanctioned us to commence a large-scale recruitment campaign. The previously troubled expressions of the naval officers brightened at the prospect. It was well known that the expansion of pirate forces was relatively effortless, with countless individuals setting sail each day. However, the economic lifeblood of the Navy was under the control of the world government, and such recruitment necessitated their approval. Observing the smiles on the faces of the naval personnel, Kong continued, "This recruitment will primarily target the Four Seas, but there lies a significant challenge in the Four Seas. The bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal, a remnant of Adrian Island, possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Moreover, he has access to special potions that can temporarily match the might of an admiral." Upon hearing Zeal's name, the light in Sengoku's eyes dimmed, while Carp appeared less despondent. "This is yet another folly of those fools." "Carp," Kong interjected sternly, but Carp merely scratched his nose and replied, "Oh, I retract that statement." Carp had been lured to God Valley under false pretenses, but he had later come to understand the true nature of the celestial dragon's actions. His anger was palpable, yet he felt powerless. He could not simply betray the Navy. While other pirates set their sights on the New World, Adrian Zeal lingered in the West Sea, necessitating someone to capture him. Zephr, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. As a genuinely benevolent naval officer, he had a favorable impression of Zeal. In his view, Zeal was a vengeful figure but not a malicious pirate, with the potential for redemption. Furthermore, having engaged in combat with Zeal, he was confident in his ability to confront him. "Then let it be Zephr," Kong concluded, "but be mindful of the rapid growth in his strength due to the potions. You cannot face him alone." After a moment of contemplation, Kong added, "The individuals in the New World are currently in a phase of expansion, fiercely vying for territory. And conflicts among pirates are commonplace. For now, let them engage in mutual destruction. Tsuru, you will accompany Zephr." "Understood." Although Tsuru was merely a rear admiral, her strength was formidable, and as she was not yet the chief of staff, she was not required to remain at headquarters. Thus, Zeal set forth with his ship, accompanied by Tsuru's fleet, heading toward the West Sea. The crew aboard Zephyr's ship was immensely pleased, as it was well known that Tsuru's fleet was comprised entirely of female naval soldiers. In the West Sea, on a fierce beast island, the roar of the fire dragon echoed throughout the land, prompting those engaged in training to hastily set aside their tools. They turned their gazes skyward to witness a figure clad in black standing atop the dark fire dragon, resembling a deity emerging from the sun, exuding an aura of majesty that was awe-inspiring. "Captain, for a young master." The crew hurriedly gathered around, their eyes filled with concern for Zeal. "I have returned." Zeal embraced each person in turn, only to realize that one was missing. "Where is Alicia?" Vivian inquired. "She is likely still battling the beasts on the island. She has scarcely ventured out of the forest these past few days." Vivian held great admiration for Alicia's tenacity. Aside from Zeal, she had never encountered anyone so relentlessly dedicated. After engaging in pleasant conversation with the other women for a time, Zeal ventured into the forest in search of Alicia. After all, She was merely a 15-year-old girl. Unlike him, a reincarnated traveler, he could not help but feel concerned. Activating his observation hockey, Zeal swiftly detected Elisha's presence. Deep within the forest, a massive wild boar. Bloodied and raging, charged wildly, its body marred by numerous wounds. With a swift flash, a shadow darted past, inflicting yet another injury upon the beast. Humph! Humph! The boar, in agony, became even more frantic. Yet, no matter how fiercely it charged, the unseen adversary remained concealed. After enduring an hour of torment, the boar finally collapsed, and Elisha descended from the trees. Who goes there? Elisha suddenly turned, brandishing her dagger defensively. No one responded, but she sensed an approaching presence behind her and thrust her dagger backward. The newcomer was, of course, Zeal, who effortlessly reached forward and grasped Elisha's small hand. Zephr revealed a smile, releasing Eliza's hand. It is I, having developed quite the observation skills. Upon recognizing Zephr, Eliza lowered her guard and returned with him. Upon reaching the shore, Villia approached, holding a newspaper. Captain, the latest edition. Seeing Villia's excitement, Zephr curiously took the newspaper. The most prominent article discussed the grand naval recruitment, followed by news of Karp being hailed as a naval hero, and concluded with a series of bounties. Among them were the images of Shiki and Newgate. However, the presence of rocks was conspicuously absent. Zeal rummaged through the documents and discovered his bounty. The bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal, a remnant of evil. Wielder of the blood fruit, proficient in the 3 forms of hockey, with a bounty of 15 billion, dead or alive. Is the initial bounty truly set at 15 billion? It appears that Saint Satan is quite irate. The bounty does not elaborate on Zeal's origins or actions. The world government would never disclose Zeal's transgressions against the celestial dragons, as it would undermine their authority. Zeal was entirely indifferent to the bounty placed upon him. Casually folding the newspaper away. Today was a day for celebration, a grand banquet. Oh, a feast indeed. At the jubilant gathering, everyone, along with their Pokemon, indulged in delightful food and drink. Villia's captivating dance performance, Pikachu's amusing impersonations, and even Zeal's own rendition filled the air with merriment. Even the usually solitary Eliza fully engaged in the festivities. As night deepened, Zeal and Helly found themselves in a state of inebriation, while the others had partaken only sparingly. Being of a younger age, with Helly, the scientist, being the sole enthusiast for alcohol, Kyrie assisted Zeal in returning to his room, helping him change out of his attire. Gazing at Zeal's rugged visage, Kyrie lowered her head and gently kissed his lips. Just as she intended to depart, Zeal reached out and grasped her hand. Beneath the night sky, the moon shyly concealed itself within the sea, observing the gently rocking boats. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky. Zeal stifled a yawn, pulling the quilt to conceal Kelly's delicate form. As he toyed with her vibrant red hair, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. Indulging in drunken escapades? How preposterous! Upon stepping out of the room, Zeal surveyed the deserted deck of the ship, a sense of curiosity washing over him. Where had everyone gone? The deck was populated solely by Pokemon such as Charizard, Pikachu, and Corviknight, devoid of any human presence. If the slumbering women were aware of his musings, they would likely roll their eyes at him. Did they not wish to remain asleep? With ears attuned to their surroundings, they were powerless to resist. Aside from the inebriated Helly, only the emotionally vacant Eliza had ventured out early for training. Zeal refrained from awakening the others as Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder. Together, they made their way towards the coastline, soon encountering Eliza, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Block Bear and the Circle Bear. Eliza did not employ her formidable observation hockey. Instead, she relied solely on her armament hockey to defend against the assaults of the 2 colossal bears. The resounding thuds of her training echoed loudly, and fortunately, they were far from the ships. Otherwise, Vivian and the others would have surely been deprived of sleep. Zeal gazed upon Elisa's training with great satisfaction, for it was Zeal who had imparted this knowledge to Elisa. Zeal possesses a formidable manual on the mastery of hockey, which succinctly summarizes the training regimen for my armament hockey in just 2 words: endure punishment. The 2 Pokemon, battered by relentless blows of immense force, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank you, Bear 1 and Bear 2. Eliza expressed her gratitude to the 2 Pokemon, whose nicknames were bestowed upon them by the aloof Villian. It is rather unexpected that such a distant figure would conceive such down-to-earth monikers. Well done. Today, I shall treat you to a feast. In the realm of Zephr, 2 disenchanted Pokemon made a promise, causing the local gourmand to emit a jubilant roar. Pika Pika. Truly, They are easily satisfied. Pikachu shook its head in exasperation. Though one may grow stronger through adversity, you are still young. The priority now is to engage in training. Zeal gently caressed Eliza's head, utilizing his fruit ability to invigorate her body. Eliza responded with a nod, relishing the comforting warmth. Without lingering too long, Zeal encouraged Eliza to continue her training while he sought a place to exercise. Deep within the forest, a majestic elk was quenching its thirst by the lake. Suddenly, the elk transformed into a downpour of blood, scattering across the lake's surface, leaving the lurking crocodile in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, Zeal descended from the tree, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that his fruit's awakening was more powerful than he had anticipated. He had never been able to so effortlessly ignite the blood of his foes before. After several attempts, Zeal discovered that even formidable beasts could not withstand his abilities. Following this, he explored other powers, causing the creatures of the forest to scatter in sheer terror, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was not until midday that Zeal returned to the shore. Throughout his training, he had not forgotten to search for the devil fruits. The bounty from the Valley of the Gods yielded a considerable number of devil fruits. 5 were found in the palace, for were rewarded by the celestial dragons, and 3 were obtained from devil fruit users he had hunted, totaling 12 fruits. The search was successful, revealing a Zoan-type fruit, the horse fruit, mythical beast category, ice form. A juvenile water lord was awarded. Would you like to claim it, water lord? Zeal's heart began to race with excitement. This was a divine beast. Claim. In an instant, a flash of white light revealed a blue and white Chelan creature before him, adorned with flowing purple hair and a billowing white sash in the wind. The embodiment of the North Wind, Waterlord. Waterlord. Still in its juvenile stage, the Waterlord appeared exceptionally adorable. Zeal emerged from the realm of the system, cradling a bottle of moo milk produced by the Great Dairy, and tenderly fed it to his companion. Embracing Pikachu, he made his way back to the shore. The women aboard the vessel had all risen, save for Helly, who remained in a deep slumber. "Young master, you have returned," exclaimed Kelly, her countenance radiant, lacking any semblance of artifice as she flashed a smile at Zeal. Villia, however, appeared even more bashful, her cheeks flushed, avoiding direct eye contact with Zeal. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had eluded them in the blink of an eye. Zeal has honed his abilities and successfully mastered the devil fruits. During his days of seclusion, aside from daytime training, he indulged in evening exercises, all in great comfort. Except for Kelly, the remaining 7 maids have been subdued, leaving Villia with a persistent sense of anxiety and uncertainty, yet she remains shyly reluctant to take the final step. Zeal is joyful, yet some are suffering. Zephr and Crane tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Zeal, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of him. After a fruitless month of searching, they ultimately conceded, marking the flawless conclusion of the Grand Conscription. The rewards from this endeavor were immensely bountiful. In addition to the ice-scale fruit, a plethora of formidable devil fruits were acquired. Animal-type fruits included the monkey fruit, which transformed the user into a golden snub-nosed monkey, rewarding the little fire monkey tribe. The bulbul fruit, granting the water buffalo form, rewarding the explosive-haired buffalo tribe. The cat fruit, allowing the user to take on the form of a lion, rewarding the little lion tribe. The turtle fruit, transforming into a sea turtle, rewarding the Squirtle tribe. The dragon fruit, an ancient variety in the form of a function pterosaur, rewarding the fossil pterosaur tribe. The bird fruit, also an ancient variant resembling the Archaeopteryx, rewarding the Archaeornitho tribe. And the phantom beast type horse fruit in the ice scale form, rewarding a juvenile waterlord. Among the superhuman fruits, the mirror fruit rewarded the twin mirrors, which allowed the holders to communicate and share vision while also enabling the transportation of items. The book fruit granted the omniscient book, capable of containing the contents of all books, transcribing the thoughts of the heart. The scythe fruit rewarded the supreme great blade, a wind god scythe, capable of unleashing slashing attacks akin to the gentle breeze. The cream fruit rewarded the little fairy milk tribe. Lastly, the devouring fruit bestowed the gourmet cell, which allowed its possessor to enhance their physique through the consumption of delectable food, rendering them unable to resist culinary delights. A total of 12 devil fruits were acquired, with the gourmet cell being the most advantageous for Zeal, as it enabled him to grow stronger merely by eating, and the inability to resist delicious food hardly constituted a weakness. While the other fruits were of little immediate use, their peculiar nature suggested they would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Having absorbed all the gains, Zeal and his companions resolved to set sail towards the Grand Line. Due to the Grand Conscription, Pirates from all seas flocked to the New World, leaving behind only those with bounties under 10 million, mere small fry, unworthy of Zell's intervention. After a fortnight of intermittent travel, Zell finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The waves flowed in defiance, relentlessly surging towards the mountain's peak. Truly, in the world of pirates, such bizarre climates and terrains were hardly surprising. Villia and Bevela leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the violent clash of the sea against the red Earth continent, which offered a striking visual spectacle. "Wow, what a magnificent sight!" exclaimed Villia, and at that moment, Villian spoke up. "Captain, we are about to ascend Reverse Mountain." Zephr gazed at the stone gate and nodded to Vivian. Vivian deftly maneuvered the helm, altering the vessel's course and smoothly entering the stone archway. Unfortunately, the weather began to shift. A gentle drizzle rapidly transformed into a torrential downpour within mere moments. The fierce winds buffeted the ship, causing it to sway precariously. "Captain, we're going to collide with the stone gate," Vivian shouted. Under Zeph's command, the three flying Pokemon, Charizard, Honchkrow, and Pidgeot, braced against one side of the vessel, preventing it from crashing into the gate. This experience illuminated for Zephr the advantages of flight, igniting a desire to enlist a Navy member and learn the 6 forms. He deemed the techniques of the Navy's 6 forms, such as Gale Kick, Finger Gun, and Iron Block, unnecessary. As for Shave, Zephr possessed a similar technique called Shadow Kill, though he was uncertain if they could be combined. The remaining techniques, Moonwalk and Paper Drawing, proved to be quite practical. Through the concerted efforts of the 3 Pokemon, the ship successfully reached the summit. At the peak, dark clouds loomed ominously, imparting a sensation of being intimately close to the heavens. Although the ascent had been steep, the speed was manageable. However, the descent felt akin to a roller coaster, with winds striking fiercely against the face. Vivian and Bevera, terrified, clutched her tightly on either side. Even the others grasped onto their Pokemon, fearing they might be thrown overboard. The majority aboard the vessel screamed, their voices piercing through the cacophony of the rain. Strangely, midway down, the sky cleared, revealing a stark contrast between the two realms. "Captain, what a magnificent whale!" Zephr gazed in the direction indicated by Villia and, indeed, beheld a colossal whale forcefully striking the scarlet landmass. The numerous scars adorning its head suggested this was not its first encounter with the Crimson Continent. The vessel descended smoothly, anchoring beside the Twin Capes. Zephr spoke. "His name is Labu, a whale of deep loyalty and affection, who made a pact with his companions to reunite here over 2 decades ago. They had agreed to meet after 3 years, yet his companions have since succumbed to the depths of the ocean and never returned." Labu commenced his relentless assault on the Red Earth continent, yearning to seek his lost companions, and this endeavor has persisted for over 20 years. Upon hearing Zephr recount the tale of Labu, Villia's eyes brimmed with tears, moved by the profound loyalty of this island whale. After Zell spoke, he turned to gaze at a massive rock in the distance. "Am I correct, Carolcus?" From behind the stone emerged a young man with hair resembling yellow petals, who awkwardly scratched his head. "Do you know me, young sir?" "I do not." "Oh?" Carolcus, puzzled yet unperturbed, inquired, "Is what you just said true? Have all the members of the Lumba Pirates perished?" Zell nodded, acknowledging, "They have perished, yet not entirely. Brook of the Rumbar Pirates, a wielder of the Yomi Yomi Nomi, has been reborn after death." The once-dimmed eyes of Colokas regained their spark as he gazed intently at Zell. "I can provide you with Brook's whereabouts, but you must exchange it for your medical tome." Zephr, though pitiable, does not shy away from seeking benefits. Ever since acquiring the Book of Omniscience, he has catalogued every tome within its pages. Through experimentation, Zephr discovered that the contents of the recorded books would amalgamate. For instance, by inputting the formulas for the Frenzy Elixir and the Swiftness Elixir, he could devise a new formula that possessed the effects of both. Consequently, Zephr has developed an insatiable thirst for all kinds of literature, including but not limited to cultivation manuals, medical notes, and entertaining tales. After a moment's hesitation, Colokas acquiesced, leading Zephr to the lighthouse and entrusting him with his years of medical notes. Zell meticulously transcribed all the contents into the Book of Omniscience, completing the task in a remarkably short time. When Colokas beheld his books intact, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Zell. To him, it seemed that Zell had merely wished to spare him any discomfort by suggesting a trivial condition. In truth, the Book of Omniscience was designed for transcription, requiring no depletion of the original texts. Upon finishing the transcription, Zell informed Colokas about Brook's disorientation in the Devil's Triangle. Overcome with excitement, Colokas hurried to share the joyous news with Labu. Upon hearing that Brook was still alive, Labu was unable to contain tears of joy. In a buoyant mood, Colocus turned to Zell and inquired, "Which route do you intend to take, young sir?" The Grand Line, due to its magnetic anomalies, offers 7 distinct navigational paths, all ultimately leading to the archipelago of Sabaody. We are planning to embark on the Whiskey Peak route. Do you possess an eternal pose? Zell originally intended to seek out a few unfortunate pirates to borrow a compass, but it would be preferable if Colocus had one. "Wait a moment, brother," he said. Upon hearing Zell's request, Colocus joyfully returned to rummage through his records for a compass. After acquiring the compass, Zell and his companions made their way back to the ship. Gazing at the already battered vessel, Zell realized it was time to procure a larger ship. This was merely an ordinary merchant vessel, and after sailing with them for so long, it was indeed time for retirement. Zephr had already contemplated that upon reaching the Sky Island, they would transform it into an Arkansas. With a vessel capable of flight, combined with various technological advancements, they could construct the finest ship that this world has ever seen. "Farewell, my friend." Yoo-hoo. Colocus and Lab bid farewell to Zephr and his companions, watching them depart. "Lab, I wish to venture forth in search of Brook. Will you remain here and await my return?" Lab shook his head, emitting a U-S sound. Colocus felt a pang of distress, for he understood Lab's reluctance to be left alone. However, Lab's immense size posed a significant risk for sailing together, particularly in the perilous waters of the Grand Line, known as the Graveyard of Pirates. While Colocus later joined the Roger Pirates due to his exceptional medical skills, it was not a reflection of his combat prowess. His abilities had flourished aboard Roger's ship, and at present, he was merely a novice with a basic understanding of the 2 forms of hockey. After a moment of contemplation, Colocus smiled and said, "Very well, let us seek out Brook together." "Yoo-hoo!" Lab exclaimed joyfully, a jet of water erupting from his head like a magnificent fountain. Whiskey Peak, the first island beyond Reverse Mountain, was teeming with bounty hunters awaiting ambitious pirates to enter the Grand Line. For these pirate hunters, there was no better hunting ground than this. On the calm sea, a merchant vessel was making its slow progress. "At last, we have arrived." Even the typically composed Velian could not suppress her exclamation. She was merely an ordinary merchant's daughter with a few years of sailing experience. But she was not a seasoned navigator, and the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line left her feeling vulnerable. After enduring countless hardships to finally reach their destination, and with favorable weather to boot, nothing could bring her greater joy. Before her lay a quaint town, accompanied by small hills resembling cacti in the distance. However, as a time traveler, Zephr recognized that what appeared to be cactus spines were, in fact, gravestones. Whiskey Peak, as the inaugural stop on the Grand Line, attracted numerous bounty hunters ready to ambush novice pirates freshly arrived in these treacherous waters. Nevertheless, for Zephr, none of this mattered. Strength was always the greatest assurance. Within a tavern in the town, a group of burly men were drinking and discussing the pirates they had hunted that day. A scarred, bald man, seemingly intoxicated, shouted boisterously, "The Poison Fong pirates with a bounty of 30 million are nothing but a joke. They've merely become my drinking fund." Those nearby joined in the raucous laughter, with one man kicking the corpse of a pirate beneath his feet. A keen observer would notice that amidst the aromas of alcohol and sweat, there lingered a faint scent of blood. At that moment, a tall, thin man burst through the door. "A big fish has arrived. The blood-stained swordsman has landed." His cry jolted many from their stupor, with some retorting, "What's the big deal about just another pirate?" Before the slender man could speak, the elderly bartender interjected, "The blood-stained swordsman, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, are you all out of your minds? 1.5 billion. The staggering bounty caused many to lose their bravado, yet some, driven by greed, began to stir restlessly. The bald man chimed in, "Isn't that the young scoundrel with an initial bounty of 1.5 billion berries? He'd been hiding in the West Blue. If he dares to show up, that 1.5 billion berries will be mine." Zell's bounty is remarkably high, yet the youthful visage depicted on the bounty poster belies his lack of commensurate achievements, causing many to view him as a coveted prize. The elder, incensed by the bald man's provocation, brandished his pipe and unleashed a tirade of invective. "Zach, you scoundrel. Have you forgotten our agreement? A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is beyond our capacity to handle." Zach, an orphan whose parents perished during a prior assault by a pirate with a bounty of 300 million, was subsequently raised by this elder, the town mayor. That fateful incident claimed not only Zach's parents but also the majority of the townsfolk, who were nearly annihilated by the marauding pirates had it not been for the timely arrival of the Navy. Ever since that grim day, the mayor has vehemently opposed any attempts to confront pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. On the surface, Zach acquiesced to the mayor's wishes. However, he harbored unwavering confidence in his own abilities. He believed that, were he a pirate, his bounty would assuredly rival that of Zeal. The ocean is rife with individuals who possess an unclear understanding of their own strength, and only through the crucible of hardship can one truly grasp reality. In a clandestine location, a snail phone was dialed. Navy. The bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal has made landfall at Whiskey Peak. On the shore, Zeal instructed his companions to don the weaponry prepared by Heli before disembarking. Such precautions are essential in the perilous world of piracy, where safety is an ever-elusive concept. Kelly and several handmaidens ventured forth to procure sustenance. Ever since acquiring the gourmet cell, Zeal's appetite for food has grown exponentially. To facilitate this, he entrusted Kelly with a box fruit, granting her an expansive storage capacity. Zeal has yet to distribute the other devil fruits. He intends to bestow upon Eliza a fruit suited for assassination, and on Derry a fruit as well, though she has declined to become a user of such powers, preferring to specialize in swordsmanship. For the remaining non-combatants, the consumption of devil fruits is deemed unnecessary, as the protection of Pokemon, coupled with the extraordinary weaponry invented by Heli, suffices for their self-defense. Zeal embarked on a solitary quest to seek the fabled devil fruits on the island, while Villian, and Deli ventured forth to procure everyday necessities. Meanwhile, Heli, Eliza, and other formidable Pokemon remained aboard the vessel. According to the system's map, the island harbored 2 devil fruits. Zeal strolled leisurely down the street, entirely oblivious to his status as a wanted criminal. He continued on until he reached an open area, where he paused and spoke nonchalantly, "Do you wish to follow me further?" From behind the trees and stones, figures began to emerge. The leader, a bald man, addressed him. "You little brat, are you aware we've been tailing you? Do you wish for death?" The others chimed in, their laughter echoing. "Ha ha ha. Even a bounty of 15 billion doesn't grant you wisdom." Unfazed by their jeers, Zeal retorted, "Are you here to kill me? Ha ha. Have you lost your mind, boy? We're not here to kill you. Are we here to invite you for a drink?" One of the pirate hunters, brandishing a flintlock pistol, bellowed with laughter. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the mirth as blood splattered across Zach's face. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief as the pirate hunter disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Wiping the blood from his face, Zach felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. "Run!" he shouted, and the others snapped out of their stupor, realizing they had hit a brick wall. Bang! Bang! Zach fled desperately, watching as those around him transformed into clouds of blood. He felt as if his own blood had ceased to flow, his speed diminishing with each stride. The last echo of gunfire resonated, and Zach, believing he had escaped, was startled when a hand rested upon his shoulder, a cold voice piercing the silence. "Not bad. Still running?" Zach felt an icy chill envelop him as he turned with great effort, exclaiming, "You demon! A demon, you say? Unfortunately, if you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to face death yourself." Zeal summoned the power of his fruit, and Zach felt his blood reverse its flow, his face turning crimson as he clutched his head tightly and struck it against the ground in a frenzy. After approximately 10 seconds, Zach succumbed to death. While Zeal had already distanced himself, it was not that Zeal desired to detonate Zach himself. Rather, he was incapable of doing so. The physical resilience of others was considerably inferior, rendering them easily explosive, but Zach possessed a robust physique. As a punishment for squandering his time, Zeal allowed him to perish in agony. Apart from the unfortunate Zach, who had foolishly sought out Zeal, others had set their sights on the remaining crew aboard Zeal's ship. Particularly, the trio comprising Villia, accompanied by a pig and a mouse, exuded no intimidation whatsoever. Conversely, Kyrie's group was larger, featuring 2 formidable bodyguards, Blocking Bear and Circle Bear, who were clearly not to be trifled with. The merchant ship was the most populous, yet who could have anticipated the presence of a young girl known as the Death Hunter lurking there? Just as Zeal and his companions faced the malevolent intentions of pirate hunters, an even greater peril approached. From the Navy headquarters, 2 warships were en route to Whiskey Peak. Upon receiving the report, Kong immediately dispatched Crane and Zephr to pursue Zeal. The sea pirates of the New World had grown too formidable. Zeal's ascent could not be permitted. Villia, with the little mountain pig atop her head, trailed behind her sister, her curious gaze darting from side to side, captivated by the myriad peculiarities of the pirate world. Such oddities were never in short supply, much like the little mountain pig she carried, which elicited no surprise from onlookers. After procuring some daily necessities, the trio along with their two pets, strolled through the bustling streets, unperturbed by the fierce merchants surrounding them. As they continued on, Deli suddenly halted, furrowing her brow as she cautioned. "Ladies, be wary. Many individuals are approaching." The atmosphere seemed to solidify, causing numerous merchants to hastily close their stalls. Yet, a multitude brandished weapons. Eyeing these three unsuspecting lambs with predatory intent, Zell gathered not only the devil fruits in the Valley of the Gods, but also a plethora of berries and treasures. With a multitude of people around, the trio had already spent a considerable sum. Numerous pirate hunters emerged from the surrounding houses, their mocking laughter directed at the three. Among them, a tall, lanky man towering at 4 meters, wielding a longsword, gleamed with excitement as he spoke. "Three exquisite specimens. They must be the women of the bloodstained Swordmaster." Dahlia stood resolutely before her companions, her expression grave as she regarded the intruders. At that moment, Villia approached with an unyielding demeanor. Her melodious voice rang out. "Are you intending to use us to threaten the captain?" Villia's innocent inquiry elicited laughter from the pirate hunters, who found her naivety amusing. The tall man sheathed his sword at his waist, performed a gentlemanly bow, and replied with elegance, "I sincerely apologize, my dear lady. But I assure you, your safety is guaranteed after this encounter." His words sparked another round of laughter, with some jeering. "Indeed, we guarantee you shall come to no harm." A few even whistled at the trio with malicious intent. Vivian remained silent, acutely aware that Villia's admiration for Zell had transcended mere idolization, and she harbored concerns about her inability to assist him. The audacity of these individuals attempting to threaten Zell struck a nerve within her. Amidst the raucous laughter, Villia's icy voice sliced through the air. "Absolute zero." The small mountain pig, feigning slumber atop Villia's head, suddenly exuded an imposing aura, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. The chill enveloped the surroundings, encasing all in ice and snow, freezing the laughter of the onlookers in place. Villia raised her hand, and the soundwave bracelet at her wrist emitted a powerful blast. The ice sculpture shattered, scattering a shower of ice crystals. Though the small mountain pig appeared harmless, it was the first extraordinary creature summoned by Zell, having grown remarkably powerful over time, especially with Villia's continuous training. This absolute zero attack was lethal to those of average strength, and fortuitously, the intruders were precisely of that caliber. The truly powerful would not dare to confront Zell, while only the weaker ones sought trouble with others. Witnessing the pirate hunters effortlessly obliterated, those hiding in the houses felt both terror and relief, thankful they had not foolishly joined the assailants. Vivian and her companions had completed their shopping, and disturbed by the commotion, they returned to their ship, their spirits dampened. Meanwhile, Kelly and her group encountered their own troubles, though far more brutal than Villia's encounter. A band of ferocious pirate hunters surrounded Kelly and her 8 companions, eyeing them with predatory intent. Kelly remained composed, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Yet, the assailants disregarded her question, discussing amongst themselves. "Boss, these 8 girls are prime catches, and those 2 strange bears can fetch a high price." The so-called boss, a muscular giant standing 5 meters tall and clad in a tank top that displayed his rippling muscles, wielded a hefty axe. "Find them. There's a slave-catching crew in town." Upon hearing their intent to sell them to human traffickers, the expressions of the 7 maids darkened. Kelly, understanding their plight, silently retrieved the wind god's scythe from her fruit space. Observing the ill intent of the assailants, she swiftly swung her scythe. 1,000 miles. The azure wind blade shot forth, cleaving several foes in two. Although Kelly was not a sword master, the unique properties of the wind god's scythe rendered her combat prowess akin to that of one sword master. The giant's eyes widened in realization as he swung his axe toward Kelly. She had no intention of facing him head-on. The years of training the pirate hunters had undergone far surpassed her own. Bloody wind. Kelly's scythe hooked onto the descending axe, twisting it and unleashing a flurry of wind blades that forced the giant to relinquish his weapon. As she engaged the giant, her companions also sprang into action. The blockade bear and the circle bear charged through the crowd, inflicting chaos, while blades and bullets failed to pierce their tough hides. Silas and the others trailed behind the Pokemon, using their soundwave bracelets to attack fleeing individuals. Those struck by the soundwaves bled from their orifices, collapsing motionless to the ground. "Run!" The remaining assailants, sensing disaster, hastily retreated, but escape would not come easily. The circle bear and blockade bear unleashed their devastating beams of light, the blinding brilliance obliterating a significant portion of the street, causing fleeing figures to vanish in its wake. Continuous slash. Seizing the moment while the giant was weaponless, Kelly launched her pursuit. The giant crossed his arms defensively, enveloping his hands in hockey to withstand Kelly's relentless assault. Yet the wind god's scythe was not so easily thwarted. Countless fine wind blades targeted his face and legs, akin to a slow execution, inflicting unbearable torment upon him. Ah! The giant roared in frustration, pushing aside the scythe and retreating hurriedly. Shadow kill. Before he could react, his throat was torn open. Although she could not instantaneously teleport behind her foes like Zeal, the nature of her attack allowed for rapid acceleration, rendering her speed incomprehensible to most. The giant clutched his throat, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsing to the ground. Continue the procurement. Kelly paid no heed to the corpses littering the ground as she led her companions onward. The market vendors watched the group of harbingers of death with trepidation, scarcely daring to ask for payment. Observing their subservient demeanor, Kelly tossed down some berries and departed. At the coastline, beside Zeal's vessel, a group of cowardly pirate hunters surrounded the ship. However, before they could board, a myriad of peculiar creatures leapt down. At the forefront was a striking blue chelan, accompanied by a black dragon, a golden bird, an armored raven, a long-eared rabbit, and a fairy clad in a pristine white dress, an eclectic array of beings. In an unexpected turn, these strange animals appeared to possess considerable value, perhaps even from the fur tribe, potentially yielding a significant profit. The group, armed with knives and firearms, attempted to subdue these extraordinary creatures. A chaotic melee ensued, with the fire-breathing dragon wreaking havoc amongst the attackers, while the gale produced by the armored raven and the soaring bird spread flames indiscriminately. Other Pokémon engaged in close combat, some intercepting fleeing individuals, while others observed the mayhem from a distance. Eliza joined the fray, embodying the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the unfortunate. By the time Vivian and her companions returned, the seawater was stained crimson. Meanwhile, Zeal ventured in search of devil fruits, discovering one in a desolate area before proceeding toward the location of the second fruit as indicated on his map. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a cactus-like terrain filled with gravestones, the atmosphere ominous and spine-chilling. Zeal restrained his presence and activated his observation hockey, treading cautiously. Before a gravestone, a slender little girl with white hair was voraciously devouring offerings. The girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, exhibited no wariness towards Zeal's arrival. After swallowing the last piece of fruit, she could not suppress a burp and patted her belly, preparing to depart. However, upon turning around, she was confronted by Zeal, towering at 2.5 meters, akin to a giant in her eyes. In disbelief, she spun around, feigning ignorance. After a moment, she turned back again, as if oblivious to Zeal's presence, brushing past him without acknowledgement. Zeal was amused by the self-deceptive antics of the young girl and remarked, "Stop pretending, little sister. Tell me how you were pilfering the offerings here." Upon hearing Zeal's words, the girl's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her lower legs abruptly vanished, transforming into a cloud-like form that burrowed directly into the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zeal attempted to grasp her with his hand, only for his arm to pass right through her form. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had vanished from sight. Glancing at his hand, Zeal found himself increasingly intrigued by the powers of this devil fruit, which seemed to possess capabilities akin to that of the Logia type. Zeal leisurely followed the red dot on the system map. Initially, his observation hockey allowed him to sense the presence of the little girl. However, once she activated her abilities, she seemed to lose all vitality, like a lifeless being. Approximately 20 minutes later, in front of a gravestone, the girl's head emerged as she surveyed her surroundings, preparing to exhale in relief, only to catch sight of Zeal's figure once more. Just as she intended to retreat underground again, Zeal's hand, infused with armament hockey, swiftly grasped her, and he produced the binding rope to ensnare her. Realizing escape was futile, the little girl's eyes darted, and she began to wail loudly. "Wah! Big brother, could you please let Kelly go?" Had Zeal not noticed her subtle movements, he might have softened. Ignoring Kelly's cries, Zeal delivered a sharp thump to her head, rendering her sobs even more genuine. Zeal raised his hand, poised to strike once more, which startled Klee into silence. "Speak, how did you come to be here?" Kelly hesitated for a moment at Zeal's words before finally lifting her head to respond. "Because here, no one will disdain me." Zeal was taken aback by her statement. After all, this place was filled with the deceased, who could possibly reject her? According to Kelly's account, she had been here for a year. At the tender age of 4, she had unwittingly consumed a devil fruit, resulting in her hair and skin becoming strikingly pale. Her parents, both pirates, were infuriated by the loss of their immensely valuable fruit, subjecting her to daily beatings and scoldings. It was only when they arrived at Whiskey Peak that they met their demise at the hands of pirate hunters, allowing Kelly to escape underground using the powers of the fruit. With nowhere else to turn, she discovered the graveyard filled with numerous tombstones and an abundance of food. Thus, she settled here, and a year has swiftly passed until she was just recently captured by Zeal. Zeal could discern that Klee was not fabricating her tale, and he felt a profound sorrow for her experiences. She was merely a 6-year-old child, yet she had endured such a tumultuous journey of growth. Not all pirates are akin to Roger, who would nurture young ones. The majority of pirates are ensnared by greed and lust, viewing children merely as unintended byproducts. Zeal untied the ropes and gently invited Klee, "Would you care to join me? I assure you, there will be an abundance of food for you in the days to come." Zephyr's voice was gentle, instilling a sense of reassurance in Klee, and inexplicably, she found herself in agreement. Zeal crouched down and extended his hand towards Kelly. After a moment of hesitation, Kelly reached out and clasped his hand. By the coast, the early returning Valia was soaring on her dragon, and upon spotting Zeal in the distance, she squinted and discerned a small figure accompanying him. "Everyone, the captain has returned." Upon hearing Zeal's voice, the crowd turned to look, only to be captivated by Kelly at his side. "Oh, is that the captain's illegitimate daughter?" exclaimed the ever-blunt Helly, causing Zeal to momentarily freeze. He scooped up Kelly and leaped onto the ship, inadvertently knocking his head against Helly's. "Ah, that hurts," Helly yelped, nursing the swelling on her head as she crouched down. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything at all." The others chuckled at the scene. Valia inquired, "Captain, do you not intend to provide an explanation?" Having spent considerable time with Zeal, Valia had come to understand his nature and no longer approached him with the same caution as before. Zeal briefly recounted Klee's experiences to the others, who expressed deep sympathy for her. Although they each faced their own misfortunes, they were fortunate to have loving parents and were significantly older than Klee. Subsequently, Villian shared with Zeal the events of the day, which incited a sense of indignation within him. Zephr had contemplated the possibility of adversaries targeting them, yet he was taken aback by the sheer number of undaunted souls. This realization intensified his sense of urgency. It seemed imperative to journey to Magnetic Drum Island sooner rather than later, as the acquisition of the Tunton fruit was of utmost importance, with the hope that it would indeed be found there. The nano-armor had stringent requirements regarding metal, which explained why Helly had yet to commence its fabrication. Perhaps they should linger for a few days, allowing themselves a moment of respite, for continuous sailing upon the sea was unsustainable. Although Zeal yearned to depart at an early hour, the monotony of drifting at sea proved utterly tedious. Nothing provides solace quite like solid ground. The following day, Zeal awakened, gently removing the hands of Queelis and Carol that rested upon him, and exited through the door. The devil fruit acquired the previous day had been thoroughly examined. It was of the paramecia type, specifically the explosive fruit, and the reward naturally pertained to knowledge related to explosive technology. After Zeal recorded the content into the Book of Omniscience, he directly handed it to Helly, igniting her excitement and commencing her explosive journey. Zeal engaged in exercise for a while, and soon others joined him, forming an elongated line of workout enthusiasts along the morning coastline. Taking advantage of this moment, Zeal also sought to comprehend Kelly's devil fruit abilities. According to Kelly's description, she possesses the ability to transform her body into a spiritual essence, rendering her imperceptible to the average person. Additionally, she has the remarkable capacity to sense the innermost thoughts of others and manipulate soul energy. Her ease in departing with Zeal can be largely attributed to the influence of her ability to perceive the hearts of others. Zeal experimented with the essence of soul energy and discovered it to be a power that profoundly impacts the soul. It does not inflict physical harm, yet it can impose a formidable pressure upon one's spirit. The more he delved into it, the more he perceived that this demonic fruit resembled the ghostly fruit, entirely distinct from Perona's spirit fruit. 2 days later, as the group continued their training along the coast, they exhibited no signs of alarm. Only Zeal noticed a red dot on the system map approaching rapidly. Initially, he assumed it was merely an ordinary pirate. But when 2 colossal warships emerged upon the surface of the sea, his expression grew serious. "Everyone be on guard." As the warships drew nearer, Zeal instructed the group to gather together, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. "Zeal, my little friend, it has been quite some time. However, this time I shall arrest you, and we can share a drink and impel down." The voice of Zephr resonated, imbued with a hint of excitement and a touch of resignation. Zephr, this time, cannot hold back. Crane is acutely aware of Zephyr's remarkable enhancement in prowess over the past few years. He is merely a step away from the rank of admiral. Witnessing both Crane and Zephr mobilizing, Zeal comprehended the Navy's gravity of concern regarding him. It is noteworthy that the combined strength of these two could contend with an admiral, while capturing Roger only warranted the deployment of Garp, underscoring the Navy's emphasis on Zeal. Crane's calm voice emerged. Adrian Zeal. Perhaps it is best for you to remain and impel down for eternity. Zeal was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, although he felt no fear himself. He recognized that the others had yet to mature in their abilities. Thus, he spoke, Daily, Kylie, Aali Shah, Pikachu, Charizard, Suicune, Steel Crow. And Beedrill shall remain. The rest of you, return to the ship and vacate this maritime domain. As he spoke, Zeal summoned a droplet of blood at his fingertip and gently placed it upon Villia's forehead, murmuring, Be obedient. We shall reunite soon. With tears welling in her eyes, Villia replied, It's a promise. As the others departed, Crane furrowed his brow and calmly commanded, Sink their ship. The cannons of the warship aligned ominously towards Zeal's vessel, unleashing a volley of dark projectiles. Behold, my latest invention, the magnetic rebound field. On board the ship, Heli observed the incoming shells with a bemused smile, an unusual flush gracing her cheeks. Grasping a disc-like device, she manipulated it skillfully, enveloping the vessel in an invisible barrier. The oncoming projectiles decelerated dramatically, plummeting harmlessly into the sea as they neared the ship. Farewell, Heli exclaimed, reveling in the astonished expressions of the Navy personnel, a swell of pride swelling within her. At that moment, Villia, undeterred, steered the ship away. Just as Crane was about to issue another command, a terrifying aura of conqueror's hockey surged forth, causing the sailors aboard the warship to shudder. Nearly half of them collapsed, incapacitated. Proceed. Crane beckoned to Zephr, and the two soared towards the coast with a graceful moonwalk. Other competent Navy officers swiftly followed in the wake of the two vice-admirals. Blood died 1,000 miles. A blade of light sliced through the sky, only to be shattered by Zephyr's fist. Unfazed by the intensity of the pain, Zephr felt a surge of relief and erupted into laughter. Aha, Zeal? This time you shall not escape. Zeal is not averse to using pain-inducing potions. Rather, he has run out of them. Currently, he is unable to gather the necessary materials to concoct more, having exhausted his supply during the last encounter. Furious bombardment. A fist, as dark as the abyss, descended with tremendous force, cleaving the earth and leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. Spear of the finger. Zeal deftly evaded a punch from Zephr, yet was unable to avoid the assault from Crane, resulting in a blow to his shoulder. However, what astonished Crane even more was the sensation that her fingers seemed to strike an impenetrable steel, failing to breach Zeal's skin. It was no jest. Zeal had acquired exoskeletal genes and absorbed Charlotte Lingling's formidable steel balloon ability, rendering his physical strength potentially more fearsome than that of Charlotte Lingling herself. Zer's lips curved into an arc. Feeble and powerless, General Crane. Zeal delivered a swift kick that sent Crane skimming across the ground for several meters. Do not be so arrogant, little Zeal. Shatter and explode. The Zephr descends like a ferocious tiger from the mountain, exuding an astounding aura. Blood-drenched, it cleaves through all. As Zeal and Zephr engaged in combat, Crane once again employed the technique of instantaneous movement to appear behind Zeal. Purification. A liquid reminiscent of water coalesced in Crane's hand, striking Zeal with force. Zeal suddenly felt that the world was rather pleasant. The chaos and commotion seemed unsafe, and even the speed of his strikes had diminished. Zeal sensed something amiss and swiftly distanced himself from the two individuals. The air was thick with the scent of blood and carnage. Was this the terrifying ability of the wash-wash fruit? Meanwhile, Deli and her companions were also ensnared by the Navy, with Crane's Vice Admiral Karina and Zephyr's Vice Admiral turned both possessing the strength of Rear Admirals. Deli and Eliza joined forces to confront the young swordswoman Karina, while Kelly and Pikachu faced the martial arts expert Turn. Charizard and Suicune unleashed powerful area attacks to intercept the other Navy personnel, while Pidgeot and Honchcrow maneuvered through the skies to provide support. Miss Navy, are you proficient in the 6 styles? Deli wielded a rapier, her tall figure clad in armor, reminiscent of a formidable knight. Curious to know? Shave. Karina, a swordsman although recently risen to the rank, was not an opponent Deli could handle. In a flash, Karina appeared before Deli, striking down with her sword. Deli reacted swiftly, yet she was overpowered and sent sprawling several meters away. Just as Karina intended to pursue her advantage, Deli dashed into the forest. Confident in her prowess, Karina had previously vanquished pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and this bolstered her self-assurance. Once deep within the forest, Deli ceased her flight and charged back toward Karina. You overestimate yourself. Karina enveloped her sword with hockey, effortlessly deflecting Deli's assault. Suddenly, a shadow darted by, leaving a gash on Karina's back. Despicable, she exclaimed, kicking Deli away and scanning her surroundings, seeking the cowardly assailant. Stay focused, Miss Navy. Deli thrust her rapier again, forcing Karina to defend herself. With another swift motion, Karina's thigh was slashed. Instant slash? Infuriated, Karina combined shave with her swordsmanship, swiftly bringing Deli to the ground. However, contrary to Karina's expectations, Deli rose tenaciously like an indomitable cockroach. Trained rigorously by Zeal and endowed with commendable talent, Deli had barely reached the pinnacle of a Navy colonel, just a step away from rivaling a rear admiral. The battle in the forest raged on, while the conflict outside showed no signs of abating. Zeal summoned the power of his fruit, transforming the earth into boiling blood, which surged towards the two individuals. Bloodthirsty tide. Yet, an astonishing event unfolded before Zeal's eyes. In the hands of General Crane appeared bubbles akin to those of laundry detergent as he pressed his palms against the ground. The blood-soaked earth, much like garments cleansed of their stains, reverted to its original state. Truly impressive, Crane, exclaimed Zephr, unable to contain his admiration upon witnessing the scene. A smile graced Crane's face as he responded. Zeal, your fruit's ability has been awakened, hasn't it? Perhaps it is time to surrender. The realization that his blood-related abilities were being countered was utterly unforeseen by Zeal. However, it is worth noting that the washing fruit counters the blood fruit, while he had consumed the bloodline fruit. Have you ever heard the saying? Zephr appears to be quite intrigued by Zeal's words, attentively listening with keen interest. Dominance reigns supreme. Zeal's demeanor shifted dramatically as he brandished his bloodstained weapon, channeling his energy for a decisive strike. Bloodstained 8,000 miles. With the formidable might of Conqueror's hockey and the impenetrable armor hockey, he unleashed a devastating slash that rent the heavens, aimed directly at the two adversaries. Shatter and explode. Zephr positioned himself in front of Crane, the color of armament swirling around his hand as he delivered a powerful punch towards Zeal's slash. Zephr was propelled far away by the slash, ultimately reaching the sea. Crane did not turn to look at Zephr, for she had unwavering faith in his strength and could not afford to miss this opportune moment. Employing the technique of shave, she swiftly approached the slightly fatigued Zeal, her fingers darting like a spear. Bang, bang. Though her strikes did not breach his defenses, the force of the impact unsettled Zeal's internal organs, causing a slight disruption in his vital energy. Blood-dyed shadow kill. Zeal's speed surged unexpectedly, catching Crane off guard. A sweeping kick was launched, but it was deftly evaded. Crane executed a somersault, her serious countenance now directly before Zeal. In an instant, her foot made contact with Zeal's head, bringing him into an intimate embrace with the ground. Despite her youthful appearance, Crane, a seasoned general, was already 38 years old, her combat experience far surpassing that of Zeal. As Zeal fell to the ground, Crane intended to cleanse his body, rendering him as pliable as fabric. However, the surroundings abruptly transformed into a sea of blood, and Zeal sank into its depths, vanishing from sight. By the time Crane sought to purify the earth, Zeal had already retreated to safety. The blood-drenched dragon emerged. The crimson behemoth unfurled its maw, lunging at Crane with ferocity. Bang! Zephr leapt forth from the sea, his body cascading with blood, presenting a particularly fearsome visage. The Conqueror's hockey? Truly remarkable. Zephyr's fist descended upon the dragon's head, effectively interrupting Zeal's assault. Explode. The blood on Zephr erupted unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Crane hurried to Zephyr's side, cleansing the blood from his body to prevent Zeal from exploiting their blood for another assault. Zephr stood up, shaking his head. Although besieged by two adversaries and in a rather precarious situation, he recognized that this was precisely the kind of battle he needed. It was only through relentless engagement with formidable opponents that he could undergo his transformation. The battle between Zeal, Crane, and Zephr had an extensive reach, far removed from the battlefield where Kelly and her companions fought. 1,000 miles. After engaging with Turn for over an hour, Kelly's stamina was nearly depleted. After swinging her last scythe, she seemed to collapse, half kneeling on the ground. Noticing Kelly's dire state, Turn intended to eliminate her using his shaving technique. However, as he approached her, a multitude of tightly packed bombs suddenly materialized before him. These were the magnetic bombs stored in Kelly's fruit space, invented by Helly. Uncertain whether these explosives could incapacitate Turn, Kelly shouted for assurance. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. A massive bolt of yellow lightning struck the magnetic bombs, causing a brilliant white light to spread. Turn's pupils contracted as he crossed his arms and shouted, "Iron block." Boom. The explosion raised a cloud of dust, and the formidable naval officer Turn fell, overwhelmed by the confidence instilled by the iron block. Meanwhile, the other battlefield was decidedly simpler, although Suakun had only recently emerged. Being a divine beast and positioned by the coast, it held significant advantages. Suakun conjured a colossal whirlpool, tossing numerous naval personnel into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, a trio of flying-type Pokemon, Charizard, Skarmory, and Pidgeot, dealt with the ordinary Navy soldiers who were incapable of even moonwalking, effortlessly picking them off like targets. However, Kelly was acutely aware that the battle on Zell's side was beyond their involvement as they began to bind the incapacitated naval soldiers with ropes. Approximately an hour later, Alicia emerged from the forest, carrying the bloodied and unconscious Karina. Daisy followed closely behind, visibly injured. The three fighters engaged in combat sensed that the fates of others had already been determined. Crane distanced himself and declared, "We will allow you to leave safely, provided your people do not harm them." Zell is thoroughly enjoying the game. Although he appears quite disheveled, the two opponents have little recourse against him. One might wonder, will he engage in the fight or abstain from it? Zell once again brandished his blade, compelling the two to engage in combat. The battle persisted for 2 days, during which Zephr and Crane observed that Kelly and the others remained focused solely on their confrontation with Zell, refraining from intervening against the naval soldiers. As another day elapsed, Crane's stamina was nearly depleted. Although Zephr and Zell could still persevere in their struggle, they too were nearing their limits. "Zell, how splendid it would be if you could become a member of the Navy." After 3 days of fierce conflict with Zell, Zephr found himself increasingly admiring the young lad. "You may counsel me towards kindness, yet you cannot persuade me to relinquish my hatred." Zell's response was resolute, and Zephr understood that he was in no position to advise him to relinquish his hatred. The transgressions of the celestial dragons were unforgivable, and he was destined never to join the Navy. Is that so? Zell gazed at the Navy before him, steadfast in their pursuit of justice, and reflected on his tragic life. Unable to contain himself, he spoke, "Take good care of your family, or you shall surely regret it." He chuckled softly, "But I remain a solitary figure, devoid of family." Zephr felt no embarrassment in his solitude. "Zell, let us conclude this battle with a final strike." Crushing explosion. The blood-stained dragon clashed with the obsidian iron fist as black lightning danced amidst the chaos. The shockwave stirred up clouds of dust, and a long chasm opened beneath their feet. Bang! As the smoke cleared, both Zephr and Zell remained standing, neither having fallen. "Next time, I shall face you alone." Zell discerned the implication behind Zephyr's words. This time, the assault alongside the Crane was due to his naval identity, yet in the future, it might be as a friend. Zell and his companions departed, taking Karina with them, a task he had assigned to capture a Navy officer proficient in the 6 styles. However, Deli speculated that Zell might have a preference for women, thus opting for Karina. Once Zell had left, Crane and the others realized that Karina had been taken. Aboard the warship, Crane was counting the personnel. Among them, Turn bore the most severe injuries, while the others were mostly rendered unconscious by the seawater. After tallying the numbers, Crane furrowed her brow. "Where is Karina?" A female Navy officer reported, "Sir, Karina was seized by that black dragon." Crane pondered for a moment, uncertain of Zell's intentions in abducting Karina. She bowed to the assembled Navy personnel and addressed them. "This time, we misjudged the capabilities of Zell and his party. Thank you all for your hard work." Witnessing Crane's gesture, the sailors were overwhelmed with gratitude, already burdened by their capture and now feeling even more remorseful. Nonetheless, it was evident that the somber atmosphere aboard the ship had somewhat lifted. Zephr is still in recovery, so Crane had no choice but to report to the Marshal herself. Marine headquarters, alongside Kong, Sengoku, and Garp, sat in the conference room, attentively listening to Crane's briefing. There were reports of an animal suspected to have consumed a devil fruit, 3 formidable crew members, and peculiar technology. The configuration aboard the ship Zeal is rather peculiar, yet the crew remains indifferent. Their sole concern lies with Zeal himself. With the awakened power of the fruit, formidable 3-color hockey, exceptional swordsmanship, terrifying physique, boundless stamina, and a hidden enhancement potion, Zeal commands attention. Carp, while stuffing his mouth with rice crackers, mumbled, "What an astonishing little brat." Carp, eating is prohibited in the conference room. The already irate Sora became even more furious at Carp's antics, slamming his fist onto the table. Bang! The wooden table shattered into splinters. Marshal Sara, shall we raise the bounty on Zeal and his companions? After much contemplation, Sara, reluctant to stand against Zeal, ultimately deemed his existence intolerable to the world government. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to oppose Zeal, at a bounty of 2 billion berries on Adrian Zeal, in a certain maritime region. Villian and her comrades were engaged in a battle against a band of pirates. 2 days after their departure, they were targeted by the devil fruit user, the magician Kitturk, who had a bounty of 120 million berries. Fortunately, the psychic Pokemon Shenado was able to restrain Kitturk's abilities. Otherwise, the rest of the crew would have been utterly helpless against him. The Circle Bear, Block Bear, and the Wild Boar led the assault, while the others and their Pokemon besieged Kitturk, the battle raging for over 3 hours. Suddenly, Villian felt a searing heat on her forehead. She looked up to see 3 Pokemon soaring through the sky, accompanied by Zeal and his companions. "Little girl, your acting is truly subpar." The pirate, believing Villian was merely distracting him, did not turn around. As he approached her, his body inexplicably soared into the sky, bursting into a cloud of blood mist as he distanced himself from the ship. This horrifying scene caused Kitturk's pupils to dilate in shock. He opened a spatial portal beside him, intending to escape. However, it was as if his blood had frozen, his raised foot remained suspended, and he felt as though he was trapped in place. Blood-stained falling star. A point of red light pierced the heavens, obliterating Kitturk into nothingness. With a wave of his hand, Zeal sent the bloody mist, carrying the shattered remnants of Kitturk, cascading into the sea. "Run. Please, don't kill me. I can join you." The chorus of desperate pleas echoed, yet each voice met the same fate, swallowed by the ocean's depths. "Captain." Villia leapt directly into Zeal's embrace, burying her head against his shoulder. "It's all right." Zell gently patted her back, offering soothing words. With the battle concluded, he naturally would not overlook the pirate's treasure. Although it amounted to only around 500 million berries, there were numerous recording pointers. Once settled, Zell commenced his serious endeavors, seeking to grasp the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. However, it was evident that direct inquiry would yield no results. Thus, he sought out an uninhabited island, allowing Kelly and the others to take turns battling Karina. Only through such means could she secure sustenance. To survive, Karina had no choice but to submit to the circumstances. Every day, Zell observed Karina's battles, and finally, after half a month, he comprehended the intricacies of the Navy's 6 styles. This revelation astonished Karina for an extended period. However, her surprise stemmed from Zell's unexpected mastery of the 6 styles, entirely unaware that his proficiency was derived from covertly learning from her. Zell's talents have reached their zenith. He learns with remarkable speed, leaving no one to believe that he could master the 6 styles merely by observation. Of course, this is partly attributed to his prior immersion in the One Piece forums before his transference. During this period, 2 significant events transpired. One being the conclusion of the search for the Door fruit, which rewarded them with a pair of interdimensional portals. These portals, though limited to 2, enable mutual transport regardless of distance, providing a powerful asset for future adventures once they establish their own stronghold. The other event pertains to the bounties placed upon Zell and his companions. The swordsman Adrian Zeal, a wielder of the 3 hockey types and a user of the blood fruit, has been issued a bounty of 2 billion berries, with no regard for life or death. The side-wielding Kelly has a bounty of 60 million berries, while the death hunter Eliza is valued at 55 million berries. The warrior Dolly has a bounty of 52 million berries. The scientist 8 Heli is sought after with a bounty of 100 million berries, with live capture only. Villian and Villia both carry bounties of 10 million berries. The duo of Clarice and Carol Beefula is valued at 3 million berries. Heli's bounty stands as the highest, underscoring the Navy's regard for scientists, while Kelly and Dolly's bounties fall short of their actual capabilities. Nevertheless, for newcomers facing their first bounties, these figures are considerably high. A month later, Zell and his companions, initially intending to visit the Little Garden, altered their course towards Drum Island. The reason was simple: they required a doctor. 10 days prior, Zell had suddenly felt a profound connection, believing it to be the ability of the blood fruit, which led him to sense that Kelly was nurturing his offspring within her. In the following days, he also began to sense the same with Clarice and the others. The fetus had likely commenced hematopoiesis around 6 weeks, indicating that they had been pregnant for over a month. However, due to their training, the signs of pregnancy remained subtle until now. As the sky began to sprinkle with light snow, their ship officially entered the realm of Drum Island. Drum Island is a winter isle, perpetually blanketed in snow throughout the year. The medical industry of the Drum Kingdom is highly advanced, currently presided over by the diligent King Walbo, a paragon of governance. Wow. Snow. Vilya, having never encountered snow before, gazed in wonder at the novel winter landscape. Suddenly, the mountain pig that never strayed from Vilya's side leaped to the ground, its nose pressed to the earth as it began to sniff around. Vilya, puzzled by the pig's antics, inquired, "Hey, little mountain pig, what are you doing?" Zell suddenly recalled the remarkable qualities of the small mountain pig Pokemon and began to explain. The small mountain pig's nose can detect hot springs hidden beneath the snow. It is likely engaged in such a pursuit. Bully, the small mountain pig affirmed Zell's statement. Vilya followed the small mountain pig in search of the hot springs. While Deli remained close by for protection, the others divided into several teams. Kelly, Trilese, and Eliza ventured forth to procure supplies and gather herbs for potion making. Villian, Zell, and Coley formed one group, while the three sisters, Koya, formed another. Nyes and Carol constituted yet another team, each tasked with locating a physician, leaving Heli to oversee the vessel alongside the other Pokemon. Zer beheld 3 crimson dots representing devil fruits upon the map and summoned his shadow clone to procure them. Zer led Kelly and Vivian down the street, resembling a family of 3. Seeking a physician in the realm of the magnetic drums was an exceedingly simple task, as medical establishments were ubiquitous. However, locating a doctor willing to accompany them posed a considerable challenge. Kelly's hair and skin were both alabaster, giving her the appearance of one afflicted by illness. Before Zeal could locate a doctor, an uninvited guest arrived. "Hello there. Are you in search of a physician?" The newcomer was a tall, slender man, his hair styled in a manner reminiscent of a cross, with 3 tufts standing in different directions. Zell gazed at him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to immediately recall where he had seen him before. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Dr. Hilyalik, capable of providing treatment for any patient in need." Zell's mind was engulfed in a haze as he finally recalled the identity of the individual before him, the infamous quack, Dr. Hilyalik, the so-called father of Chopper. While his tale is undeniably poignant, appointing him as the ship's doctor is perhaps best avoided. Indeed, the entire Drum Island is well aware of Hilyalik's medical incompetence. Alas, is this gentleman not a foreigner? His passion for medicine is evident, yet he is a thorough charlatan, with no islander daring to seek his treatment. Thus, he has turned his gaze towards outsiders. With a sense of despondency, Hilyalik departed, and Zell had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After inquiring about the whereabouts of Dr. Correja, Zell and his companions made their way toward her castle. Upon arriving at the castle, before they could enter, a voice resonated, declaring, "No consultations today." Truly, a woman who has lived for over 110 years possesses formidable observation skills. Zer, unwilling to feign humility, boldly unleashed his conqueror's haki, leading the 2 individuals into the castle. Within the castle, Dr. Gureja regarded Zer's entrance with an unruffled demeanor. What an impolite little rascal. Does he not know how to show respect to his elders? Yet, it seems that strength is indeed the finest passport. You speak the truth. Gureja nodded at Zer. Now, what brings you to me? I have heard that your medical skills are unparalleled in the world. My wives are expecting, and I wish to request your assistance at sea. Zell's tone was quite earnest, yet he was swiftly rebuffed. It is impossible for me to depart from Magnet Drum Island. However, Dr. Gureja quickly shifted her stance and said, I can indeed recommend someone to you. Following Dr. Gureja's suggestion, Zell and his companions ventured into a secluded forest, devoid of any onlookers, yet teeming with rampant Labu. Bang! Zell delivered a powerful kick that sent the ferocious, plump rabbit flying. These rabbits are unique creatures known as Labong, native to Magnet Drum Island. Captain, why are there so many rabbits here? Kelly tugged at Zell's sleeve, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the unconscious Labong scattered around them. I suspect it has much to do with the doctor who resides in the forest. Dr. Guliva, as she is known, is not without her secrets, in her own words. She is a medical genius fixated on the art of pharmaceuticals. After vanquishing hundreds of Labong along their journey, Zell finally came upon a dilapidated brick and tile house. Even before stepping inside, a pungent odor wafted toward them. Upon catching a whiff, Zell felt a slight surge of heat within his blood, while Kelly, unaffected due to her fruit abilities, noticed an unusual flush spreading across Vivian's face. Captain, something feels off. Vivian, your face is quite flushed. Zer noticed something amiss with Vivian. And as someone who had experienced similar emotions, he understood her expression well. He finally grasped the reason behind the overwhelming tide of feelings. Captain, I feel so hot. Vivian said, her face flushed, appearing entirely different from her usual composed demeanor. Before Zephr could fully comprehend the situation, she rose onto her tiptoes. "Well, Sister Vivian is so bold," Kelly exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, showing no sense of modesty whatsoever. Although Zephr finds great pleasure in this, as the captain, how can he take advantage of others' misfortunes? Zell summoned the powers of the devil fruit, calming the restless blood of Vivian and restoring her consciousness. "Captain, Zell gently stroked her head and retrieved a towel from the system space, instructing Vivian to cover her nose. Vivian, now overwhelmed with shyness, instinctively concealed most of her face, obscuring her expression from view. After addressing Vivian's predicament, Zell rapped on the door. Approximately 10 seconds later, the door creaked open. A disheveled woman, clad in soiled garments that had evidently gone unwashed for days, with tangled black hair and tissues stuffed in her nostrils, appeared in the doorway. Carrie was startled into her ethereal form. The woman behind the door was equally taken aback by Carrie's sudden transformation, losing her balance and plopping down onto the floor. Zell addressed the woman who was sitting on the ground in fear, saying, "We were referred by Dr. Giriva." Upon hearing that it was Dr. Giriva who had sent them, the woman rose from the floor, her demeanor shifting to one of humility. As Zell and his companions entered the room, they were met with an overwhelming sight of various refuse strewn about, alongside an array of bottles and jars containing medications scattered haphazardly. "I apologize. It has been quite some time since I last cleaned," the woman said, her hand brushing through her hair, a hint of contrition in her voice. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall take a quick shower." Aware of her disheveled appearance, she offered her apologies to Zell and the others before retreating to the bathroom. Once she had departed, Clee, her expression one of disbelief, exclaimed, "Captain, is she truly a brilliant doctor?" Zell gently patted her small head and remarked, "Kelly, we must not judge others by their appearance." Approximately 10 minutes later, the woman emerged from the bathroom, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly, clad in a pristine white coat, presenting a stark contrast to her earlier state. Yet, her frail physique resembled that of a patient. "You must be Mr. Zell," she said. "I am Alina. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Doctor, Giriva spoke highly of your exceptional medical talent. I wonder if Miss Lena would be interested in becoming my ship's physician." Zell, getting straight to the point, caught Lena somewhat off guard. "Me?" she exclaimed, her finger pointing to herself, a look of disbelief etched on her face. "Well, I might disappoint Mr. Zell, but I have no desire to venture out to sea." Zell was acutely aware that attracting individuals was not as straightforward as coaxing Kelly, yet he possessed his own confidence. He pondered what Miss Lena was researching in the realm of pharmaceuticals. Upon the mere mention of medicine, Lena became remarkably loquacious. According to her, her constitution was peculiar. No matter how diligently she exercised, there were no discernible improvements, a fatal flaw for a physician. Thus, she shifted her focus to pharmacology, yet her efforts yielded scant results. The only effects of her concoctions were to ignite vitality and fervor, lacking any other significant benefits. Previously, during her tenure in the Kingdom of the Magnetic Drum, her experiments had inadvertently contributed to a notable increase in the birth rate due to the escape of potent aromas, leading to her eventual expulsion. After years of unfruitful research, she had unwittingly exacerbated the population crisis. Upon hearing Lena's account, Zell felt a wave of exasperation, given the efficacy of her remedies. It was a wonder she had not been ousted sooner. As for enhancing one's constitution, I happen to possess a remedy. I wonder if Miss Lena would dare to give it a try. Zell retrieved 2 vials from the system space, one containing a super serum and the other an analgesic. The super serum is designed to enhance the physical body, while the analgesic temporarily alleviates pain. Lena's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she carefully examined both vials, gently dipping her finger into the super serum and placing a small amount on her tongue. A sensation akin to being struck by an electric current coursed through her. The pain surged swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Her previously frail physique seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, as if it were reinvigorated, filling her with newfound strength. Lena then swallowed the analgesic in one gulp, followed by another dose of the super serum. Her blood began to boil, and steam emanated from her body. After approximately 5 minutes, Lena emerged from the vapor. The once slender figure of Lena had blossomed into a more robust form, her height soaring from 1.8 meters to an impressive 2 meters, with a hint of rosy color gracing her cheeks. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Kelly, gazing at Lena, who no longer bore any trace of her previous intimidating appearance. Is this the sensation of power?" Lena twirled, brimming with vitality. "I look forward to your guidance, Captain," she declared, extending her hand towards Zell, clearly resolute. I look forward to your guidance. Zell extended his hand, and Lena gathered a package before departing with him. They met up with Kia and Nis, yet none of the doctors were willing to leave with them. However, with Lena's presence, their mission was accomplished. Meanwhile, within the palace, a shadow clone stealthily merged with a soldier's shadow, infiltrating the royal grounds. The clone navigated through the palace, utilizing the system map to locate the devil fruit. Upon confirmation, a red dot indicated a user of the devil fruit's powers, while the other two marked the king's treasures. After leaving behind 300 million berries, the shadow clone secured the devil fruit. Zell speculated that these two devil fruits were likely the ones intended for the two princes, the swallow fruit and the mushroom fruit. In contrast to the fortunate Zell and his companions, the hot spring exploration team faced a far grimmer fate. Vilya and Deli followed a wild boar to the forest where Lena resided. They indeed discovered the hot spring, but were relentlessly pursued by the relentless Raven. When Zell tracked them down, following the trail of blood he had left on Vilya's head, he found them being chased by a horde of Raven. Spotting Zell's figure, Vilya, desperately fleeing, seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. "Captain, help us. Captain, save us." As Vilya's cries echoed, Zell unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, sweeping across the snowy expanse. The Raven fell, their pupils dilating, collapsing to the ground. Half an hour later, Vilya led the group to a small hillside. Zell specifically unearthed the earth dragon, and after an extensive hour of excavation, a hot spring revealed itself. To his astonishment, a hot spring existed in this vicinity. Lena, having lived in seclusion nearby for many years, expressed her astonishment. "Wow, the little mountain pig is truly remarkable. It has indeed discovered a hot spring." Vilya exclaimed as she lifted the little mountain pig, affectionately rubbing her cheek against its fluffy visage. In a gesture of goodwill, Zell also fetched the crew and Pokemon from the ship, ensuring everyone could indulge in the soothing waters, leaving only the fire-type and rock-type Pokemon to guard the vessel. Before long, Suicune ambled leisurely to the hot spring, placing one foot upon its surface and astonishingly remaining poised atop the water. Suicune emitted a long, healing cry, radiating a serene blue luminescence. The hot spring rippled beneath its feet, transforming from an ordinary sight into a pristine, crystalline pool. This was nothing short of a miracle. Helly was equally astonished by Suicune's ability to purify the water, as this was the first time the majestic creature had showcased its power. From Pikachu onward, Helly had developed a keen curiosity about these beings known as Pokemon that Zell summoned. She even drew inspiration from the Zubat, enhancing her sonic bracelet. However, the presence of Suicune left her most profoundly impacted, as it exuded an air of divinity. Known as the embodiment of the North Wind, Suicune possessed the remarkable ability to purify water sources, rendering this humble hot spring a mere trifle for such a majestic being. Zell explained with a smile. Upon finishing his words, he summoned his fruit abilities to create a veil of blood, effectively partitioning the hot springs. Although Kelly and the others advised against bathing together, it was essential to respect the newly joined Lena. As she observed Zell and Kelly retreating to one side of the hot springs, Lena suddenly realized that the entire ship was comprised of women. The thought of joining them caused her face to flush crimson, prompting her to scurry to the opposite side of the springs, submerging herself in the water. Vilya gazed at the divided hot springs, hesitating for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to join Zell's side. Villian, recalling the day she had forcibly kissed Zell, deliberated but ultimately decided to enter his vicinity as well. Deli, in a bid to protect her young ladies, reluctantly joined them. Only Helly chose to remain with Lena on her side of the springs. Under Pikachu's stern gaze, the Pokemon were compelled to abandon the idea of accompanying Zell. As the clumsy duo, Circle Bear and Block Bear, plunged into the springs with a splash, water sprayed into their eyes. "Bear big, bear too." Helly exploded in frustration, beginning to scold the two fools. Meanwhile, Shinado and Ear Bunny maintained a serene demeanor, sitting quietly like ladies on either side of Lena. "Excuse me, what race are you?" Lena inquired of the Shinado beside her, who resembled a human. "I am a Pokemon," came the gentle voice resonating in her mind, startling Lena significantly. "Do not worry. It is I who is speaking to you," Shinado continued to explain telepathically. Lena soon acclimated to this and curiously asked, "What is a Pokemon?" "They are marvelous beings created by the Master," was the response. "Is the Master Captain Zell?" Lena pursued further. As Lena engaged in an animated conversation with Shinado, the atmosphere on the other side of the partitioned springs was decidedly tense. The maids were relatively unfazed, as they were completely at Zell's disposal. However, Vilya and her two companions were different, Even though Zeal had rescued them, Villian, as a navigator, felt that Zeal regarded them merely as crew members. Of course, Zeal would not let an opportunity to indulge in a tempting morsel slip away. As Zeal engaged in conversation with Kelly and the others, he feigned nonchalance while subtly drawing closer to Villia. "Ah, Captain, you've bumped into me. Oh, my apologies." Though his words expressed regret, his body betrayed a lack of control. Zeal's hands playfully stirred beneath the water, causing Villia to blush, yet she dared not utter a sound. On board the vessel, while Zeal and his companions indulged in the soothing hot springs, Karina embarked on her escape plan. With a creak, the wooden door of the storage room swung open, revealing a peculiar creature resembling a lump of cheese perched atop a small, orange dog. "Ma." The little fairy milk gestured for the dog, Katie, to place the plate laden with cake down, its eyes fixed intently on Karina, as if urging her to taste and divulge her thoughts on its flavor. Although Karina's hands and feet were bound by enchanted ropes, her body remained as capable as any ordinary personess. A betrayed growl emanated from her stomach, prompting her to seize the cake and savor it. The cake melted in her mouth, sweet and delectable, enveloping Karina in a wave of bliss. Her eyes sparkled as she quickened her pace, and within moments, the cake had vanished entirely. Delicious. Upon hearing Karina's praise, the little fairy milk's eyes narrowed with a sense of accomplishment. "Mama," Karina, noticing the fairy milk's innocent expression, sensed an opportunity and could not resist inquiring about Zeal and the others. The fairy milk recalled Zeal's instruction to simply deliver the food and refrain from conversing with Karina. Immediately, it shook its head and leaped, signaling Katie that it was time to depart. As the two adorable creatures prepared to leave, Karina suddenly threw herself to the ground, rolling about while exclaiming, "Oh no, my stomach hurts terribly." Katie, who had just reached the doorway, halted in its tracks. "Woof woof woof? What should we do? Your cake seems to have upset her stomach." The little fairy milk, now exasperated, jumped in frustration. "Ma. My cake is absolutely fine." "Woof. Then what should we do?" "I think I just need to relieve myself," Karina interjected, fearing that their conversation would linger. After a brief discussion, the fairy milk and Katie ultimately decided to escort Karina to the restroom, silently observing her surroundings along the way. Karina noted the absence of any other souls aboard the ship and felt a surge of glee. "Once I escape, I shall ensure you are captured and imprisoned in the Push City," Karina mused to herself. Karina climbed through the window beside the restroom and stealthily made her way to the edge of the ship, surveying her surroundings. She detected no signs of life and plunged into the water. Unbeknownst to her, above the clouds, a fire-breathing dragon was idly watching her, bound by the enchanted ropes. Karina resembled an ordinary person, and by the time she crawled ashore, she was utterly exhausted, breathing in the crisp air of magnetic Drum Island. She found the scent of freedom intoxicating, albeit accompanied by a hint of chill. Suddenly, a jet of fire erupted from the sky, causing Karina to leap back in shock and bolt away in a panic. The fire-breathing dragon, feeling bored, relentlessly scorched the ground around her with flames, ensuring not to harm her while subjecting her to the searing heat. "Ah, so hot, so hot," Karina cried out, fleeing in the direction dictated by the dragon's fiery pursuit. After approximately an hour, Karina noticed a foggy haze ahead and, without a moment's thought, dove right into it. Feeling herself plunge into water, she struggled for breath and quickly lifted her head. To her astonishment, she found Zeal observing her with a mischievous grin while simultaneously soothing Villia, who appeared startled. "Just kill me," Karina declared defiantly, her wet clothes clinging to her as she raised her chin. "That won't do. Did you not intend to imprison me in Push City for eternity? Then how about I confine you for a lifetime instead?" Zeal wore a wicked smile, his eyes roving over Karina's alluring figure with an unsettling gaze. "I would rather die than submit to you." Karina was well accustomed to Zeal's scrutinizing stare, yet it filled her with revulsion. The very reason she had joined Admiral Crane's fleet was that it comprised entirely of women, allowing her to evade unwanted advances. Now, Zeal's blatant desire for her beauty mirrored that of the sailors, evoking both disgust and a tinge of fear within her. "How about this? Let us engage in a wager. Should you win, I shall grant you your freedom." Zeal rested his chin on his hand, adopting a contemplative demeanor. "What shall we wager?" he inquired. "If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom." Karina regarded Zeal with an expression of incredulity. If she were capable of besting him, she would not require his permission to leave. "Are you mocking me?" Karina's countenance darkened, and her tone grew significantly more somber. Bang! With a powerful kick, Zeal transformed the snow-laden ground beside Karina into a barren expanse. "Remember, you are a prisoner. The right to choose eludes you." Release is an impossibility once captured. One cannot simply let go. Zell turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to Karina's flight. Karina's delicate face was drenched in cold sweat. She could scarcely fathom the consequences had Zell's earlier kick connected with her visage. After her complexion shifted for quite some time, she ultimately rose and followed suit. It is only when one stands on the precipice of death that the illusion of courage dissipates. Having dealt with matters concerning Karina, Zell and his companions spent half a month reveling on Drum Island, procuring essential supplies. They also successfully subdued Villian and Valia, while also bringing along the steadfastly loyal Derry, who diligently protected the two young ladies. Additionally, the search for the two devil fruits concluded with remarkable success. The superhuman type, Gura Gura no Mi, yielded a metal workbench, capable of fusing various materials to forge required metals. The superhuman type, Kin Kin no Mi, granted a bountiful assortment of spores, including paralyzing spores, hypnotic spores, and parasitic spores. Equipped with the metal workbench, the production of nano-armor could be prioritized, significantly enhancing the capabilities of Zell and his companions. After half a month, Zell and his party finally departed Drum Island, setting their course towards Gaia Island. From the very outset, Zell's ambition was to restore his nation, and naturally, the choice of location could not be the original site. Moreover, it must remain shrouded in mystery. Otherwise, the world government could descend with righteous fury, obliterating the entire island. Thus, Zell's initial options were limited to two, the Doldrums or the Sky Island. However, the Doldrums presented a significant issue regarding population. After weighing the pros and cons, Zell ultimately opted for the Sky Island. Upon the tranquil sea, a merchant ship glided slowly, carrying Zell and his companions. Each individual was engrossed in their own pursuits. Zell was engaged in physical training, while Villian perused the Book of Omniscience with great interest. Villian and Kelly were accompanying the Pokémon in their playful antics. In the kitchen, the Frost Fairy, now evolved under Zell's guidance, was preparing pastries, while Kelly and the other maids busied themselves with the preparation of lunch. Nearby, Karina was humbly tidying up the dishes. Ever since the failed escape, Karina had been relegated to the role of a servant aboard the ship, burdened with all manner of menial tasks. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the ship, a sound the crew had grown accustomed to. Ha! It worked. I'm a genius. In the laboratory, Helly's face was charred, her hair transformed into a wild explosion, as she held up a silver metal piece glinting faintly. She exclaimed excitedly. While synthetic metals were not prone to explosion, this individual insisted on testing the metal's ductility, stability, and hardness with explosives, resulting in the laboratory being filled with the sounds of explosions on a daily basis. Upon hearing the laughter, Zell couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was clear that a change of vessel was imperative, as this merchant ship had endured enough torment. Captain, we have arrived at Gaia Island. Before they could even step foot to confront Helly, Carol exclaimed loudly. From a distance, a vibrant little town on Gaia Island came into view, bustling with life. It was none other than Magic Valley Town. Magic Valley Town, a haven for pirates who squandered their riches with abandon. Zell harbored no desire to linger in this place, for it was a haven for pirates. Although he carried a bounty of 2 billion berries, it was certain that some reckless pirates would dare to take the risk. This region, known as the first half of the Grand Line, was eternally populated by self-important buccaneers. Thus, Zell resolved to first purge the area of those short-sighted pirates. Zell strolled into the town of Magic Valley, stepping gracefully as if dancing to the moonwalk. Activating his observation hockey, he discerned that he was being watched by several hundred pirates lurking in the shadows. Ignoring the crowd, Zell entered a tavern and ordered a drink from the scowling bartender, then began to sip leisurely. Outside the tavern, a group of pirates gathered, whispering in awe. That's the bloodstained swordsman, Adrian Zeal, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Captain, do we really want to provoke him? One pirate trembled, clutching a wanted poster bearing Zell's image. I am Dashabi, a hippopotamus human who consumed the hippo fruit. How could I possibly lose to a mere child? His bounty must be inflated, declared Dashabi, who bore a striking resemblance to a hippo with his large nostrils and stout stature. Indeed, if it weren't for the Marine Admiral's intervention, our captain's bounty would not be so low, a sycophantic crew member chimed in, bolstering Dashabi's confidence. Yes, Gali is correct, with my strength. A bounty of 2 billion is no challenge, Dashabi responded, clearly pleased by the flattery, while over 100 pirates brazenly boasted at the tavern entrance. Several hundred more observed discreetly from the shadows. Dishot Lacey, are you also planning to hunt the bloodstained swordsman? An elderly, hunchback pirate inquired of a man wielding a long spear. Deschat Lacey, with a bounty of 230 million, and Poison Scorpion Shelton, with a bounty of 180 million. Who would have thought you both would be here? A voice emerged from the air, sending chills down the spine of any ordinary person. Yet, Lacey's keen observation hockey allowed him to tilt his spear toward the empty rooftop, declaring, "Come out. I know you are there." Gradually, a figure emerged from the roof, clad in a tight black suit, expressing fear as he spoke. "How terrifying, Deschat Lacey." Shelton narrowed his eyes, revealing a long purple tail behind him, his demeanor tense as he regarded the figure. Transparent man Claude, with a bounty of 500 million berries. "Aren't you being hunted by Marine Admiral Zephr? I never expected to see you here." It was revealed that immediately after Zephr concluded his battle with Zeal, he was urgently dispatched to pursue Claude, who had assassinated an octogenarian Marine Admiral. Although the Admiral's abilities had waned, he was compelled to fulfill his duties due to the Navy's personnel shortages. He was supposed to retire following the recent Navy recruitment, but Claude's assassination incited the Navy's wrath, prompting them to raise his bounty to 500 million berries. Despite his harrowing escape from Zephr, Claude's notoriety surged. "Do not be alarmed. I believe we can collaborate," Claude suggested with a smile, though his mouth was obscured by a black cloth, leaving only his eyes, which glinted with malice. Shelton and Lacey observed him in silence, unwilling to respond. Undeterred, Claude continued, "It is not so simple to eliminate a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion berries. However, if the three of us join forces, our chances would significantly increase. I will take on the stealthy approach with Deschat, while Poison Scorpion can engage him directly. What do you say?" Lacey and Shelton were intrigued by Claude's proposition. It wasn't merely the bounty they sought, but the fame that accompanied such a feat. Just as Kid, Law, and Luffy gained renown for defeating Kaido and Big Mom, their own reputations would soar. Lacey lowered his weapon, and Shelton withdrew his tail, indicating that their collaboration was solidified. At that moment, while the three plotted, Deshabi, buoyed by his comrades' praises, kicked open the tavern door with a resounding crash. "Adrian Zeal, I, Deshabi, demand your head." Zeal inadvertently spewed the wine from his mouth. There was no helping it. The name of this fellow was rather abstract. Observing the disheartened expression on Deshabi's face, Zeal could not resist inquiring, "What did you say your name was? Were you also taken aback by my illustrious name?" "Haha, indeed. I am the captain of the Hippo pirate crew, and I am none other than the Hippo Man, Deshabi." Zeal cast a glance at him, erupting into peals of laughter. Though none could comprehend the source of his amusement. "Dare to mock me? You seek your own demise." With that, Deshabi planted his hands on the ground, transforming into a colossal hippopotamus, charging towards Zeal. Zelrian did not even draw his sword. With a single kick, Deshabi was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. With a flick of his hand, the blood mist coalesced into droplets that shot forth towards the surrounding pirates. Bang! The sounds of pirates collapsing echoed in succession. And before anyone could react, over 100 of them were utterly annihilated. Zeal raised his glass and addressed the nearby proprietor, "Please refill my drink. I shall return to indulge in it later." With that, he stood, hands tucked into his pockets, as if nothing of consequence had transpired. The patrons of the bar observed Zeal's serene demeanor, unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. The notorious Hippo Man, Deshabi, had been dispatched in an instant. A testament to the prowess of a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Just as Zeal stepped through the threshold, a purple tail, resembling a shoe, descended from the heavens. However, Zeal merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the tail to brush past him. "Today marks the end for you, bloodstained swordsman." With this proclamation, Shelton's tail lunged forth again, seemingly infinite in length, aiming to ensnare Zeal. "Is that all you've got?" A look of disdain crossed Shelton's aged visage. Yet, in the moment the tail ensnared Zeal, his form transformed into liquid crimson, allowing the tail to pass harmlessly through him. Venomous dance of the stingers. The armored scorpion tail began to strike with blinding speed, leaving only after images in its wake. It was Shelton the venomous scorpion, the infamous pirate who had garnered a bounty of 180 million 10 years prior. Recognizing Shelton, a gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of a bystander. Zeal gazed upon the oncoming assault, which, to the eyes of others, might seem exceedingly swift, yet, to him, it appeared merely average in speed. With a leisurely grace, he deftly evaded the barrage of strikes, and in the very moment that Shelton's attack ceased, Zeal had already positioned himself before him. Zeal withdrew, bloodied, blocking a nearby dagger, his gaze fixed intently on Claude. "Do you think I cannot see you?" In Zeal's eyes, Claude's invisibility was but a farce. Even though his transparent fruit had developed to the point of masking observation, The blood coursing through his veins was painfully evident to Zeal. Claude hastily retreated. The ability to vanish and swiftly escape after a failed strike was a fundamental lesson for every assassin. Don't forget me. Charlatan's attack surged forward once more. But Zeal grasped his tail, hurling him violently towards Claude. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing Claude's form. Just as Zeal approached the two, a bullet enveloped an armed hockey hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Zephr did not even glance back. The bloodstain in his hand soared forth, cleaving the bullet in twain before continuing its trajectory towards Lacey. Bang! Bang! Lacey atop the roof fired several shots, yet each one was effortlessly bisected by the bloodstain. Upon realizing that the bloodstain was merely 100 meters away, Lacey hastily rose to flee into the distance. However, the bloodstain suddenly erupted in a mist of crimson, accelerating to a speed that pierced through Lacey's chest. Lacey stared at the gaping void where his heart once resided, losing consciousness and plummeting from the rooftop to the ground below. Now, it is your turn. Zeal gazed at the two individuals before him, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Claude hastily concealed himself and fled into the distance, fully aware that this mission had faltered. Preserving his life took precedence. Zephr raised his hand, commanding the blood expelled by Chelton to flow back into his body, and with a resounding bang, it erupted into a mist of crimson. With a wave of his hand, Zephr transformed the blood mist into a fetid wind, enveloping the fleeing Claude. Do not kill me. I can submit to you, Claude pleaded, feeling the boiling blood coursing through his veins, his eyes filled with terror. No need, thank you. Zephr smiled as he crushed Claude, causing him to perish in terror. The other pirates, who had been covertly observing, began to flee in a panic. The oppressive aura of the bounty of 2 billion was overwhelming, leaving them with no choice but to escape or face their demise. However, they hesitated, caught in the moment. A formidable presence swept across the entirety of Magic Valley town, and every pirate who had been silently watching Zephr was met with a gruesome end, exploding into a mist of blood. This was the manifestation of Zeph's ability to fuse the powers of the bloodline fruit with the Conqueror's hockey. For those of lesser strength, it was an instant annihilation. Zeal's nose twitched slightly, and the entire town of Magic Valley was permeated with the scent of blood. Zeal entered the tavern, raised the drink poured by the proprietor, and downed it in one gulp. Addressing the patrons within, he proclaimed, 100 million berries to cleanse the town of Magic Valley within 3 hours. With that, Zeal took out 100 million berries and placed them on the table before gracefully returning to his ship, executing a moonwalk. I am a professional cleaner. Do not rush. No one can surpass the prowess of our pure white pirate crew in waste disposal. A voice retorted, you blackguard. How can you call yourselves the pure white pirate crew? Why not name it the blackguard pirate crew instead? The tavern erupted into chaos as patrons scrambled for the bounty of 100 million berries. After all, who would choose the life of a pirate when such lucrative opportunities awaited? In this world, there were far too many pirates, and even they occasionally sought side jobs. Captain, you have returned, Villia exclaimed, embracing Zeal and inquiring. Set sail from Magic Valley. Villia nodded, and the merchant vessel, previously adrift on the waves, began to move once more. Reinforce this area. Are you a fool? Do not strike so forcefully. Hurry, we need planks. Along the coastline of Magic Valley, Heli was directing the pirates captured by Zeal in repairing the ships. To harness the soaring ocean current, the integrity of the vessels was of utmost importance. Although Zeal's merchant ship was significantly safer than the once broken Mary, it was prudent to reinforce it nonetheless. Captain, there have been changes in the southern waters. It appears that the tumultuous tidal current is about to erupt, Vivian remarked as she approached Zeal, who was still engaged in his training alongside Waterlord. Over the past 3 days, both she and Waterlord had been dispatched to survey the surface of the sea, determining the potential eruption points and timing of the tidal current. The mechanics of the tidal current were akin to that of a volcanic eruption, where geothermal heat causes pressure to escalate within a cavity. Upon reaching a critical threshold, the seawater is expelled, and once the pressure is released, water accumulates once more. On average, there are 5 occurrences of this tidal current each month. Only by harnessing its power can one reach the Sky Island. Having instructed Heli to halt the nearly fortified merchant ship, the crew boarded and set sail towards the southern waters. Finally, they were departing from that demon. However, what was their purpose? Shouldn't they be heading to the city of 7 waters for repairs? In the tavern, the released laborers drowned their sorrows in drink, lamenting their plight. At that moment, a boy with a chestnut haircut spoke up. They are on a quest to find the Sky Island. The boy's gaze was resolute, as if he were certain that Zeal and his companions were destined for the Sky Island. Ha! The Sky Island? That is merely a figment of storybooks. How could such a place truly exist? The pirates laughed uproariously, dismissing the boy's words. Meanwhile, Zeal and his companions had arrived at the location identified by Waterlord as a potential site for the tidal current's eruption. After approximately an hour, the agitation of the sea became increasingly evident. The tidal current was imminent. Hold on tight, everyone, Zeal bellowed. Yes, young master. Aye, Captain. Just as they were about to ascend, a colossal column of water surged forth, and Zeal and his crew plunged into its depths. Ah! The crew exclaimed as they rode the turbulent currents, soaring ever higher. 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 6,000 meters. At 6,000 meters, the vessel began to fracture, gradually straying from the flow. However, Zeal had a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would not dare to risk the lives of his crew. Water spirit, ride the waves. With a resounding roar, Zeal watched as the Waterlord leaped directly off the vessel. The Waterlord, treading upon the surging sea currents, radiated a brilliant blue luminescence from all four limbs as formidable aquatic energy coalesced around him. Woo! With a long, resonant cry, the Waterlord cleaved the waves, propelling the ship forward at an accelerated pace. The increasing speed of the vessel instilled greater fear among the passengers. Velia and Lena clung to Zeal's arms, one on each side, while Cully wrapped her arms around Zeal's neck, swaying like a towel caught in the wind. Oh dear, is this the might of nature? How exhilarating. Yet science will prove even more formidable. Helly's long hair danced in the breeze as she reveled in the invigorating sensation of the sea wind. At long last. After the Waterlord had surfed for 1,000 meters, the merchant ship breached the billowing white clouds, landing gracefully upon the pristine cloudscape. Finally, we have arrived. You scared me to death. Lena suddenly realized she was still holding on to Zeal's arm and hastily released her grip. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I didn't mean to. Captain, I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. Zeal smiled and waved his hand. Just like the vast ocean. Helia, brimming with curiosity about the sea of clouds surrounding the ship, leapt directly into the ethereal mist. Eager to explore further, she plunged deeper into the clouds. At that moment, Velia, with a faint tone, expressed her discomfort. Captain, why do I feel so suffocated? Noticing Velia's condition, Zeal recalled some important considerations regarding the Sky Islands. We are currently at an altitude of 7,000 meters, where the oxygen concentration varies. One must simply acclimatize. Sigh, I hope Miss Healy is all right. Upon hearing Zeal's explanation, the observant Lena suddenly thought of Helia, who had just jumped into the sea of clouds. Zeal suddenly recalled this point and leaped directly into the sea of clouds. The cloud sea is composed of keratin particles found within the sea floor stones, which form when they absorb moisture. This phenomenon has a diminishing effect on those with fruit abilities. However, Zeal had consumed a reward-free devil fruit from the system, rendering him immune to such weaknesses. After 3 minutes, Zeal retrieved the unconscious Helly and descended to the deck, where Lena promptly began her efforts to revive her. Fortunately, Helly possessed a commendable physical constitution, having endured explosions in the laboratory daily as a scientist. Within half a minute, Helly was successfully revived. As she opened her eyes, she murmured in a dazed manner, Oh, the sea, how is it that you possess no water? Bang! Zeal bestowed upon her a unique form of care, which allowed Helly to regain her consciousness. Next time, do not act so recklessly. After imparting this lesson to Helly, Zeal activated his observation hockey and sensed a human presence to the south, instructing Vivian to steer the ship in that direction. Oh, are there fish here as well? Exclaimed Vilia, astonished by the sight of a colossal sea creature leaping from the clouds. Wow, what a massive fish! A bizarre fish, significantly larger than their vessel, burst forth, its gaping mouth aimed directly at them. Wait, Captain. Cully, terrified, transformed into her ghostly form, her face ashen as she shouted. Bloodshed, 1,000 miles. The crimson strike cleaved the monstrous fish in two, its remains plummeting into the cloud sea on either side of the ship. An hour later, as the crew savored the delectable roasted fish, the vessel arrived before a magnificent portal, the gate of the heavenly kingdom. Vivian, gripping the helm, gazed in awe at the colossal entrance before them. Zeal set aside the roasted fish in his hands and approached Vivian. It was merely an entrance. This was the White Sea, and the true Sky Island lay beyond. At that moment, a woman with small wings on her back emerged. A native of Qinghai, perhaps? To enter the Sky Island, each ticket costs 100 million. 100 million? Although Zeal had never been short of funds for them. A ticket priced at 100 million for each person felt exorbitant. Noticing Vivian's astonishment, Zeal clarified, "It is the currency of the Sky Island, and the exchange rate is 1 belly equaling 10,000 ik, so a single ticket only costs 10,000 belly." Hearing Zeal's explanation, Vivian regained her composure. She promptly paid the fee, and the group stepped through the gate of heaven. Upon crossing the threshold, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them, spiraling clouds ascending into the sky, evoking sheer awe. How do we navigate the ship upwards? Vivian pondered the logistics of ascending, when suddenly, a pair of enormous pincers clasped the ends of the vessel, propelling it upwards at remarkable speed. "Oh, how magnificent!" exclaimed Kelly, captivated by the ethereal passage before them. Zeal, guided by the insights of his observation, discerned a plethora of life signs emanating from the north, prompting Vivian to steer the vessel in that direction. In the northern expanse, numerous Sandian individuals, adorned in footwear reminiscent of skate shoes, glided effortlessly above the sea of clouds, making their way towards Appiato. At the periphery of Appiato, a multitude of aerial island warriors had congregated, weapons in hand, vigilantly watching the swiftly approaching Sandians. At that moment, a leading figure spoke. "Wade, halt. It is time to put an end to this 4-century-long conflict." Opposing him was a middle-aged man with bare shoulders and flaming red hair, who, undeterred, shouted back, "Appiato is the land of the Sandians. Reclaiming Appiato has been the aspiration of our ancestors. How can we relent in my generation?" Ganfuer's countenance darkened as he beheld the approaching Sandians, urging his warriors to prepare for battle. The clash of war erupted, the sound of weapons colliding reverberating through the heavens. Wade and Ganfuer engaged in combat, their long spears intertwining, yet it was not long before Wade found himself at a disadvantage. "Stand down, Wade. This war must not continue." Ganfuer, weary of the protracted conflict between the aerial islanders and the Sandians, lamented the countless young warriors who had perished in vain. "If you two wish for peace, let us restore the status quo. We merely seek to reclaim our homeland." The spears collided once more as they exchanged words, each relentlessly attacking the other. "I am sorry. We are all grateful for the blessings bestowed by Appiato, but I cannot make choices for everyone." Ganfuer understood that they were the true aggressors. Yet he felt compelled to assume the role of the villain, for they could not detach themselves from this land. Amidst the fervor of war, Zeal and his crew arrived at Appiato. "Captain, it appears many are engaged in battle," exclaimed Carol, peering through her telescope. Zephr had long discerned the warring factions. According to his recollections, the conflict was between the beleaguered indigenous Sandia people of the island of Appiato and the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. He clearly remembered the strife. The Sky Islanders had usurped the Sandia's cherished homeland, driving them into exile. For the Sandia, reclaiming Appiato had become a fervent aspiration. Ingrained in the heart of every newborn Sandia, who were imparted with the knowledge of their sacred mission, dedicating their lives to this noble cause. Over the span of 4 centuries, both sides had come to recognize that the time for war had come to an end. Their children, burdened with the unfulfilled desires of their ancestors, incessantly rushed to the battlefield, only to perish amidst the turmoil. Yet, both factions yearned for a catalyst, a moment that would grant them the opportunity to cease hostilities. Zeal stepped onto the battlefield with a moonlit grace, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's hockey surging forth like a tempest. Dark crimson lightning, reminiscent of divine retribution, instilled a deep-seated fear among the onlookers. One by one, warriors fell to the ground, leaving only Wade and Ganfu, the mightiest of their respective clans, barely conscious and unable to steady their weapons. Half-kneeling in a state of combat ineffectiveness. "Mighty warriors of Qinghai, what brings you to this place?" Ganfu, revered as the god of the Sky Island, despite his body being beyond his control, raised his head and inquired, "You are the ruler of the Sky Island, are you not? From this moment onward, it shall fall under my dominion. Gather all officials before the afternoon." Zeal's crimson eyes reveal no trace of joy, anger, or sorrow. Yet, coupled with the relentless aura of his conqueror's hockey, he emanates the presence of a noble sovereign, commanding respect and authority without uttering a word. Zeal turned his head towards Wade, speaking devoid of any emotion. "And you, bring your people from Sandia. I shall ring the golden bell. This 400-year war must come to an end." Having said this, Zeal led the individuals who had risen from the bed into Appiato. As Zeal's figure vanished from sight, both Wade and Ganfu sighed in relief, the oppressive presence of the conqueror's hockey dissipating, leaving them with a sensation of rebirth. The formidable strength and unmatched force would indeed follow his directive. The war ought to conclude. Gonfor's eyes reflected a sense of resignation mingled with subtle relaxation as he proceeded to awaken the unconscious individuals, taking the alert ones back to inform all the residents. Wade's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, ultimately surrendering to a resigned sigh as he murmured, "If only I could hear the chime of Pandora's bell, then the war would cease." Meanwhile, the others ventured deeper into the forest, overcoming numerous obstacles until they finally beheld Pandora. Before them lay a city crafted from gold, gleaming radiantly as though they had stepped into a fairy tale. It was true. Roland was not a deceiver. The land of gold truly existed. Villian, having ascended to the Book of Omniscience, had just been recounting the tale of the great deceiver Roland. When Zell had asked her to narrate, she had been utterly perplexed, but now she understood his reasoning. So much gold. Future research funding would be assured. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the Golden City, Helly's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. As the group advanced, the ground began to tremble, and a massive blue and white serpent, stretching 400 meters, emerged. In a sudden rush, the previously inconspicuous Eliza dashed forward, plunging a dagger fiercely into the serpent's head, with Zell refraining from intervention. The others were primarily encumbered, save for the prisoner Karina and Helly, both of whom were limited in their combat abilities. However, Karina's strength was sealed, and Helly was too slow to react. Thus, Eliza was the only one to take action. The serpent, swinging its tail with the intent to crush the tiny figure, was caught off guard as Eliza seemed to vanish into thin air. This was the effect of the transparency fruit bestowed upon her by Zell, perfectly suited for the assassination skills Eliza possessed. Previously, in Magic Valley Town, 3 devil fruit users had been vanquished. The superhuman transparency fruit rewarded the technology of invisibility. The Zoan-type bug fruit transformed into a scorpion form, rewarding the scorpion family, and the Zoan-type hippo fruit rewarded the sand hippo family. Recognizing Eliza's desire to experiment with her newly acquired devil fruit powers, Zell chose not to intervene, merely observing from the sidelines. After half an hour of torment, the serpent, bloodied and weary, lowered its head in submission. "Eliza, it is enough." As Zell's voice echoed, a composed Eliza revealed herself, standing atop the serpent's head. Zell and his companions ascended the colossal serpent, allowing it to ferry them through the vibrant landscape of Shandora, where they beheld the remnants of its storied past. At the heart of Shandora, Zell stumbled upon a golden bell enshrouded in moss, accompanied by an ancient historical text. Gazing upon the text, he was enveloped by a wave of joyous exuberance that compelled him to laugh heartily. Is this the might of Nika? Even after 8 centuries, the historical records left by Joy Boy continue to exude the essence of Nika. Zell, unable to comprehend the historical text, requested the Book of Omniscience to transcribe it. He then led the gathered crowd to the golden bell. Zell grasped a golden pillar and struck it with great force, producing a resounding chime from the golden bell. The sound reverberated throughout the entire Sky Island, reaching even the distant Gaia Island below. Upon hearing the bell's toll, the Sandia people, overwhelmed with emotion, laid down their weapons, tears streaming down their faces, as if celebrating the fulfillment of their ancestors' dreams, while simultaneously mourning their departed kin. Gonfor listened intently to the melodious sound echoing in his ears, feeling as though he had shed all burdens, his entire being relaxed. Far below, the young boy Kuli Kai, high in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, shed tears of joy, for indeed, the land of gold was a tangible reality. The other pirates also heard the bell's resonance, but it bore no significance to them. They continued to indulge in their revelry of drink and feasting. What a splendid sound! Nami listened in a daze to the melody of the golden bell, as if the entire world had fallen into tranquility. Zell gently caressed the golden bell and spoke in a soothing tone. "You have fulfilled your purpose. Thus, come to me." Zell deftly shifted the conversation, promptly storing the gold within the confines of the system's repository. By shattering those excessively large gold ingots, we shall no longer be burdened by financial concerns. Oh, the allure of gold, funding, and scientific endeavors. Helly, embodying her resolve, directly utilized her sonic wave bracelet to obliterate a colossal gold pillar. Zell busily organized all the gold into the system warehouse, and his efforts extended well into the night. Around the outskirts of Appiato, a gathering of over 100 individuals had assembled, comprised entirely of the administrators from the Divine Nation and the Sandian people. Were it not for the restraint imposed by Gonfor and Wade, it is likely that some would have departed. Under the luminous full moon, Zell and his companions finally emerged. The esteemed champions of Qinghai had all arrived, and Gonfor, with his head bowed, spoke respectfully. Zell nodded, tempering his conqueror's haki to emit merely a subtle aura, sufficient to instill fear among the masses without overwhelming them. Henceforth, I shall be the new ruler of the Sky Island. Does anyone dare to defy this decree? Zeal's crimson eyes swept across the crowd, causing hearts to race as if ensnared by an invisible hand. My lord, we pledge our allegiance to you. You are the new deity of the Sky Island. The people of Sandia vowed their loyalty to the warrior who had struck the golden bell. The mightiest of both clans had declared their fealty, leaving no room for dissent among the others. Zephr escorted Zeal and his party to the divine palace, even assigning 2 maidens to attend to him, grandly referred to as the maidens of the deity. Intriguingly, these maidens possessed golden hair and tiny wings, resembling angels in every aspect. Zeal would certainly not refuse, after indulging in the unique delicacies of Sky Island with the others. He took 4 divine maidens to explore the 108 uses of wings. Ever since Villia and the others became pregnant, Zeal had confirmed that his own success rate was rather elevated. However, he found himself in a predicament, having gone without meat for the past fortnight. The following day, after concluding his morning exercises, Zeal set out alone, following the map in search of thunderfruit. Villia and her companions were particularly intrigued by the peculiarities of Sky Island, and they had eagerly ventured out in groups to shop early in the morning. With an abundance of currency at their disposal, Zeal opted to embark on his journey alone. Following the system's map, Zeal arrived at an island, which happened to be Inal's hometown, Burka. Not long after his arrival, he noticed a child with notably large earlobes being bullied by a group of peers. You wingless freak, how dare you show your face here? Freak, go die? Inal, bruised and battered, watched as a foot loomed closer, unable to suppress the instinct to shut his eyes. To his surprise, the anticipated pain did not come. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he found a man clad in a black trench coat standing before him, one hand gripping the child who had intended to kick him. Do you wish to resist? Do you seek power? If so, seek me at the palace of the gods. Zeal, with a chilling smile, held the child aloft and declared, I am the new god of the Sky Island, and I detest bullies. Do you understand? He then set the child down and departed without a second glance. The palace of the gods? I shall venture there. The swollen eyes of Inal seemed to burn with an inner flame. Before an ancient relic, Zeal halted his steps. Sir, this is a sacred site of the gods. One cannot enter at will. A trembling priest, who had encountered Zeal the day before, cautioned. Zeal gazed at him, his expression unwavering. Please, esteemed sir, do come in. The priest, drenched in perspiration, bowed deeply, inviting Zeal into the ruins. Zeal strode directly inside, and before his eyes stood an immense stone statue, its 2 hands each holding a distinct box. Zeal opened one of the chests, revealing a yellow fruit adorned with spiral patterns, reminiscent of lightning. It was indeed the legendary thunder fruit, renowned as the most formidable of the natural fruits. After entrusting the thunder fruit to the system for analysis, Zeal approached the second treasure chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a weathered map, its edges tinged with age. Zeal picked up the design blueprint of the Ark and examined it closely. This was indeed a vessel capable of flight, possessing immense utility. Although it lacked the formidable offensive power of the Underworld King, it remained a rare and valuable ship. After securing all his belongings, Zeal departed from Baika and returned to the Palace of the Gods. Noticing that the others had not yet returned, he decided to engage in some training. However, his attention was drawn to Karina, who was bound by the ceiling ropes. At that moment, Karina wielded a wooden staff, relentlessly practicing her swordsmanship. Despite her strength being sealed, she discovered that training in such circumstances would yield swifter progress. Her intention was to train discreetly and eventually break free from Zeal's control to return to the Navy. Your breath is unsteady. This approach will not lead to improvement. As a woman, you need not rely solely on brute force. Employ finesse instead. Is that so? Karina adjusted her breathing according to Zeal's guidance, and indeed, she found her swordplay becoming more fluid. After 2 hours, drenched in sweat, Karina ceased her training. Well, if you can maintain this regimen, becoming a grand swordsman is not beyond your reach. Flattered by the praise, Karina felt a surge of pride, yet she remained humble, attributing her progress to Zeal's instruction. Suddenly, she was startled, falling to the ground in shock, her eyes wide with fear as she trembled while pointing at Zeal. How long have you been here? Zeal observed Karina's astonished expression with a hint of amusement, remarking, It's been 2 hours, hasn't it? Well, now that the training has concluded, you ought to indulge in a bath. You've perspired quite profusely. Zeal, speaking as he did, lifted the still bewildered Karina into his arms and strode towards the palace's bathing pool. Oh, what are you doing? Karina exclaimed, regaining her senses as she felt herself being carried. Of course, we shall continue our discourse on swordsmanship. Zeal spoke with remarkable candor, leaving Karina momentarily speechless. Within the confines of the bathroom, the clash between the two swordsmen was exceedingly intense. Zeal gently laid the exhausted Karina upon the bed and accessed the system to examine the rewards of the Thunderfruit. Upon completion of the search, he discovered the nature-type Thunderfruit and the reward of the Comprehensive Guide to Electrical Technology. Zeal perused the tome of system rewards, discovering a wealth of information pertaining to the applications of electricity, including the technological innovations outlined in the Ark proverb. After transcribing the contents into the Book of Omniscience, Zeal set forth with the Compendium of Electrical Technology in search of Heli. "Ah, Captain, what treasures do you bring this time?" Heli remarked upon seeing Zeal approach alone, instantly aware that he bore yet another intriguing novelty. Zeal, under the expectant gaze of Heli, retrieved the comprehensive tome on electrical technology. Heli accepted the book and discovered it encompassed a myriad of electrical applications. Commonplace inventions such as electromagnetic cannons and converters were included, alongside the peculiar lightning forge machine. "What a splendid book!" Heli exclaimed, fully engrossed in its pages, oblivious to Zeal's hand making its way to her back. "Captain, what are you doing?" Heli inquired, turning to Zeal as she felt the playful intrusion. "Nothing at all, continue your reading," Zeal replied. Zeal spoke with utmost seriousness. Unexpectedly, Heli tossed the book aside onto the table, turned around, and wrapped her arms around Zeal's neck, her eyes glimmering with a green light as she gazed at him. "Captain, to be honest, I am quite curious about what it feels like to engage in such activities." As the captain, Zeal must undoubtedly satisfy the curiosity of his crew. After the absurdity of the day came to a close, Zeal finally commenced his serious endeavors. Accompanied by Villia and her companions, he began to establish the community of Pakman. Their current location is the Sky Island, which will serve as their base for a considerable duration. Thus, it is imperative for Zeal to develop his influence during this time. In addition to nurturing talent, the power of Pakman is also of paramount importance. Within the enchanting realm of Pakman acquired by Zeal, numerous extraordinary individuals remain unclaimed, akin to Bulbasaur and Squirtle, which he has reserved for his future progeny. The latent potential within these exceptional beings is immense. For instance, the current Pikachu and Swinub, nurtured over 2 years, have nearly attained the prowess of a naval major and continue to evolve. Moreover, Pakman play a pivotal role in the advancement of a nation, exemplified by Pakman such as Blissey, Snorlax, and Swablu. Although Zeal possesses considerable wealth and gold, he acknowledges that an abundance of money is never unwelcome. Additionally, in the realm of combat, Zeal envisions a future where each soldier dons nano armor, a feat that remains unattainable. However, the prospect of every individual being accompanied by a Pakman is entirely feasible. Presently, the population consists of 30 Pakman, yet with decades of cultivation, the numbers could become quite substantial. To facilitate this endeavor, Zeal has specifically instructed Ganfu and others to allocate a portion of Appiato for the construction of a vast breeding facility dedicated to nurturing Pakman. Having addressed the arrangement of Pakman, Zeal then embarked on reimagining Appiato according to his vision, for this island is the sole landmass in the sky. Other locations, such as the Divine Realm and Baika, are situated upon clouds, offering little comfort and lacking the solid grounding of Earth beneath one's feet. Furthermore, concerns regarding food supplies on the Sky Island and the metals required for the Heli research facility arose. Fortunately, with the existence of a portal, Zeal dispatched shadow clones to carry one portal while he took another, effectively resolving transportation issues. To enhance the convenience of transport, Zeal even journeyed to the Salb Kingdom in the Southern Sea, bringing along Xiong and Jinny to the Sky Island. Zeal also established the Royal Academy, assuming the role of principal himself. Among the students were Wade's son Weber, the future warrior Ratch, and the 4 divine officers of the Sky Island, Gades, Shadley, Azura, and Enel, along with Koli, Kuma, and Jinny. These were the promising talents carefully selected by Zeal for cultivation, while others with more ordinary abilities received his personal guidance. The regular students were instructed by Dolly and Karina. For the former divine officers, Zeal made arrangements as well. Gamfer's divine knights were transformed into peacekeepers to maintain the security of the Sky Island. Wade was dispatched by Zeal to guard the Celestial Gate at the entrance of the Sky Island, preventing incursions by other pirates. Additionally, the original shipwrights and artisans of the Sky Island were sent to assist Heli, simultaneously constructing new vessels in preparation for future journeys. Lena also opened a medical clinic, enrolling many Sky Islanders interested in medicine to cultivate various herbs that were scarce on the island. Everyone diligently fulfilled their respective duties, and the Sky Island was rapidly progressing. As time flew by, it reached the year 1488 of the Sea Garden era, when Zephr became the new admiral of the Navy and Zel's child was born. Zephr paced anxiously at the door of the room, his demeanor reflecting a blend of excitement and concern. It was, after all, the first time in his life that he was to become a father. Wow, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within, heralding the birth of his eldest son, the firstborn of the Adrian lineage. The infant, with his fiery red hair reminiscent of his mother Kelly, possessed striking crimson eyes, a testament to Zeph's lineage, radiating vitality. Zephr, have you decided on a name for the child? Kelly's voice, addressing him by name instead of young master, enveloped Zephr in a warm sense of intimacy. Let us name him Rosh, Adrian Rosh, he replied. Kelly appeared to be in excellent health, truly a reflection of the resilience characteristic of those in the world of pirates. Over the following 3 months, Zephr welcomed the arrival of his other children. His first daughter, Adrian Nyx, was born to Quelus, with lustrous black hair. Then came Adrian Mona, daughter of Canis, Adrian Sol, son of Befura, Adrian Carmen, son of Dia, Adrian Trax, son of Koya, Adrian Hella, daughter of Maya, Adrian Malin, daughter of Carol, Adrian Dykel, son of Villia, Adrian Cohen, daughter of Villian, Adrian Gavin, son of Deli, Adrian Cassio, son of Kalina, Adrian Tesla, son of Heli, Adrian Kaisha, daughter of the Divine Maid, and Adrian Morgana, daughter of the Divine Maid Angel. 8 sons and 7 daughters. These were the newly born heirs of the Adrian family. Their hair colors varied, reflecting their mother's hues of golden, blue, and black, while their appearances were undeniably appealing. A splendid blend of Zeph's handsome features and their mother's exquisite beauty. However, they shared the common trait of crimson eyes, unlike Zeph's original gaze. After consuming a devil fruit, his eyes transformed to red, leading him to speculate that this was an outward manifestation of his potent lineage. Much like the golden slitted pupils of a dragon, the crimson eyes became the hallmark of the Adrian family. Amidst the tumultuous tides of the sea, where countless pirates vied for territory, Zephr relished the joys of family life, nurturing his children while expanding his influence. In the year 1490 of the sea era, the maritime landscape was on the brink of chaos. In a clearing at Appiato, Zephr closed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura of blood that lingered in his grasp. After a prolonged moment, he slashed the air with his blade, cleaving the heavens and altering the very fabric of the world around him. Zephr shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction with his own strike. Indeed, rigorous training proved futile. Perhaps engaging in combat with the formidable was the only path forward. Zeph's strength has reached a bottleneck, struggling to transcend to the level of a grand swordsman. Although his physical prowess and fruit abilities are nearing their zenith, there remains ample room for advancement in both his domineering aura and swordsmanship. Zephr has been relentlessly pursuing the mastery of the great swordsmanship but has met with nothing but failure, despite his formidable training regimen and the authoritative manual at his disposal. His swordsmanship practice has remained a mere exercise in futility. It appears that he must seek the counsel of several swordsmanship experts to glean their wisdom. Currently, there are 3 renowned sword masters upon the vast ocean: Roger, the illustrious, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Baron Barillic Lidefield. Roger is elusive, while Lidefield is a solitary wanderer. Only Shiki's stronghold is consistently known. It seems that Zephr must confront the Golden Lion Shiki in battle. Zephr concealed the bloodstains, deep in thought as he made his way toward the palace. The trees of Appiato Island had been decimated, with only 1/10 remaining in the easternmost part, designated for the Pokemon breeding facility. Father, help me. At that moment, Decarl, with his short black hair, was seized by a Charizard and soared down from the sky. Zephr glanced up and recognized the presence of Villia atop the Dragonite, realizing that this little rascal was once again the source of trouble. Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, spare me. Dakar implored Villia, pleading to be set down. Villia appeared quite incensed, ruffling Dakar's hair as she inquired, You claim to have erred. Then do enlighten me on the nature of your transgressions. With his head bowed, Kadir murmured, I ought not to have troubled the little wild boar. Zephr, intrigued by the situation, found that even the laid-back demeanor of the little wild boar would be disturbed enough to seek out Villia to lodge a complaint. As Zephr approached, he noticed the little mountain pig perched atop Villia's head, snorting and incessantly chattering at Decarl in apparent agitation. Villia, what has Decarl done to provoke such ire? Upon seeing Zephr, Villia began to recount Decarl's misdeeds, Captain, this child has relentlessly harassed the little mountain pig all day in an attempt to rouse it from slumber. Employing incessant chatter, gusts of wind, and even the use of paralysis powder, Zell turned to look at Daikar, who, with his squinting eyes like a little mountain pig, seemed to be the subject of his curiosity. Daikar, noticing the scrutinizing gaze of his father, scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Isn't it just curiosity? How can one see the road clearly with their eyes squinted?" Curiosity, indeed. Zell playfully nudged Dakarl, whose temperament mirrored that of Villia's mischievous nature. Cradling Dakarl, Zell soared back to the palace upon the back of a dragon. Zell summoned Queelis and obtained the location of the headquarters of the Golden Lion Shiki from her. He entrusted her with a special chrysanthemum stone beast, deliberately positioning her as his intelligence agent. Ginny was also dispatched by Zell to accompany Queelis in learning the art of intelligence gathering, marking the inception of Zell's intelligence organization. With the acquired information, Zell headed directly to find Helia. His specially crafted nano-armor was complete, and it was time to indulge in the romance of manhood. "Father, you have arrived." Upon reaching the laboratory entrance, Tesla spotted Zell. One could only commend him for being Helia's child, as he displayed a profound passion for technology from a young age. Where is your mother?" Zell cradled Tesla in his arms and inquired. Following Tesla's guidance, Zell entered one of the laboratories. Within the laboratory were numerous suits of armor. Not the combat attire of Vince Mock, but rather metallic armors brimming with a sense of advanced technology. "Captain, you have arrived," Heli exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she approached Zell, holding a belt. "Hurry, give it a try. It's the latest version of the nano-armor." Heli handed the belt to Zell and urged him toward the training room. In the spacious training area, Zell fastened the belt around his waist and activated the switch. Zell felt the blood begin to boil as metal unfurled from his belt. Before long, a crimson armor enveloped his entire being. With a mere thought, Zell levitated effortlessly into the air, a manifestation of the marvels of magnetic levitation technology, allowing for an uninterrupted motion unlike the halting steps of the moonwalk. Furthermore, his velocity could reach the speed of sound. Although it may not rival Zayr's instantaneous bursts of speed, it was more than adequate for traversing distances. Zell conducted further experiments on combat capabilities, discovering that sound wave attacks, electric shocks, magnetic shields, and armor-piercing projectiles all exhibited remarkable power. For an ordinary individual, donning such equipment would be akin to possessing the combat strength of a major general. However, for the truly formidable, it merely serves as a means of flight. Nonetheless, strength is transient, while charisma endures a lifetime. The cost of a set of nanotechnology armor amounts to 300 million berries, Captain. As Zell was still lost in his fantasies of the armored army, Heli abruptly interrupted his daydreams, reminding him that even wealth could not bring such visions to fruition. The maintenance and energy replenishment of the armor required substantial funds, proving that it could not be widely disseminated. Fortunately, the armor was bound to the user's genetic lineage. Otherwise, with every loss of combat strength, another enemy would emerge, rendering the struggle futile. That night, Zell gathered everyone together. "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the New World to challenge the formidable." He appointed Vivian to oversee matters in Floating Island for the time being, instructing that any issues could be directed to the Shadow Clone. Although the Shadow Clone was governed by the same consciousness as Zell himself, it served as a vital safeguard. And Zell hoped it would remain in a state of readiness at all times. Sighing, he remarked, "Alas, Father, I wish to accompany you." Cardia stood up, raising her small hands to express her desire. The other children gazed at Zell with wide-eyed innocence, their expressions pleading. "This journey is perilous. Once the Arc of Prophecy is completed, I promise to take you all out to sea." Zell, feeling helpless, had embarked on a journey to confront formidable adversaries and, in the process, hoped to harvest a bounty of devil fruits from the New World. It was far too perilous, especially with a child in tow. "Sit down and do not trouble your father," Villiers insisted, firmly guiding Kadir back into his seat. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective chambers, yet one individual lingered behind. "Elisa, is there something you wish to discuss?" Zell turned to look at Eliza. In the span of 2 years, the once youthful girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Yet there was an air of chill about her, a sense of distance that made her seem unapproachable. Observing the dagger sheathed at her waist, Zell was reminded of the girl who had once insisted on wielding a dagger at all times, no matter the circumstance. "With you by my side, I too shall challenge the formidable," Eliza declared with a calm yet resolute tone. On Sky Island, she had no rivals aside from Zell. Her elusive figure combined with the powers of the transparent fruit made even the former Rear Admiral Karina seem inadequate. Based on Zell's estimations, Eliza had likely attained the strength of a typical Navy vice admiral, nearing the prowess Zell had encountered during his first battle with Zephr. This spoke volumes of Eliza's prodigious talent. Zephr, despite beginning his formal training later in life, only began to showcase his abilities in his 30s, a remarkable feat by any standard. After some contemplation, Zell nodded in agreement to her request. Consequently, for his journey into the New World, he took Eliza, the ship's doctor Lena, Waterlord, Fire Dragon, and Pikachu aboard the small vessel, Proverb, crafted by Heli. Following the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, the New World had been divided among three dominant forces. The most powerful, the Flying Sky Pirates, claimed 1/5 of the islands in the latter half of the New World. Led by the notorious Gold Lion Shiki with a bounty of 4.5 billion berries, the crew boasted 10 formidable fleets. The captain of the First Fleet, Crusher Canet, had a staggering bounty of 2.7 billion berries, while even the captain of the 10th Fleet, Queen Thorn, commanded a bounty of 1.15 billion berries. Though the Flying Sky Pirates had yet to reach their zenith, they were undeniably the sovereigns of the New World at that time. The second faction comprised a pirate alliance formed by the John Pirates, Silver Axe Pirates, and Wang Ji Pirates, dominating the first half of the New World, centered around Hive Island. Captain John had a bounty of 3.9 billion berries, Silver Axe 3.8 billion, and Wang Ji 3.58 billion, while their collective high-end battle power surpassed that of the Flying Sky Pirates. Their lack of unity prevented them from confronting Shiki directly. Lastly, there was the Roger Pirates, led by the legendary Joel D. Roger. However, this band of pirates had no fixed territory and did not occupy any islands. The remaining territory in the mid-New World was rife with countless pirates, including the formidable Charlotte Linlin with a bounty of 3.9 billion, Whitebeard Newgate at 4 billion, the Dragon Jaren at 3.5 billion, the Voidwalker Abelon at 3 billion, and the Silver Emperor Philip at 3.1 billion, among others. The seas were now far more perilous than at the beginning of the narrative. In the looming presence of aging figures like Whitebeard, the legless and helm-impaled Gold Lion Shiki, and the out-of-practice Charlotte Linlin, left only Kaido capable of upholding the pirate's dignity. Yet at this juncture, Kaido was still on a reckless path to power, with a mere bounty of 1.2 billion, still not qualifying him as a great pirate. In an obscure region of the Grand Line, a small golden airship ventured into a shroud of mist. Zell and his companions donned their nanotechnology armor and descended gracefully from the heavens, witnessing their spacecraft vanish into the firmament upon their departure. This remarkable technology, conceived by Miss Heli in conjunction with transparent technology, renders vessels invisible. Pikachu perched upon Zell's shoulder, while Suican glided effortlessly across the water, accompanying them. Lena and Eliza, adorned in their nanotechnology armor, soared through the skies. Indeed, the armor crafted by Miss Heli is exceptionally convenient, no matter how many times she experiences it. Lena remains in awe of the nanotechnology armor. Guided by the map, Zell discovered a devil fruit hidden within the mist and resolutely led his companions to explore it. After a few minutes of flight, they finally spotted a small island ahead. "Captain, where are we?" "It feels rather eerie," Lena said, cautiously peering from behind Zell as she surveyed the fog-shrouded isle. Zell retrieved the Book of Omniscience, contemplating the desire to fathom the secrets of this island, and proceeded to open its pages. In pursuit of transforming the book into a true reservoir of knowledge, he had dedicated the past 2 years to a journey to O'Hara, where he meticulously gathered a plethora of texts. The tomes of O'Hara encompassed a myriad of subjects, and Zell sought to ascertain whether any contained information pertinent to this elusive isle. As he perused the Book of Omniscience, he encountered a mere fleeting phrase: a small island shrouded in mist, a paradise for serpents, and a graveyard for travelers. The message was succinct, suggesting that this hidden isle was indeed enigmatic, seldom visited by souls, or perhaps few had managed to depart from its grasp. As Zell and his companions advanced, the sound of serpents flicking their tongues began to resonate from all directions. Zell and his companions halted as a dense swarm of serpents encircled them. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, no one felt fear. Zell exuded an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki, leading to the complete annihilation of the serpent horde. With not a single exception, Zell and his companions continued their tranquil journey as if nothing had transpired. After approximately half an hour, traces of human habitation finally came into view. Pale buildings stood solitary and scattered, exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a door creaked open, revealing the head of a small boy. His skin was as pale as that of a long-term hospital patient. The boy waved to Zell and his group, beckoning them to approach. Without hesitation, confident in his own abilities, Zeal led the others into the boy's dwelling. Inside, they found not only the boy but also several emaciated individuals. Some seated and others lying down, their expressions vacant and silent. Another group of newcomers, I see, remarked a frail old man upon noticing Zeal and his companions. Zeal observed the elderly man's expression of regret and inquired, "Dear sir, could you enlighten me about the circumstances of this island?" The old man took a seat and began to elucidate. "This is an island from which one cannot escape once entered. A shroud of mist envelopes this place. And countless serpents thrive here. The sovereign of the serpents will not permit anyone to leave." Zephr was utterly perplexed and inquired, "Why does the Lord of Serpents prohibit anyone from departing?" The elder raised his head, his eyes wide with a chilling intensity, and replied, "Would a herdsman ever release his domesticated cattle and sheep?" Zeal came to an understanding that this so-called Lord of Serpents must subsist on human flesh, and all these individuals were merely sustenance for him. With so many people, is there truly no escape? Lena inquired from the side. Yet the elder seemed to be lost in a frenzied state, repeatedly muttering about the impossibility of escape. The young boy who had led Zeal into this place explained, "The Lord of Serpents can communicate with all the snakes on the island. Anyone who dares to attempt an escape will be devoured." "Can he communicate with all the snakes? Through brainwaves, perhaps?" Zeal suddenly recalled the multitude of serpents encountered upon his arrival on the island. It seemed that the so-called Lord of Serpents had already taken notice of him. Zeal's keen senses detected a multitude of life forms approaching, prompting him to urgently summon everyone outside. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of serpents emerging from the mist, some stretching nearly 100 meters in length, with a myriad of species present. The sound of hissing filled the air. As those sheltered within the confines of the house lamented in despair. They had returned. Indeed, they had returned. If death was to come, so be it. I can endure no longer. One man, driven to madness by the oppressive atmosphere, fled recklessly into the open, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by a swarm of snakes. Yet, to his surprise, the serpents did not harm him. Instead, they lifted him and dragged him into the fog. Another day to live. Many others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped the grim selection. The little boy beside Zeal began to explain, each day, a person is taken to be offered to the Lord of the Serpents. The serpents will not turn against us. One person each day? This clarifies why some still survive. It seems the Lord of the Serpents must not be too formidable in size. Captain, what shall we do? Lena looked up at Zeal, the oppressive atmosphere making it difficult for her to breathe. Let us proceed and discover what manner of being the Lord of the Serpents truly is. The few hundred survivors watched Zeal and his companions depart, and one could not help but voice, they are too full of themselves. Even the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries could not defeat the Lord of the Serpents. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in some hearts. Perhaps they could attract the attention of the Lord of the Serpents, just like that pirate did 3 years ago. It is possible that we might have a chance to escape. Zeal, Lena, Pikachu, and Suakun trailed far behind the serpentine horde, while Elisa stealthily followed the colossal cobra leading the procession. After approximately an hour of travel, the serpents finally reached their destination. The snake throng came to a halt as the giant cobra coiled its tail around the crumbling man's body, slowly advancing to the edge of a deep pit before casting him downwards. Although the man harbored thoughts of embracing death, the imminent arrival of his fate filled him with dread. At the bottom of the pit rested a peculiar creature, adorned with wings and a comb yet possessing a sinuous, serpentine form, which opened its sharp beak wide. However, the anticipated meal did not descend as he had envisioned. Instead, it receded further from his view. Yikes! The strange being emitted a piercing sound, enraged at the elusive feast slipping from its grasp. The serpents surrounding the pit grew agitated, sensing their king's fury, which foretold dire consequences. All the snakes leaped into action, surging towards the man. A dark crimson lightning erupted, and the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's aura swept through the area, causing ordinary serpents to collapse to the ground, leaving only the enormous cobra with the ability to move. Yikes! The peculiar creature cried out once more upon witnessing Zeal's formidable strength. Elisa hoisted the unfortunate man and brought him to Zeal's side, unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Zeal inquired of Eliza. That fellow possesses an imposing aura. Eliza's expression turned somewhat grave. Just as the two were conversing, the ground began to tremble. "Captain, it seems something is approaching," Lena exclaimed, surveying her surroundings and sensing the quaking earth. Simultaneously, a colossal eye-catching serpent had arrived beside the peculiar creature. At that moment, A gigantic bamboo viper surged forth from the mist, followed by a massive black serpent adorned with red stripes. In the ensuing moments, a giant rattlesnake, a substantial silver-ringed snake, a vibrantly colored yet normally sized coral snake, and an enormous python measuring 400 meters emerged. As the 7 king snakes congregated, the surroundings transformed into a veritable sea of serpents. Under the command of the strange creature, the 7 king snakes launched a direct assault on Zeal and his companions. The bizarre entity appeared disinclined to intervene personally, instead hovering aloft, relishing the sight of the 7 king snakes besieging Zeal's group. The battle commenced, with Zeal charging toward the peculiar creature while the others engaged the 7 king snakes. Amid the fray, a throng of villagers from the white settlement rushed frantically toward the coastline. This was their opportunity. Although numerous snakes obstructed their path, the absence of king snakes offered a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals chose to remain behind, all of whom had endured the harrowing escape 3 years prior, only to be driven back. That ordeal had appeared as though some had fled the island. Yet the 8th king snake, a colossal sea serpent, lurked beneath the waves. The giant python lunged with its cavernous maw toward Zeal, yet he remained unfazed. Just as Zeal approached the monstrous serpent, the water lord unleashed a water cannon that struck the python's head, skewing it askew. Zephr stepped upon the massive serpent's head, his body slightly bent, as his right hand rested upon the sheathed blade of his weapon. Bloodstained shadow kill. A flash of crimson light flickered, and, in its wake, a sanguine silhouette remained. The peculiar creature was struck directly by Zephr, propelled far away. Was it not severed? Truly, the resilience of the Zoan type is remarkable. Although Zephr remained uncertain whether it was a bird that had consumed the snake fruit or a snake that had ingested the bird fruit, it was evident that it belonged to the Zoan category. Moreover, given the obedience of these serpents, it was highly probable that it was of the mythical Zoan species. Blood-stained wandering dragon. A blood-red dragon spiraled towards the strange beast. The bizarre creature seemed to succumb to madness, its claws gathering a purple toxin, which it swung directly at Zephr. The head of the crimson dragon astonishingly shifted from red to purple, resembling a decaying corpse. Although Zeph's attack was neutralized, the formidable impact still sent the peculiar creature tumbling away, skidding several hundred meters across the ground. Such potent toxins. The most potent poison that Zeal has ever encountered is the venom of the bull demon of Satan. However, while that poison is lethal, this particular toxin is highly corrosive. As Zeal battles the peculiar creature, others find themselves ensnared in fierce combat. Bang! Bang! The colossal python thrashes its massive body against the ground, intent on crushing the pesky insect. Its body, riddled with countless wounds, continues to bleed profusely, each inflicted by Eliza. Her limited attack range does not imply weakness. Indeed, her armed daggers, imbued with haki, can easily penetrate the python's flesh without arousing its suspicion, rendering Eliza a formidable adversary against such large foes. Come on. Can you hit me? Lena taunts as she deftly evades the strikes of the king cobra while launching her own attacks, much to the serpent's irritation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lena mimics the sound of gunfire, unleashing a barrage of armor-piercing rounds upon the king cobra. For the first time, the frail Lena experiences the exhilaration of battle, and it is nothing short of delightful. Pikachu. With a thunderous volt tackle, Pikachu collides with the coral snake's venom, neutralizing it, before following up with a quick electric dash that sends the snake into disarray. Now possessing the strength of a major general, Pikachu finds it effortless to deal with a mere small serpent. Meanwhile, the red-chained snake and silver-ringed snake attempt to besiege Waterlord, yet they become ensnared in his tidal whirl, disoriented and dazed. The remaining rattlesnake and bamboo leaf green, unimpeded, converge upon Zeal under the command of the strange creature. Alas, Lena and Pikachu lack the requisite strength. Eliza, though capable of taking on a lieutenant general, may not be able to subdue 2 majors. Only Waterlord can hold off the 2 king snakes. Nevertheless, to Zeal, the king snakes are merely oversized insects, posing no real threat. Dodging the bamboo leaf green's lunge, Zeal casually delivers a swift strike that cleaves off a substantial portion of its head. The rattlesnake, gliding close to the ground, approaches rapidly, its unique scales at the tail emitting a whispering sound. Its upper body lunges forward, venomous fangs poised to strike. Blood rain, falling stars. Zeal commanded the blood of the bamboo leaf green to transform into a torrent of sanguine projectiles, launching them toward his adversary. Bang! Bang! The blood-formed bullets pierced through the body of the rattlesnake with lethal precision. The two formidable king snakes could not withstand even a single exchange against Zeal, the bizarre creature. Witnessing the effortless annihilation of its two powerful subordinates, began to feel a sense of trepidation. The strange being summoned other king snakes for protection. Yet they were equally ensnared, for Eliza and her allies were no mere pushovers. At that moment, the battlefield was rife with turmoil. The enormous python lay on the brink of death, while the red chain and silver ring snakes found themselves ensnared by the water lord's control, leaving only the king cobra and the coral snake free to rush to the creature's aid. The coral snake spat a venomous spray towards Pikachu, then decisively abandoned its target to advance towards Zeal. Pikachu. Feeling underestimated, Pikachu unleashed a furious volt tackle. In an instant, Pikachu's diminutive form erupted with a fierce surge of electricity, transforming into a brilliant arc of yellow lightning that surged towards the coral snake. Bang! The coral snake was sent flying, charred and incapacitated. Simultaneously, a thunderous crash reverberated in the ears of all present. Bang! The giant python collapsed heavily to the ground, riddled with countless gaping wounds, blood pouring forth incessantly. Eliza stood atop the python's head, her gaze as icy as the winter frost. Her black attire untouched by a single drop of blood, save for the tip of her dagger, which dripped with crimson. Having dealt with the python, Eliza vanished from sight, reappearing beside the king cobra. The king cobra, singularly focused on returning to its master, failed to notice Eliza's silent approach. In an instant, the cobra's glasses were pierced by her dagger. The blade, imbued with the power of armed hockey, rendered the king cobra blind, and before long, it collapsed to the ground. Already fatigued from its previous skirmish with Lena, the ambush proved too much for the inherently weak king cobra, leading to its demise. With the king cobra dispatched, Eliza chose not to assist the waterlord, recognizing that he was well in command of his situation. The temperature around the waterlord plummeted, frost forming in the air. As the world was swiftly enveloped in ice and snow, the two king snakes were frozen solid. Bang! The water lord unleashed a water cannon, shattering the frozen serpents into countless fragments. The strange creature sensed impending doom. As the bamboo, leaf green, and rattlesnake momentarily obstructed Zeal, it attempted to ascend into the sky, seeking to flee the battlefield. Yet Zeal would not allow such an escape, delivering a decisive aerial slash. Bloodstained, thousands of miles. The dark crimson strike met no resistance as it cleaved the bizarre being in two. Zeal approached the upper half of the peculiar creature and was astonished to discover that it was still alive, exhibiting clear signs of vitality, devoid of any impending demise. Ignoring its screams, Zeal swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. Upon vanquishing the strange being, a devil fruit materialized in the system's repository, just as Zeal had anticipated. The creature that lay on the ground began to transform, ultimately morphing into a 2-meter-long red-chain snake. Had an animal consumed the devil fruit? At that moment, Lena and the others gathered around, and upon seeing the small snake on the ground, they found it hard to associate it with the Lord of Serpents who commanded countless snakes. Let us depart. The devil fruit is securely in our possession. Zeal and his companions did not linger for long and promptly made their way back. Although the battle was brief, it nonetheless exerted a toll on their stamina. Zephr and his companions departed, leaving behind a man who gazed in disbelief at the multitude of corpses scattered around him. They are dead. The Lord of Serpents is deceased. Yet I remain alive, ah-ha-ha-ha. I am still alive, woo-ha-ha-ha. The man oscillated between tears and laughter, resembling a madman. Upon returning to the White Village, Zephr furrowed his brow, for he discovered that nearly 4/5 of the inhabitants had vanished, leaving only the elderly and the young boy who had been present at the outset. You have returned? The boy exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed, we have returned. The Lord of Serpents has perished. You are free to leave. Zeal harbored a fondness for the young boy who had kindly guided them into the house and explained the circumstances. His kindness was a rare gem amidst the indifference of the adults surrounding them. Where should I go if I leave? The boy's expression shifted from joy to confusion as he looked at Zeal and inquired, Where is your home? Lena could not help but ask, gazing at the boy. I was born right here. My home is here. The boy was born to a couple in this very place, but due to malnutrition, his mother tragically perished during childbirth, and his father was taken by the Serpent Lord when he was merely 3 years old. He had survived by foraging for wild grasses, perhaps because of his small stature. He had never been chosen to leave. He might have been the one who had stayed the longest. What is the outside world like? What is the sun like? The boy suddenly yearned for the world beyond, recalling his father's words that the sun felt warm upon the skin. having lived in this mist-laden realm for years. He harbored a profound longing for sunlight. So, would you like to come with us? And what is your name? Zeal comprehended the boy's background and felt a pang of sympathy for his experiences. He contemplated extending a helping hand, much like he would for himself. Is it possible? The boy's eyes seemed to sparkle with hope as he gazed blankly at Zeal. My name is Saren. Of course, but let us first satisfy our hunger before anything else. Zephr retrieved an ample supply of food from the dimensional space, and a group of individuals commenced the preparation of a meal. Approximately half an hour later, the feast was ready. Captain, your culinary skills remain as exceptional as ever. So delicious. Although Zephr had seldom taken to the kitchen since the arrival of Kelly, the chef, it did not imply that his culinary prowess had diminished. This was the first occasion for Sauron to savor such meat. His previous sustenance had consisted solely of wild herbs or insects. Those who had been trapped for years watched Zephr and his companions feast with envious eyes. Yet none dared to voice a request for food. After all, this was a man more formidable than the Lord of Serpents. To inadvertently provoke him would spell misfortune. Nonetheless, they did not depart. They understood that a king snake lurked by the shore, and only by following Zephr could they hope to escape safely. After finishing their meal, Zephr and his party strolled leisurely toward the coastline, trailed by a throng of onlookers, yet he paid them no mind. Before they reached the shore, a pungent scent of blood wafted toward them. Zephr beheld those who attempted to flee during his epic confrontation with the Serpent Lord, all collapsing upon the shore. Blood stained the ground and mingled with the sea, coalescing into a crimson river. Just as Zephr and his companions reached the coastline, a colossal black and white sea serpent erupted from the depths, lunging towards Zephr with ferocious intent. Blood-soaked slash. Zeal unsheathed his blade and swiftly cleaved the sea serpent into countless pieces, leaving a gruesome scatter of flesh upon the ground. Incredible! Exclaimed the group accompanying Zeal, awestruck by his effortless dismemberment of the creature. It is worth noting that 3 years prior, they too had fled to the shores, only to be left at the mercy of the sea serpent. Its potent venom and astounding speed had instilled a sense of despair within them. Let us depart. Zeal and his companions activated their nano-armor and ascended directly into the sky, with Saren being lifted by Zeal as single hand. On a deserted island, the group gathered together. Saren was transported to the floating island through a dimensional portal where he would naturally be attended to. The retrieval of the devil fruit had concluded, and the purpose of their gathering was to claim their reward. The retrieval was successful. Animal type, snake fruit, mythical beast form, winged lizard. Would you like to claim the reward? The winged lizard, also known as the king snake or chicken snake, possesses the ability to command countless serpents, and its blood can aid snakes in transcending their species limitations. The 8 great king snakes were nurtured by the winged lizard, boasting remarkable strength. Furthermore, it possesses potent venom, making it an exceptionally formidable mythical beast. Upon witnessing the winged lizard, Zeal remained remarkably composed. However, the moment he beheld the reward, Giratina, his demeanor transformed entirely. After all, this was the dragon of the abyss, the supreme deity that governs the distortion world, a significant progeny of Arceus. With exhilaration coursing through him, Zeal opted to claim his reward. Suddenly, the sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and a black vortex materialized upon the ground, reminiscent of a portal to the underworld. From its depths emerged a formidable beast, with a flattened head and dark crimson eyes. A golden semicircle adorned its neck, encircling its back, while black and red stripes were distributed horizontally across its throat. It possessed a pair of ghostly wings, evoking the image of a messenger from the netherworld. At the moment Giratina made its entrance, Brook, already located by Kurosaka's, felt a tremor in his soul, as if an unseen force were tugging at his very essence. Brook, what is happening? Kurosaka's inquired with concern. Brook snapped back to reality. The peculiar sensation had dissipated. Oh ho ho ho. Nothing at all. Giratina stood 5 meters tall. In the realm of Pokemon, that would certainly classify it as a fully matured form, yet in the world of One Piece, 5 meters merely represented its juvenile stature. Giratina's authoritative voice resonated, its colossal form circling around Zeal. Giratina, I look forward to your guidance. Zeal beamed with joy as he addressed Giratina. What an imposing Pokemon. Lena, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Giratina nudged Zeal with its head, indicating for him to mount. Zeal, unpretentious as ever, directly immersed himself in the exhilarating experience of soaring upon the back of a mythical beast. Concluding their expedition to Mist Island, Zeal and his companions continued their journey toward the new world aboard the small vessel, the Ark Proverb. Along the way, they encountered numerous devil fruits and their wielders. Yet their capabilities proved largely mediocre, easily dealt with by Eliza. Among them was a rhinoceros man, boasting a staggering bounty of 850 million. However, he stood no chance against the elusive Eliza. Over the span of 4 months, Zeal amassed a remarkable collection of devil fruits. Truly, the Grand Line did not disappoint, as countless individuals seeking to demonstrate their prowess had consumed these fruits. Among his acquisitions were the Zoan-type rhinoceros fruit, granting the power of the ironclad rhinoceros. The Zoan-type kangaroo fruit, bestowing the abilities of the kangaroo dragon. The Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of a mallard, rewarding the leek duck lineage. The Zoan-type snake fruit in the shape of a bamboo viper, rewarding the viper family. The Zoan-type dog fruit resembling a Yorkshire Terrier, rewarding the small Yorkshire breed. The Zoan-type bug fruit in the form of a stag beetle, rewarding the Heracles family. The Zoan-type dog fruit resembling a Doberman, rewarding the Dariobi lineage. The Paramecia-type chain fruit, yielding the soul chain, a unique weapon capable of striking at souls. The Paramecia-type rose fruit, producing an array of rose products. And the Paramecia-type glue fruit, rewarding the stinking mud family. Out of the 10 devil fruits collected, 9 were generously contributed by enthusiastic pirates. The rose fruit was acquired in a country renowned for its perfumes. It can be said that Zeal had once again assumed the role of a pirate hunter, leaving the naval headquarters at a loss. After 2 years of silence, during which the world presumed him deceased, Zeal re-emerged, decisively vanquishing dozens of pirate crews. Following considerable contemplation, the Navy refrained from dispatching personnel to apprehend Zeal, an unexpected turn that pleased him greatly. After all, his intention was to seek out the Golden Lion for a duel of swordsmanship, and the absence of interference was most welcome. 5 months elapsed, and at last, Zeal and his companions arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Had it not been for their quest to collect devil fruits along the way, they would have reached their destination 4 months prior. Zephr and his companions could traverse the red soil continent, yet they opted for the allure of the Sabaody archipelago. The abundance of devil fruits here, marked by no fewer than 20 crimson dots, stirred a sense of envy within Zephr. The Sabaody archipelago comprises 79 regions. From zones 1 to 29, one can find numerous human trafficking establishments, auction houses for slaves, and areas rife with lawlessness. Zones 30 to 39 are dominated by the bubble park, where bubbles are generated by the mangrove trees. Zones 50 to 59 host shipyards and coating facilities, essential stops for pirates venturing into the New World. Zones 60 to 69 serve as naval branches frequently visited by the celestial dragons, necessitating a robust naval presence for their protection. The final zones, 70 to 79, are primarily filled with taverns and inns. The imposing presence of Giratina proved too grand for companionship on this journey. Thus, Zephr entrusted it back to Skypiea under the watchful eye of Vivian. It was during this time that Zephr discovered Giratina's ability to open the distorted world. Consequently, he instructed it to establish this alternate realm in Skypiea, serving as a contingency plan. Should formidable adversaries invade in the future, the inhabitants would have a refuge within the distorted world. Zeal and his companions did not conceal their presence. They boldly entered the Sabaody archipelago, swiftly attracting the attention of the Navy. At Marine headquarters, Admiral Akina remarked with a stern expression. He was rather reluctant to oversee the protection of the celestial dragons, yet it was a duty he could not evade. I shall take on this task. Sengoku volunteered, recognizing that assigning Garp to safeguard the celestial dragons would be inviting trouble, as Garp could barely restrain himself from striking them. In the New World, Zephr stands as the sole figure capable of confronting Zeal, while other vice admirals find themselves unable to contend with him. Kong nodded, acquiescing to Sengoku's perspective. Once again, this foolish group. Wouldn't it be better for them to remain obediently in Mariawa? Garp, picking his nose, expressed his disdain for the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Garp's words, veins bulged on Kong's forehead as he bellowed, Garp, mind your position. Oh, I retract that statement. Garp replied nonchalantly, igniting Kong's fury further. At that moment, another piece of distressing news arrived. Report, the solitary Red Baroque, Redfield, has appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. Bang! Kong slammed his palm down, shattering the table. Another notorious pirate. Why did he choose to arrive now, of all times? Garp, you shall go as well. Observing the grim expression on Kong's face, Garp ceased his frivolity and responded, yes. Meanwhile, Zeal remained unaware that 4 admiral-level powers were converging upon the Sabaody archipelago. Today, the archipelago bustled with activity as numerous pirates congregated on Island Number 1 for a grand auction. On Island Number 22, Lena clung to Zeal's arm as they strolled. "Captain, it seems there is a large auction taking place. Shall we go and take a look?" Despite having spent her time in the Drum Kingdom, Lena, like any woman, was drawn to the excitement. "Are you sure? Island Number 1 is rife with filth and malevolence, notorious for its human auctions. Alas, is there not a naval division present? How can they still engage in human trafficking right under their noses?" Upon hearing Lena's words, a flicker of hatred crossed Zeal's crimson eyes. "Lena, who do you believe is the most malevolent individual in this world?" "Pirates," Lena answered without hesitation. She had never encountered a celestial dragon, but pirates were ubiquitous. "No, it is the celestial dragons. At least 50% of the pirates in this world are driven by the celestial dragons." Zeal's calm words left Lena in disbelief, and she questioned with a hint of confusion. "So much?" Zeal did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "What do you perceive me to be? A king? An adventurer? A merchant?" Lena pondered for a moment before articulating the three identities. "This is your understanding. In the eyes of the Navy, I am merely a pirate. Yet, you have never plundered the innocents, nor have you ever hoisted the pirate flag." Zeal then inquired, "What, in your opinion, constitutes a pirate?" "Pillaging, slaughtering, and committing all manner of heinous acts are the essence of piracy." Zeal shook his head and spoke. "To oppose the world government is to be a pirate. To rebel against this world is to be a pirate." Lena felt a profound shock. Her enthusiasm for attending the auction completely extinguished as she clutched Zeal's arm tightly. Sensing the pressure from her grip, Zeal gently patted Lena's head. "This world is grotesque. The transmission of information is exceedingly inconvenient, and most people remain blissfully ignorant. In the eyes of the ordinary, the Navy embodies justice, the world government signifies righteousness, and pirates represent malevolence. All who stand against the world government are deemed wicked." Elisa trailed behind Zeal, cradling Pikachu in her arms, lost in her own thoughts. "Captain, where shall we go now?" Lena inquired, looking up at Zeal. Zeal opened his mouth with a smile, exclaiming, "Of course, we are going to the auction." "Ah, isn't that a den of iniquity?" Lena had listened to Zeal for so long, thinking he had no intention of attending. Enhancing one's strength is of paramount importance. This auction is bound to feature formidable devil fruits, or else so many would not gather. Meanwhile, on Island Number 15, two celestial dragons donned in bubble helmets and white diving suits sat upon the backs of two towering slaves. Behind them, a throng of enslaved individuals adorned with collars and CP agents clad in white suits and peculiar masks followed closely. Sengoku and Garp trailed beside them. Upon sighting the celestial dragons, everyone in the vicinity knelt, faces pressed to the ground, too fearful to gaze upon them. The two celestial dragons engaged in idle chatter atop their slaves. A portly male celestial dragon remarked, "I hope there are good slaves this time." That previous fishman slave was pitifully weak and died in mere days. The other celestial dragon was a short, unattractive woman, her malicious gaze scanning the kneeling crowd. Suddenly, she pointed at a woman, declaring, "I do not wish to see her. Go and kill her." Despite the freckles adorning her face, the woman was rather fair. Unaware of what crime she had committed against the celestial dragon. "Great celestial dragon, my wife is lacking in understanding. We shall take our leave." The man beside the woman spoke, attempting to escort her away. "Kill them all," the female celestial dragon bellowed in fury. She was acutely aware of her own looks and despised any woman who appeared more attractive than herself. In a flash, a CP agent utilized Saru, instantly appearing before the couple, finger poised to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! Garp delivered a solid punch, driving the CP agent into the ground. "Garp, what are you doing?" Sengoku shouted, rushing forward to pull Garp back. The CP agents closed in, questioning, "Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, what is the meaning of this? How dare you lay hands on those from the CP organization? Garp, how dare you defy the orders of the esteemed celestial dragons?" Before Sengoku could explain, the shrill voice of the female celestial dragon rang out. "The Rosalia Palace is where we must head. The auction is of the utmost importance." Sengoku chose not to respond to their inquiries, intent on departing. "You are merely a Navy admiral, believe it or not. I can have the Gorosei strip you of your rank, and you, Garp, will be reduced to a mere errand boy." Sengoku's expression darkened, but he maintained, "Marshal Kong has decreed that I may act independently under special circumstances." The female celestial dragon attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by the male celestial dragon. "Hurry. I can hardly wait to acquire new slaves. The female celestial dragon spoke again. This time, I will show respect to Jormas. Next time, you shall wait and see. The CP agents extracted their comrade's head from the ground, discovering he had lost consciousness, and sent someone to escort him away. Garp and Sengoku fell to the back of the group, and Sengoku could not help but advise, what good does this do? Can you save their lives? Do not further provoke the celestial dragons. Garp understood that the couple's fate was sealed, even if the celestial dragons did not pursue them. Others would seek to curry favor with the celestial dragons. Yet Garp was not one to contain his anger. Responding to Sengoku's counsel, he stated, I told you not to assign me this task. With that, he pulled down his dog-headed military cap to shield his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious. Seeing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku sighed, recognizing Garp's nature. Otherwise, he would not have declined the promotion to admiral. After the celestial dragons departed, the couple hurriedly fled the scene. However, in the shadows, numerous factions eager to please the celestial dragons dispatched individuals to capture them. After all, the celestial dragons are among the wealthiest in the world. Pleasing them always yields greater convenience. In a dark alley, the couple ran desperately, yet could not shake off their pursuers. Just then, a noble figure clad in red and wielding an umbrella appeared before them. The Red Count, with his exceptional observation hockey, grasped the situation at hand. His expression one of disdain. Count Rose, Valeric Ladefield. Those pursuing the couple recognized the Red Count immediately upon his arrival. In the alley lay a multitude of corpses, while the Red Count emerged like an elegant gentleman, umbrella in hand. In the Red Tree district of Cultivating Archipelago, a fervent auction was about to commence. The notorious paper man, checked with a bounty of 500 million berries, was unexpectedly in attendance. A tall, slender man in a white suit approached alone, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Look over there, that woman. The Navy has placed a bounty of 600 million berries on the slippery Sonia, with an underground bounty soaring to 1.5 billion berries, hailed as the most beautiful woman on the seas. Following the direction of the remark, a tall woman clad in a pink bikini sashayed toward the crowd of men, her beautiful face adorned with a charming smile that clearly pleased those who gazed upon her. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. It was rumored that the grand finale of this auction would include a natural-type devil fruit. Even the tyrannical captain of the dragon pirates, Jalen, from the New World, had made his presence known. A heavy bombshell was dropped among the crowd, causing many to gasp in shock. Devil fruits are the ocean's hidden treasures, categorized into animal, paramecia, and natural types, with the latter universally acknowledged as the most powerful. However, there was more than just this to ponder. Jalen had consumed the animal type, mythical Zoan, thunder dragon fruit, and boasted a bounty of 3.5 billion berries, making him one of the undeniable overlords of the New World. As discussions erupted among the crowd, the sky suddenly darkened, overshadowed by a colossal black dragon that appeared above the auction. Roar! The black dragon's roar resonated, causing the very heavens to tremble. Transforming back into human form, it became a 6-meter-tall dragon-human hybrid, adorned with 2 black dragon horns. The dragon race, akin to the Oni tribe, possesses extraordinary physical prowess. Yet their birth rate is exceedingly low, leaving few active dragon humans in the ocean. Jalen was not alone. Beside him stood a 4-meter-tall man in white robes with white wings and a 2-meter-tall beauty with short yellow hair. The swan, Chorus, boasted a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, while the witch, Anna, had a bounty of 1 billion berries. Recognizing Jalen's companions, the crowd acknowledged them as the second and third officers of the dragon pirates. Jalen's imposing figure emanated a beastly aura, while Chorus presented himself with the grace of a refined gentleman. Yet Anna's petite form exuded an aura of unattainable grandeur. The trio disregarded the sentiments of others and boldly entered the auction hall. Approximately 10 minutes later, the celestial dragons arrived, and Jalen's presence immediately captured Garp's attention. Having previously engaged in a fierce battle with Jalen that lasted 2 days and nights, Garp found himself frustrated, unable to detain the airborne Jalen. Now, filled with pent-up frustration, Garp yearned for a target, and few would serve as a better outlet than the mythical beast, Jalen. Jalen, too, was aware of Sengoku and Garp's presence. Yet he remained unperturbed. This was Cultivating Archipelago, and a clash between such formidable beings could easily upheave the entire island. The world government would never permit Garp to engage in such chaos. Garp, what are you contemplating? This is Cultivating Archipelago, Sengoku chided, unable to restrain himself from delivering a light punch to Garp's head. Garp, fully aware that fighting was out of the question here, absent-mindedly picked his nose, raising his finger before Sengoku. Look, Sengoku. This is undoubtedly the largest booger in history, Garp exclaimed, as if he had unearthed a treasure, presenting his finger proudly before Sengoku. Faced with the grotesque sight of the enormous booger so close at hand, Sengoku could no longer contain his irritation and delivered another punch to Garp, sending him crashing to the ground. With merely 5 minutes remaining until the auction commenced, Zeal and his companions finally arrived at the auction hall. Zeal strolled into the auction house at a leisurely pace, as was his custom. Alicia, Pikachu, and Suakun were unfazed by the atmosphere, yet Lena's legs trembled slightly, particularly when Garp, Sengoku, and Jalen all turned their gaze towards him. The weight of their presence was nearly suffocating. "Greetings, everyone," Zeal exclaimed, raising his hand and smiling at the assembly of onlookers. At that moment, Jalen spoke, his voice booming like thunder. "Bloodstained Swordmaster, join my pirate crew." "No. I am a person who can only be the leader." Zeal, without a moment's hesitation, declined Jalen's invitation and led the group to an unoccupied seat. Jalen, upon hearing such audacious words from Zeal, was evidently infuriated, his conquerors were nearly erupting. Yet, he restrained himself in the presence of Garp and the others. Undeterred by the peril of a 20 billion bounty, Zeal dared to refuse the fearsome dragon Jalen. It is worth noting that the first officer of the dragon pirates, the formidable Koff, boasts a staggering bounty of 21 billion berries. Indeed, in his heyday, Koff was equally arrogant, yet he ultimately succumbed to Jalen's might. Most had already condemned Zeal to death, but only Sengoku and his companions recognized Zeal's true strength. 3 years prior, Zeal had withstood the combined might of the elite vice admirals Crane and Zephr, reaching a level akin to that of an admiral. Now, 3 years later, the extent of Zeal's remarkable talent and power remains unknown, though a confrontation with Jalen would undoubtedly pose no issue. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the auction commenced as scheduled. A striking beauty with flowing golden hair, an alluring figure, and revealing attire ascended the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated auction is about to begin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your auctioneer for the evening, Delirus." With a graceful bow, Delirus revealed a generous expanse of alabaster skin, eliciting fervent reactions from the men in attendance. The profound depths of her allure captured numerous ardent gazes. Delirus exuded confidence in her physique, possessing ample experience in captivating the desires of those around her. As Zeal was admiring the splendid scenery, a small pair of hands waved in front of him. "What are you gazing at? Is having so many wives still not enough for you?" Lena exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice as she waved her hands. In stark contrast to Lena's gentleness, Eliza exuded a far more dangerous aura. Zeal could feel the cold blade of a dagger pressed against his waist. Over the course of these 4 months spent together, she had come to value Zeal increasingly, yet her struggle with expression often led her to perform actions that startled him. "Ahem, I was merely lost in thought," he replied. Zeal discreetly pushed back Eliza's dagger with a deft hand, grasping hold of an individual. Sensing the warmth radiating from Zeal's large hand, Eliza, typically devoid of expression, exhibited a subtle shift in her demeanor, instantly vanishing from sight in Zeal's perception. Zeal discovered that Elisa seemed to possess a hint of a Tsundere personality. "Well then, let us unveil the first auction item of the day." As Delirus's words echoed in the air, a delicate wooden box was placed upon the auction table. The Zoan-type, dog fruit, in its wolf dog form, was set to start at a bid of 50 million berries. With a flourish, Delirus opened the treasure chest, revealing a white, banana-shaped devil fruit before the captivated audience. The Zoan-type, dog fruit, in its wolf dog form, had a starting price of 50 million berries. Delirus's announcement ignited the atmosphere. For this was indeed a treasure of the seas. Even the most ordinary devil fruit could fetch a value of 100 million berries in the future, let alone the formidable wolf dog fruit. The rarity of this initial auction item hinted at the extraordinary nature of the event. 67 million berries. An ordinary pirate promptly began the bidding, recognizing the significant enhancement this devil fruit could offer him. "You think you can acquire this devil fruit for just 60 million? 80 million berries." Delirus cast a sultry glance across the room, her voice laced with allure as she proclaimed, 80 million berries. "Is there anyone else willing to place a higher bid? 100 million berries. 110 million berries." Just as the crowd remained enraptured by the fervor of the bidding, the elegant swan, Chris, interjected, 200 million berries. Upon hearing that the fearsome dragon pirates had entered the fray, a hush fell over the other bidders. After all, neither pirates nor nobles wished to attract the attention of the formidable dragon pirates. 250 million berries. The celestial dragon, Jomas Saint, boldly declared, unperturbed by the dragon pirates. In his mind, this world belonged to the celestial dragons, and all others were merely potential slaves. 250 million, going once. 250 million, going twice. 250 million, going thr. Just as Delirus's gavel was poised to strike for the third time, a calm voice interrupted. 300 million berries. Zell disregarded the authority of the celestial dragons and boldly entered the bidding. Lord Zell bids 300 million berries. Is there a higher offer? Delirus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the celestial dragons held a lofty position, they adhered to the rules of the auction. To them, the only detestable figure was Zell, who dared to contest them for treasures. The higher the bids climbed, the greater her share would be, and how could that not thrill her? How audacious to challenge the magnificent celestial dragons. He deserved to perish. St. Jormaz raised his golden pistol, intent on shooting Zell, but was swiftly restrained by Sengoku. St. Jormaz. The auction is paramount. We cannot engage Zell at this juncture. Faced with Sengoku's obstruction, Jormaz erupted in vitriol. You dare to stand in my way? It is your inept navy that has allowed such lawless pirates to exist. Yet, despite his harsh words, he recognized Sengoku's role as a bodyguard and ultimately took his seat. 300 million berries, going once, going twice, sold. The current inflation was not excessively severe, and 300 million berries had already far surpassed the estimated price, which had originally been capped at 200 million. Now, the second item was up for auction, the zoan-type bug fruit in its wasp form, starting at 30 million berries. This second item was also a devil fruit, albeit one deemed comparatively less desirable, the wasp fruit. Nevertheless, regardless of the nature of the devil fruit, there would always be those willing to bid. 40 million berries, 50 million berries, 70 million berries. This time, neither the dragon pirates nor the celestial dragons placed bids. The bug fruit was the only zoan-type devil fruit that offered no enhancement to physical abilities, and thus, they looked down upon it. 100 million berries. Zell made another move, raising the bid to a staggering 100 million. Delis glanced at Zell, her face flushed with realization as she discerned who the true benefactor was. 100 million berries, could there be a higher price? No one dared to contest Zell, and the sum was effortlessly secured. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to any irregularities, for the devil fruit held immense significance for pirate crews. However, the ensuing events prompted them to exclaim, "What a wealthy patron!" The third item up for auction was the Heart of the Deep Sea, a gemstone necklace once worn by the Mermaid Queen 3 centuries ago, with a starting price of 60 million berries. As the exquisite necklace was presented, the noble ladies in the auction hall erupted in excitement. Nothing captivated them more than a stunning jewel. Particularly, the aquamarine stone radiated a depth exclusive to the ocean, an unparalleled beauty. 80 million berries, 100 million berries, 200 million berries. The price quickly escalated to 200 million berries, as Sonia's admirers were willing to risk everything for the sake of beauty. 300 million berries. However, the Rosalia Palace would not let such a magnificent necklace slip away, opting to raise the bid by a full 100 million berries. Zell couldn't help but marvel quietly. In any realm, money from women is the easiest to acquire. Despite this thought, he still decided to make a move. The deep blue gemstone exuded an air of nobility with its exquisite hue, and he believed it would look splendid on Vivian. 350 million belly. Zell's voice caused Delis's delicate frame to tremble, her gaze upon him brimming with a desire to merge their beings. Although the onlookers were perplexed as to why a man of his stature would harbor an interest in gemstones, the thoughts of the powerful are beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Rosalia Palace, incensed, launched into yet another self-righteous tirade, yet Zell paid him no heed. Witnessing Zell's indifference towards the celestial dragons, many found themselves reveling in schadenfreude, for the affluent are often regarded as the common enemy. The subsequent items, while not as precious as the preceding ones, were nonetheless rare treasures that Zell acquired without exception. Among them were the notes of a renowned physician, specially crafted rose perfume, an obscure treasure map, and opulent gowns, all of which the pirates scornfully dismissed, yet Zell eagerly procured. Zell's extravagant demeanor has captivated numerous young and beautiful noblewomen, who are unfazed by his pirate identity. His striking appearance and wealth render him irresistibly alluring. The atmosphere of the auction is stifling, as he single-handedly acquires all the items. At this moment, the next auction item is unveiled. A prison card is revealed, shrouded beneath a crimson cloth. Delirious enthusiasm radiates from Delilah, as she perceives what lies beneath the fabric merely as merchandise. The next item up for bid is a pair of twin dancers, with a starting price of 5 million berries. As the cloth is drawn away, two beautiful women with sun-kissed skin, adorned in revealing dance attire, come into view. Their audacious outfits, paired with veils that obscure their faces, heighten the allure and stir the primal instincts of the men present. The two women cling to one another, their helpless gazes fixed on the predatory men surrounding them, their faces betraying the deep-seated fear and anxiety within. Captain, are these individuals merely auction items? Lena's expression is one of confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend such a reality, her hand tightly clasping Zell's in search of solace. This is indeed the darkness of this world. Lurking beneath the radiant sun, Zell was not surprised. He had anticipated the occurrence of human auctions long before attending this auction. After all, this was an establishment recognized by the Navy as a professional referral agency. 30 million berries. An elderly king, whose appearance left much to be desired, made his bid, clearly intent on acquiring the prize. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The exquisite twin dancers would not be his. 50 million berries. With the voice of Jomaz Saint ringing out, no one dared to raise their bid further. 100 million berries. Jomaz Saint glared at Zell, who remained unfazed, casually embracing the twins. Was there anyone willing to bid higher than 100 million berries? Delirious with enthusiasm, Delice's voice echoed, yet no one stepped forward. The price for the twins had already reached an impressive 30 million. For a celestial dragon to bid 50 million was indeed extravagant, yet Zell seemed indifferent to such trivialities. The audacity of two ordinary humans to bid 100 million, equivalent to 50 million berries each, was astonishing, especially given that a typical human was usually valued at a mere 500,000 berries. Even those possessing remarkable strength or beauty seldom commanded much more. The most valuable mermaids were worth only 70 million berries. Yet, as the most populous race in this world, humans were far from deserving such inflated valuations. As the auction progressed, numerous individuals were brought forth for bidding. Aside from the notorious pirates, Zell purchased every other being regardless of their race or age. To him, aiding those he could was a worthy endeavor. After all, sending them to Sky Island to work for him served a similar purpose. Had Zell merely acquired beautiful women, Sengoku might have deemed it normal, but Zell's actions bewildered him. Although Sengoku harbored feelings of guilt towards Zell, as a Marine Admiral, he would not hesitate to eliminate Zell should the opportunity arise. Now, the penultimate item of the auction was presented, a stunning mermaid maiden, with an opening bid of 70 million berries. As the curtain was drawn back from the water tank, the enchanting figure of the mermaid emerged before the crowd. With her deep blue, wavy hair and a delicately contoured face, her slightly reddened eyes evoked a sense of pity, igniting the protective instincts and greed of the men present. 100 million berries. Jomaz Saint proclaimed, cutting off any opportunity for others to bid. This mermaid was his. To bid against him would be to challenge a celestial dragon. Jomaz Saint, clearly enamored with the beautiful mermaid, wielded his status as a celestial dragon to intimidate all present. 200 million berries. Zell regarded Jomaz Saint with a mocking gaze, utterly unfazed by his threats. You dare to oppose the illustrious celestial dragon? Sengoku, seize him at once. Jomaz Saint erupted in fury, pointing an accusing finger at Zell and commanding Sengoku to take action. However, Sengoku understood that engaging in combat with Zell on Sabaody Archipelago was untenable. The islands could scarcely withstand such a clash, and it might jeopardize Jomaz's safety. Though he felt a sense of resignation at Jomaz Saint's directives, Sengoku felt compelled to elucidate this matter. The destruction of Sabaody Archipelago was of no concern to him. Yet when faced with the potential threat to his life, Jomaz Saint regained his composure. Do not be enraged, Jomaz Saint. Once we depart from Sabaody Archipelago, there will be ample opportunities to ensure his demise. Rosalia Palace also harbored disdain for Zell, encouraging Jomaz Saint, 300 million berries. Although he recognized that capturing Zell was not feasible, Jomaz Saint was unwilling to forfeit the chance to possess the enchanting mermaid. For 100 million berries, Zell seemed utterly unconcerned about the price, directly raising the bid by a staggering 100 million. Though the expression on Jomaz Saint's face was grim, he remained silent. For 100 million berries, once. For 100 million berries, twice. For 100 million berries, thrice. Sold. Delice's voice was high and enticing, her eyes sparkling with allure as she gazed at Zell. Thanks to Zell alone, the auction price had surged approximately threefold, igniting her excitement. The final item for auction was, of course, the Logia-type devil fruit, the Maramara Nomi. As this last item was brought onto the stage, the atmosphere of the auction reached its zenith. The Logia-type devil fruit, the most formidable of all, offered the ability to command flames upon consumption, with a starting bid of 100 million berries. 500 million berries. Sengoku's eyes lit up upon seeing the Mera Mera no Mi for the Navy. Possessing such a Logia-type fruit in the hands of a gifted individual could equate to the strength of an admiral. 700 million berries. The dragon, Jalen, interjected. As the crew of the dragon pirates would certainly not overlook the prospect of acquiring a Logia-type devil fruit. 1 billion berries. 1.5 billion berries. 3.5 billion berries. This was the highest bid Sengoku could muster. Beyond this, the Navy could not afford. Despite the Navy offering such exorbitant bounties for numerous pirates, those bountied were often beyond their means to defeat. Even if slain, it was typically by equally formidable pirates. Did pirates seek out the Navy to claim their bounties? That would merely be inviting disaster. Just when Sengoku thought Zeal had exhausted his funds after acquiring so many items, Zeal boldly declared, 40 billion berries. Sengoku's expression was one of utter disbelief, akin to tasting something foul, which brought Zeal a sense of delight. 40 billion berries. Is there an even higher bid? 40 billion berries. Third and final call. Congratulations to Lord Zeal for acquiring the Mera Mera no Mi. Sengoku's gaze fixated on Zeal, who had spent nearly 70 billion berries during this auction. Should Zeal fail to produce the funds, it would be a grave mistake to casually seize an item worth 70 billion. Not only Sengoku but everyone present turned their eyes towards Zeal, eager to discern whether he truly possessed such wealth or if he intended to forcibly claim it through his pirate status. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Zeal waved his hand, and a colossal golden pillar worth 100 billion appeared from thin air, descending onto the stage amidst the incredulous stares of the crowd. The gold, having been smelted, was impressive, yet Zeal had retained a few pillars, relishing the sight they provided. 1 million berries worth of gold. An elderly man promptly approached the auction stage, employing special methods to assess the value of the immense golden pillar. Witnessing Zeal effortlessly produce such a massive quantity of gold, many pirates' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes gleaming with greed as they stared hungrily at Zeal. Suddenly, with a rustle, a flurry of white papers materialized above Zeal, cascading down toward him. Among the multitude of papers, an unremarkable slip floated down to his neck, transforming into a razor-sharp edge that sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. Bang! Zerlin's efforts proved futile as Eliza swiftly plunged a dagger downward. The gust of wind generated by her movement sent a sheet of paper soaring into the distance, taking on the form of a person. The paper figure, Chekit, unexpectedly took action. A pirate recognized the assailant on Zerlin. It was none other than Chekit, who had consumed the paper fruit. Just leave him a breath. Zeal did not even glance back, addressing Eliza with a nonchalant tone. Eliza's form became translucent, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Chekit, witnessing Eliza intercepting his attack, promptly decided to flee the battlefield. However, his speed could not surpass that of Eliza. Just as he transformed into a sheet of paper to make his swift escape, Eliza's figure suddenly materialized above him. A flash of purple cold light flickered, and Chekit reverted to his human form, yet his left arm was now eerily vacant. The transparent fruit. From a distance, Sengoku's pupils constricted in the hands of the weak. This devil fruit merely bullies the even weaker, but in the hands of the strong, it can potentially turn the tables on the mightier. When utilized to its fullest extent, the fruit could even obscure the perception of others' observation haki. For instance, while Eliza could not shield Sengoku's observation haki, she was capable of concealing her presence from Chekit. As Chekit realized that Eliza had once again vanished from his view, a grave expression overtook him. A gust of wind approached from his left. Chekit's hands transformed into sharp sheets of paper, slicing horizontally. The paper blade traced a graceful arc but failed to strike the invisible Eliza. Bang! Chekit's jaw was struck fiercely, sending him flying backward, his gaze vacant, as a torrent of hot blood erupted from his mouth. Wait, I am willing to join your pirate crew. Chekit collapsed on the ground, summoned every ounce of strength to prop himself up, disregarding the blood trickling from his lips, and shouted urgently. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to the figure that had first appeared. His pristine white suit was now stained crimson. Eliza paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, lifting the powerless Chekit and directing him toward Zeal. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chekit's heart. He thought Zeal valued his abilities and wished to recruit him as a crewmate. Lord Zeal, I am eager to join your pirate crew. Chekit, having just been cast to the ground by Eliza, scrambled up to address Zeal. Who told you I am a pirate? Zer gazed down upon the fallen Chekit and delivered a swift kick. Chekit was instantly reduced to a mist of crimson, leaving no trace behind. Zeal commanded the blood mist to coalesce into a long sword, which danced around him as if it were an amusing toy. The less formidable pirates, witnessing Zeal's actions, broke into a cold sweat. Yet, there were exceptions. Jalong and his companions approached Zeal directly. Adrian Zeal, I offer you another opportunity. Join my pirate crew. The potent conqueror's haki surged forth, accompanied by his domineering words, pressing down upon Zeal. I have already expressed my disinterest in joining your crew. How about you become my subordinate instead? Zeal's aura intensified, his formidable conqueror's haki emanating fiercely, standing staunchly against Jaren. The two powerful forces tore through the heavens, unleashing a tumultuous black lightning that ravaged the sky, except for those behind Zeal and the three from Jaren's side. The entirety of the first Red Tree district was engulfed in the conqueror's haki. These two scoundrels. Sengoku, sensing the overwhelming pressure of the conqueror's haki approaching, quickly unleashed his own to shield the celestial dragons behind him. With Sengoku's intervention, the sky fragmented into three distinct parts. However, what astonished Sengoku was that Zeal's conqueror's haki was the most potent of all. Had he not intervened, Jaren's haki would have faltered in no time. It was evident that Jaren had also realized this, his expression darkening with increasing gravity. To him, Zeal was merely an impudent youth, unworthy of comparison. Yet now, the impudent youth in his eyes revealed himself as a formidable force, one whose aura eclipsed his own. Is it this lively? Amidst the clash of the three haki forces, a more formidable conqueror's haki suddenly emerged, instantly disrupting the energies of Zeal and his companions. The solitary crimson, Baralik-led field. Sengoku's countenance grew ominously dark, while Jaren grew cautious. But Zeal's expression visibly brightened with excitement. The Red Count observed Zeal, who remained undaunted, and through his unique perception, he discerned the vehement desire for battle within Zeal's heart. How intriguing! Such a person exists upon the seas. The Red Count regarded Zeal with admiration, yet the conqueror's haki did not relent. Carp. Sengoku strained to withstand the pressure of the three haki forces. Meanwhile, Carp was idly slacking off, which inevitably fueled Sengoku's ire. Got it. Caught in his idleness, Carp flicked away the booger from his fingers, his demeanor shifting as an aura rivaling that of the Red Count surged forth, providing Sengoku with a slight reprieve. The CP agents escorted the two celestial dragons away from the auction house, while Reina and her group led the enslaved individuals away, leaving only Alicia behind. The unfolding events exceeded all expectations. The sky above the first Red District fractured into 5 segments, the smallest of which was the area occupied by Jaren. Sweat streamed down Jaren's face, the immense pressure making it difficult for him to breathe. Each time he attempted to retract his conqueror's haki, Zeal would apply more pressure, compelling him to maintain his dominance. Zeal now feels an exhilarating surge. Under the weight of these 4 formidable presences, his conqueror's haki is experiencing a remarkable amplification. Both Sengoku and Garp, sensing the anomaly, are taken aback, for the rate at which Zeal's haki is evolving is astonishing. This is conqueror's haki, not merely the armament haki that can be honed through practice. Enough. If you continue, none of you will leave the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku, observing that the celestial dragons have departed, is unwilling to prolong the standoff and speaks first. Jalen, reveling in the situation, arrogantly responds, as you wish. The onlookers, their minds clouded with disbelief, recognize with clarity that Jalen possesses the weakest haki, yet he remains so audacious. As Sengoku retracts his haki, the others follow suit in succession. The shattered sky begins to mend itself, reminiscent of a flustered maiden hastily gathering her scattered garments. Without hesitation, Jalen transforms into a colossal black dragon and ascends straight into the heavens. Kala swiftly follows, morphing into an elegant white swan. As the witch Anna leaps onto him, they promptly depart the scene together. Observing the abrupt conclusion, the Red Count, clutching his crimson umbrella, prepares to take his leave. As Zeal observed the Red Count preparing to depart, he immediately called out, "The aloof Red." A letter was hurled by Zeal, which the Red Count deftly caught. Without waiting for a response, Zeal turned and departed, well aware that the Red Count's nature would prevent him from declining. How tedious! Let us go, Sengoku, and return to see who can consume Sunbae the longest without pause. Cap's sudden remark, after having maintained a near-silent presence, elicited a visible reaction from Sengoku, his muscles tensing. Yet, it was precisely Cap's absurdity that eased Sengoku's inner turmoil, alleviating some of the tension. After all, capturing Zeal and the Red Count was an unattainable goal. Overthinking would yield no fruitful outcome. He commanded the Navy to apprehend those unfortunate pirates rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's haki. while Zhang dialed the transponder snail to report to the headquarters. Meanwhile, the Red Count gazed at the letter given by Zeal, a slight smile gracing his lips. I hope you will not disappoint me. The white paper bore a message written in blood. In half a month, the battle on Thunder God Island. On the arc of Zephr's proverb, Zephr was meticulously counting the number of slaves for auction. There were 2 exquisite twin dancers, a youth from the Serpent clan, a girl from the Rabbit Fur tribe, a remarkably large boy, and a stunning mermaid maiden. Follow me to the place where you shall soon reside. The expressions of the 6 varied. The twins and the mermaid were filled with fear and confusion. The Serpent clan boy wore a stoic face. The large boy appeared somewhat simple-minded, while the Rabbit Fur girl curiously surveyed her surroundings. The place where we shall reside? No, Sarah must return to Zeal. Upon hearing Zephr's words, Sarah quickly shook her head. Are you not aware of your current status? Zephr gazed at the enigmatic creature with bewilderment. I am Sarah, destined to join the musketeers, Sarah proclaimed earnestly, as if her words held great significance. You were captured by slave traders to be sold. Are you not aware of that? Alas, slave traders? Where are these slave traders? Are you one of them? Sarah clenched her fists, assuming a combative stance. How old are you? 17. Speak the truth. 12. Clearly intimidated by Zeal, Sarah whispered her true age. Zeal's lips twitched slightly. This girl must indeed be the embodiment of youthful beauty, for she hardly seemed 12 years of age. Why had she departed from Zeal? To hone her skills and become a proficient member of the musketeer squad. You ran away from home? How did you know that? Sarah gazed incredulously at Zeal. Well, it was a known tradition in Zeal that 90% of the fur tribes wandering the seas had fled home during their youth, while the remaining 10% had inadvertently fallen from the backs of the elephant rulers. These Na'vi fur tribesmen, untouched by the treachery of human nature, would not even realize when they were sold off. Ignoring Sarah, Zeal opened a portal, leaving Eliza and the others to guard, while he escorted this group to the Sky Island. In the practice arena of the Royal Academy on Sky Island, Shadow clones under Zeal's command established another portal in this location. At that moment, Delilah was engaged in training Bear and Enel. Bear, look over there. Lord Zeal is here. Ginny nudged Bear, directing his attention towards Zeal. Bear turned his head and saw Zeal emerging from the portal, followed by 6 peculiar figures. Zeal, you have returned. Delilah disregarded Ginny and the others' antics and approached Zeal the moment he appeared. Yes, I need to trouble you with something. Zeal effortlessly embraced Dolly and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. The tribal individuals Hassan of the Serpent clan, Sarah of the Fur clan, and Itai were slaves I had procured at auction. Much like Sanluan, they shall reside within the academy for the time being. After a brief exchange with Dolly, Zeal guided the remaining twin sisters and the mermaid maiden into the palace. He entrusted the trio to Kelly's care before turning to seek out Helly. In Helly's laboratory, she was alone. Tesla, despite his keen interest in science, remained merely a 2-year-old child, preoccupied with play alongside his siblings. Do not move. I relish witnessing your dedication to work. Within the confines of the lab, Zeal enveloped the focused Helly in his embrace. Oh my. Does the captain enjoy this sort of game? Helly, a woman of open-mindedness, was the sole one among Zeal's many companions willing to engage in such bold endeavors with him. I shall reward you shortly. 2 hours later, Zeal left behind a tome of the burning secrets beside the languid Helly and departed with a flourish. This was a reward obtained from the retrieval of the burning fruit. The 3 devil fruits dispatched this time were of commendable quality. The animal type, dog fruit, wolfhound form, rewarding the rock dog clan. The animal type, bug fruit, wasp form, rewarding the 3 bees clan. The superhuman type, paper fruit, rewarding paper science. And the nature type, burning fruit, rewarding the great blade of flames and the burning secrets. The knowledge contained within paper science was rather mundane, with the sole exceptional aspect being the production of life cards. Yet Helly understood it was better than nothing. The burning secrets, however, were significantly more advanced, encompassing a wealth of knowledge related to flames. Had Ace perused this tome, the burning fruit would not have found itself relegated to a status so abject that even dogs would scorn it. Having dealt with the newly acquired slaves and rewards, Zeal was now poised to address the final concern, the accommodation of the Pokemon. He sought out Villian, who was working within the palace, to borrow the steel-armored crow, marveling at his own cleverness. Fortuitously, with the heart of the deep sea, it seemed that women were indeed enamored by exquisite jewels. Although Zeal has significant plans for the construction of the Sky Island, he shows little interest in the minutiae, leaving the heavy responsibilities to Vivian. Over the past few days, she has worked tirelessly and selflessly on the island's development, harboring considerable grievances against her indifferent master. The moment Zell encounters Vivian's icy gaze, he hastily retrieves the heart of the deep, acquired through auction, to escape peril. After half an hour of flight, Zell finally arrives at the entrance of the nursery. The entrance is flanked by a cluster of buildings designed for the staff of the nursery. At present, only 30 individuals have been recruited, all hailing from Lovely Street. The nursery's work is of utmost importance, and Zell has specifically appointed Vivian, who possesses a profound understanding of Pokemon, to oversee its various affairs. Inquiring with a Miss Angel, who is currently handling invoices, Zell learns that Vivian is occupied with matters concerning the Milk Tank Group. The nursery itself is temporarily divided into 3 distinct areas: the forest, the grassland, and the mountains. The Milk Tank Group resides in the grassland terrain, which is home to the greatest number of Pokemon. Oh, charge forth, Tauros. Before Zell could catch a glimpse of Vivian, a familiar youthful voice reached his ears. Before him, a dark-haired boy perched atop the head of a Kintaro, exuberantly waving his arms and shouting with palpable excitement. Zell's figure flickered as he effortlessly lifted DeCarl into his arms. Charge! Charge! From now on, halt, Kintaro. Running too swiftly is perilous. Isn't that right, Dad? DeCarl's cherubic face broke into a smile as he gazed at Zell. You are absolutely correct, DeCarl. The breeze feels delightful. At that moment, another golden-haired youth approached, riding atop another Kintaro. Hey, Dad. Carmen, perched on the head of Kintaro, spotted Zell, who held DeCarl with a warm smile, and quickly grasped Kintaro's horns to halt the frenzied gallop. Dad, I miss you so much. Sensing the situation was amiss, Carmen leapt from Kintaro's head, extending his small arms toward Zell. Is it comfortable? Zell grasped Carmen's collar with a smile and inquired. On the prairie, Villia was assessing the well-being of the young members of the Milk species. Nyx and Rasha were playing nearby with their younger siblings. Villia, Mama, Daikar, and Carmen are missing. Rasha reported anxiously to Villia after searching in vain for the two. The child had even brought Carmen along. He would surely teach him a lesson upon their return. Villia, however, was not overly concerned, for Zell's lineage was formidable, and merely inheriting a fraction of the iron balloon constitution allowed them to navigate the nursery with ease. Nevertheless, she was well aware of her child's temperament. It was likely that Carmen had been coaxed by Kadir. Charizard, could you assist in locating them? Despite knowing their impressive constitution, a mother's worry for her offspring remained. Charizard glanced at a distant black dot in the sky and called out to Villia. They're back. From where? After years of companionship, Villia and Charizard had developed an understanding, making it easy for her to grasp his meaning. Ah, what a thrill. Dad, I acknowledge my mistake. 2 voices echoed from the heavens as Zell descended with the 2 children in a dramatic free fall. The dark figures plummeted swiftly, but just before touching the ground, they stepped upon the air and landed smoothly. Alas, how dull. Kadir, who had been exuberantly shouting, felt his excitement wane upon witnessing Zell's composed landing. Dad, could you make a more spectacular entrance, perhaps one that shakes the very earth? Beside him, Carmen, still recovering from the shock, heard Kadir's request for something more exhilarating. Smack. Villia approached and delivered a sharp slap to Kadir's bottom. You mischievous child, all you do is cause trouble. If you crave excitement, I assure you there will be plenty in the future. It was natural for Villia, as a mother, to worry about her child's disposition. Yet, to Zell, Kadir's character was a blessing. In a world where strength reigned supreme, only the fearless could ascend to power. A love for thrills fostered passion and training. Dad. Nyx arrived with the other children, bringing the limp Carmen to Villia. Zell embraced each of Nyx's siblings in turn, including Kadir and Carmen. There were 7 of Zell's children: Rasha, Nyx, Gavin, Daikar, Carmen, Hella, and Mona. They had yet to embark on training, and their brief learning period left them energetic and eager to frolic in the nursery with the Pokemon. Dad, look quickly. The milk-can baby I hatched, Hella exclaimed, holding up a milk-can nearly her own height to share her joy. Hella, you're amazing. It's evident how much she adores you. Zell is not sparing in his praise for children. This is his educational philosophy. To be frank, those who educate children in the pirate world are rather eccentric. Take Charlotte Lin, who raises her offspring in a free-range manner, yet often vents her frustrations on them. The monkey family, spanning 3 generations and 3 factions, is represented by Garp, who believes in the iron fist of love in education. Kaido, on the other hand, raises his daughter as if she were a son, adorning her with an explosive collar. It can be said that the formidable figures in the pirate world are woefully inadequate when it comes to the upbringing of their descendants. exhibiting an exceedingly abstract approach. After spending some time playing with his children, Zeal took them to place their newly acquired Pokemon. Pokemon are highly sentient beings, and their living habits require careful consideration. For instance, in a colony of combi, typically there exists only one queen bee. If a second female combi appears, it faces execution. To ensure the expansion of the combi colony, one must be vigilant about the presence of female offspring among the newly hatched combi. Otherwise, the colony cannot thrive, and one can only hope that the queen bee will show mercy towards her own daughter. Zeal relishes the moments spent with his children, leisurely strolling through the nurturing house while elucidating the fascinating habits of Pokemon. The wild Tauros gallops across the meadow, the leisurely Mareep grazes on grass, and the tranquil Miltank basks in the sun, all the Pokemon on the prairie brim with vitality. 3 years ago, the population numbered merely 30. Now, it has burgeoned to 400 or 500. Typically, Pokemon possess a relatively short reproductive cycle, unlike humans who endure a 10-month gestation. However, certain species, such as the Ralts and the fossilized Aerodactyl in the mines, exhibit lower reproductive rates. The more powerful the Pokemon, the greater the challenges and duration involved in breeding. Among them is the Heracross, which delights in consuming the nectar of trees, often necessitating the separation from the Bulbasaur, as they might be tempted to siphon the Bulbasaur's floral nectar. Then, there are the Grimer, efficient at digesting waste and industrial refuse. Ah, father, save me. XXL released a group of Stunky in a damp clearing, and Kadir, intrigued by these mud-like Pokemon, poked one of the Stunky with his hand. Zeal lifted the foul muck that had been suffocating Kadir, granting him a moment to breathe. The body of the noxious sludge emanated a potent stench, typically dwelling in swamps and sewers. Ugh. Zeal remarked that Kadir, who was reeking of an unpleasant odor, was retching at the side. Dear child, must you always be so clumsy? Villia embraced Kadir, showing no disdain for his foul smell. She felt a tinge of irritation. The boy was undeniably mischievous. Observing Kadir's discomfort, Zeal led everyone to the lakeside, allowing Kadir to wash himself. Cassio, what are you doing here? Hella called out upon spotting Cassio, who was dozing on a large rock. Beside the tranquil lake, Cassio, with his short blue hair, lay comfortably on a massive stone, sunlight cascading over him. Good morning, Hella, Dad, everyone. Cassio was evidently roused by Hella's shout, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. After a yawn, he greeted the group. Is it already noon? When did you arrive? Is it lunchtime already? Have we eaten? Cassio, still dazed and sleepily responding, exuded an air of languor, reminiscent of a country child resting in a rice field. Not yet. Let us go. It's just the right time for lunch. Zeal did not inquire about the reason for Cassio's presence here. He was well aware of his children. The gentle elder brother Rasha, the quiet elder sister Nyx, the mischievous Dakar, the lively Hella, the shy Mona, and Cassio, who enjoys solitary contemplation. Although Cassio's mother is Karina, Vivian and the others harbor no peculiar thoughts. Cassio receives the same treatment as the other children. Previously, Zeal had observed Cassio, initially believing that the other children were isolating him. However, after a period of observation, he realized that it was Cassio who had distanced himself from the others. After spending several days resolving matters and interacting with the children, Zeal returned to the Arc Proverb. Zeal chose not to take the coded route to enter the Grand Line via Fishman Island. Instead, he directly piloted the Arc Proverbs across the Red Land. Above the expanse of the Red Land, an epiphany struck Zeal as he summoned Giratina, who had been laboriously establishing the Distortion World on the Sky Island. Giratina, you are forging the Distortion World here. Let us see if those in Mariehua take notice of your presence. Upon discovering that Giratina resided within the Distortion World, Zeal found himself unable to perceive its presence. Then, a sudden inspiration struck him. He pondered whether it would be possible for him to detect the Distortion World when it was opened in Mariehua. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would undoubtedly provide immense assistance in the future struggle against the world government. Understanding this, Zeal heard the voice of Giratina resonate within his mind. Before being ushered into the Distortion World, the uncharted expanse of the Distortion World enveloped in darkness, Giratina proceeded directly towards the direction of Mariehua, and after approximately 5 hours, a pitch-black passageway began to take form. Although Zeal cannot perceive the external world, this also signifies that those outside are unable to sense them. However, Giratina possesses the ability to perceive the circumstances beyond. This presents a clandestine passage into Mariehua. After enabling Giratina to focus on establishing the reverse world, Zeal left behind a considerable amount of provisions and departed. Only a few days remain until his rendezvous with the Crimson Count, and he must make his way to Thunder God's Island. Originally, Zell intended to confront Shiki, yet the solitary Crimson Count evidently presents a more suitable opponent for him. If he were to engage Shiki in a mutually destructive battle, the other members of the flying pirate crew would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. After a day of flight, Zell finally arrived at Thunder God's Island. He instructed Eliza and the others to remain with the Ark Preamble while he ascended the island with Pikachu. Thunder God's Island is one of the first islands encountered after Mermaid Island. However, it is perpetually shrouded in storm clouds, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Ordinary pirates would typically refrain from setting foot on this island. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and violet lightning flickered within the layers, occasionally striking the island with a formidable bolt. Upon stepping onto the island, Zell immediately sensed a difference in the ground beneath him, discovering that it was composed of a peculiar purple stone. With a firm stomp, he bent down to pick up a piece of the purple rock, which crackled with electricity, suggesting it harbored immense electrical energy. "Pika Pika!" exclaimed Pikachu perched on Zell's shoulder, suddenly addressing him. "Do you desire this stone?" Zell pointed at the purple stone and inquired of Pikachu, "Pika Pika." Pikachu nodded in affirmation and accepted the stone. Zell silently observed Pikachu, who held a stone in its grasp. Suddenly, electric currents emanated from its cheeks, intertwining with the stone. 30 seconds later, Pikachu joyfully exclaimed, "Pikachu." Zell gazed at the small stone with a sense of wonder, clearly intrigued by the substantial amount of energy it contained. "What a remarkable find, Pikachu. Unleash your electric shock upon this stone." Zell held up the now dim stone before Pikachu. "Pikachu." To Zell's astonished gaze, the dull stone began to radiate brilliance. Through experimentation, Zell discovered that this stone possessed the capacity to store electrical currents. The amount contained within it could potentially surpass the lifetime supply of electricity from a Thunderfruit user on the entire Thunder God Island. Moreover, he noted that the stones located deeper underground exhibited a greater ability to store electricity, with the stones possessing higher capacities also being considerably harder. Zell's exhilaration had yet to subside. While exploring Thunder Island, he discovered a red dot on the system map. Following the map's guidance, Zell arrived at a secluded valley. Rumble. Rumble. The sky crackled with thunder, and relentless lightning struck the valley. In comparison, the storms elsewhere on Thunder Island seemed trivial. Suddenly, Pikachu, perched on Zell's shoulder, leapt down and dashed toward the point of the lightning strikes. Bathed in the violet glow of the electric discharges, Pikachu's fur stood on end, and its electric pouches began to involuntarily emit arcs of yellow electricity. Zell no longer paid attention to the devil fruits. Instead, he cautiously observed Pikachu. Approximately an hour later, Pikachu returned to his side, intermittently discharging electricity. Through a combination of speech and gestures, Pikachu elucidated his meaning to Zell. Essentially, he conveyed that the electric currents here were beneficial for enhancing his strength, albeit with a limited capacity for daily absorption. The more Zell explored, the more he realized the inherent value of this island. He resolved to claim it for himself in the future. Given the adverse weather conditions, there was not a single naval outpost here, nor were there even a handful of living souls. Most pirates typically bypassed this island, opting instead for alternative routes. Zell enveloped himself in the armor of Haki, impervious to the onslaught of lightning, as he followed the map's guidance in search of the devil fruit. After a thorough excavation, he unearthed a blue devil fruit hidden beneath a pile of rubble. Following 4 hours of diligent research, Zell acquired vital information regarding this particular fruit. The retrieval was successful. It was the Zoan-type bird fruit, specifically the mythical Thunderbird form. As a reward, he received a juvenile Thunderbird, gaining another mythical Zoan. Zell could not help but marvel at his fortune. Although both the Thunderbird and Sway-Gene were merely third-tier deities, Zell believed that their evolution into formidable combatants was merely a matter of time. With only a few days remaining until his rendezvous with the Red Count, Zell dedicated himself to training alongside Pikachu and the Thunderbird. Furthermore, he suddenly recalled a technological advancement related to the Thunderfruit reward, which seemed to include a technique for lightning body tempering. Zell meticulously examined the situation and discovered that the stones of Thunder God Island greatly facilitated the construction of machines. To this end, he traversed the entire island in search of the finest specimens. Zephr has bestowed a unique name upon this extraordinary stone, Thunderstone. 3 days later, a small vessel gradually approached Thunder God Island. The Red Count Barolik laid field stood quietly on the boat, holding an umbrella. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck from the sky, yet the Red Count remained composed, unperturbed by the fierce flash. The violet lightning struck the umbrella, swiftly dispersing in all directions, leaving the Red Count untouched. With his formidable observation Haki, he discerned Zeph's presence on the island. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a charming yet sinister expression as an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping Zephr in the distance. In the midst of wielding his blade, Zephr sensed the Red Count's potent haki and halted his movements. Zeal's visage bore no trace of fear in the face of a formidable opponent. Instead, it radiated exhilaration. A surge of overwhelming Conqueror's haki erupted forth, clashing with that of the Red Count. The sky, suffused with crimson lightning, enveloped the violet bolts. As the once ominous clouds rent asunder, the confrontation of these two haki signaled the commencement of battle. Zeal unsheathed his blood-drenched blade, vanishing from his original position. Bloodstain, soaring dragon. The sanguine dragon glided low to the ground, a powerful gale lifting a multitude of debris, surging forth with an unmatched aura. How intriguing, mused the Red Count, sensing Zeal's fighting spirit. His armament haki enveloped his umbrella, and at the very moment the blood dragon surged forward, he struck. The ebony umbrella intercepted the dragon's assault, as the two combatants locked in a stalemate, the ground beneath them groaning under the immense pressure. Come forth. Let me discern the distinction between a great swordsman and a master swordsman. As Zeal's words, brimming with excitement, echoed through the air, the momentum of his sword shifted dramatically. The blood, propelled by the force of the umbrella, spiraled backward, and with a horizontal slash, he struck towards the Crimson Count. Clang. Zeph's sudden change in tactics failed to inflict any harm upon the Red Count, as his cunning attack was anticipated with remarkable clarity by the Red Count. Zeal also realized that the Red Count possessed an uncanny ability to discern the hearts of others, and thus ceased his futile attempts to deceive him. You know? The Red Count indeed heard Zeal's thoughts, and was equally astonished that Zeal was aware of his extraordinary power. Zephr, aware of the capabilities of the Red Count, focused his attention solely on the battle to safeguard his secrets, dismissing all other concerns. Blood-drenched, continuous slashes. Zeal's speed surged unexpectedly, and in an instant, he unleashed a flurry of powerful slashes. Clang, clang. Zeal's speed has accelerated, yet the Red Count surpasses him with even greater swiftness. The umbrella in his grasp transforms into the swiftest of blades, effortlessly deflecting Zeal's every strike with unparalleled precision. Do you wish to comprehend the chasm between a swordsman and a grand swordsman? Observe closely. The Red Count exudes an aura of invincibility, a formidable force erupting suddenly. As the umbrella, propelled by a fierce gust, looms larger in Zeal's eyes. Danger. Zeal's mind was in a frenzy, issuing frantic warnings that this strike was inescapable. Bang. The umbrella whirled through the blood-stained air, impacting Zeal's chest. Caught unawares, Zeal was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a distant hill and raising a cloud of dust. Was it over? It did not meet expectations. The Red Count, witnessing Zeal being flung away, instinctively condemned him to death. A swordsman seeks unparalleled offensive power, generally speaking. Their physique cannot rival that of a master of martial arts. What a thrill! Is this the aura of a great swordsman? Zeal seemingly grasped the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a grand swordsman, embodied in a unique aura, distinct from the overpowering will of the Conqueror's haki. Yet, he remained oblivious to the nature of this aura, which could amplify the potency of his swordsmanship to such an extraordinary degree. This terrifying physical prowess was indeed intriguing. The Red Count observed Zeal rising from the dust, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A gaping wound in his chest revealing the rhythmic pulsation of his heart, yet miraculously, his ribcage remained unbreached. Zeal, manipulating his blood, began to tend to his wounds. Crimson fluid cascading over his chest as fresh flesh sprouted from the punctured area. The blood-stained air echoed with the battle cry of 8,000 miles. Intertwined with the armed color and the Conqueror's color, his aerial slashes, infused with the essence of his fruit abilities, stretched for miles, hurtling towards the Red Count like blackened lightning. The Red Count, previously unperturbed, finally displayed a flicker of change upon his countenance. The amalgamation of armed color and Conqueror's color converged upon his umbrella as he parried Zeal's onslaught with a single stroke. The Red Count was propelled backward, skidding several hundred meters before he came to a halt, his trembling hands revealing the difficulty of the blow he had just absorbed. Interesting, yet still lacking. In an instant, the Red Count unleashed a flurry of formidable slashes, leaving Zeal with no avenue of escape, forcing him to endure the onslaught. As each strike reverberated through him, Zeal sensed that the opportunity to ascend to the realm of the Grand Swordsman was within reach, yet he remained elusive. Are you holding back? Observing Zeal's condition, the Red Count realized that he had not exerted his full strength, inciting a surge of anger within him. Indeed, as the Red Count surmised, Zeal had yet to unleash the awakening of his fruit abilities. His battle against the Red Count was a means to transcend to the status of a grand swordsman. Thus he had relied solely on his sword techniques. Do you comprehend what it means to be a grand swordsman? To slice through steel, to shatter diamonds. These are the thresholds of a swordsman, while the ability to cleave through anything is the hallmark of a grand swordsman. As he spoke, the Red Count relentlessly continued his assault on Zeal. Despite his desire to grasp the meaning behind the Red Count's words, the relentless barrage left him gasping for breath. With scarcely a moment to ponder, once I achieve the grand swordsman status, I shall engage you with all my might. Foolish. The Red Count was infuriated by Zeal's words, intensifying his offensive. If you think this way, you shall never break through. With a resounding thud, the Red Count's blade struck Zeal's abdomen, sending him hurtling away once more. The distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is profound. However, even the mightiest grand swordsman remains a swordsman, for it is a transformation of mindset, not merely of technique. The Red Count's relentless strikes rained down upon Zeal, causing him to expel blood with each blow. A transformation of mindset? Though Zeal's body was still enduring the relentless onslaught, his mind was racing, continuing to function even in the face of adversity. To Zeal, the great swordsman epitomized the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, according to the words of the Red Count, it seemed that the reality was not quite so straightforward. Zeal began to reminisce about the moment he transcended into a master swordsman. The act of executing the soaring slash epitomized the essence of a swordsman. Yet, countless individuals are capable of unleashing such impacts. Does that render them all masters? Even the Galefoot, one of the Navy's 6 techniques, embodies a soaring slash, albeit wielded with legs instead of a sword. A true swordsman's soaring slash must possess a distinctive quality that sets it apart from other strikes. But what could that difference be? Are you truly unaware of this? How did you ultimately achieve the status of a swordsman? Zeal's mind began to contemplate, and the Red Count could effortlessly hear his innermost thoughts. However, what perplexed him was that Zeal's understanding of swordsmen was remarkably superficial. He was unaware of the distinction between a soaring slash and a mere thrust. Who taught you the art of swordsmanship? Inquired the Red Count with a look of curiosity. I taught myself, Zeal replied. Zeal was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this topic. The Red Count gazed at Zeal in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that anyone could self-learn the art of swordsmanship at such a tender age. Yet, an inner voice within Zeal assured him that he was not fabricating the truth. A strike imbued with the spirit of a swordsman is the true essence of a soaring slash. If one clings merely to form and technique, they shall never transcend the realm of the grand swordsman. The Red Count was no Kaido. He was not one to easily assume the role of a minner. With a mere casual remark, another formidable strike came hurtling towards him. Bang! Zeal once again collided with a small hill, leaving his entire being entombed beneath a cascade of rubble. Is he not constrained by convention? Zeal suddenly grasped a profound realization in the realm of pirates. The prowess of swordsmen is determined by speed and ferocity, rendering technique inconsequential. Whether one wields a single sword, 2, 3, 8, or none at all. As long as it embodies the indomitable spirit of a swordsman, it manifests as formidable swordsmanship. Crimson Tide, Purgatory. The earth transformed into a sea of blood, enveloping Zephr and rendering him akin to a deity emerging from the depths of hell. His crimson eyes flickered momentarily, and with a firm grip on Bloodstained, he propelled himself with explosive force towards the Red Count. How intriguing! As he ascended to the ranks of the great swordsman, the Red Count's pupils constricted sharply, soon replaced by an expression of exhilaration. Sensing the full force of Zeph's strike, he brandished his umbrella with fervor, ready to meet the challenge. Come forth. Now this is more like it. The intense clash drew blood from the corners of the Red Count's mouth, yet his excitement only escalated. As you wish. With each exchange, the two engaged in an unabashed display of conqueror's hockey, their long sword and umbrella clashing with resounding force, drowning out even the thunderous roars of Thunder God Island. The commotion of their battle was so immense that, despite the island's isolation, it caught the attention of passers-by nearby. After a day of fierce combat, a warship arrived at Thunder God Island, led by the formidable Marine Admiral Blackwrist Zephr and Marine Rear Admiral Crane. Although Zephr and Crane have arrived, they refrained from intervening in the battle between the two. Their purpose for being here is to evaluate Zeal's strength and analyze his abilities. Of course, if both Zeal and the Crimson Count were to suffer mutual destruction, they would not miss such an opportunity. Has he ascended to the ranks of a great swordsman? Such terrifying talent, what a pity. Zephr gazed at Zeal, reflecting on the inevitability of the world government's pursuit of him. There was no point in dwelling on it any longer. He knew that Crane understood his lament. Had Zeal merely been a bounty hunter, there might still have been hope for collaboration. However, Zeal was a survivor of the Celestial Dragon's Annihilation Gang, a stain that the world government sought to keep hidden from the world, an entity they were determined to eradicate. In the midst of battle, both Zeal and the Red Count had discerned Zephr and his companions through their observation haki. Yet, neither of them ceased their onslaught, as long as forces like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephr did not converge simultaneously. They could evade capture. The clash persisted for another day, their stamina waning, yet both remained resolute. During this span, the World News Agency dispatched reports of their conflict, garnering considerable attention. A newspaper titled "The Bloodstained Swordsman Takes on the Red Count, a Duel of Great Swordsmen," began to circulate across the seas. In an unknown expanse of the New World, Whitebeard Newgate pondered over the newspaper in his hands. "Old man, do you wish to adopt the Bloodstained Swordsman as your son?" Marco, with his pineapple-like hair, observed Whitebeard's contemplative demeanor, lost in thought. "Gururara. Marco, you must understand. A person possessing such formidable conqueror's haki would never submit to another." Although only 15, Marco was not yet the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Whitebeard recognized his potential and intended to nurture his abilities. In the latter half of the New World, the Golden Lion gazed at the newspaper, an intrigued expression crossing his face. Without notifying anyone, he impulsively set off towards God Valley. At this moment on God Valley, the battle between Zeal and the Red Count had endured for 3 days and nights. Following a particularly fierce clash, both adversaries instinctively halted their movements and glanced skyward. "Ha ha 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 ha. Red Count, who would have thought you could be so thoroughly outmatched by a mere child?" A raucous laugh echoed from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. The Red Count frowned, asking, "Shiki, what brings you here?" The newcomer, suspended in the air with disheveled golden hair and clad in yellow attire, wore a wild grin. It was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the pirate overlords of the New World. "I have come to recruit crew members." "What do you say?" "Adrian Zeal, join my pirate crew." "Impossible." Zeal's response came without the slightest hesitation, causing a shadow to cross Shiki's countenance. Nonetheless, in his pursuit to recruit Zeal, he continued, "Join my sky pirate crew, and you shall be the captain of the First Fleet. Together, we shall overthrow the world government and reign over this world. In that time, we shall be the most powerful figures upon the seas, with wealth and women at our fingertips." Despite Shiki's enticing words, Zeal was far from being a fool swayed by impulsive fervor. "I have a keen interest in ruling the world. Why not become my subordinate?" Before Shiki could utter a word, the Red Count burst into laughter. Although he had not anticipated Zeal's resolute demeanor, he found a peculiar delight in witnessing Shiki's failed attempt at recruitment. "Little brat, are you courting death?" With that, Shiki unsheathed the gnarled wood at his waist, unleashing a formidable 300-meter slash towards Zeal. "Do you intend to meddle in our battle?" Before Zeal could make a move, the Red Count intervened, thwarting Shiki's attack. It was evident that Shiki was quite displeased by this interference. Upon witnessing the Red Count aiding Zeal in deflecting the strike, Shiki found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to ascertain whether they were foes or allies. "I shall await you in the latter half of the New World," he declared before soaring away. This time, Shiki had not brought along his crew. His actions were purely impulsive. Were it only the Red Count he faced, he would not have felt intimidated. However, with the formidable Zeal also present, Shiki chose to retreat from the confrontation. Although Zeal and his companion appeared weary, Shiki truly lacked the confidence to subdue them. As for Zeal and Karina, after Shiki departed, Zephr and Crane, who had been observing the battle, hurried over. "Karina, I presume, is currently attending to the child?" Zephr tilted his head slightly, deliberately provoking Crane. "Did you coerce her?" Crane's expression darkened, and Zephr beside him had already clenched his fists, ready to take action. "Am I that kind of person?" Zeal expressed that this was an affront to his character. "What would it take for you to release Karina?" Hition's expression returned to calmness. As a negotiator, she could not be swayed by emotions. In truth, she had wished to redeem Karina long ago. But Zeal had vanished for 3 years, leaving her powerless. There are also children involved. Zephr added that Karina and he were mutually devoted. And Karina had already become a member of the Adrian family. Zeal would undoubtedly never entrust his wife to another. Karina was originally merely a rear admiral, and the Navy would not attach much significance to her. "Zephr, have you also tied the knot? Do you have children? How did you come to know this?" Zephr gazed at Zeal with a look of bewilderment. The Navy was aware of his wedding, but pirates generally were not. Much like the fact that Crane indeed has a husband, and Garp has a wife, yet such knowledge eludes most pirates. In the same year that Zephr married and was promoted to the rank of admiral, this upright naval officer did not meet a favorable fate. At the age of 38, he ascended to the position of admiral and married his wife. However, by the age of 42, he faced a tragic turn of events when the very pirates he had once set free murdered his wife and children. In just 4 short years, he experienced a dramatic rise and fall. Do you remember the words I once shared with you? Zephr offered no reply, seemingly having forgotten his own words. Protect your family well, he advised. After this, Zeal turned to the Red Count and remarked, let us call it a draw this time, shall we? How about a drink? The Red Count hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. The two appeared unconcerned about Zephyr's potential actions, leisurely making their way toward the shore. Observing their departure, Zephr glanced at Crane, silently inquiring whether they should detain the two. Though they lacked the strength to win, holding them off until others arrived would not pose a problem. Crane shook his head and said, let us go back and report to Marshal Kong. On the archipelago of Shambadi, in the district of the Red Trees No. 7. At Shaki's bar, the question arose, did you come all the way to Shambadi just for this bar? The Red Count looked at Zeal with a bemused expression, expecting him to take him to a more renowned establishment, only to find himself in this modest tavern. Do not underestimate this bar, Zeal replied. For the proprietress is an informant of the Rocks pirates. Zeal's visit here, of course, was not merely for the indulgence of alcohol, but rather for the purpose of seeking out Shaki. Although he lacked expertise in constructing an intelligence network, consulting professionals would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Suddenly, as Zeal and his companions prepared to enter, a burly man was violently hurled out, bloodied and battered, evoking a scene of utter despair. Do you truly believe I am easily trifled with? A crisp, assertive female voice resonated, eliciting laughter from a group of pirates. Ha ha. That fool Pick dared to provoke the landlady. Isn't that courting death? They recalled a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million who had fallen in mere moments at the hands of the landlady. The patrons of the bar were indifferent to the recent commotion. They were pirates, outlaws, and the demise of a stranger held little intrigue for them. Captain, this bar seems rather extraordinary, Lena remarked, following closely behind Zeal, her gaze apprehensively fixated on the words shakedown above the entrance. Landlady, 2 servings of beer, 2 servings of ladies' fruit wine, and a glass of regular juice, please. Water King and the Lightning Bird will remain aboard the Ark Proverb to guard the ship. Without the Lightning Bird, our group would not have reached Sabadi Archipelago so swiftly. The Ark Proverb operates on electric energy, which was precisely why Zeal initially brought Pikachu. However, Pikachu's energy is limited and cannot sustain excessive speed. Coming right up, sir. Shaki's expression momentarily flickered with surprise upon seeing Zeal and Red Earl. But she quickly regained her composure. Red Earl, and that one, the blood-stained swordsman Adrian Zeal. The other pirates, lacking Shaki's calm demeanor, were terrified upon encountering Zeal and hastily fled the bar. Brother, your presence is making my business quite difficult, Shaki remarked playfully, seemingly unperturbed by the two men. Zeal, without any pretense, directly tossed out a gold bar valued at 100 million berries. He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, inquiring, is this sufficient for the wine? Zeal's serene demeanor even provoked a sense of irritation in the Count of Red, as he found it utterly insufferable. You spend 100 million belly just on drinks? Contrary to the Count's astonishment, Shaki remained remarkably composed. If it's merely for drinks, that amount is indeed sufficient. Let us indulge in the drinks first, Zeal suggested, refraining from making immediate demands and allowing Shaki to serve the beverages first. Is there anything to eat? The Count inquired, feeling famished after 3 days and nights of relentless exertion. Unfortunately, there is nothing, Shaki replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. You're hungry? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Zeal regarded the Count with a peculiar gaze. The Count, feeling somewhat vexed, thought it entirely reasonable to be hungry after 3 days and nights of labor. What was with that look? Aren't you hungry? I've already eaten. Zephr indeed indulged in a feast, and due to the influence of his culinary instincts, his system warehouse was stocked with an abundance of delicacies. In the realm of the system, retrieving and storing items was a seamless endeavor. Throughout the journey, Zephr had been voraciously enjoying his meals in the confines of his chamber. However, the Red Count, believing him to be recuperating, refrained from intruding, preferring instead to relish the breeze on the deck. After all, it was his inaugural experience aboard an airborne vessel, which rendered the occasion quite extraordinary. Upon reflection, Zephr realized the flaw in his perspective. In his view, Interactions among the strong were typically accompanied by libations, while feasting was reserved for grand banquets. Madam Proprietress, would you discourage me from dining in your establishment? Of course. Indulge as you wish. Xiachi toyed with the gold ingot in her hand, her spirits quite elevated. My treat. What shall we have? Barbecue or hot pot? Never mind. Let us have a bit of everything. Under the astonished gazes of the Red Count and Xiachi, Zephr commenced his retrieval of items. A barbecue grill, an induction cooker, a hot pot basin, an assortment of peculiar condiments, as well as meats from aquatic creatures and unknown beasts. In Zeal's system space, an abundance of items exists, particularly those related to culinary delights. As a true gourmand, Zeal even had Heli craft a complete set of hot pot utensils, along with a professional barbecue grill. Upon witnessing this, Lena and Eliza joined in to assist, as Zeal's partners, possessing culinary skills is a fundamental requirement. And even those lacking such abilities have been instructed by Kelly. The Red Count, with an expression of astonishment, inquired, "Where did you procure all these items?" High technology. Zephr directly produced a small handbag-shaped spatial backpack, version 1.0, and tossed it to the Red Count. The internal space measures a mere 8 cubic meters, representing the maximum capacity achievable with the materials currently available. Zeal's belongings were undoubtedly extracted from the system's space. However, he could not elucidate this to others. Coincidentally, the technology derived from the box fruit rewards had yielded results, which could be conveniently used to forge a connection with the Red Count. As one of the 3 legendary pirates to emerge later, the Red Count's prowess was beyond question, and his character aligned well with Zeal's preferences. Is there anything extraordinary? The Red Count opened his satchel and peered inside, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Why not reach in and see for yourself? Following Zeal's suggestion, the Red Count extended his hand inside and was astonished to find that he could not touch the bottom. The space within was far more expansive than he had anticipated. This space backpack boasted an internal volume of 8 cubic meters, making it an ideal companion for both home and travel. For a mere 9,999,000. It could be yours. Zeal, with an opportunistic flair, attempted to promote his wares, leaving the Red Count in utter disbelief. I have no money, the Red Count exclaimed, tossing the satchel back with a sense of finality, for he was not like Zeal, possessing wealth in abundance. Consider it a gift. A contribution towards your tuition for mastering the great swordsmanship, Zeal insisted. The Red Count, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to accept the satchel. In the past, he would have deliberated extensively, but ever since the great battle, he realized he could no longer perceive the innermost thoughts of Zeal. He relished this newfound sensation of not hearing others' voices. Having been able to discern the hearts of others since childhood, had unveiled the dark underbelly of the world and the shadows within human nature, haunted by his own abilities. This was the very reason he had remained solitary for so long. Zeal is capable of concealing the Red Count's perception of Wensei due to having consumed the blood of the Red Count. Although Zeal did not acquire the mind-reading ability of the Red Count, his capacity to perceive the emotions of others has significantly strengthened, enabling him to shield himself from the Count's telepathy. It can be said that he has gained quite a lot. The broth for the hot pot has been perfectly prepared, and as the rich soup begins to bubble, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. The Red Count, gazing at the steaming hot pot, could not help but swallow hard. On the islands of Shambodi, the reluctant Captain Carp appeared outside Shaki's bar, summoned by the news that Zeal and the Red Count had arrived on the islands. Immediately, he was dispatched to monitor their movements, which resulted in Carp, who had been blissfully asleep, feeling quite disgruntled. Damn Zeal and the Red Count, disturbing my slumber. He muttered as he approached the bar, his nose twitching at the strong, enticing scent. Having not yet had lunch, Carp swiftly transformed into a captive of culinary delights, his hands hanging limply at his sides, as his nose took command of his body. Pushing open the bar door, he was greeted by the sight of the Red Count voraciously devouring his meal with chopsticks, while several women nearby hastily consumed their food, leaving only Zeal, who was busy grilling meat. Vice Admiral Carp, what brings you here? Zeal, with a perplexed expression, inquired, what is that delightful aroma? Carp had completely forgotten his original purpose for being there, his mind now consumed with thoughts of food. Hot pot, barbecue, shall we indulge together? Yet, Carp, being a naval officer, would never dream of dining with such a band of pirates. It seemed he suddenly regained his senses and resolutely refused. 10 minutes later, he mused, This dish known as hot pot is truly delightful, and this grilled meat, how tantalizing. The Red Earl observed Carp, who was devouring his meal with abandon, devoid of any semblance of decorum, and fell into contemplation. He recognized that the situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. They had ostensibly come to partake in spirits. By the way, Admiral Karp, is this truly acceptable? Shaki asked, watching Karp engrossed in his feast. Oh, it's nothing of concern. The former marshal merely summoned me to keep an eye on you. It's all quite trivial. Am I not currently monitoring you? Karp replied, his words somewhat muffled as he chewed on his meat. If it were the likes of Shiki or Kaido, notorious for their malevolence, Karp would never entertain such a notion. However, Zell and the Red Earl were different. Zell's bounty is a decree from the world government, while the Red Count is wanted for having slain a nefarious nobleman. Strictly speaking, neither of these individuals can be classified as pirates. Unlike Sengoku and Tsuru, Karp's sense of justice has always been rather ambiguous. He has the capacity to be friends with both Roger and, quite naturally, to share a meal with Zell and the Red Count. First, one must satiate their hunger. The rest can be addressed thereafter. As Zell grilled the meat, he remarked, in an hour, I shall take my leave. Thank you for the hospitality. Having indulged in ample food and drink, Karp felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and stepped outside while picking his teeth. Vice Admiral Karp, are you all right? Karp's aide, Bogart, grew concerned when Karp did not emerge promptly, fearing he might have met with misfortune. Just then, Karp appeared. All is well. I engaged with them for an hour, and under my intimidation, they dared not act. Karp replied, somewhat evasive, turning his head aside, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Bogart, noting the deceit etched across Karp's visage, chose not to confront him. Inside the bar, Zell had already packed away all his equipment and commenced a serious discussion. Miss Shaki, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining my kingdom? Your kingdom? The Red Count was taken aback by Zell's assertion, having presumed him merely a pirate. Surely, Miss Shaki, you are aware of my identity? I am Adrian Zeal, the former prince of the Adrian Kingdom, and a survivor of the Celestial Dragon's annihilation game in the year 1483 of the Sea Circle calendar. Shaki appeared to have conducted her research regarding Zell's background. The annihilation game. The Red Count was unfamiliar with the specifics but grasped the brutality inherent in the concept. The Celestial Dragons hosted this horrific game every 3 years, treating slaves and indigenous peoples as prey, competing to see who could claim the most lives. Shaki's explanation left the Red Count astonished, as this was the first time he had learned of such matters. Having lived a solitary existence, he had been entirely unaware. Indeed, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Adrian Kingdom. What say you? The remuneration shall be substantial. Isn't the Adrian Kingdom already extinct? Yet I remain alive, and the Adrian Kingdom shall inevitably rise again. Zell's words were resolute, stirring a deep emotional response within Shachi. I believe I must take some time to reflect. Zell was not surprised if news of his restoration were to emerge. The world government would go to any lengths to suppress it. Shaki did not believe that Zell could succeed. The existence of Zell serves as a blemish on the world government. The game of annihilating nations is not permitted upon the seas, significantly affecting their dominion. Much like Rox D. Zebek, all information shall be obliterated. Should you have made up your mind, seek me out. Zell presented a phone bug to Shaki, which was intricately connected to the extraordinary Ammonite beast. I believe we can commence our collaboration, Mr. Zell. Although Shaki was reluctant to join Zell's domain, she did not wish to offend such a formidable individual. Let us proceed in this manner for now. Zell harbors a profound yearning for talent, eager to extend numerous opportunities. One evening, Zell and his companions departed the tavern alongside the Red Count. I took my leave first, expressing my gratitude for your hospitality. Indeed, next time, I shall surely emerge victorious against you. Zell did not extend an invitation to the Red Count to join the Adrian Kingdom, fully aware of its impossibility. The Adrian Kingdom remains largely unknown to the outside world. It appears that Zell and his companions possess only one formidable warrior, with Eliza considered a half-strong contender. It is only through immense power and reputation that one can attract formidable individuals to their cause. As for someone of the Red Count's caliber, subjugation is an unattainable dream. At best, they could be regarded as allies. Captain, where shall we venture next? Zell's voyage this time aimed at surpassing the great swordsman, and he has now accomplished that goal. However, he requires some time to consolidate his strength. Let us return to Sky Island. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sora looked at Karp and asked, do you know if they have joined forces? Karp, having learned little beyond Zell's culinary prowess, could only respond, I suppose not. Sora, having lost faith in Karp's insights, turned to Tsuru for her opinion. The likelihood of their collaboration is quite high. However, the Red Count harbors no significant ambition. He would only intervene should Zeal find himself in dire need. Yet, Zeal is a perilous individual. He often disappears into the vast ocean. If he is not in seclusion, he is likely amassing power in the shadows. Sora nodded and inquired, "Are you suggesting he is forming a pirate crew? But why is there no news from the seas?" Suru replied calmly, "We have misjudged a crucial detail. Zeal has not assembled a pirate crew." "What do you mean?" Sora pressed. "He is the prince of the Adrian kingdom. If he is cultivating power, it is likely an endeavor to restore his kingdom. Are you implying he has usurped a nation for development? That is possible. Or he may simply be seeking a place for seclusion." Suru's conjecture was astute, yet it was Sky Island that Zeal had claimed, rendering him elusive to the Navy. As events unfolded, Zeal's new bounty emerged across the seas. Bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal, wielder of the blood fruit, master of the 3 forms of Haki, with a bounty of 3,300,000,000 berries, indifferent to life and death. Death Hunter Eliza, possessor of the transparent fruit, adept in assassination, with a bounty of 500,000,000 berries. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle, a year had passed since the battle between Zeal and the Red Count. During this time, Sky Island progressed steadily. However, Zeal identified a critical issue. The talent pool on Sky Island was woefully inadequate. Though he possessed a super serum to cultivate combat strength, there was a scarcity of talent in other areas. Additionally, the population of Sky Island was limited, with many acclimated to its lifestyle, leaving only children to nurture. This was insufficient for Zeal's ambitions. Talent is the cornerstone of a nation's development. If it is lacking, one must cultivate it. If Sky Island cannot provide sufficient individuals, then one must scout the seas for talent. Thus, the responsibility of unearthing talent for the Adrian Kingdom fell upon Kuma. Kuma's abilities were conveniently suited for the Adrian Kingdom, allowing him to transport individuals to Sky Island without detection. Just a month prior, the Talent Express team, comprising Kuma, Ginny, and Thunderbird, was officially established. At 14 years of age, Kuma, endowed with the formidable talents of the Bacchania tribe and the peculiar powers of the pawpaw fruit, could contend with a Navy rear admiral. And even a typical Navy vice admiral could not hinder him. In the East Sea, a pirate ship laden with slaves drifted slowly as its crew celebrated their successful plunder. Above this ship, Kuma and Ginny concealed themselves among the clouds atop Thunderbird. "Is that them?" Kuma inquired, observing Ginny manipulating a transponder snail. Indeed, the Black-Tooth pirates, who slaughtered the village of Aija a day prior, abducting numerous children, beautiful women, and several robust men for trade with slave merchants, Ginny reported, eavesdropping on the Black-Tooth pirates' conversation. "Shall we liberate them now?" Kuma's expression darkened, his desire to annihilate these nefarious pirates palpable. "Wait, Kuma. Let us strike when they are engaged in their transaction," Ginny suggested. "No, Ginny. Every second wasted may result in another life lost at their hands." Kuma's opposition to Ginny's plan was unusually fierce. "Ginny, we cannot gamble on maximizing profit while risking the slave's safety." Seeing the determination in Kuma's gaze, Ginny's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right, I shall heed your words, Kuma." Her affection for Kuma stemmed from his genuine kindness. On the pirate ship below, a drunken pirate suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, shall we bring out a few slaves for some fun, especially after capturing so many women?" The other pirates, fueled by alcohol, echoed, "Yes. Captain, we've worked hard and deserve some relaxation." The captain, marked by a vicious scar, reluctantly acquiesced to the crowd's fervor. "Very well, let us fetch a few women. But keep the prettier ones, they fetch a high price." Before long, 5 haggard women were dragged forth, tears staining their faces as they appeared despondent. "Brutes! You animals!" One woman screamed in a frenzy, inciting laughter from the pirates. One pirate, wearing a wicked expression, taunted, "Today, I'll show you what a beast truly is." Yet, as he advanced, a towering figure suddenly materialized beside him. Pawpaw Shockwave. A white energy coalesced in Kuma's hand before crashing into the pirate. In an instant, the pirate's body was severed in half, collapsing onto the deck. Enemy attack. The intoxicated pirates, as if doused with cold water, were jolted back to reality. Before they could react, several bullets rained down from the sky, shattering the skulls of several pirates. The gruesome spectacle was akin to watermelons bursting apart. The pirates looked up to see a golden mech hovering above, its right arm extending several gun barrels from which the bullets originated. Kuma and Ginny remained silent. They had no desire to converse with these malevolent pirates, merely intent on eradicating them. With each appearance, Kuma claimed a life. while Ginny utilized armor-piercing rounds to eliminate pirates from the air. As crew members fell one by one, the pirate captain, in desperation, raced toward a female slave, intending to use her as a shield. "You were seeking death." Kuma's furious voice rang in the captain's ears, and with a decisive strike, the pirate captain was reduced to ashes. Witnessing their captain's swift demise, many pirates leaped overboard, attempting to flee from these two demons. However, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating those who plunged into the sea. Approximately 10 minutes later, the pirate ship lay in a pool of blood, all pirates slain by the duel. The 5 slaves, witnessing their tormentors end, wept uncontrollably, bowing in gratitude to Kuma and Ginny for avenging them. "Sisters, could you gather everyone?" Ginny retracted her nano-armor, revealing her youthful visage. "Understood, benefactor." The woman, taken aback by Ginny's true appearance, nodded in acknowledgement. On the deck, with the assistance of the 5 women, all the slaves aboard the ship congregated. Some men and women embraced their families with excitement. Yet the majority of children and young girls stood alone. It is evident that their loved ones have perished at the hands of the pirates. Once the tumult of emotions subsided, Ginny retrieved a horn from her satchel. "Listen to me, everyone," she proclaimed. "The pirates who annihilated your village are no more. Yet this world is still rife with malevolence." She paused momentarily, observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes before continuing. "Both Bear and I were once slaves, just like you. But we have liberated ourselves from bondage and now lead our own lives. However, countless others still suffer under the yoke of oppression, just as we once did. We are fortunate to have encountered Lord Zeal, who took us in, nurtured us, and provided us with a home and strength. Now, Lord Zeal has dispatched us to rescue you. Will you join us in leaving?" A man who appeared to be a leader stepped forward and spoke. "We have lost our homes. We are willing to depart with our benefactor." Many echoed his sentiment. "Bear will escort you, one by one. Do not be afraid." After a brief encouragement, Bear utilized his powers to transport each individual to the Sky Island. On the island of Baika, a figure enveloped in bubbles soared through the air at an astonishing speed. "Ah!" The figure landed softly upon the fluffy clouds, ceasing their cries. "Mayor Gray, you have come too." The sight of Gray brought relief to the 30-odd villagers. Having been transported to the Sky Island by Bear, they felt somewhat disoriented. But with their steadfast leader present, their fears began to dissipate. Gray gazed at the surviving villagers, tears welling in his eyes. While soaring above, he had feared losing them. "Is everyone gathered?" Just then, Nyes arrived before the group. "May I ask, is this the location mentioned by Mr. Bear?" Regaining his composure, Gray assumed his role as leader and conversed with Nyes. "Indeed, I am the one responsible for your transition. You may call me Nyes." Nyes, a gentle and attentive individual, had been entrusted with the task of settling these people. "I am Gray, the village chief." With a warm smile, Nyes reassured him. "I need to gather specific information about each of you to facilitate your settlement, so I kindly ask for your cooperation, Mr. Gray." "Of course," Gray replied, feeling no need to refuse Nyes' request. Approximately half an hour later, Nyes finished her records: 15 children, 12 beautiful women, and 9 robust men. Among them, 8 children had lost their families and were left alone. Most of the men were members of the village's security team, strong and fit, intended for sale by the pirates. Among the women were both youthful maidens and elegant matriarchs. "Please follow me. We have prepared accommodations for you to rest and acclimatize," Nyes explained. "We are currently at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the oxygen levels differ from those on the ground. If you feel uncomfortable, do not fear. You will adjust shortly." Under Nyes' guidance, the 36 individuals arrived at their designated lodgings, surrounded by the breathtaking scenery and the softness of the clouds beneath them. The survivors felt a slight uplift in their spirits after narrowly escaping disaster. While others reveled in the delicious fare provided by Nyes, Gray sought her out. "Lady Nyes, may I inquire what is expected of us?" He felt uneasy enjoying the bounty while contributing nothing. Though the Sky Island was vast, its population was sparse, and the recently developed Apayado Island was even more desolate. "We need you to assist in the construction of the Sky Island." Hearing this, Gray felt a sense of relief. "We are willing to do any work, but those children have lost their families. Could we not take on their burdens?" Nyes smiled at Gray's words, finally understanding the trust these people placed in their village chief. "Rest assured, Mr. Gray, the children will be sent to the Royal Academy for Nurturing, where many others like them reside. Additionally, the young women will have other roles to fulfill. We will not compel you to perform laborious tasks. The Sky Island we are building will also be your home, and you may choose your own endeavors." Gray's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. He had not anticipated they could have a home of their own. Fear not, Lady Nyes, I shall communicate this to the villagers. And together we will strive to build the Sky Island. A fiery determination ignited within Gray, as he felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. Nyes, unaware of his deeper motivations, assumed his gratitude was simply a noble sentiment. Upon returning to the house, Gray cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those around him. Ahem, he began, preparing for an impassioned speech. Fellow villagers, the pirates have ravaged our village, leaving us homeless. Hearing Gray's words, the villagers felt a profound emptiness. Their hopes dimmed as uncertainty loomed over their futures. Yet, we have encountered Mr. Bear and Miss Ginny, who have spared us from a fate of enslavement. Our future is once again in our hands. We now possess hope and a purpose. Lord Zell has called upon us to construct the Sky Island, our home. Should we not respond with vigor? Gray's fervent oration stirred the hearts of the villagers, who responded with an enthusiastic yes. Excellent. Let us labor diligently to build our home. For the sake of Lord Zell. The villagers, clearly invigorated, united in a resounding chant. Let us build the Sky Island. Outside, Zell received word of the commotion and prepared to enlighten the newcomers, only to be met with the fervent cries of the crowd. What have you told them? Zell cast a peculiar glance toward Nyes, who appeared equally bewildered, unaware of the reason behind the sudden exuberance of the crowd. Perhaps it was somehow linked to the village chief, a certain Gray? Zell and Nis refrained from opening the door, instead listening intently from the outside. Accompanied by Gray's impassioned speech, the interior of the house resonated intermittently with exclamations of great prosperity in the Sky Island, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary fervor. The more Zell listened, the more he sensed something amiss, for within Gray's words, Zell underwent a transformation from a benevolent strongman to the compassionate deity of the who cares for all. As Zell listened, he felt himself becoming sanctified, as though he were a divine being sent by God to enlighten the masses. Nyes, equally astonished, teasingly whispered beside Zell, "Oh, Divine One." Zell wore a look of displeasure. He found it quite unsettling that the ruler of Sky Island referred to himself as a deity. Consequently, the inhabitants of the island typically addressed him as Lord Zell, yet he was still unable to escape the title of God. With a swift motion, he playfully smacked Nissa's rear end and menacingly remarked, "You'll pay for this come evening." Nissa's cheeks flushed crimson, though she refrained from uttering a word. Once the sounds within the house faded, Zell entered with Nis, pushing the door open. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zell, the sovereign of Sky Island." Zell, facing the curious gazes of the crowd, spoke up. "Oh, divine being," the crowd exclaimed with fervor. Zell felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet he could not falter at this moment. "You may address me as Lord Zell. I am not a deity. However, unlike the gods who abandon you in your time of need, I shall extend my hand to assist you." Zell's words struck a deep chord within them. Indeed. When the pirates mercilessly slaughtered their families, the divine did not intervene. Yet, Zell sent forth his emissaries to rescue them. "Now, you are members of the Sky Island, and I implore you to join me in the endeavor of building our home." The crowd, without hesitation, immediately voiced their unwavering resolve. Zell had not anticipated that matters would unfold so effortlessly. It appears that enlisting Gray to operate under Kinnis would greatly facilitate the allegiance of those summoned by the bear. Since the inception of the Talon Delivery Group by the Great Bear, individuals have periodically been transported to the Sky Island. The majority of those brought here are slaves, alongside those oppressed by the nobility, enduring lives of dire hardship in their native lands. Additionally, several pirates have also been summoned to the Sky Island, all of whom are, without exception, users of devil fruits. Over the course of 2 months, a total of 2 devil fruit users have been dispatched by the Great Bear. After Zeller vanquished 2 pirates, he acquired 2 devil fruits, the Zoan-type bird fruit, which grants the form of a platypus, bestowing powers akin to those of the Psyduck family, and the Paramecia-type ball fruit, which rewards abilities associated with the electric ball family. Zell placed them all in the breeding house, however, while Psyduck seemed to fare well. The Electrode family encountered some difficulties. This unique species resembles a ball and is colloquially known as the bomb ball due to their penchant for self-destruction. Within the breeding house, Daikar was, as always, seeking excitement, one moment galloping atop a rapid ash, the next reaching out to touch a Mareep, causing it to become paralyzed from electric shock, and then provoking a ride-on, leading to a frantic chase. "I was wrong, ride-on," Daikar exclaimed as he dashed away, pleading for mercy. Villian paid him no mind. The ride-on would not genuinely harm Daikar, at most nudging him with its horn. "Oh." Daikar yelped as his rear was jabbed. sending him into a frenzy as he flailed his legs, attempting to shake off the ride-on. Suddenly, amidst his frantic escape, Daikar recalled Zel's words, "Once a ride-on begins to run, it will not cease unless it collides with something." With a plan forming in his mind, Daikar began to lead the ride-on towards a small hill. Just before a large boulder, he leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the ride-on's charge. The ride-on collided with the stone, shook its head, and momentarily forgot the reason for its pursuit. After a brief period of confusion, it turned and wandered off. Breathing a sigh of relief from behind the rock, Daikar looked up to see a Pokemon adorned in red and green, resembling a ball. Electrode, known for its tendency to self-destruct, typically initiates its explosive abilities at the slightest provocation. Zel's voice resonated within Descartes' mind, causing a sudden shift in his expression. "That. The Thunder Orb, do not become agitated." Descartes attempted to salvage the situation, but the Thunder Orb was impervious to his words, radiating a brilliant white light. Kadir immediately placed his hand on his waist, activating the nanotechnology armor, which enveloped his form in an instant. A resounding crash echoed as the white light surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kadir was propelled by the force, colliding with a stone. However, Descartes remained unscathed, for the nanotechnology armor was crafted from the strongest memory metal produced by the synthetic metal platform, rendering it resistant to typical explosions. Within the confines of the armor, Descartes gazed with exhilaration at the Thunder Orb, having discovered a new thrill. The dazzling white light ignited his senses, particularly the overwhelming impact of the explosion, which felt as though it had opened his eyes to a new realm. Although Descartes' face was obscured, the Thunder Orb sensed the intensity of his gaze through the armor. Thus, another explosive flash erupted. At merely 3 years of age, Descartes encountered an explosion for the first time, a serendipitous meeting that made his blood race with excitement. The Thunder Orb, too, experienced a sense of kinship, appreciating the admiration directed towards its explosive displays. "Thunder!" it exclaimed, bouncing with delight. "Did you wish for me to accompany you?" Descartes seemed to connect telepathically with the Thunder Orb, intuiting its intentions. As they followed the Thunder Orb for a while, Descartes noticed a plethora of Thunder Orbs materializing before him. Thunder, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Thunderbolt. Indeed, explosions are art. Nothing is more exhilarating. Thunder. The bond between Descartes and the Thunder Orb flourished, for it was the explosions that united them. Several Thunder Orbs communicated amongst themselves, and Descartes responded in kind, revealing his passion for explosions, which endeared him to the Thunder Orbs. To commemorate their newfound friendship, the Thunder Orbs initiated a unique welcoming ceremony. Brilliant white light shimmered across the hillside, and the sounds of explosions echoed far and wide. Fortunately, Zeal had chosen a location devoid of other Pokémon when placing the Thunder Orbs, sparing them from any adverse reactions. Immersed in the thrill of the explosions, Descartes trembled with excitement. Descartes. Villia, hearing the thunderous explosions, rode her Charizard to investigate and discover the small figure clad in nanotechnology armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Villia recognized Descartes. "I am not Descartes." Upon seeing Villia, Descartes felt his heart sink, prompting him to flee. A minute later, after retracting the nanotechnology armor, Descartes found himself in Villia's grasp. "Mama, I understand my mistake," he lamented, feeling the stinging sensation on his behind. "Where did you err?" Villia's anger surged. She could overlook Descartes' mischief, but engaging in such perilous antics was unacceptable. Following a heartfelt exchange between mother and son, Descartes was unceremoniously tossed before Zeal. "I hear you sought the Thunder Orbs to discuss the thrill of explosions?" Zeal gazed at Descartes with a stern expression. Descartes understood that this encounter had been perilously close. Had it not been for the nano-armor he was equipped with, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Indeed, severe injuries. The explosion of the Thunderball merely left Descartes wounded, for his exoskeletal gene and the steel balloon talent were formidable defenses. The fact that Charlotte Lingling could tear apart giants at the tender age of 5 underscores this point, considering that fully grown giant soldiers possessed the combat prowess of a major general. Presently, the explosive force of the Thunderball could only be likened to that of a standard hand grenade, rendering it non-lethal in Descartes' case. You may indulge in mischief and seek thrills, but do not cause your mother undue worry. "Yes, I understand, Dad." Observing Descartes' dejected demeanor, Zeal refrained from offering consolation. This child's disposition indeed warranted some restraint. However, witnessing Descartes' fascination with explosions reminded Zeal of the explosive fruit contained within his devil fruit collection. Zephr produced the explosive fruit and addressed Dicker, stating, "This is the explosive fruit. It will transform you into an explosive man, impervious to the shock waves of blasts. Dicker's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zephr. Hearing Dicker's endearing tone of dad and recalling the boy's personality, Zephr felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Zeal tucked away the devil fruit and addressed Dicor, saying, "Go apologize to your mother. If she forgives you, I shall keep this devil fruit for you." Huh? Why keep it? Dicor thought Zeal would simply hand over the explosive fruit to him. "You young rascal, the devil fruit will be yours in due time. For now, you are still too young." Zeal did not immediately bestow the devil fruit upon Dicor, for with the lad's temperament, he would likely blow up the palace by dawn. In the training grounds of the Royal Academy, 11 youthful figures were besieging Zeal. Attai's colossal fist swung towards Zeal, but he deftly sidestepped it. Too slow. Zephr held a wooden stick, striking it against Attai's head. Attai's hefty form lost its balance abruptly, causing him to uncontrollably collide with Ohm. And the two tumbled to the ground together. Taking advantage of the moment, Enelu executed a sweeping kick towards Zephr. However, Zephr leaped back, and Enelu's leg struck Hassan's long neck instead. Bang! Hassan fell to the ground in pain. The timing was commendable, yet the movement was too conspicuous. Ghost explosion. Just as Zephr spoke, several orbs of white energy coalesced in Kelly's hands and were hurled towards Zephr. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the situation within. Before Kelly could revel in her success, a wave of intense unease surged within her. Suddenly, Kelly's form became ethereal, and the unarmored wooden stick passed directly through her body. The reaction was swift, indeed. Zephr nodded, thoroughly pleased with Kelly's reaction speed. "Take this," a sweet voice exclaimed, as Sarah's hand, charged with electricity, descended from the heavens to strike down. Zephr slightly withdrew, grasping Aisha's furry leg with one hand and swinging it forward, directly landing it upon the body of the Azura. 3 minutes later, all 11 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly incapacitated. Their physical fitness had proven satisfactory, yet their combat prowess still required enhancement. Zephr, while speaking, procured 11 vials of super serum. "Wait a moment. Once you imbibe this serum, if you endure, you shall be reborn. If you falter, then you may join others in their lessons." Zeal took the time to mentor them, thus they must exert themselves more diligently than others. Zephr employed the powers of the devil fruit to expedite their recovery, merely conducting an experiment without any intent to attack. Each injury they bore was a result of their mutual combat, with only Kelly being struck by Zephr. After all, without mastering the armed color, he could not touch her in her ethereal state. As the 11 individuals regained their strength, Kelly was the first to seize the super serum and consume it. Subsequently, the others followed suit, imitating her actions. Over the course of 3 minutes, the anguished cries of the 11 echoed throughout the academy, instilling a sense of dread in the ordinary students. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Deli remarked, "The agony they now endure is a harbinger of the strength they will attain after their transformation. If you strive diligently, you too may seize this opportunity. Do not forsake it." The students of average talent were stirred by her words, for the prospect of metamorphosis represented a chance for them. Witnessing the earnest determination in their training, Deli nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Zephr, noting that the 11 had persevered, also nodded in satisfaction. As the white steam dissipated, their forms were revealed. It was evident that each individual had gained between 20 to 50 centimeters in height, with only Attai experiencing a remarkable surge of 1 meter. Towering over 3 meters, surpassing even Zephr. Attai's garments had burst apart, his pant legs torn, his muscles bulging. Had his skin been green, he would have resembled the formidable Hulk. Zell's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that I possessed a lineage of extraordinary heritage, endowing him with remarkable physical prowess. Such formidable strength. I could sense a significant enhancement in my own physical capabilities. As I reveled in the transformation of my body, many around me expressed their astonishment. "Ait, unleash your full power and strike me." Zell called out to Ait. "Understood," Ait replied, his expression as impassive as ever, yet he would not decline Zell's request. With a swift motion, Ait drew his arm back, gathering all his might before delivering a punch that generated a sonic boom. Bang! Ait's powerful blow collided with Zell's palm, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. It seems his strength has reached the caliber of a colonel. Zell is quite pleased with Attai's strength, considering that Attai is merely 13 years old. With such power, his talent is already approaching that of a great bear. Zephr pondered for a moment before retrieving a devil fruit from the system's realm. This particular fruit is of the Zoan type, an ancient species known as the bear fruit. granting the ability to transform into a short-faced bear. The decision to consume it rests entirely in your hands. Zeal possesses a considerable reserve of devil fruits, and it is not prudent for them to languish in storage, even though they could be bequeathed to his offspring. Zeal is already in possession of two superior fruits, the power fruit and the muscle fruit, rendering the ancient varieties somewhat inconsequential. Without a moment's hesitation, Ate seized a devil fruit and tossed it into his mouth. Zeal was eager to witness the transformation of Ite as he consumed the devil fruit, for the taste of such a fruit is notoriously unpleasant. However, much to Zeal's disappointment, Ite did not even bother to chew. He swallowed the entire fruit whole. After devouring the devil fruit, Ite's physique began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. His body sprouted brown fur, and his height surged to an astonishing 10 meters, transforming him into a colossal bear. How imposing! The onlookers exclaimed, captivated by Ite's dramatic change. With a mighty roar, Ite continued to evolve, his stature diminishing to 5 meters, while his facial features reverted to a more familiar appearance. Nevertheless, he retained certain characteristics of a short-faced bear, his body still cloaked in a layer of brown fur. Ite, let us engage in a duel. It is essential for you to acclimate to your newfound abilities. Zeal was also curious about Atai's current abilities and called out. Without hesitation, Atai unleashed a tremendous surge of power, propelling himself towards Zeal with astonishing speed. Zephr raised his hand to intercept Atai's assault, nodding in acknowledgement. Both speed and strength have attained the prowess of a naval rear admiral. Zeal exerted a forceful push, sending Atai sprawling outward. Atai's form began to transform, morphing into a colossal 10-meter-tall short-faced bear, its limbs pounding the ground as it charged ferociously towards Zeal. Bang! Zeal pressed one hand against the massive palm of Tai, causing a tremendous fissure to rupture the ground. Roar! Ate bellowed, his elongated limbs granting him remarkable agility as the other bear paw came crashing down. Zeal remained steadfast, experiencing the full force of Ate's power without any change in stance. Amidst the rising clouds of dust and under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Zeal stood unmoved. To them, Ate's strike appeared utterly terrifying, and they expected Zeal to exert considerable effort to withstand it. However, Zeal's strength astonished them once more. They were taken aback by how effortlessly he deflected Ate's attack. The mere sight of Ate's imposing 10-meter frame filled them with a sense of pressure. That will suffice. Zeal spread apart the enormous paws of the two gigantic bears, signaling Ate to cease combat. Obediently, Ate halted his assault, reverting to his human form. Thank you, Lord Zeal, he expressed, though words did not come easily to him. Nevertheless, he understood the extraordinary value of the devil fruit bestowed upon him by Zeal. Zeal waved his hand and addressed the others. I possess numerous devil fruits, and there are opportunities for all of you to acquire them. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement, having witnessed the notable enhancement of Atai's strength. If your abilities reach the requisite standard, rewards will undoubtedly follow. Zeal ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd before departing to find Deli. At that moment, Deli was engaged in training her students, with Gavin observing nearby. Gavin, possessing remarkable physical talent, was likely the strongest among these children, standing nearly 1.50 meters at the tender age of 3. What about you, Gavin? Do you wish to train as well? Zeal gently stroked Gavin's head, his silky golden hair feeling delightful to the touch. Well, Dad, I can begin my training too. Gavin often visited the academy with Delilah and was envious of the evident growth and strength among the students. My training is quite rigorous. Are you prepared for it? Zephr had originally planned to wait until his children reached the age of 5 before commencing their training, yet he had clearly underestimated the formidable strength of his lineage. At the tender age of 3, his offspring already possessed physical capabilities comparable to those of an adult. It is not surprising, considering that even his aunt could tear apart giants by the age of 5, and Luffy was capable of defeating adults at the same age. Indeed, the physical prowess of individuals in the world of pirates is astonishing. I can do it. Gavin's eyes sparkled with fervor, evidently eager for the training ahead. Very well then. After a month, you shall officially begin your training. Cherish these final moments. Zeal pondered for a moment. A month later, it would be 1492, and the children would soon turn 4. It was time to commence their training. Rest assured, Father, I am determined to persevere, Gavin declared with unwavering confidence, blissfully unaware of the trials that lay ahead. Was it too soon? The children were still so young. At that moment, Delilah approached, unable to fully grasp Zeal's reasoning. It is not too early. The tumultuous seas are in constant flux, with battles erupting at every turn. Though we dwell at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the ocean remains our true home. As you are aware of my identity, the world government will not relent in their pursuit of me. They cannot afford to let me escape their grasp. Yet, they will seize any opportunity to impose sanctions upon me, and thus, the children must grow. Zel's words awakened Deli from her reverie. Having spent 3 years on the Sky Island, she had almost forgotten about the sea. Perhaps I should consume a devil fruit as well. I feel I have reached the limits of my swordsmanship. Deli had always aspired to master the art of swordplay. Yet it was evident that her talent had only brought her to the level of a swordsman. However, in order to enhance her combat capabilities, she could choose to ingest a devil fruit, for only with greater strength could she assist Zel. Hearing Deli's sentiments, Zel felt a surge of emotion. Nothing touched him more than the willingness of family to make sacrifices for him. Zel contemplated for a moment and realized that there existed a certain devil fruit that was remarkably suitable for Deli. Zephr retrieved a verdant demon fruit from the system repository. This was the scythe fruit, a type of paramecia capable of unleashing blades of wind. Should one attain its awakening, it might even rival the prowess of a great swordsman. The scythe fruit is undoubtedly the most suitable demon fruit for a swordsman, as its wind blades bear a striking resemblance to the soaring slashes of a master swordsman, albeit differing in nature. If Zephr were to consume this demon fruit, merging the swordsman's strikes with the wind blades would come effortlessly. However, it remained uncertain how compatible Delilah would be with this fruit. Delilah gazed at the scythe fruit in Zeph's hand, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to partake. Currently, only Zephr and Eliza could contribute significant combat power, while Karina possessed commendable strength, yet it was limited on the vast ocean. Unlike Zeph's other women, Delilah had always trailed behind the sisters Vilya and Villian, safeguarding them. Yet now, Zeph's significance in her heart had grown increasingly profound, especially after the arrival of their child. Her regard for Zephr intensified. Ugh! Delilah retched softly, although she was unfamiliar with the taste of excrement. She couldn't shake the impression that the flavor of the demon fruit was akin to that of feces. Zel suddenly unleashed his wicked sense of humor and remarked, "I've heard that one must consume an entire devil fruit to fully attain its powers." Deli shot him an exasperated glare, truly believing he thought she was oblivious. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters 3, Deli was indeed a striking figure, only slightly shorter than Zel. She exuded the demeanor of a valiant female knight. Formidable and dignified. This was the first time Zel had witnessed such a side of her, and he found himself irresistibly intrigued. "Zel, accompany me in familiarizing myself with the powers of the devil fruit." Noticing the familiar glint in Zel's eyes, Deli felt a twinge of shyness, especially with Gavin nearby, and quickly interrupted Zel's fanciful thoughts. Ahem. Understood. In an effort to showcase the combat between swordsmen to the students, Zel deliberately cleared the training ground, inviting all students to observe. On the training field, Deli and Zel stood facing each other, while the students gathered at the periphery. Deli wielded an exquisite Western sword, while Zel brandished a standard long knife he had used during his early voyages. 1,000 miles. Blood-drenched, 1,000 miles. The two unleashed a flurry of slashing attacks, the crimson strike clashing against the cerulean one, producing a resounding noise as they neutralized each other. As Zel was merely allowing Deli to experience the devil fruit, he naturally refrained from using his full strength. Shadow kill. Deli's form suddenly vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. This was a technique developed by Zel, inspired by the Navy's 6 styles, which both Kelly and Deli had mastered. It could be said that both Kelly and Deli had trained under Zel, with only traces of the Navy evident in Karina's swordsmanship, although it had also undergone significant transformation under Zel's tutelage. The Western sword, entwined with a cerulean whirlwind, struck against Zel's long knife, and the audience struggled to catch even a glimpse of Deli's shadow. Only Karina could discern Deli's movements, and she felt no envy towards Deli for having consumed the devil fruit. Her own swordsmanship talent was formidable, and she was confident she would become a grand swordswoman in her own right. With one attack thwarted, Deli swiftly changed her approach. Bloody wind. As Deli spun, a verdant whirlwind formed, its powerful pull lifting dust from the ground. Were Deli facing an ordinary rear admiral, this tornado could have easily torn him apart. Continuous slash. Hundreds of windblade-infused flying slashes surged towards Zel, as if unleashed without cost. Bang, bang. Although Zel successfully deflected all the slashes, the ground bore the brunt of the residual energy, forming numerous craters of varying sizes. Dragon dance. In the past, Delia would have been unable to execute this technique, as it required the fruit's energy to envelop her entire being, allowing her to surge forth like a colossal dragon. Now, she could barely muster the strength to perform it, albeit with some awkwardness. The azure dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged at Zel. With a resounding crash, dust enveloped the spectators, obscuring their view. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the two combatants emerged, standing firm despite the enormous crater that had formed beneath them. Such formidable destructive power. Gavin watched the battle between his parents, exhilarated. It was far more awe-inspiring than observing the skirmishes of the students. With a bit more practice, he believed he could attain the strength of a vice admiral. Zell nodded in satisfaction. Observing the state of the ground, he realized he should ask Helly to prepare some special materials for flooring, as it was impractical for the terrain to be left in such disarray after each battle. On the first day of the year 1492 in the Sea Garden, Daikar, who had spent the day frolicking with the thunder beasts, was peacefully slumbering. Suddenly, he dreamt of being seized by a fire-breathing dragon, swaying precariously in the sky. "Put me down, fire dragon. I promise I won't tease your tail again." Zell twitched his mouth, clearly irritated. This fellow truly seemed to be itching for trouble. "The tail of the fire-breathing dragon symbolizes the essence of life. Do you intend to extinguish it? Rise and shine, DeCarl. Have you forgotten what day it is?" Zell, with one hand grasping DeCarl, whispered into his ear. "Alas. Good morning, father." DeCarl, upon opening his eyes, was met with Zell's discontented expression and awkwardly spoke. Zell led Descartes directly to the newly constructed training ground within the palace, where the floor was paved with the shimmering silver alloy named after the Helly family. As Descartes looked up, he noticed that all his siblings had gathered, with him being the only one awakened by Zell. Reflecting on the fact that Zell had spent the previous night with them in preparation for today's training, a wave of melancholy washed over him. For the joyful moments of yesteryear had irretrievably slipped away. Zell cast Descartes into the midst of the children and proclaimed, "Your physical prowess has now reached the requisite standard. It is time to commence your training. The path ahead will be arduous, yet I implore you to persevere." Upon concluding his words, Zell unveiled an impressive mound of devil fruits, which rose majestically before them. Although the children were familiar with the concept of devil fruits, they had never before witnessed such an abundance, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Zell gazed at the astonished expressions of the children and spoke, "I shall rank you based on your performances, and those who place higher will have the privilege of selecting their devil fruits first." He understood that pressure begets motivation, and he did not oppose the internal competition among siblings. Moreover, from a young age, Zell had instilled in them a sense of collective consciousness. In their still maturing hearts, perhaps the safety of family transcends all else. Zell retrieved the devil fruits and commenced assigning training tasks to them. Henceforth, each individual is to run 10 laps around the training room. Zell's expectations were indeed quite high. The training ground was an 800-meter track, and completing 10 laps meant running a total of 8,000 meters. In another life, such a distance would leave any adult utterly exhausted. However, in the world of pirates, while 8,000 meters would be arduous, it was certainly achievable. "Get moving." Upon hearing the command, the children immediately began to run. But it wasn't long before gaps began to form. Among the most enthusiastic was Gavin, who led the pack, followed closely by the ever-energetic Daikel and Carmen. To Zell's surprise, Nix also kept pace with the trio at the front. In the middle were the more composed Cohen, Trax, Marin, Sol, Kesha, and Morgana. Bringing up the rear was Rashia, leading the slower siblings, Tesla, Hella, Mona, and Cassio, who formed a straight line behind him. Zell could see that Rashia was guiding his younger siblings, but Cassio appeared to be completely indifferent. He lagged at the back of the group, seemingly unconcerned even as Gavin lapped him, embodying an attitude of carefree abandon. Nonetheless, Zell chose not to address him. This was merely a warm-up run, and there would be ample opportunities for him to take things seriously later on. As half an hour passed, Hella and Mona were on the verge of exhaustion, and the others felt as if their legs were weighed down with lead, each step becoming increasingly strenuous. "I can't go on." Daikel, who had started off at a frantic pace, was the first to voice his fatigue. He had hoped to elicit some sympathy from Zell, stopping momentarily to catch his breath. Crack! A bamboo stick struck Daikel on the backside as Zell remarked, "You may run slowly, but you cannot walk or stop." The sting prompted Daikel to resume his running immediately. "Keep going, Mona, Hella. Just 3 more laps to go." Rashia encouraged, glancing back at the weary expressions of Hella and Mona. As for Cassio at the back, his lack of flushed cheeks or labored breathing indicated he could easily continue. Another 10 minutes passed before the first to complete the laps emerged. Surprisingly, it was Nix. This revelation caught Rashia off guard. As the eldest brother, he was deeply concerned for all his siblings, often overlooking Nix's status as the eldest sister. Gavin was the second to finish, and the order of the other children remained largely unchanged, except for Deichel, who had fallen behind Tesla, only slightly ahead of Hella, Mona, and the nonchalant Cassio. Slap your legs, loosen up, we'll begin the next training session shortly. Zell's words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day. Descartes lamented. I can't go on, father. I feel unwell and must take a rest. Unwell? Fear not, for I have long been prepared. Zell clapped his hands, and a stunning figure materialized beside him. It was Shenado. Shenado, the embodiment of healing waves. At Zell's command, Shenado's palm emanated a soft pink aura, washing away the weariness of the crowd. You have 30 minutes to recuperate. Make the most of it. Descartes tried to interject, but a single glare from Zell silenced him. During this interval, Zell summoned a new Pokemon, the Wise Ape. The Wise Ape is an exceptionally intelligent creature, characterized by its black visage, white fur, and a purple mane reminiscent of a cloak encircling its neck, all while wielding a fan of white fur. This Pokemon was a reward from a devil fruit obtained after Zell vanquished a pirate. It belongs to the Zoan type, the monkey fruit, in its white gorilla form, bestowing the lineage of the Wise Ape. Zell has brought along a distinctive individual from the Wise Ape community, whose intelligence quotient surpasses that of the average human and possesses a remarkable array of skills. The reason why Zell chooses to bring the intelligent orangutan for the children's training is that this remarkable creature possesses gravity-defying skills. Among the Pokemon currently in Zell's possession, he is the sole one endowed with the gravity skill, a technique typically associated with psychic-type Pokemon. After half an hour, everyone had nearly recuperated, casting curious glances at the wise simian beside Zell. After all, it was their first encounter with such an audacious Pokemon. The wise simian regarded their expressions with a look that suggested it perceived them as fools, which was undeniably infuriating. Zephr spoke. This is the wise gorilla, who will henceforth be one of your instructors. However, the gorilla's gaze was rather infuriating. Kadir felt somewhat uncomfortable under the wise gorilla's persistent stare, uncertain of the reason behind it. It is evident that the wise gorilla, during the children's recess, successfully discerned who among them possessed the most remarkable intellect. In truth, that was a sign of respect towards Kadir's performance. Their kind is rather unique, often displaying such a gaze when encountering individuals of notable intelligence. Zell's penchant for mischief has resurfaced, yet Descartes remains skeptical. The wise ape turned to gaze at Zell, displaying an expression akin to that which it directed towards Descartes. I see, Descartes exclaimed, noticing that the wise ape's look towards Zell mirrored its regard for him, and a sense of pride blossomed within him. Indeed, his keen intellect was readily apparent. Zell was taken aback, realizing he was digging his own grave. What a cursed sense of humor. Intelligent ape, gravity. At Zell's command, the intelligent ape pressed the fan downward, unleashing an invisible field that enveloped everyone in a powerful gravitational force. With a series of thuds, one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Now, break through your limits and stand up. Ah, Gavin shouted, slowly pushing himself up with his hands. The others followed suit, shouting as they summoned their strength. In the end, everyone managed to rise except for Mona, whose small face was flushed with exertion, desperately struggling against the weight. Come on, Mona, you're almost there. You can do it. Everyone encouraged her. With their support, Mona finally managed to stand upright, panting heavily. Well done. Now, on to the second phase. Throw a punch. By noon, all the children lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly defeated. The training session had concluded, and they were informed that such rigorous training would be the norm from now on. Oh no. Descartes' protests were promptly ignored by Zell. Then, Shenado appeared, casting a healing wave that restored everyone's vitality. At that moment, Kelly arrived at the training ground, accompanied by a number of women. Zell, is this too strict? It would be a lie to say Kelly wasn't concerned upon seeing the children's weary faces. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. After the morning's rigorous exercises, Zell realized he had underestimated the children's talents. The capabilities of the bloodline fruit were indeed astonishing, had Charlotte Lingling consumed it. The Big Mom pirates would have long been invincible. As the children departed with Kelly, Zell headed to the shipyard at Appiato to check on the construction progress of the Arc Proverb. The complete version of the Arc Proverb, enhanced by Heli's modifications, far surpassed the original, though he remained uncertain how it compared to the Underworld King. Remembering that the Underworld King was still in Tom's possession, Zell realized he needed to track it down. Zell, what brings you here? Heli, who was directing the workers in the shipbuilding process, was somewhat surprised to see him. I came to inspect the construction progress of the Arc Proverb. As of now, the Arc Proverb was still in its infancy, and the road ahead remained long and arduous. Although several new shipwrights had joined recently, they struggled to comprehend some of the advanced technologies, leaving most of the work to Heli, which significantly slowed down the progress. Heli was also quite troubled. Despite the many innovative technologies Zell had provided, he was the sole research talent and found himself overwhelmed. Zell has also realized this point previously. Having Heli alone was sufficient. However, the current severe shortage of scientific talent in the Sky Island poses a dire threat to his development. Are you aware of any remarkable scientists, or should we recruit a group of them from your hometown? Heli hails from Mechanism Island, the birthplace of the genius scientist Vegapunk, where the number of scientists rivals that of the medical practitioners on Drum Island. Heli concurred with Zell's sentiments and interjected. I know of a brilliant scientist who possesses a keen interest in energy. If we could share our technologies regarding electrical and magnetic energy with him, he might be inclined to join us. Zell was taken aback by Heli's statement, considering she had always proclaimed herself the most brilliant female scientist, exhibiting considerable pride. His name is Vegapunk, a user of the brain fruit. Vegapunk, is he not working for the world government? Zell mused, as his recollection was that Vegapunk had always been in service to the world government. Heli cast a curious glance at Zell and remarked, I am uncertain. Did he not establish an organization called MADS to engage in illicit scientific research? Heli's words left Zell momentarily stunned, as he had indeed been unaware of this matter. Perhaps due to his inattentiveness while watching anime. Zell returned to the palace with Heli and dialed Shaki's communicator. Mr. Zell, how may I assist you? Shaki's voice was sultry. Heli cast a curious glance at Zell, mistakenly believing that Shaki was his lover. Miss Shaki, do you possess any intelligence regarding MADS and Vegapunk? MADS, an illicit research organization sponsored by the usury King Du Feld, and Vegapunk, the brilliant scientist who consumed the brain fruit. Zell's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It appeared that Vegapunk had not yet aligned himself with the world government. Do you possess any knowledge of their whereabouts? This might take a little time. Perhaps around 2 days. The research conducted by MADS is shrouded in secrecy, and I only became aware of it through a friend who works there. The voice of Shaki resonated, stirring in Zell recollections of certain narratives related to One Piece that he had encountered online. The Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, is inspired by Miss Bakken, who was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and also part of MDS, primarily focusing on the field of cloning technology. Shaki, too, was affiliated with the Rocks Pirates. The friend she referred to must indeed be Miss Bakken. Your intelligence is invaluable. What is the price? 50 million berries. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Zerk could distinctly perceive the joy emanating from Shaki's voice, indicating that wealth now captivated her interest more than her previous companions. No problem. I shall deliver it to you at the appointed time. Zell hung up the phone and looked up at Heli, who had been listening attentively beside him. Are you familiar with Vegapunk? He inquired. Not intimately acquainted, but we've crossed paths a few times. He seems disinterested in weapon research and is engrossed in something called endless energy. Heli had always focused her studies on weaponry when they first met. She was investigating an ancient automaton. That's sufficient. When the time comes, you shall accompany me to seek out Vegapunk. In the ensuing days, Zell dedicated his mornings to training the children, his afternoons to personal practice, and his evenings to ensuring his wives engaged in physical activity, leading a life of tranquility. Thanks to his efforts, most of his wives were expecting their second child, including Lena, Eliza, and the twin dancers, Nora and Nolan, who had been auctioned previously. Fortuitously, their current circumstances had stabilized, providing them with a secure environment. This morning, news from Shaki arrived. MDS was now located in the Kingdom of Izio in the South Sea, seemingly engaged in a trade of devil fruits with the local government, having lingered there for nearly a month. The Kingdom of Izio was peculiar, governed by both the Church of Light and the Church of Night, with the royal authority being remarkably feeble. It appeared that some form of transaction had taken place with MADS. Armed with this intelligence, Zell promptly set off with Heli, accompanied by their electric-powered Pikachu. As they journeyed towards the Kingdom of Izio in the South Sea, Zell and Heli embarked upon the small ark, Proverb, and ascended into the skies of the Kingdom of Izio. Zell navigated the vessel into the vast expanse of the sea, anchoring at the island's periphery, leaving Pikachu to guard the ship, and departed alongside Heli. The Kingdom of Isu is extensive, yet enveloped in an eerie silence. The inhabitants of the streets donned garments of pure white, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles, exuding an air of friendliness. However, upon Zell's arrival in this realm, the demeanor of the seemingly amiable residents shifted dramatically. They collectively turned their gaze towards him, their expressions darkening. The followers of the night church must leave the city of light. One voice erupted, soon echoed by the rest, transforming them into a frenzied mob. Zeal furrowed his brow, releasing a faint aura of intimidation that, while not inducing faintness, nonetheless instilled a palpable sense of pressure. The residents clearly felt this weight. Their gazes upon Zeal resembled that of a wild beast, causing them to break into a cold sweat. However, to Zeal's surprise, these individuals did not retreat. They continued to shout fervently, "The followers of the night church must leave the city of light." It seemed as though their ire was directed solely at him, suggesting that there was some misconception that led them to believe he was affiliated with the night church. Heli observed that everyone was hurling their anger at Zeal, as if she were invisible to them. Zeal also noticed this, observing his surroundings alongside Heli, and a thought began to form in his mind. It must be an issue of the clothing color, perhaps. Zeal donned an ensemble of black, while Heli was clad in a white coat, mirroring the attire of those around them. However, Zeal had no intention of altering his garments. His strength rendered it unnecessary for him to conform to the expectations of the weaker. Zelga intensified the might of his conqueror's haki, causing those who dared to speak to roll their eyes back and promptly faint. Zeal and Heli disregarded the surrounding crowd, and with each step they took, a portion of the onlookers fainted and collapsed to the ground. Zeal discovered 2 devil fruits on the system map, located at the extremes of 2 directions. However, seeking Vegapunk took precedence. The fruits could be retrieved later. As Zeal and Heli made their way toward the royal palace, a group of individuals approached. Standing before them, members of the night church audaciously intruded upon the city of light, openly provoking the church of light. Hundreds of knights clad in pristine white armor surrounded Zeal and Heli, drawing their long swords and charging at Zeal. "Allow me to handle this. I wish to test my new technology," Heli exclaimed. "Be careful, you are with child. I can resolve this swiftly." Zeal felt a sense of unease, sensing a holy aura emanating from the knights, indicating they were formidable adversaries. "Fear not. You can trust in my strength." Observing Heli's eager expression, Zeal ultimately acquiesced, confident in his ability to protect her. Heli activated her nano-armor, and in the blink of an eye, a silvery suit enveloped her. A surge of blue electricity crackled in her left hand, while her right ignited with searing flames, forcefully striking the ground. "Overload," she declared. Lightning and fire radiated from her, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Sensing the impending danger, Zeal immediately executed a moonstep, propelling himself into the air. Boom! The encircling knights were violently thrown aside, and the ground beneath them was utterly obliterated, save for the area directly beneath Heli, which had transformed into a crater. "Heh. Truly, my latest armor boasts remarkable power." Zeal lightly tapped Heli on the head. "Are you not even going to spare me?" Zeal intentionally employed the technique of internal sabotage, causing Heli to grimace in pain. Were it not for her condition as an expectant mother, Zeal would not have been so gentle. "Aren't you fine?" Heli's voice carried a tone of grievance. Zeal shook his head, choosing not to hold it against her. "Be cautious. They have not lost their combat capability." Zeal sensed that the fallen knights were not dead, but rather slowly recovering, regardless of their purpose. Once they drew their swords against him, Zeal would show no mercy. The knight's armor shimmered with a sacred white light, as if some divine force were shielding them. "Vile intruders. The angels are with us. We are immortal warriors," the knight commander proclaimed, rising to his feet. One by one, the others began to rise, much to Heli's astonishment. Although she had only just begun to explore her abilities, their power had already reached the level of a rear admiral. She had not anticipated that such a small kingdom in the South Sea could boast so many formidable defenders. "Perfect. I still have numerous techniques yet to try." Heli smiled, regarding the remarkably resilient knights as though she had stumbled upon a delightful toy. Clang! The knight commander struck Heli's armor with his sword, failing to leave even a white mark. A look of surprise crossed his serious face. Such a feeble attack. Heli assessed the force transmitted through her armor, estimating it to be comparable to that of a naval commander. With her palm pressed against the knight commander's chest, she unleashed a sonic attack that sent him flying backward. Observing the knights closing in around her, Heli suddenly found herself enveloped by an invisible magnetic field. The armored knights felt an immense repulsive force, rendering them unable to advance even an inch. 2 machine guns materialized on Heli's shoulders, unleashing a barrage of bullets that pierced the knights' legs, causing them to falter and kneel. As Heli's combat came to an end, Zeal approached her. Zeal raised his gaze to the knight commander, observing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still wore a defiant smile. "The angels are with me." Clap! Zeal delivered a resounding slap, sending even his helmet flying. I ask, you answer. Why do you assault me? The angels are with me. Smack. Incorrect. The angels and. Smack. Angels. Smack. 3 minutes later. Zell set down the completely unconscious Knight Commander. Zell raised his gaze towards Helly, who was interrogating others. Helly shook her head and remarked, "These individuals appear to have been brainwashed. They refuse to divulge any information even in the face of death." Zell also felt a throbbing headache. How he wished for the abilities of the Red Count. It seemed he would need to take a Pokemon skilled in hypnosis with him in the future. Although he had gleaned nothing substantial, Zell had nonetheless discerned the peculiarities of the knights. While their combat prowess was lacking, their physical condition was remarkably superior. Even their regenerative capabilities were commendable. "My lord, I can provide you with information." Suddenly, an elderly man, his face obscured by layers of cloth, emerged from a house by the street. Unbeknownst to Zell, there had been individuals covertly observing him and his companions from within that very dwelling. However, Zell paid no heed, assuming he was merely an ordinary resident. "My lord, please follow me. I can elucidate everything for you." Zell and Hurley exchanged a glance and then followed the old man into an alley. They meandered left and right for approximately half an hour, eventually arriving at the banks of a river. "Sir, beyond this river lies the kingdom of Izio." The elderly man's voice suddenly transformed, taking on a youthful tone, as he straightened his posture, shedding the frailty he had just exhibited. Although Zell did not see the man's visage, he could surmise from his vigorous vitality that he was indeed a youth. The man removed the white cloth that shrouded his face and addressed Zell. "I am Nandi. I kindly request that you accompany me to the kingdom, where our sovereign is eager to befriend formidable individuals such as yourself." Nandi appeared to be a serious man, exuding an air of composure. "Very well, let us proceed." Zell did not refuse the invitation. He had always harbored a desire to visit the kingdom in hopes of encountering Vegapunk. Along the journey, Nandi took the opportunity to enlighten Zell about the kingdom of Izio. This realm is home to two predominant churches, the Church of Light and the Church of Night. The adherents of the Church of Light venerate angels, believing that these celestial beings will bestow protection upon them, and they advocate for gratitude towards God. Conversely, the followers of the Church of Night contend that God does not exist, asserting that darkness shrouds the world and that all lies beneath the veil of night. These two churches have coexisted for several centuries, with the Church of Light predominantly attracting the affluent, while the Church of Night draws mainly the impoverished. Although historically at odds, they maintained a mutual non-interference. However, a decade ago, the members of both churches grew increasingly radical, coercing ordinary individuals to join their ranks, which led to numerous violent confrontations. Initially, the royal family managed to suppress the unrest, but as time progressed, both churches witnessed the emergence of powerful individuals, the Light Knights of the Church of Light and the Night Hunters of the Church of Night. Consequently, clashes began to frequently impact the civilian populace, intensifying the animosity between the two factions. Thus, the kingdom of Izio became divided into three distinct territories: Light City, the kingdom of Izio, and Night City. Zephr was correct in his assumptions. The Radiant Knights indeed mistook him for a member of the Night Church, which prompted their aggression towards him. As Nadi strolled along, he removed his white outer garment, revealing a yellow shirt beneath, and with a demeanor that seemed at ease. He walked alongside Zephr and Helly through the streets. The foot traffic was sparse, yet Zephr could still detect disdain in the gazes of passers-by, likely attributed to the attire worn by him and Helly. Nadi led them to a boutique where he procured several garments in vivid colors, which subsequently transformed the onlooker's stares into something more benign. Is it common for outsiders here to be misidentified as members of the Radiant Church or the Night Church due to their clothing? Zell was perplexed by this. Logically, it should have been quite evident that they were outsiders. Nandi, without pausing in his stride, remarked, "It has been quite some time since we last had visitors from outside. Typically, newcomers would land in either Bright City or Dark Night City, where most outsiders eventually become part of their community." 2 hours later, the trio finally arrived at the palace. The palace was vast, yet it bore the unmistakable marks of age, with several factories even constructed within its confines. Nandi engaged in conversation with the guards while Zell and Helly stood by, waiting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What a tedious bunch. How much longer must we endure this monotonous affair? A plume of purple gas wafted out from the palace gates, heading straight towards Zell. Just as it was about to pass him, Caesar suddenly felt himself being yanked away. Unable to suppress his ire as he exclaimed, "Who dares to impede me? I am a distinguished scientist invited by your king." Caesar, eager to revel in the festivities, was quite displeased with this interruption, momentarily forgetting that he was a master of the nature element. Caesar Curran, a wielder of the nature-type gas fruit, was a member of MADS. Zeal, enveloped in the aura of his armed hockey, grasped Caesar firmly, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Since you are acquainted with me, why not release your grip at once? Do you not recognize me? Why should I acknowledge the blood-stained swordsman, Adrian Zeal? Upon meeting Zeal's crimson gaze, Caesar was suddenly reminded of Zeal's true identity. Zeal's bounty reaches an astonishing 33 billion berries, marking him as a significant figure indeed. Coupled with his strikingly distinctive eyes, he is quite easily recognizable. Caesar's previously arrogant demeanor shifted, revealing an unpleasant smile. Sir, how may I assist you? Caesar, a man governed by fear for his own life, is acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates him from the notorious pirate with a bounty of 33 billion. Sir, you may proceed to meet His Majesty the King. Although Nandi had not returned to the kingdom for quite some time, he understood that those who emerged from the palace held remarkable status. Concerned for Caesar's safety, he seized the opportunity to interject between the two. Is Vegapunk present? Zeal paid no heed to Nandi. His purpose for coming here was to seek Vegapunk, not the king. Within the palace, a young attendant could guide Lord Zeal. A man clad in a butler's attire approached hastily. He had come in response to Nandi's message and was familiar with the individuals from MDS. Zeal released his grip on Caesar and turned to lead Heli and the newcomer into the palace. After Zeal had walked away, Caesar muttered a curse under his breath. Lamenting his misfortune, he had merely intended to venture out in a carefree manner when he encountered such a formidable individual. The thought of alerting Vegapunk was utterly out of the question, for in Caesar's mind, Vegapunk was the foremost scientist in the world. Should Vegapunk perish, he would ascend to that prestigious title. With this notion, Caesar suddenly erupted into laughter. Haha. Upon entering the palace, Zeal noticed that the guards were equipped with advanced weaponry, not the iron swords typical of the Church of Light, but rifles resembling those of a naval fleet. It was a well-known fact that due to the world government's technological embargo, the scientific advancements in this world were rather skewed. At times, lasers could be fired. Yet fully automatic rifles were absent. Generally, the kingdoms across the seas were rather backward, and only the naval branches could boast such an arsenal of rifles. Under the guidance of a butler, Zeal and Heli were escorted to a chamber reminiscent of a laboratory. Inside was Dr. Vegapunk. Please, follow me. The butler addressed Zeal with great reverence, likely aware of his prowess through information obtained from Nandi. The laboratory was bustling with activity. Zeal even spotted Kaji engrossed in firearm research, Quinn savoring a bowl of red bean rice cake soup, and Bagan counting money. Upon catching sight of Zeal, Bagan's pupils dilated sharply. Bloodstained Swordmaster, Adrian Zeal. Bagan had encountered Zeal in the Valley of the Gods, and compared to the youthful figure he once was, the present Zeal emanated a more composed and perilous aura. Miss Bagan, it has been quite a while. Shaki sends her regards. Zeal greeted her warmly. Bagan's expression soured. Yet she managed to force a smile in response. It has indeed been a long time, young Zeal. Internally, Bagan cursed her fate. No one understood the terror of individuals with bounties exceeding 30 billion better than she, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. If she had her way, she would have preferred never to cross paths with Zeal again. Zeal had intended to elaborate further, but an imposing figure clad in a white lab coat emerged from the laboratory. Indeed, he was tall, especially when considering his sizable cranium. As a university student, my studies do not pertain to the liberal arts, thus my prose may lack refinement. However, having perused numerous novels, I found the inspiration to pen my own tale. My university life affords me ample leisure time. Otherwise, I would not have the opportunity to engage in novel writing. In high school, I had attempted to write several works. Yet I would typically abandon them after a few thousand words. This marks the first instance where I have managed to compose such a substantial narrative. I'm aware that my writing has its shortcomings. The amalgamation of too many elements has resulted in significant complications in my narrative structure. Many have remarked that my main storyline appears somewhat chaotic. In truth, it revolves around the collection of devil fruits, procreation, nurturing offspring, maneuvering with the world government, and ultimately overthrowing it. However, the disarray of my details obscures the central plot, which is an area in need of improvement. I am committed to completing this novel and will strive to ensure that my future writing remains focused on the central theme. I have a profound affection for both Pokemon and One Piece, which inspired me to merge these two worlds, albeit with considerable difficulty. Among the many books I have encountered, only one, The journey of Arceus in the pirate world seamlessly intertwines these two narratives. Should my work prove unengaging, I encourage readers to explore that particular novel. I am actively learning how to blend disparate worldviews, with the setting still rooted in the realm of pirates. Therefore, the role of Pokemon primarily pertains to civilian life, with only the legendary creatures possessing the potential to rival top-tier combatants. However, when considering the sheer number of legendary beings alongside an entire family, their combat prowess becomes drastically diminished. Consequently, I rarely allow legendary creatures to take action, relying primarily on human strength. In any world, legendary creatures should not constitute the principal force in battle, especially given the nature of a children's anime. The power dynamics in Pokemon are even more chaotic than in One Piece, with instances such as Suicune ensnared in a net or Kyogre being caught by a fishing line. My personal preference leans towards novels featuring behind-the-scenes tactics or summoning, narratives characterized by a multitude of characters. This inclination led me to incorporate a family dynamic. I plan to feature family members more prominently in the narrative to enhance reader enjoyment. This tale commences in the era of rocks to clarify the central storyline. I may accelerate the progression of the plot, rendering the significant events from the anime more engaging. In order to establish a formidable family prior to the onset of the anime's narrative, I will significantly advance the timeline, while I could directly narrate events 20 years hence. Such an approach would lack intrigue and fail to cultivate the personalities of the family members. Many family-centric novels I have encountered follow this pattern, with only 3 or 4 characters remaining memorable. Hence, I aspire to craft a narrative documenting a family's rise, where each member possesses unique charm and individuality, rather than appearing as mere numerical additions. To showcase their growth, I will include an account of their travels across the seas, aiming to highlight the distinctive traits of each child. I am merely extending the word count by revising this chapter and expressing gratitude to every friend who has journeyed this far. I will endeavor to enrich the forthcoming content. Mr. Vegapunk, I am Vegapunk, the head of MADS. I wonder what brings you to seek me. As he spoke, Vegapunk's tongue extended unusually long, creating a rather peculiar sight. Zell gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who possessed a large head and an elongated tongue, and could only marvel at the abstract nature of appearances in the world of One Piece. Seemingly attuned to Zell's thoughts, Vegapunk elucidated. I am a user of the brain fruit. A larger head is quite normal. Vegapunk, it has been a while. Helly, who had been beside Zell, interjected, attempting to establish rapport to enhance the likelihood of a successful invitation. Who are you? Perhaps due to the passage of time, Vegapunk momentarily failed to recognize Helly. It's me, Helly, 8 Helly. Vegapunk smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, the little girl from the 8 family. Helly was unperturbed by Vegapunk's failure to recall her. Even a person of his pride had to concede that Vegapunk held the title of the world's foremost scientist in the realm of science. Dr. Vegapunk, we are here primarily to invite you to join us. After establishing a connection, Zell proceeded to address the crux of the matter. Well, I need to contemplate this matter. Vegapunk's response was polite, yet it clearly indicated his refusal. After all, in the eyes of the world, Zell was merely a pirate, and Vegapunk's research on unlimited energy was intended for the benefit of the common people. Thus, it would be inconceivable for him to align with a pirate faction. However, due to the disparity in their strengths, he chose to delay. Dr. Vegapunk is likely concerned that we are pirates, but what truly defines a pirate? The only action I can deem as piratical is opposing the world government. Vegapunk pondered for a moment, realizing that since Zell set sail, he had not harmed any civilians. I believe Mr. Zell is not an evil pirate, but Vegapunk hesitated to continue. Yet Zell was acutely aware of his unspoken thoughts. I wonder if Vegapunk has heard of the Golden Country. I have been there. We may lack many things here, but we are certainly not deficient in resources. Zell spoke while retrieving a golden bar from the system space, exuding an air of undeniable credibility. Zephr did not cease his discourse, presenting a spatial satchel to Vegapunk. I am aware that the doctor has been deciphering ancient technology in pursuit of limitless energy to benefit the entire world, and I possess an abundance of technology as well. Vegapunk scrutinized the spatial satchel in his hands, and upon discovering the vastness of its interior, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this be attributed to the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit? Truly, Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, immediately deduced the connection to the paramecia devil fruit merely from observing the functionality of the spatial satchel. Unlike the creation of serums and potions, The technologies employed in nanotechnology armor and spatial satchels are inextricably linked to the study of the genetic factors of devil fruits. Without unraveling the mysteries of devil fruits or the blood of their wielders, it is impossible to comprehend their enigmas. Zeal refrained from responding, recognizing that matters requiring specialized knowledge should be addressed by experts. Heli understood Zeal's intent and seamlessly took over the conversation. This involves the utilization of the box fruit. Heli and Vegapunk engaged in a lively discussion, seemingly oblivious to Zeal's presence. However, Zeal bore no ill will. He understood that patience is essential when dealing with geniuses. Zeal had been listening quietly, unable to comprehend the conversation, yet maintaining an attentive demeanor. After 2 hours, the dialogue between Vegapunk and Heli came to a temporary halt. Heli showcased a plethora of peculiar items, many of which piqued Vegapunk's interest. He turned to Zeal and remarked, "I apologize, Mr. Zeal, but I find your technology utterly fascinating. No matter, I wonder what the doctor thinks." After a brief moment of hesitation, Vegapunk spoke again. "Zeal, I wish to join you, but I have 3 stipulations. First, I require a degree of autonomy. Second, I need adequate funding. Third, I hope my colleagues can choose whether or not to join." Upon hearing these conditions, Zeal smiled and responded, "No problem." At this juncture, Vegapunk had yet to align himself with the world government. He was actually funded by the nefarious king of loan sharks, Dufield, as part of an illicit experimental organization. As long as he could obtain better terms than those offered by Dufield, he had no reason to decline. Previously, Dragon had invited Vegapunk to join the Revolutionary Army, but due to their dire financial situation, he had to refuse without hesitation. Had Dragon possessed the necessary funds, Vegapunk would have likely considered joining the Revolutionary Army. "Your Excellencies, the king requests an audience." The butler's voice echoed at the laboratory door, interrupting their conversation. "Mr. Zeal might be interested. It would be prudent to meet him," Vegapunk suggested, which piqued Zeal's curiosity as well. Thus, they decided to meet the king of the Isuwa kingdom. However, to Zeal's surprise, the king himself arrived at the laboratory's entrance. The king, an elderly man exuding an air of nobility, appeared rather unwell. Though he held the power to obliterate Zeal with a mere snap of his fingers, he was a seasoned ruler who seemed to regard Zeal with considerable importance. "Mr. Zeal, I wonder if you could save our kingdom. Of course, there would be compensation. I am willing to exchange the secret of the mythical beast-type devil fruit." Initially, Zeal was skeptical. After all, how could a king from the South Sea possess more knowledge about the mythical beast-type than he, a traveler from another world? However, recalling Vegapunk's words, he refrained from voicing his doubts. "Mr. Zeal, our Isuwa kingdom has been ravaged too much by the Church of Light and the Church of Shadows. If we do not act soon, we shall vanish forever." At this point, tears streamed down the old king's face, lending a sense of sincerity to his plight. After the old king elucidated the situation, Zeal grasped the gravity of the matter. For the past decade, representatives from both churches had forcibly recruited followers in their quest for expansion, prompting the state to suppress these radicals. Yet as time passed, the churches grew increasingly powerful, making it ever more challenging for the kingdom's military to maintain order, leading them to seek alternative strategies. MADS had also come to this place, attracted by the old king's mention of the mythical beast-type secret, and in order to verify the king's claims, Vegapunk was willing to modernize the kingdom's technology. Although it merely involved upgrading firearms, it was sufficient for the Isuwa kingdom. In recent days, MADS had been assisting the kingdom in establishing military factories, intending to upgrade their equipment before addressing the forces behind the 2 churches. However, with Zeal's sudden appearance, the old king was unwilling to relinquish the prospect of having such a formidable ally to ensure the success of their plans. After understanding the full context, Zeal inquired, "Might I ask if the secret regarding the mythical beast type is worth my intervention?" Though reluctant to divulge too much at that moment. Fearing that Zeal might refuse to assist them, the old king nonetheless began to speak. "Mr. Zeal, do you know how the mythical beast-type devil fruit is produced?" "It is indeed a point of intrigue," the old king continued. "As a branch of the Zoan-type devil fruits, mythical beast types are said to embody creatures born from human imagination. While natural, ancient, and standard Zoan types have all existed in the world, mythical beast types remain elusive." Observing the change in Zeal's demeanor, the old king recognized that he had captivated his interest. He then elaborated, "The origins of mythical beast types are shrouded in mystery. However, my ancestors once attempted to create a mythical beast-type devil fruit. Judging by the power shifts of the 2 churches over the years, it seems their endeavor was successful. My forebears believed that mythical beast-type devil fruits emerged from the long-held beliefs of humanity, and they conducted experiments to substantiate this theory. Both the Church of Light and the Church of Shadows were founded by my ancestors. Zephr is likely aware of the experiments conducted by the founder of the Kingdom of Izio, yet it is probably not as straightforward as it seems. Indeed, the words of the old king elucidated Zephyr's doubts. My ancestors were believers in the power of fruit, capable of instilling faith within the hearts of people and solidifying certain convictions. Upon hearing the term fruit of faith, Zeal felt a stirring within, and the book of omniscience materialized in his grasp. The old king, though unaware of Zeal's intentions, wisely paused his speech. The superhuman-type fruit of faith possesses the extraordinary ability to amplify one's belief in a particular conviction, philosophy, or scientific truth. Throughout the ages, its bearers have included kings, founders of religions, psychologists, and charlatans. After perusing the content related to the fruit of faith in the Book of Omniscience, Zeal could only conclude that indeed, there are no worthless devil fruits, only inept wielders of their powers. Some individuals harness the might of faith to indoctrinate a legion of fanatics and ascend as rulers, while others employ it for deceitful purposes. As he closed the Book of Omniscience, Zeal inquired, what mythical beasts do the two churches revere? The Church of Light venerates angels, while the Church of the Night worships demons. The old king's response only deepened Zeal's confusion. How did your ancestors determine that there are no angels or demons among the devil fruits? Zeal's words left the old king momentarily stunned, for the information he possessed was gleaned from the ancient text passed down through the generations of the kingdom. Had it not been for the myriad events of recent years, he would have found it difficult to accept these truths. Perhaps he did not create the mythical beast species. Rather, he attracted the arrival of the mythical beast devil fruits. At some point, Vegapunk had approached Zeal's side. Observing Zeal's demeanor, Vegapunk continued to elucidate, I cannot be certain about the Paramecia and Logia devil fruits. However, according to my research, the Zoan devil fruits possess a consciousness of their own. They gravitate towards the most suitable locations and select their own masters. Vegapunk's words evoked memories in Zeal of certain speculations from his previous life concerning the Pirate King. It was not merely that Luffy had consumed the Gum fruit, the Nika fruit, but rather that the Nika fruit had chosen Luffy. If this conjecture held any validity, then the appearance of the angel fruit and the devil fruits here would not be so surprising. Have you encountered those two users? Zeal inquired further. Not at all. Although the members of the Church of Light are not overly formidable, they are exceedingly troublesome. The followers of the Night Church, on the other hand, are utterly fanatical, often engaging recklessly in combat with others. Yet, as long as one keeps their distance, they can be dispatched. Vegapunk explained that their objective in weapon creation was primarily to eliminate the Night Church members, for the followers of the Church of Light possess an excessive amount of vitality. I have acquiesced to your request. There is no need to wait. I can resolve the matter tonight. Shall we wait a few more days? After all, the equipment will soon be ready. No need, came the reply. Even if one were to consume a mythical beast devil fruit, what difference would it make? Residing in this confined southern sea, one's strength would remain limited. That very evening, Zeal strode confidently into Night City, cloaked in black, resembling the denizens of the place. Considering the circumstances, he had opted not to bring Heli and ventured alone. The streets bustled with activity, resembling an ordinary city, undistinguished from others. Zeal initially intended to follow the red marker on the system map directly to the devil fruit. However, unforeseen events prompted a change in strategy. Before long, he observed a throng of people converging towards the city center, and to avoid causing a disturbance, he joined their ranks. Flowing with the crowd, Zeal soon arrived before a foreboding cathedral. The structure appeared to be several centuries old, its eerie presence amplified by the darkness of night. Devotees encircled the church, all silent, the air thick with stillness. Before long, a group clad in black robes, their heads covered, emerged from the cathedral and ascended a platform. Following closely behind them was a cadre of sharply dressed individuals in black, their expressions serene, yet exuding an aura of madness. Zephr speculated that these individuals were the Night Hunters of the Night Church, numbering approximately 300. Within the perception of observation hockey, the presence of the Night Hunters appeared particularly insubstantial, as if it were merely a fade imposed upon humanity. From the gathered assembly on the high platform, one stepped forward and addressed the multitude of followers below. Children of the night, the day of selection has arrived once more. The Lord of Demons shall bestow upon us strength. The night is with us. The trembling voice of the speaker bore the timbre of an elder, yet the fervor of his tone conveyed the essence of an impassioned madman. The night is with me. The previously silent crowd erupted. their fervent cries revealing an undercurrent of madness. Zephr, however, felt perplexed. For the system map revealed that the possessors of the devil fruit abilities were not the individuals on stage, but rather those who had remained motionless within the church. Although Zeal remained silent, he was inconspicuous amidst the crowd, and no one paid him any heed. After 5 consecutive occurrences, the crowd returned to a state of tranquility. However, Zeal sensed an increased excitement among them. The elderly man on stage spoke once more. Now, let us express our gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon us by the Lord of Demons. As his words echoed, everyone on stage simultaneously turned and knelt in the direction of the church. The congregation below followed suit, kneeling in unison. Zeal stood amidst the crowd, feeling somewhat awkward. Kneeling was out of the question. He had not been disguised for long before his ruse was uncovered. Initially, no one seemed to notice. But as the first pair of eyes fell upon him, an increasing number of gazes began to linger on Zeal, although they could not fathom his reluctance to kneel. They perceived it as a blatant disrespect towards the demon lord, and murmurs of discontent began to circulate. The whispers behind him grew more numerous, and the elder on stage, visibly perturbed, was about to chastise the assembly when he turned around and locked eyes with Zeal. Zeal's crimson eyes fixated intently upon the elder, who felt as though he were ensnared by a ferocious beast, his body beginning to perspire. Yet, propelled by his unwavering faith, he boldly inquired, "Why do you not kneel? Why do you not kneel?" The elder's words were imbued with fervor, for Zeal's actions had blasphemed his beliefs. In the eyes of this devout follower, his demonic lord reigned supreme. Zeal wished to avoid further entanglement with these brainwashed devotees. He unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, a surge of black and crimson lightning illuminating the darkened sky. Boom, boom. One by one, those surrounding him collapsed. Even the shadowy hunters atop the platform could not restrain themselves from kneeling in submission. Had it not been for that peculiar force, all present would have succumbed to unconsciousness. "Eliminate this blasphemer of the night," cried the elder, half kneeling, his finger pointed accusatorily at Zeal, his voice laced with fury. The leader of the shadow hunters was the first to spring into action, leaping from the platform to deliver a powerful punch toward Zeal. Zeal extended his right hand to grasp the man's fist, assessing the strength within. It was significantly greater than that of the radiant knight. In the terrified gaze of the night hunter, Zeal forcefully propelled him backward. Bang! The earth shattered, and the man immediately rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness. Zeal discerned that the physical prowess of these individuals was merely slightly superior to that of the average person, and thus, he harbored no interest in squandering his time with them. Zeal raised his hand towards the crowd, a crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes, as all were suddenly lifted by an unseen force, soaring into the distance. This phenomenon was, in truth, a manifestation of Zeal's control over their very blood. What he wielded was, in essence, their lifeblood itself. Much like the golden powder of the emperor, as long as it resided within the human body, it granted him a peculiar dominion over their movements. As if sensing the tumultuous commotion outside, a middle-aged man emerged once more from within the church. Clad in a suit of black armor, Zeal revealed a smile, for the true master had finally emerged. "Who are you, and what brings you to invade our night church?" Despite his followers being vanquished, the Lord of the Night remained unafraid, though a flicker of annoyance crossed his visage. "You have acted under orders, capturing many from the kingdom of Izio, have you not?" Zeal replied calmly. No. They have returned to the embrace of the night church. I have done a noble deed." The Lord of the Night's voice dripped with regret, as if Zeal had truly misjudged him. "They have become lost in their lives, but the night church will welcome them. Here, they shall gain more. They can pursue desires they once dared not chase. The demon lord shall bear the consequences of their actions. Forsaking the light, they shall better integrate into the darkness of this world." The Lord of the Night grew increasingly fervent, arms raised high as if joining the night church was the ultimate destiny for all. "So, what say you? Will you join the night church?" In conclusion, the Lord of the Night even extended an olive branch to Zeal. "No, thank you. Indeed, this world is shrouded in darkness. Yet I cannot forsake the sunlight." Zeal's words were resolute, as the Dark Knight Lord intended to forcibly compel Zeal to join the Dark Knight Church through physical means. "You are lost. Allow me to guide you back into the embrace of the night." The Dark Knight Lord's form began to morph, 2 demonic horns sprouting from his head, dark purple wings unfurling from his back, and his height increasing from 3 meters to 4. Demonic Claw. The Dark Knight Lord lunged at Zeal with his razor-sharp talons. But Zeal's right hand, enveloped in haki, successfully deflected the attack. Hellfire. A sinister green flame engulfed the Dark Knight Lord's claw, igniting as it met Zel's fist. Unlike ordinary flames, hellfire possessed a chilling temperature that bore a penetrating cold, searing not flesh but the very essence of the soul. However, for Zel, this posed no threat. His body was extensively covered in hockey, causing the hellfire to extinguish on its own. Why can hellfire not burn you? The Dark Knight Lord felt a pang of unease. He had attempted numerous methods to extinguish the hellfire, and yet it had always prevailed, except on the sea. Yet here was Zel, utterly unperturbed. Confined within the narrow perspective of a small church, he was destined to remain oblivious to the supremacy of hockey. Enough of this game. It is time for you to perish. Zel, disinclined to continue, acknowledged the formidable and enigmatic power of the devil fruit, yet lamented his own inadequacies. Explosive blood fist. A crimson fist struck with astonishing velocity against the belly of the Dark Knight Lord. The Dark Knight Lord's body arched, his eyes bulging from their sockets, and he was propelled like a cannonball into the ancient church. The venerable edifice began to crumble, dust swirling in thick clouds, obscuring all visibility. Zel did not even need to draw his sword. With a mere punch, the Dark Knight Lord was vanquished. To Zel's astonishment, the Dark Knight Lord still drew breath, and even retained consciousness. As the dust settled, the Dark Knight Lord pushed aside the stones that had pinned him down and, clutching his abdomen, staggered to his feet. Truly, as a creature of the illusion beast lineage, his physical resilience was formidable. My lord, we bear no animosity towards one another. I am willing to offer a price surpassing that of the kingdom of Izio. Only those who have experienced the brink of death can truly comprehend their own fearlessness towards it. That is not an option. My reward is your life. Zephr did not wish to overlook such a formidable devil fruit. Indeed, the zoan types of these fruits vary in strength, and the mythical zoan types are particularly potent. In the vast ocean, there exist merely two mythical zoan fruits. One is Sengoku's human fruit in its Buddha form, and the other is the human fruit in its Nika form. The significance of these two devil fruits, one belonging to an admiral and the other associated with the pirate king, illustrates the immense potential of the mythical zoan. If bestowed upon Zeph's offspring, they would undoubtedly possess the strength equivalent to at least two admirals. With that in mind, you shall meet your demise. The Dark Knight Lord screamed in a fit of hysteria. The Dark Knight hunters, previously cast aside by Zephr, surged towards him like a horde of desperate warriors. Zel once again exerted control over their blood, striving to dominate them. However, reality far surpassed his expectations. Even as an arm erupted mid-journey, blood splattering everywhere. Numerous individuals surged towards Zel. The gleam of danger flickered in their eyes, leaving Zel no time to detonate them one by one. They were the denizens of the night. Unafraid of death. Ha. The Dark Knight Lord's lips still dripped with blood, yet he continued to laugh heartily. From all directions, night hunters pounced upon Zel. A frenzy of followers from the southeast, northwest, above, and below. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Time seemed to momentarily halt, as the earth transformed into a crimson wave, engulfing all surrounding Zel. You appear to be quite pleased, don't you? Zephr approached the Dark Knight Lord, riding upon a tide of crimson waves. The calmness of his voice sent shivers through his very soul. No, do not come any closer. Yet, contrary to his wishes, Zephr was enveloped by the blood tide. Silenced before he could utter a sound, and met his demise amidst the sea of blood. Zel opened the system repository and gazed upon the newly arrived devil fruit. A smile spreading across his face. Zel has departed, leaving the mess here to be tidied up by the people of the Izio kingdom. After dealing with the night church, Zel hastened to the city of light. However, unlike the bustling morning, the city at night was particularly desolate. The streets were devoid of life, while the houses within glowed with bright lights. Zel displayed little interest in comprehending their customs, instead following the guidance of the system map to seek out another wielder of a devil fruit. Meanwhile, within the radiant cathedral, a priest with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of benevolence, revealed an insidious smile. Ladies, allow me to guide you back into the embrace of the Lord. The three beautiful women, recently abducted from the kingdom of Isua by the Light Knights, huddled together like frightened rabbits, trembling in terror. Father! Father! At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from outside the door, interrupting the priest's actions. Despite his irritation, the priest chose to acknowledge the visitor, as his esteemed position warranted. Approaching the entrance, he maintained his perpetually gentle smile. Child, do not be so hasty. The angels will protect us. There is nothing for you to worry about. Yet, the priest's smile did little to assuage the Light Knight, who, still gripped by fear, exclaimed that Killer Star has returned. He is one of the Light Knights that Heli defeated this morning, and I am deeply impressed by Zel's uncanny abilities. The priest remained composed, his benevolent demeanor unshaken as he softly reassured, "Do not fret, child, the angels are with us." The soothing words resonated in the ears of the light knight, allowing his body to relax and his expression to regain composure. "The angels are with us." The resolute declaration escaped the knight's lips. The priest smiled with satisfaction, knowing that the process of indoctrination required repetition. "Now, let us proceed." Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted the priest as a light knight burst through the church, rushing past him and sending a gust of wind that tousled his white hair. "Why didn't you come to greet me? After all, I am a guest." "Am I not?" Zell's mocking voice echoed, plunging the recently calmed light knight into despair. Outside the cathedral, the ground was strewn with fallen light knights. Zell stood beneath the moonlit sky, his black coat rustling in the wind, his crimson eyes gazing at the priest as though he were a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of the underworld. The priest's initial astonishment faded, yet his visage remained benevolent. "My dear boy, your aura of menace is overwhelming. I believe we are not adversaries. I apologize for the offense caused by the children this morning. They acted in defense of the Lord's sanctity. Perhaps their actions were not entirely misguided. I harbor a greater disdain for the facade of those from the Church of the Dark Knight than for yours." Upon beholding that serene countenance, a wave of revulsion washed over Zell. "You must come to understand the glory of the Lord, child. The angels shall forgive your transgressions." The priest's form began to transform. His pallid hair turned to golden tresses, the lines of age vanished from his face, and a pair of pristine wings sprouted from his back. Holy light! The priest's body radiated a luminous white beam toward Zell, piercing through the darkness. "Veil of blood." Zell lifted his right foot and lightly pressed it against the ground, causing a curtain of blood to materialize before him. The clash of white light and the blood curtain produced a sizzling sound. 10 seconds later, as the white light dissipated, Zell remained unchanged in his place. Arrow of light. Numerous golden arrows gathered around the priest, densely shooting towards Zell. Zephr once again conjured a curtain of blood, as the luminous arrows penetrated the sanguine veil, ultimately shattering into radiant white light. Celestial rain of blood. Under Zeph's command, vast amounts of blood transformed into countless droplets, cascading down like a torrential downpour upon the priest suspended in midair. Divine sanctuary? Sensing the imminent peril, the priest swiftly enveloped himself in a protective shield, thwarting Zeph's relentless onslaught. After approximately 5 seconds, the light shield fragmented, and the blood permeated the priest's form. Pain surged through the priest's senses, eliciting a helpless cry of anguish. As the rain of blood ceased, the priest's body lay riddled with wounds, the crimson liquid staining his once immaculate robe. Holy healing! Specks of white light began to materialize around the priest, initiating the restoration of his battered physique. Zell's eyes sparkled with realization. Among the numerous devil fruits he had gathered, only the purification fruit possessed healing capabilities. However, the primary function of the purification fruit was to cure ailments rather than restore vitality. In stark contrast, the abilities of angels evidently revolved around restoration. Furthermore, judging by the circumstances surrounding the light knights, it was highly probable that they could heal others. Aside from the phoenix fruit, Zell had yet to encounter any healing-type devil fruit that could only mend the user's own wounds. "Young man, I believe we can engage in a meaningful discussion. The Almighty will forgive your actions." The priest had already recognized that he was outmatched and sought to persuade Zell to desist through dialogue. This was no ordinary persuasion. He wielded the powers of a devil fruit, an expert in the art of manipulation. "While I cannot ascertain the existence of God, I find the doctrines of the Night Church to be far more reliable." Blood dragon soul. The dispersed blood began to coalesce, ultimately forming a 10-meter-long blood dragon. While it could have been elongated further, Zell deemed it unnecessary. The blood dragon engulfed the priest, soaring into the heavens before dissipating into a cloud of crimson mist. Following his battle with the Red Count, Zell found little interest in combat, as his opponents seemed woefully inadequate. The reason he refrained from using his full strength was to observe the capabilities of these 2 devil fruits. Otherwise, dispatching these 2 would have been a mere matter of a single strike. Yet, it appeared he was left disappointed. These 2 had utterly squandered the potential of their mythical devil fruits. Crimson fireworks erupted in the sky, while the 3 abducted women shed tears of gratitude, bowing towards the direction Zell had departed. To the people of the Izio kingdom, the 2 church members were regarded as lunatics. They had no desire to perish or to become like the others. Upon returning to the Izio royal palace, Zell appeared unfazed. "My lord, you have returned." The guards at the entrance, upon seeing Zell, assumed he had simply been out for leisure, unaware that he had single-handedly resolved the kingdom's two greatest crises. The news of Zel's return to the palace swiftly reached the ears of the old king, who hurriedly made his way to seek out Zeal. "Mr. Zeal," he began, "uncertain about the affairs of the Night Church, I remain concerned that you have not fulfilled your previous commitments." He feared that a misstep in his words might displease Zeal. "The matter has been resolved. I have also addressed the issues concerning the Church of Light. You may dispatch someone to verify." Zel's unassuming response was as effortless as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Initially, the old king was skeptical, yet he placed his trust in Zeal. For he was a friend of Vegapunk, a man he believed to possess commendable character. "I shall send someone to attend to your needs and allow you to rest. For you have toiled throughout the night." The old king's face lit up with joy, and even his address towards Zeal transformed. The following day, Zeal intended to inquire how long it would take for Vegapunk to depart, but he was met with an unexpected visitor. Inside the laboratory, 3 members of the CPO, clad in white suits and donning masks, were engaged in conversation with Vegapunk. "Vegapunk, the world government sincerely invites you to join us. For it must be noted that some of your research has been skirting the boundaries of legality. Should you cross that red line, the world government will not only deal with you." The invitation from the world government sounded more akin to a threat. After all, they were accustomed to their lofty position, viewing individuals like Vegapunk as merely possessing a modicum of worth. If they could not possess it, they would destroy it. The world government's stranglehold on technology was no new phenomenon. "You are threatening my scientist." Zeal strode into the laboratory, his tone imbued with a certain reckless abandon. The blood-soaked swordsman, Adrian Zeal, the CP0 agents swiftly recognized him. Both his identity and the massacre of the celestial dragons during the Battle of God Valley had secured him a place on the world government's kill list. "Run," without hesitation. The 3 CP agents bolted for the exit, dispersing in 3 different directions. Yet, how could Zeal be unprepared? Allowing them to escape the laboratory was merely a precaution to avoid harming Vegapunk. As the trio fled, they were met with a crimson sky, the very atmosphere drenched in blood that enveloped the entire laboratory. "I would prefer if you stayed." Blood-soaked materialized in Zeal's grasp, and a crimson slash was unleashed. Blood-soaked, 1,000 miles. 1 CP agent's body was cleaved in 2, extinguishing his life in an instant. Sensing the impending doom, the remaining 2 agents exchanged glances. One lunged towards Zeal, while the other hastily retrieved a din mushy from his suit, commencing a call. 6 king guns. Zeal wielded his blade to parry, then swiftly slashed across the throat of the agent. The headless corpse collapsed onto the ground, blood seeping out incessantly. Lord Satan, the great Vegapunk, has joined the Zeal pirates. In the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders continued their feudal discussions, yet their discourse was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail. "Hello. Is this the 5 elders? I am unaware of your identity." Zeal received the communication device from the deceased CP agent and addressed the 5 elders on the other end. In truth, Zeal was already aware that it was Saint Satan, as he too was a scientific guardian deity, and the affairs of Vegapunk should have been under his supervision. "Adrian Zeal, you continuously challenge the boundaries of the world government. Do you not fear for your life?" Saint Satan recalled the humiliation he endured during their encounter in God Valley, where Zeal's explosive power had struck him multiple times. "What? Do you long for the taste of defeat at my hands once more?" After their confrontation, he had escaped, and reflecting on that perilous moment in God Valley, he realized how dangerous it had truly been. Had it not been for his shadow clone, he might have faced a furious retaliation from Saint Satan. Nevertheless, this did not deter Zeal from his bravado. The facts remained indisputable. Zephr, in the presence of the other 4 elders, exposed Satan's scars, provoking an extraordinary fury within him. "Do not be so irritable. After all, you have lived for many years." With that, he added, "I have matters to attend to," and abruptly severed the connection, disregarding Satan's wrath on the other end of the line. Zephr carefully stored away the telephone insect, intending to bring it back for analysis by the peculiar ammonite beast. Perhaps it could yield additional eavesdropping techniques. As for Dr. Vegapunk, it remains uncertain when he might be able to depart. "I suspect the world government has already dispatched agents to apprehend us." Zeal turned to Vegapunk with a sunny smile, as if the pursuit by the world government was of no consequence to him. "Last night, I persuaded 15 other colleagues who were willing to leave with us." Vegapunk, recovering from the shock of Zeal's swift resolution of 3 CP agents, realized that despite their average strength, Zeal was far more formidable than he had anticipated, given his youth. Through their conversation, Zeal learned that neither Judge, Queen, nor Caesar intended to accompany them. The trio was reluctant to be constrained by higher-ups, albeit only in scientific matters. Judge bore the weighty mission of revitalizing Germa and felt compelled to remain. As for Bakine, she simply held a dim view of Zeal, believing him to be as good as dead. After all, he had slaughtered too many celestial dragons during the battle in God Valley, and the world government would not let him off easily. There was no sense of regret. Vegapunk was content as long as he had Zeal on his side. After all, Heli's research capabilities were on par with those of Judge and the others. Aboard the MADS vessel, numerous experimental instruments awaited, and under Vegapunk's astonished gaze, Zeal systematically stored the portable equipment into his system space. Since MADS conducted their research on the ship, their apparatus was not particularly large, making it feasible for Zeal to collect. Once Vegapunk bid farewell to his colleagues, Zeal led the others to the coastline where the Ark Maxim was docked. At that moment, Pikachu lay comfortably on the sofa in a room, licking ketchup with utmost contentment. Suddenly, the transparent mode of the Ark Maxim deactivated, and Pikachu sprang up from the sofa. Sensing Zeal's return, Pika Pika. Without hesitation, Pikachu dashed out of the room and climbed onto Zeal's shoulder upon seeing him accompanied by a group at the shore. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu. Zeal gently stroked Pikachu's fur and mused, is this transparent technology? It is truly astonishing that the entire hull can be concealed. The assembly of scientists, however, seemed indifferent to the adorable electric mouse, engrossed instead in discussions about the Ark Proverb. Although they were intrigued by the technology, they dutifully boarded the Ark Proverb. Yet, as the vessel ascended, it shattered their preconceived notions. After all, it was their first encounter with a ship that could take flight purely on electric power, without relying on the abilities of the devil fruit. Witnessing the astonishment on their faces, the vain Heli began her boastful tirade. What do you think? This is the flying ship, the Ark Proverb, constructed by yours truly. While Zeal and his companions engaged in cheerful conversation, others were fuming. In the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders convened, deliberating on how to deal with Zeal. The irate Saint Satan declared, I suggest we personally capture Zeal. As per tradition, let us vote. The elder with the long white beard, the environmental warrior Saint Mass, chimed in favor. Excluding Saint Satan, the other 4 elders cast their votes in opposition. If their votes held any weight, they would not have witnessed Luffy's awakening of Nika. Let Sengoku pursue him, and raise his bounty as well. Those who harm the celestial dragons must be punished. After a fruitless discussion, the 5 elders ultimately decided against taking matters into their own hands. On this very day, Zeal's new bounty emerged upon the seas. Bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal, wielder of the blood fruit ability, a master swordsman proficient in all 3 forms of hockey. With a bounty of 444,000 berries, dead or alive. 3 days later, the Ark Proverb arrived at the Sky Island. Is this Sky Island? How are these islands of clouds formed? What distinguishes sea clouds from seawater? During these 3 days, Zeal witnessed the scientists' insatiable curiosity when confronted with the unknown. Their questions seemingly endless. Heli appeared particularly amused by their ignorance, eagerly providing explanations. Unbeknownst to her, she had already attained a status comparable to Vegapunk in their eyes. Welcome back, Lord Zeal. Wade and several Sandia warriors stood guard at the gate of heaven, displaying great dedication to their duties. Yes, do well, and there will be rewards for you. Promising Wade and the others some form of reward was no challenge. Be it peculiar potions or devil fruits, the options were plentiful. The Ark Proverb docked at the newly constructed harbor of Apayado, and Zeal led the scientists to Heli's office. Before they could enter the laboratory, an explosion echoed from within. Heli rushed into the lab, where her most valuable experimental data resided. Mom, you're back? Tesla, with a soot-blackened face and hair transformed into a wild mess, appeared somewhat comical. Tesla, are you all right? Upon seeing Tesla in the lab, Heli felt a wave of relief. After all, Tesla was no stranger to the laboratory and typically exercised caution. I'm fine, Dad. Good afternoon. Tesla exclaimed as he noticed Zeal arriving behind. Go wash your face first. Zeal gently ruffled Tesla's wild hair and spoke. Noticing Tesla heading to wash his face, Vegapunk inquired, is this your child? Why allow him into the laboratory at such a young age? It is rather unsafe here. Vegapunk clearly expressed discontent regarding Zeal's decision to permit such a small child in the lab. Tesla possessed remarkable physical resilience. Such explosions would not harm him, and moreover, the child had a profound interest in science that Dr. Vegapunk could nurture. Zeal did not oppose his child's pursuits. He required them to train because survival in this world necessitated formidable strength. However, he had no intention of confining them within the family. The sky was vast, allowing birds to soar freely, their lives were theirs to shape. He instructed Heli to show Bijapunk and the others around the laboratory. Then, after placing down the experimental instruments, he departed towards the breeding house. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing the rewards of the angel fruit and the devil fruit. In the breeding house, on a stretch of open land, Zeal was accompanied by Varia and a group of children. They were aware that Zeal was about to summon a new divine beast, brimming with anticipation. A flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing a creature resembling a deer. Its head adorned with 8 branch-like antlers, the tips embellished with vibrant protrusions. Its dark blue and black fur exuded an aura of sanctity. This was Xerneas, the embodiment of life force. A melodious deer call resonated, as if cleansing the soul. Flowers began to bloom, transforming the ground into a stunning sea of blossoms. How beautiful! Hela exclaimed, utterly enchanted by these divine wonders. Following Xerneas, another flash of white light appeared. A majestic bird took form, its body and tail extending outward. Each wing and tail adorned with 5 sharp claws, its entire being a striking blend of black and red, emanating a sense of destruction. This was Veltal, the harbinger of annihilation. Its roar was filled with ferocity, unlike any Pokemon encountered before. Xerneas responded with a gentle sound, calming the somewhat agitated Yveltal. It's all right. That is not what you desire, Zeal reassured Yveltal, aware that its violent inclinations were beyond its control and easily influenced. Once its strength reached a certain level, its self-control would significantly improve. Dad, can Xerneas accompany me to the Flower Sea? Merlin suddenly asked, her gaze filled with longing as she looked at Zeal. Zeal could hardly bear to witness his daughter in such a state, so he lifted Mei Lin and led the group into the Flower Sea. Mei Lin's mother, Bevra, once owned a flower shop, and Mei Lin has always harbored a deep fondness for blossoms. Together, the mother and daughter had intentionally created a floral paradise within their nurturing abode. In this vibrant expanse, Beautifly and Combi industriously gathered nectar, immediately flocking towards Mei Lin upon her arrival. Hello, Little Butterfly and Little Bee, Mei Lin greeted these delightful Pokemon, with whom she was quite familiar. While Zeal could not recognize a single one, as bug-type Pokemon, their breeding rate surpasses that of all other Pokemon. Currently, the silk produced by Caterpie on the floating island has become a primary textile material, while sweet honey is a rare delicacy. Please, Xerneas, with Zeal's request. Xerneas once more unleashed the essence of life, causing the Flower Sea to expand threefold. Beautifly and Combi joyfully fluttered through the blossoms, while Mei Lin, Hela, Kesha, and Morgana gleefully raced among the flowers. You should join them as well, Nyx. Zeal gazed at Nyx, who was fidgeting yet refraining from joining Mei Lin and the others, and remarked, I am the eldest sister. I cannot be as childish as they are. Oh, eldest sister, come join us. Upon witnessing the girl's joyous expressions, several boys decided to partake in a delightful sprint. To Carl, Nyx initially shouted in annoyance as DeCarl seized her hand and began to run. However, she soon found herself reluctantly swept up in the exuberance of the moment alongside the others. How wonderful it is. The aspirations of children are so beautifully simple, mused Cassio. Zeal's expression darkened as he remarked, what can a mere 4-year-old ponder about life? You are still a child. Go and play with them. With that, Zeal lightly nudged Cassio's backside with his foot. No, I have an agreement with Psyduck. Today, I intend to engage in a fierce battle with the Psyducks. So I must conserve my energy. Upon hearing this, Zeal became intrigued, curious about the battle between Cassio and Psyduck. Is this true? You actually bullied Psyduck and the others? Of course not. That day, I suffered a crushing defeat. This time, I am determined to reclaim victory in the showdown. Zeal found this young man rather tedious. Despite his apparent disinterest in everything, he held a peculiar fondness for the daft Psyduck, much like Descartes enjoyed the company of his electrode. And Cassio relished the presence of Psyduck. Just the other day, Zeal observed Cassio and Psyduck floating aimlessly on the water, their eyes glazed over, embodying a similar stupor. A month passed in this manner, with the Sky Island flourishing until today. Suddenly, a whirlpool materialized before Zeal, from which emerged a woman with short orange hair and a young boy with purple hair. Within the palace's medical room, Lena was tending to the 2 individuals brought by Giratina, although they had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. The shock of their ordeal coupled with the long journey had rendered them utterly exhausted. Roar, the now 25-meter-long Giratina, began to recount the events to Zeal. I understand. You were not discovered? With Shinado providing simultaneous translation, Zeal grasped Giratina's intent. Roar, it responded, relieved. That is fortunate. You have accomplished a great feat this time. I shall instruct Kelly to prepare some provisions for you." Upon hearing Zeal's words, Giratina joyfully soared through the sky. The two individuals in question were none other than Zephyr's wife and son. Ever since Zeal had instructed Giratina to keep an eye on them, Giratina had been vigilantly monitoring their safety. During an event at the Navy headquarters, several pirates imprisoned by Zephr planned to murder his wife, intending to subject Zephr to a harrowing experience. However, Giratina conjured a whirlpool to whisk them away, rendering the pirates unconscious in the process. The decision not to kill them was also prompted by Zeal's orders, as he wished to uncover whether there was a deeper conspiracy behind the potential assassination of Zephyr's family. The ease with which these pirates infiltrated the Navy headquarters and pinpointed Zephyr's family led Zeal to suspect that their success was not merely a matter of chance. "Lord Zeal, we are uncertain how you intend to deal with us." As Zeal entered the medical room, Zephyr's wife rose and inquired. Zeal gazed at her and inquired, "Do you know me?" "My husband has spoken to me about you," she replied. "After all, we have crossed swords a few times." As Zeal spoke, he pulled up a chair and seated himself. "Is the child doing well?" Zeal's child has fallen into a state of unconsciousness. He is but 4 years old, yet lacks the robust constitution of his siblings. Thanks to the care of Lady Lena, Talvis is merely in a temporary slumber. Zephyr's wife gently caresses Talvis's face. Nearly having lost her own child, an experience more despairing for a mother than any other. "Are you not fearful that I might abduct your wife and child to use as leverage against Zephr?" Zephyr's wife shook her head and said to Zeal, "My husband believes you are a sorrowful child. He understands your actions and recognizes the kindness within you." "A kind person indeed." Zeal murmured that the concept of kindness had become exceedingly distant for him. "There is no need to appease me, now that you have arrived here. There is no possibility of allowing you to depart." Although Zeal has faith in Zephyr's character, he would not allow those who have seen the Sky Island to return to the sea, for the Sky Island serves as the ultimate stronghold. Even if Zeal were to conquer other islands thereafter, the development of the Sky Island remains of paramount importance. "I am not here to flatter you. I can discern that you possess a kind heart. Much like that great dragon, you are both gentle souls." Zephyr's wife wore a gentle smile upon her face, and her heartfelt words struck deeply at the core of one's being. As Zeal contemplated the ferocious visage of Giratina, he couldn't help but wonder how it would react upon hearing such words. "Do you not know the lady's name?" "Lucia," came the reply. "For the time being, you may stay in the medical room. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to a proper residence later." Concluding the conversation, Zeal returned to his office, where he approached Vivian, who was diligently attending to her documents. Zeal gently lifted Vivian and seated her in the chair, remaining silent. "What's wrong? Have you encountered something disheartening?" Vivian inquired softly, her voice a soothing whisper near Zeal's ear. "It's nothing, really. It's just that someone actually claimed I am kind. Do you find that amusing?" Zeal found himself in a state of perplexity, for despite being a man whose hands were stained with blood, he felt a peculiar resonance with the concept of kindness. Perhaps it was the education of his past life that influenced him. Such years of learning cannot be easily overshadowed by a few years of violence. It is something that is ingrained in one's very essence, akin to an ancestral legacy. Indeed, you are a kind-hearted individual. Whether it be myself, Villia, or Kelly, we have all been saved by your compassion. Villia displayed a smile that was profoundly healing to the soul. "Perhaps I am merely drawn to your physicality?" Zeal's mood had calmed, and he rested his head on Vivian's shoulder, teasingly remarking, "I can see it. Did you think we were unaware?" Vivian, unfazed by Zeal's playful banter, began to retaliate. Zephr intends to teach her a lesson, his hands beginning to traverse Vivian's. At the naval headquarters, outside the residence of the former Zephr, a large crater lay before them as Admiral Crane inspected the scene. "Have they not located Lucia and Talvis?" Crane's tone carried a hint of anger. How could someone as astute as she fail to perceive the underlying tension? Just as the Navy was conducting its activities, a sudden explosion resonated from the residential area. By the time she arrived, Zephyr's home had vanished, leaving only a vast pit. This was evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme, specifically targeting Zephr. "Crane, have you uncovered any leads?" Sengoku approached Crane, his expression dark and foreboding. "None, but how shall we explain this to Zephr?" Zephr is currently apprehending pirates in the New World, completely unaware that his wife and son have met a tragic fate. Sengoku reluctantly spoke the truth. The pirates infiltrated the Navy headquarters and murdered his family. Tsuru raised her head to look at Sengoku. Both understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, they were equally aware that only the pirates could be behind such a heinous act. Tsuru's tone was flat, devoid of any detectable emotion, even to Sengoku. At that moment, in a certain sea area of the New World, Zephr, elated after capturing a pirate with a bounty of 15 billion berries, was making his way back to the Navy headquarters. Capturing this pirate had required considerable effort, as such seasoned criminals are notoriously difficult to apprehend. While engaged in conversation with his subordinates, Zephr suddenly noticed the sound of his transponder snail ringing. "Hello, is that you, Tsuru? I've just captured the Reaper, Kabda, and I'm on my way back to headquarters," Zephr said, his voice brimming with excitement. "Zephr, I have some news to share, but please, do not be overly agitated." "What news?" "Pirates have infiltrated Marineford and killed Lucia and Tarvis." What are you saying, Tsuru?" Zephr questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. "I am deeply sorry, Zephr. Your wife and child have been slain." Zephr stared blankly at the phone bug in his hand, his expression shifting from excitement to fury. "Full speed ahead. Return to headquarters." The transformation of Zephr astonished the naval personnel aboard the ship. After all, this was their inaugural encounter with such a Zephr, who had always been perceived as a gentle mentor in their eyes. Observing the slow progress of the warship, Zephr felt an intense urgency within. Ultimately, unable to endure the wait any longer, he propelled himself towards the naval headquarters with a swift moonwalk. "Zephr, please do not act impulsively. Luke and Tarvis might not be deceased after all," Crane spoke, observing the weary figure of Zephr kneeling on the ground. "Why, Crane? Tell me who is responsible for this." Zephyr's voice was raspy, tinged with a hint of sorrow. How could his wife and child, both ordinary individuals, possibly survive such a devastating explosion? According to the investigation, the perpetrators were identified as 3 members of the poisonous pirate crew, who had presumably returned for revenge. The Navy, too, had not been idle over the past few days. They had unearthed some information. Yet, such an explanation was evidently insufficient to appease Zephr. Is that even conceivable? This is the Navy headquarters. How could those pirates possibly know about my wife and child's whereabouts? Zephr erupted, unable to contain his emotions as he shouted at Crane. "We will exert every effort to apprehend the 3 members of the poisonous pirate crew," Crane insisted, resolutely holding on to her assertion that they were indeed the culprits. "I am weary. You may leave now." Zephr gestured dismissively, signaling for Crane to depart. "Please take a moment to compose yourself." Crane acknowledged the necessity for Zephr to have time to calm down and reluctantly exited, kneeling on the ground. Zephr's mind was flooded with memories of his wife's gentle smile and his son's innocent words. "My father is a Navy admiral, and I shall become a Navy admiral too." Tears blurred his vision, and it felt as though his heart was being torn asunder. An overwhelming agony engulfed his being, his breath quickened, and a sense of suffocation began to overwhelm him. Zephr clutched his chest, his right hand relentlessly striking the ground. However, after 2 consecutive days of rapid movement compounded by mental anguish, Zephr gradually lost consciousness. In the final moment before succumbing to oblivion, he recalled the words of Zeal, which he had repeated time and again: "Protect your family." Thud. Zephr lay collapsed on the ground. "Zephr! Zephr!" Crane, who had been observing from a distance, rushed to his side and hurried him to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Crane, Sengoku, Garp, and Kong sat in silence. At that moment, the doctor emerged. "Doctor, is Zephr all right?" Garp immediately stood up and inquired. The doctor replied, "Admiral Zephr suffered an asthma attack. His formidable physical constitution can currently suppress it, but in a decade or 2 it may escalate." The doctor's words struck Garp like a heavy blow to the heart. "Are you quacks? How could someone as strong as Zephr succumb to asthma?" Garp exclaimed, shaking the doctor by the shoulders, spittle flying from his mouth. "Garp, please calm down." Sengoku intervened, pulling Garp's hands away from the doctor. "Could you elaborate further, doctor?" Crane asked. The doctor rubbed his sore arms and began. "Admiral Zephyr's family likely has a hereditary history of asthma, and given his current physical and mental exhaustion, the excitement triggered the attack." "What are you doing? How could pirates infiltrate Marineford?" Garp shouted furiously at Sengoku. He had been pursuing the Roger pirates at the time of the incident and had only returned upon hearing the news. "We were conducting an event. No one knows how the pirates got in." Sengoku replied, clearly distressed, as he faced Garp's accusations. How did the pirates know the Navy was holding an event? And how did they discover Zephyr's home? Garp remained unconvinced. Zephr shared a profound bond with his companions. He found it intolerable that despite his unwavering dedication to the Navy, he was unable to safeguard his own family. The usually reticent Kong finally spoke up, exclaiming, "Enough. Pursue the poison pirate crew relentlessly, and ensure that this news does not reach the outside world." The revelation of a Marine admiral's family being slain within the Marine headquarters would deal a devastating blow to the Navy's reputation. Under Kong's intervention, the quarrel between Garp and Sengoku came to an abrupt halt. Admiral Kong. At that moment, Zeph's voice unexpectedly resonated from the hospital room. The group hurriedly entered the room. Zephr, are you feeling any better? Crane's gentle voice inquired. Zephr, without responding, gazed at the ceiling and spoke. I believe I am no longer suited for the position of admiral. I wish to take a respite. Upon hearing his words, everyone grew anxious. Zephr, trust us. We shall undoubtedly apprehend the fiend who murdered your wife and child. The sea is tumultuous and cannot do without you, Kong urged hastily. Zephr turned to glance at the concerned expressions of his colleagues. Once despondent, he found himself unable to relinquish his ties to the Navy. Fully aware of the precarious situation at sea, the New World had become a stronghold for pirates, with countless individuals venturing out to the seas daily, placing unprecedented pressure on the Navy. I wish to establish an elite training program. I shall take charge of educating those Navy recruits who harbor a sense of justice. He mused, nodding thoughtfully. I shall retain your title of admiral. Henceforth, you will guide the new recruits at Navy headquarters. This arrangement seemed more palatable than allowing Zephr to depart from the Navy entirely. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, the 5 elders convened to discuss the matter concerning Zephr. Who rescued Zephr's wife and son? Inquired St. Moss. Unknown, replied St. Satan. CP0 only encountered those 3 incompetent pirates, failing to secure even a woman or child. Shall we dispatch more individuals to search? A voice suggested. No need. Simply inform Rothschild that Zephr's wife and child are deceased, came the response. The rationale behind targeting Zephr stemmed from his actions, which had grown beyond the control of the world government, particularly his unwavering principle of not killing. Furthermore, Zephr had previously intervened to protect a celestial dragon from committing an atrocity against a slave, which had left a lingering grudge. To the celestial dragons, Zephr was merely a disobedient hound, deserving of a lesson. A month later, Zeal embarked once more, this time heading towards Weno country, with both the barrier fruit and seastone mines in his sights. However, to successfully seize Weno, a formidable force was necessary for its defense, prompting Zeal to assemble a significant contingent. Among them were the Vice Admiral-level powerhouse Ate, the formidable trio of bearers, and Hassan, who had consumed the rattlesnake fruit, reaching the pinnacle of Colonel strength. Additionally, the ancient beast known as the Waterlord, boasting elite Vice Admiral capabilities, joined the ranks, accompanied by 50 soldiers who had ingested the super serum, elevating their strength to that of majors. Zeal intends to establish the spatial gate in Weno country, thus ensuring that these individuals are sufficient to guard the realm. After all, the only formidable figure in Weno is Kazuki Oden, and Zeal remains confident in his ability to vanquish him. As Zeal advances towards Weno, Kurazumi Semimaru is inciting Kurazumi Orochi. Kazuki Oden, meanwhile, anticipates the founding of Weno and the adventures that will follow. The Whitebeard pirates are also on their way to Weno. From the past, Tenmoon is poised to traverse time into a future that is unfamiliar to her. Anchor the ship. I have matters to attend to. In the skies not far from Weno, Zeal commanded the cessation of the Ark proverb. The reason being, the system map indicated the presence of a devil fruit directly beneath them. Zeal approached the edge of the ship and leaped into the abyss from thousands of meters above. Unbeknownst to Tian Yushur, who was contemplating her survival by the campfire, a man was plummeting rapidly from the vast sky above her. I'm so hungry, exclaimed the green-haired girl in a pink kimono as she fell backward onto the ground, patting her stomach in exasperation. Lying on the ground, Tian Yushur gazed up at the azure sky and suddenly noticed a dark speck that was gradually enlarging. What is that? She wondered, rubbing her eyes as the silhouette became clearer. Hey, no way. By the time Tian Yushur realized that the falling object was a person, it was too late to evade. She sat up, shielding her eyes from the impending descent. As Zeal descended, merely a few hundred meters above the ground, he executed several moonwalks, skillfully utilizing the reaction force of the air to ensure a steady landing. What are you doing, beautiful? The anticipated commotion failed to materialize, and Tian Yushur gradually lowered her arms. Observing Zeal's smiling visage, she felt an irate surge within her. What is wrong with you? Do you not realize how frightening this is? Tian Yushur, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, pointed an accusing finger at Zeal. As her tirade continued, her stomach audibly protested, betraying her indignation. Shall I treat you to a meal as compensation? Zeal had already recognized the individual before him. and he couldn't help but note the youthful exuberance radiating from the spirited Tion Wesher. Do you think a mere meal can douse my fury? Gurgle. Tion Wesher attempted to continue her retort, but her rebellious stomach interrupted, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Seeing this, Zephr immediately took out his tools. Pondering whether Tion Wesher had been won over by Guan Yu E Tion with a delectable bowl of Odin. Surely, it would be too difficult to entice him with a hot pot, would it? 10 minutes later, Tion Wesher was fanning his mouth with his hand. This Odin is exceedingly spicy, but it feels so good. I corrected him, saying, this is called hot pot, not Odin. Zeal was also indulging in exquisite cuisine. As someone with a refined palate, he could transform into a voracious eater at any moment. The hot pot was simply delectable. Tion Yu, while expressing her disdain for the spiciness, continuously picked at the ingredients. In light of the delicious hot pot, this lady graciously forgives your previous offense. At this moment, Tion Yu yearned to devour everything in sight, abandoning any semblance of a refined demeanor. Slow down. No one is competing with you, she remarked. Yet, as she paused her chopsticks, she glanced at Zeal, whose speed was no less than her own, as if questioning whether anyone was truly vying for her food. If you don't eat quickly, it will all be gone. A casual remark from Zephr interrupted Tion Yu's train of thought, transforming him once again into a voracious eater. Half an hour later, with a contented pat on his belly, Tion Yu posed a question. Why did you leap down from the sky? Have you ever heard of bungee jumping? It is an extreme sport that involves a descent from great heights. Zephr began to ramble. Oh, is there truly such a perilous sport? He inquired. And what of you, alone in this place, resembling a famished specter? Tion Yu straightened his posture, gently brushing the corner of his eye with his sleeve, and commenced his performance. Alas, my fate is lamentable. I ventured out to sea with my family for commerce, only to encounter tumultuous waves. Yet when I regained consciousness, I found myself upon this desolate isle. I wonder if the esteemed hero might escort me back to the land of harmony. Tion Yu concealed his face, his body trembling slightly as he feigned the appearance of sorrow. Zeal's lips twitched. Had she not known who Tion Wesher was, she might have actually believed her fanciful words. Since she relished in theatrics, Zeal decided to indulge her in this performance. However, wasn't the land of harmony closed off from the world for many years? How could there still be individuals emerging to engage in trade? With a tone imbued with curiosity, Zeal inquired. Alas. Oh, in truth, I intended to be one of those adventurers venturing into the land of harmony. However, our ship met with disaster, and thus I found myself here. Tion Wesher was taken aback by the news of the land of harmony's isolation, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Being a person from 800 years ago, she was unaware of this development, as the land of harmony had not yet sealed itself off from the world in her time. Zeal concealed his identity while gazing at Tion Wesher, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Tion Wesher, still fearful of her near exposure, felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Zeal mock her. Enough, Miss Tion Wesher. I am well aware of everything about you. Zeal stated with a calm demeanor. It's not Tion Wesher. I go by Wesher, she attempted to protest. A person from the past. A wielder of the time fruit's abilities, Miss Tion Wesher. Do you need me to elaborate further? Zeal rose to his feet, surveying Tion Yue with an imposing gaze, his crimson eyes exuding a formidable aura. Who are you, exactly? Tion Wei inquired, standing and drawing the samurai sword from his waist. I am Adrian Zeal, and I intend to journey to the land of harmony. Will you accompany me? Did you not mention that the land of harmony has closed its borders? How do you plan to enter? Tion Yue asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. Wherever I desire to go, there exists no place beyond my reach, Zeal asserted, his eyes gleaming with both arrogance and conviction. After a moment's hesitation, Tion Wei sheathed his sword. Very well, I shall accompany you. The land of harmony is my homeland, and I wish to understand the reasons behind its isolation. How shall we travel? Do you possess a vessel? Indeed. Where is it? Zeal pointed his finger towards the sky, the meaning clear and unspoken. You claim that a ship is soaring above, but surely you jest? It is no wonder that Tion Yue remained skeptical. Even contemporary individuals find it hard to believe, let alone those from ancient times. Although ancient technology might have surpassed our own, the land of harmony has always been a rather feudal domain. As Zeal approached Tion Wei, a nanotech armor enveloped his entire body. Armor? Indeed? How impressive. Unbeknownst to Tion Wei, who was blissfully unaware of the imminent events, her eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of Zeal donning the nanotech armor. I'm ready. I will take flight now. What? In a state of bewilderment, Tion Wei felt Zeal grasp her arm, propelling them both into the sky. Zeal, you scoundrel. Tion Yue clung tightly to Zeal's form, her eyes squeezed shut, daring not to glance downward. After approximately 30 seconds, Zeal successfully returned to the Ark of Proverb. Phew. Tianwen knelt on the deck, her heart still racing. It appeared that Lord Zeal had brought a woman along. Hassan spoke to Atai, but received no reply. I'm speaking to you. Oh. Atai rendered Hassan silent, prompting him to abandon any further gossip with this hulking fool. Could you not go a bit slower? Were you intentionally trying to frighten me? As Tianwei regained her composure, she reached out to grasp Zeal's face, only to find herself under the watchful gaze of several burly men surrounding her. Thank you for allowing me to experience the sensation of flight. It was delightful, she said softly, her hands resting gently on Zeal's shoulders. Zeal observed the rapidly changing expression on Tianwei's face and understood the reason behind it. He grasped her hand and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, it was intentional. Tianwei clenched her teeth, yet maintained a smile as she gazed at Zeal. Zeal occasionally exhibits a penchant for dark humor, finding amusement in the sight of Tianwei's discomfort. Zeal journeyed from the Sky Island to Weno over the course of 4 days, while the Whitebeard pirates, who had been in the New World, arrived in Weno 2 days prior. At this moment, on Onigashima, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were engaged in a grand feast to celebrate their encounter with Kazuki Odin. Truly, Odin's Odin was exceptional in flavor. Marco savored the dish, continuously praising the culinary skills of Kazuki Odin. Ha ha ha. Eat more. You too, Whitebeard Jr. Odin beamed with delight, thoroughly enjoying the convivial atmosphere. Gulalalala. Children, prepare for battle. Whitebeard downed the sake in his bowl and seized the nearby polearm, Gura Gura no Mi. Though the crew was unaware of their adversary's location, the old man's words were enough to inspire confidence. Gulalalala. Since you have come, do not hide. Whitebeard bellowed towards the sky. Did you notice? Such a formidable observation, hockey indeed. The voice of Zeal resonated from afar, followed by a resounding thud as it struck the ground. The Ark's proverb hovered 100 meters above, with Ate, Block Bear, Circle Bear, Hassan, Waterlord, and Shinado trailing closely behind. Bloodstained Swordmaster, Adrian Zeal. Newgate narrowed his eyes, calling out Zeal's name. Is the Bloodstained Swordmaster a swordsman? Suddenly, Kazuki Odin, filled with excitement, drew his twin swords and charged towards Zeal. You fool, Odin. You are no match for him, Newgate exclaimed as he watched Zeal rush forward. Bloodstained 8,000 miles. The strike, imbued with Conqueror's haki, collided with Odin, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters, crashing into dozens of trees. Odin, Marco, witnessing the scene, immediately transformed into his hybrid form and flew to Odin's side to administer healing. I'm fine, Marco, such overwhelming power. Odin's physical prowess was remarkable, although he was incapacitated. Excitement still gleamed in his eyes. Zeal, you have gone too far. Odin is my brother. Newgate, a fiercely protective figure, unleashed his formidable Conqueror's haki. Zeal, undeterred, fixed his gaze, unleashing a formidable wave of Conqueror's haki. The collision of these two immense forces of Conqueror's haki caused the very sky above Ghost Island to split apart. Zeal and Whitebeard simultaneously retracted their haki, vanishing from their positions. The clash between Bloodstain and the Cloud Cutter erupted with a thunderous sound, causing the ground beneath them to fracture violently. The exhilaration surged within Whitebeard. It had been quite some time since he encountered an equally matched adversary. To safeguard his children, he had long evaded conflicts with formidable pirates. Bloodstain, Swimming Dragon. Zeal transformed into a blood dragon, lunging towards Whitebeard, who merged the powers of the Tremor fruit into his Tsongun slash. The clash of white and red light generated intense shockwaves that even affected other combatants in the vicinity. While Zeal and Whitebeard engaged in their fierce battle, Ate fought alongside Diamond Jaws, while Marco and Sachi held off the Waterlord. Meanwhile, the Flower Sword Bista clashed with Shanid, and others contended with Bear and his obstructive forces. The Blood Realm descends. Zeal harbors no intention of concealing his formidable prowess, while Whitebeard's might is utterly terrifying. The entirety of Onigashima has transformed into a crimson ocean, rendering the rest of the Whitebeard pirates immobile. You should return to the Moby Dick. This is not a place for you. With a single punch, Whitebeard struck the ground, momentarily shattering Zeal's sea of blood. The members of the Whitebeard pirates promptly made their exit, and Ave and the others willingly returned to the Ark Maxim. Let us engage in a fierce battle, Newgate. Zeal gazed at Whitebeard with a fierce determination. Garara, you underestimate yourself, little brat. How about losing and becoming my son? Whitebeard did not disappoint Zeal's expectations and indeed intended to take him as his son. Bloodstained Purgatory. Zephr, with decisive action, refuted Whitebeard's proposal, launching a colossal crimson slash directly at him. Skyquake. The formidable force of vibration enveloped the strike from Cloud Cutter, shattering it into a mist of blood. Mist of blood. The sanguine fog enveloped Whitebeard, rendering his observation hockey seemingly disrupted, leaving him unable to ascertain Zer's position. Bloodstained shadow kill. Zeal unleashed his swiftest sword technique, instantly appearing behind Whitebeard. Such tricks are futile, Zeal. Whitebeard sensed the sting of a blade upon his form. However, he remained unfazed. Swinging his Tsongyun cutter towards the rear. Blood veil. Zeal sensed the imminent danger as a curtain of blood materialized before him. The dense clouds of crimson enveloped him, slowing his movements as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. Nonetheless, he still managed to strike Zeal successfully. Zeal was sent flying, feeling a searing pain coursing through his body, as if his very insides had been shaken. Whitebeard was astonished to see that his attack had left no wounds on Zeal. Such formidable physical resilience. What connection do you have with Charlotte Linlin, you little brat? He pondered, for only she could possess such extraordinary strength. Bloodstained slash. Dozens of powerful strikes from the great swordsman surged towards Whitebeard. Zeal preferred silence in battle. He was no teacher. After all, was it reasonable to impart lessons while engaged in combat? Here it comes. Whitebeard swiftly wielded his weapon, the tidal wave, shattering Zeal's slashes one by one. Spatial rupture. He planted the tidal wave into the ground, enveloped by a white tremor of energy, and with a mighty punch, he struck the air. A fissure in space manifested, extending right up to Zeal. Boom. Zeal was once again hurled through the air, the abrupt rupture of space causing his internal organs to become dislocated. Zeal summoned his vitality to restore his body, calming the internal turbulence within. Despite Whitebeard maintaining the upper hand, he could not help but marvel at the monstrous physical prowess displayed. It is worth noting that even Charlotte Linlin would take considerable time to recover from such a blow. Yet Zeal managed to recuperate with astonishing ease. Blood Dragon Soul. Under Zeal's command, all the blood transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching over 1,000 meters, surging toward Whitebeard. What a magnificent dragon! The crew aboard the Moby Dick could not contain their admiration upon witnessing the sky-splitting dragon. However, with the reassurance that their captain was the strongest, Marco steadied the hearts of his comrades. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring, yet ultimately futile. Standing at 6 meters tall, he appeared minuscule before the 1,000-meter blood dragon. Nevertheless, the spirited Whitebeard stood like a giant, equal to the blood dragon. The dragon managed to inflict wounds upon Whitebeard, yet it was merely a scratch. Zeal. Whitebeard charged at Zeal, swinging his blade with ferocity, to which Zeal promptly retaliated. Their battle raged on for 2 days and nights. The residents of Weno left trembling in fear at the relentless sounds echoing through the night, particularly the siblings, Kurazumi Mitsuki and Kurazumi Shamaru. Damn that Newgate. How could he be in Weno? Kurazumi Mitsuki seethed, harboring a deep-seated fear of the monstrous members of the Rocks Pirates. However, she saw an opportunity to ally with Zeal. She was a cunning individual, unafraid to take risks. After 2 days and nights of combat, both warriors instinctively chose to cease their clash. Although Whitebeard had consistently held the advantage, his condition was far more dire than Zeal's. What an extraordinary fellow, Whitebeard remarked, observing Zeal's unruffled demeanor. He was not a battle-mad individual like Kaido. With comparable strength, there was no need for a fight to the death. Zeal, what brings you to Weno? This is the homeland of my brother. Whitebeard naturally did not believe Zeal had come merely for leisure. Zeal's reputation on the seas was immense. Yet his whereabouts remained an enigma. I have come to seize Weno, Zeal replied. With its vast population and land, there is no place more suitable for establishing a base. Unlike Sky Island, the world government is well aware of Weno's existence. Moreover, I require a visible territory to confound the world government. Weno is easily defensible. And while the Marines monitor pirates who occupy territory to develop, they seldom launch assaults. Their primary focus is on those marauding the seas. That cannot be. This is Yasu's homeland, Whitebeard proclaimed, shaking the ground with his might. Zeal was not surprised and calmly remarked, Isn't Kazuki Oden aiming to establish the nation of Weno? Therefore, would it not be ideal for me to take charge of Weno? Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Oden's aspirations for Weno. But how did Zeal come to know of them? No, it was imperative to obtain Oden's consent. Whitebeard still declined, yet he refrained from elaborating, deciding he needed to consult Oden regarding his thoughts. Initially, Zeal's intention was to eliminate Oden and directly seize control of Weno. However, encountering the Whitebeard pirates necessitated a change of plans. While it would be convenient to maintain a steadfast hold over Weno, such a scenario was evidently unattainable. Thus, he resolved to gradually infiltrate and occupy Weno. After all, his desires were merely the sea stone mines and a few devil fruits. not to mention the unparalleled sword-forging techniques of Weno. Whitebeard returned to confer with Kazuki Odin while Zeal went back to the Arc Maxim to recuperate. "My lord, I have prepared sustenance for you." Tion was softly and sweetly addressed Zeal upon boarding, leaving him momentarily flustered. This was primarily because Tion Wei had witnessed Zeal's true prowess aboard the Arc Maxim and reflecting on her previous acts of disrespect towards him. She felt akin to someone condemned to the gallows. "What are you doing? Why have you suddenly become so feminine?" Zeal inquired, voicing his confusion. "What do you mean by feminine? Was I not feminine before?" Tion Yue found herself defenseless against Zeal's words. The young lady thought to herself, "Have I offended my lord? Please do not take my life." She contemplated whether to activate her devil fruit ability once more to transport herself to the future. "Did you not say you prepared food? Where is it?" Zeal gazed at her, no longer intent on frightening her. "Ah, here." Tion Yusher sighed in relief and immediately pulled Zeal towards the kitchen. "By Xiaoji, are you all right?" "Old man." A group of people aboard the Moby Dick surrounded Whitebeard, expressing their concern. "Gulalalala. Of course, I am fine. I am Whitebeard." His golden hair danced wildly, emanating an aura of dominance. Truly, he is the old man. "However, Yuqian, how is your injury?" Whitebeard inquired, noticing the pallor on Kazuki Yutian's face. "I have completely recovered," Yutian declared, thumping his chest with pride. "By the way, Yutian, that little brat Zeal desires to take control of Weno country. I wonder what you intend to do about it?" "What? Absolutely not." Yutian sprang to his feet, ready to confront Zeal in a life-or-death battle. "Come back, you fool." Whitebeard swiftly delivered a punch, knocking Yutian to the ground, pressing his hand firmly on his head. "Let me go, by Xiaoji. I cannot allow that guy to ruin Weno country." Yutian shouted at Whitebeard. "Who told you he's going to ruin Weno country? He merely wishes to establish a base there." Whitebeard replied. Upon hearing this, Yutian paused and asked, "He won't ruin Weno country then? That's a relief. Don't be so naive." Whitebeard was exasperated by Yutian's simplistic thinking. "By Xiaoji, did you not say he wouldn't ruin Weno country? Is he not a pirate like you?" "Perhaps so," Whitebeard admitted, slightly uncertain, recalling that he had not heard any reports of Zeal harming civilians. "Then it's settled. We shall find him and have a chat." Yutian felt an innate affinity for the formidable swordsman Zeal, perhaps a kinship among the strong, despite having been defeated in a single move. That night, the Whitebeard pirates held another feast, specifically to welcome Zeal and his companions. "Zeal, what do you intend to do in Weno country?" Kazuki Yutian could not help but ask. "Rest assured, I am simply looking to develop in Weno country. Haven't you always wanted to establish a nation here? Then let us begin by embracing new experiences," Zeal replied, setting down his wine bowl. "Really?" Upon hearing that Zeal wished to assist in establishing Weno country, Yutian suddenly felt a sense of warmth towards him. Is this truly the son of the current shogun of Weno? How remarkably innocent. Seeing how easily Yutian believed Zeal, Tion Yusher could not help but interject with a quip. "Ha ha ha. I trust Zeal's words. A man is defined by his actions." Zeal was uncertain whether Odin was genuinely innocent or merely teasing him. However, reflecting on the Odin from the original timeline, he appeared to be genuinely naive. Of course, since there was no escaping Weno, Odin could certainly ascertain that for himself. Zeal had no desire to provoke the current Whitebeard pirates, as his own influence had yet to develop. The following morning, the Whitebeard pirates prepared to depart from Weno. "Gururara, children, our adventure continues," Whitebeard called out, rousing the sleeping pirates from their slumber. "How wonderful. I long to set sail as well," Odin exclaimed, watching the crew board the Moby Dick with envy. "Odin, aren't you coming with us?" Marco inquired, noticing Odin lost in thought. "Huh? Me?" Odin responded, momentarily taken aback. "Gururara, Odin, a true man must venture out to sea. Only then can one encounter greater warriors," Whitebeard encouraged, addressing Odin, who was filled with longing yet hesitant. "You speak wisely. I shall join you, Whitebeard," Odin declared, taking a running leap onto the Moby Dick, causing the ship to sway slightly. "Wait for us, Captain." Aizu, Kinemon, and Kanjuro followed suit, leaping onto the Moby Dick after Odin. On Onigashima, Tenjiro gazed at Odin, who had so readily abandoned his homeland, and remarked, "He truly left just like that? What else could you expect? Did you think he would remain and vow to prevent me from entering Weno?" Zeal possesses a profound understanding of Yutian. During this period, Yutian is but a carefree and frivolous scoundrel. "Lord Zeal, an elderly woman requests an audience," Hassan reported to Zeal. Zeal glanced at the system map, and he had a fair idea of who had come to seek him. "Bring her to me." 3 minutes later, an elderly woman, resembling a witch, was escorted before Zeal by Hassan. Upon seeing her, Zeal was indeed correct in his assumption. It was Black Carbon Mukin, a user of the mimic fruit from the Rocks Pirates. The shogunate of Weno had always been held by the Kazuki clan, with the powerful families of Tin Month, Frost Month, Wind Month, Rain Month, and Black Carbon serving them. However, not all noble families were content to remain subordinate to the Kazuki clan indefinitely. Long ago, the grandfather of Kazuki Odin had no heirs, leading to a shift in the hearts of the people of Weno. All the noble families perceived this as an opportunity for ascendance. Yet, due to the prolonged suppression by the Kazuki clan, they exhibited restraint. One family, however, stood apart, the Black Carbon family. With grand ambitions, the then head of the Black Carbon clan decisively chose to act. He resorted to poison, eliminating various daimyos, thereby consolidating power toward the Black Carbon family. During that turbulent period in Weno, distrust among the noble families soared, leading to incessant warfare, while the Black Carbon family observed from the sidelines. When the strength of the noble families had nearly depleted, the Black Carbon clan emerged as the most powerful. It was then that Kazuki Odin's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, made his entrance. His emergence indicated that a candidate for the position of shogun had been chosen, prompting the four great families to set aside their grievances. However, through their investigations, the schemes of the Black Carbon family were unveiled. The grandfather of Black Carbon Kaido was ordered to commit suicide, and a significant number of the Black Carbon clan members were executed, with many others exiled from Weno. Black Carbon Mukin and her brother, Black Carbon Shamaru, were among those exiled. Their return to Weno was not to vie for a title among the daimyos. The Black Carbon family had dwindled in numbers, and their aim was vengeance against Weno, to annihilate it. Lord Zeal, I wonder if you might be interested in acquiring a nation, a vast land with a substantial population. A sinister smile crept across Black Carbon Mukin's face. You refer to Weno, do you not? That is Whitebeard's territory. I am familiar with Whitebeard. Generally, they do not seize nations, so you need not be concerned, my lord. Black Carbon Mukin, being a member of the Rocks Pirates, had insight into Whitebeard's character and methods. What do you intend to do? Currently, the son of Weno's shogun, Kazuki Odin, has set sail with Whitebeard. If we can control the present shogun, Kazuki Sukiyaki, we can dominate Weno. At that point, by supporting our Black Carbon Kaido as the shogun of Weno, the land will be firmly in our grasp. Black Carbon Mukin's aged face radiated excitement, appearing rather sinister. By your assertion, Weno belongs to your Black Carbon family. What does that have to do with me? Zeal inquired nonchalantly. Our Black Carbon family can pledge allegiance to you. My lord, would you not then gain Weno? It was indeed a tempting offer, yet Zeal expressed a desire for something in return. He rose and slowly approached Black Carbon Mukin. Her eyes brightened, sensing potential. I wish to borrow your mimic fruit. My lord, do you require me to serve you? In Zeal's hands, a blood sword materialized, piercing directly into the heart of Kuroten Murin. Though your proposition is alluring, I have no need for it. Kuroten Murin collapsed to the ground, oblivious to the reason behind Zeal's lethal strike. Whether it be the mimic fruit, the barrier fruit, or the Yamatano Orochi fruit, Zeal could not overlook any of them. Although collaboration with the Kuroten family would allow for an effortless conquest of Weno country, Zeal's ambitions diverged from Kaido's mere tyranny. His true objective was to cultivate Weno with prudence. Disposing of Kuroten Murin into the sea, Zeal set forth to seek Kuroten Shanmaru and Kuroten Orochi. Guided by the system map, Zeal spent the night acquiring several devil fruits before finally locating Kuroten Orochi and his companions. Along this journey, he obtained the Shushu fruit and the sealing fruit. Yet, what captured Zeal's attention most was the discovery that Kuroten Orochi possessed 3 devil fruits. Uncle Shamaru, will Zeal agree to collaborate with us? What if he forcefully claims Weno for himself? Kuroten Orochi, a timid individual, harbored a profound fear of Zeal's formidable presence. Just as Kuroten Shamaru was about to speak, Zeal descended from the rooftop, startling Kuroten Orochi, who had been conversing with Shamaru. I have come to propose an alliance. A friendly smile adorned Zeal's face, as if he genuinely sought cooperation. Lord Zeal, what of Murin? In contrast to Orochi, Kuroten Shamaru, having faced myriad experiences, quickly regained his composure. That old hag, she is dead. What of it? Do you intend to join forces? At that moment, Zeal's smile turned ominous, sending Orochi tumbling to the ground in fright. Very well, go keep her company. Several blood swords materialized around Zeal, shooting toward the 2 men. Barrier. A blue shield materialized before them, successfully intercepting Zeal's assault. Zeal, you shall not breach my defenses. Anger flickered across the aged visage of Kuroten Shamaru. After all, Kuroten Murin had been his sister, with whom he had shared many years of companionship. Truly, the barrier fruit exhibited formidable defensive prowess. Zeal displayed no concern as his assault was deflected. Although the barrier fruit was formidable, it could be overcome with an internal strike. Zeal's eyes flashed with a crimson glimmer, and the wooden planks beneath the feet of the charcoal-bound Maru transformed into blood, morphing into sharp spikes that pierced through his body. He had grown old, unable to activate his haki before being impaled. You. The charcoal-bound Muku-chan gazed intently at Zeal, life slipping away. Do not kill me. The charcoal-bound Yamada no Orochi transformed into a colossal 8-headed serpent, yet it did not dare to attack Zeal, merely pleading for mercy. It is truly a pity for you to possess such a devil fruit. 8 blood blades sliced through the serpent's form, severing all 8 heads, and thus, the powerful mythical beast user met their demise. The proficiency of the charcoal-bound Yamada no Orochi in wielding the devil fruit was undoubtedly the worst Zeal had ever witnessed, even inferior to the 2 leaders from the South Sea. Following the guidance of the system, Zeal discovered another devil fruit within the room, which he surmised to be the of the future charcoal-bound Kanjiro. It must be said that the devil fruits of the Charcoal clan are increasingly formidable, with the Chishao 9 heroes possessing a commendable. Zeal detonated the corpses of the 2 individuals, transforming them into a crimson mist that dissipated into the depths below. Before departing from the scene of the incident, the demise of the 3 members of the Black Charcoal Serpent did not incite any turmoil. They remained shrouded in secrecy, known to very few. The remaining members of the Black Charcoal clan, having lost their leader, ultimately relinquished their quest for vengeance, paralyzed by fear of their own demise. Following the resolution of the Black Charcoal clan's affairs, Zeal embarked on his endeavors in the Land of Harmony. At the heart of this realm lies the flower capital, where, due to a policy of isolation, the inhabitants are averse to venturing out to sea, rendering Ghost Island a mere desolate isle. Zeal's decision to establish his headquarters on Ghost Island stems from the opportunity to engage in bold and expansive construction. Zeal summoned numerous individuals through the spatial gate to aid in the construction of Ghost Island. This assembly included over 100 formidable beings, skilled laborers experienced in architecture, and a multitude of ordinary workers. Once all tasks were meticulously arranged, Zeal, accompanied by Atai, Hassan, and Tianwei, commenced an exploration of the Land of Harmony. Unlike Sky Island, this realm boasts abundant land and diverse climates. The Land of Harmony is divided into 6 regions: Jiuli, Shimei, Lingho, Tubin, Baitu, and the Flower Capital. Among these, Jiuli is characterized by its mountainous terrain and pleasant climate, making it an ideal location for agricultural development. Zeal intends to cultivate vast quantities of herbs and graze kintors and dairy cans, rural Pokemon. The topography and climate of Baiwu are quite similar to those of Jiuli. However, Zeal does not plan to develop this area for agriculture. Instead, he envisions Baiwu as the second capital of the Land of Harmony, focusing on the advancement of commerce and tourism. Moreover, apart from Jiuli, the other 4 regions encircle the Flower Capital, which will ultimately become the focal point of Zeal's endeavors, with Baiwu serving merely as a transitional phase. Next is Tubin, known as the Seastone Mining Area, where industrial development and factory construction are paramount. With the presence of Shocho Ni and Waterlord, Zeal is unconcerned about environmental pollution. Lingho, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, is perfectly suited for nurturing ice-type Pokemon while simultaneously enhancing the local living conditions, thereby facilitating the acceptance of these creatures by the people of the Land of Harmony. Lastly, Shimei is home to extensive wastelands, yet with the presence of Xerneas, it transforms into a vast expanse of arable land. The most pressing need of Sky Island is sustenance. Converting Shimei into fertile farmland could alleviate this issue. The inhabitants of the Land of Harmony are notably xenophobic, and to successfully develop this land, it is imperative to secure the consent of the other daimyos. Consequently, Zeal and his companions directly sought out the contemporary general of the Land of Harmony, Kazuki Sukiyaki. As Zephr and his companions traversed the streets, their attire, which lacked the traditional garments of the Land of Harmony, drew the scrutiny and whispers of many onlookers. My lord Zephr, should we not silence these ignorant souls? In contrast to the dull-witted Atai, Hassan's temperament was more somber and radical. The people of the Land of Harmony tend to be rather insular. There is no need to pay them heed, for our priorities lie elsewhere. Zeal harbored no intentions of engaging in conflict, as long as one did not foolishly provoke him. He held no desire to lay hands upon the common folk. Tian Yu was ever watchful of Zeal, apprehensive that he might unleash a massacre at the slightest provocation. Although she was not from this era, she remained a citizen of the Land of Harmony. 8 centuries had elapsed. Had the land of harmony undergone any transformation? Zell inquired of Tianyu. None whatsoever, she replied. The policy of isolation has rendered the land of harmony unchanged from 800 years ago. Tianyu was astonished to discover that the land of harmony remained as it was centuries prior, indicating the profound effects of its isolationist stance. Upon arriving at the general's residence, 2 samurai obstructed Zell and his entourage. Who goes there? I am Zell, here to propose a collaboration with Lord K. Getsu Sh. He declared, presumptuous, to address the general by name. The 2 samurai suddenly launched an attack, drawing their swords to strike at Zell. Overestimating your capabilities. Hassan's arm seemed devoid of bones as it bent and extended, swiftly ensnaring the 2 and slamming them to the ground. Enemy attack, shouted one of the samurai, prompting a horde of retainers from the K. Getsu clan to emerge. Zephr even glimpsed familiar faces among the vassals of the esteemed Yutian, including Kinjur, Kawamatsuo, and others. How audacious to dare intrude upon the shogun's estate. Kinjur bellowed in fury, drawing his sword and lunging toward Hassan. In an instant, Hassan's skin transformed to a vivid green. His neck elongated, and his arms whipped out with such velocity that they produced a sonic boom. A sorcerer! Kinjur exclaimed, only to be sent sprawling by Hassan's strike. Kinjur! The other samurai rushed to his aid upon witnessing the scene. Atai also joined the fray, morphing into a towering 7-meter bear-like creature, casting a formidable shadow over the assembled warriors. What a spectacle! The bear's most renowned feature was not merely its colossal stature, but its extraordinarily long arms. Atai seized one samurai with a single hand. Bam! 2 warriors collided, both succumbing to unconsciousness. Zephr turned to Tianyu and remarked, do the people of Won not comprehend the notion of hospitality? They arrive with the intention of binding us. Perhaps there have been some unforeseen changes over these past 8 centuries. Tianyu, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched her head. She had witnessed the entire scene and understood that it was merely that group of warriors seeking trouble. 8 centuries ago, one would not engage in combat merely for addressing a general by name. She felt utterly perplexed. When did the nation of Wa become so insular? Cease this at once. The commotion from the scuffle was so pronounced that Kagetsu Yoshiaki had no choice but to emerge. Yoshiaki, still in his prime, sported a black beard and had his hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of competence. As he spoke, the warriors halted their actions. Might I inquire as to your identity? My name is Adrian Zeal, he replied, and I intend to establish a presence in Wa. I wish to know if the general is in agreement. As Zeal spoke, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, compelling the warriors to kneel before him, while Kagetsu Yoshiaki was drenched in sweat. Such formidable strength surpassed any negotiation skills. By showcasing his power, he gained the upper hand in discourse. Please, step inside, Your Excellency. Zeal, accompanied by Tianyu and others, entered the general's residence, completely unconcerned about any potential ambush. I wonder what Lord Zeal intends to develop further. I desire both Ghost Island and Rabbit Bowl, and I hope the general can endorse the establishments I have opened. Ultimately, I aspire to attain a legitimate identity. Zephr spoke fervently, unperturbed by the possibility that K. Getsu Shoyaki might refuse. This Rabbit Bowl is indeed a crucial mining site, one that cannot be decided upon by me alone. Therefore, let us summon those who oppose, and I shall engage them in discussion. Zephr may not excel in negotiations, yet he possesses a remarkable aptitude for problem-solving. Once the source of the issue is addressed, the problem itself dissipates. It will require a few days of your time. Esteemed guest, I presume you have arrived from afar. I shall arrange for someone to guide you on a tour of the City of Flowers. Keimatsu Yoshikawa is no weakling. He is a master swordsman. However, the stronger individuals become, the more they comprehend the terror that Zephr embodies. He cannot fathom anyone in Weno capable of besting Zephr, and thus he must bide his time to consult with other daimyos. Keimatsu Yoshikawa instructed several maidens to escort Zephr and his companions on their excursion, while he also dispatched letters to the other daimyos. Zephr did not refuse. Assessing the land of Weno was indeed one of his objectives. To acquire the entirety of Weno is far more valuable than obtaining a fragmented version of it. That night, the daimyos who received news of Kazuki Shusai gathered at the shogun's residence in the flower capital. Among them were 4 daimyos. As Kazuki Oden was the lord of Kuri, Shimazuki Yasui, the daimyo of Shiro, Shimazuki Jumaru, the daimyo of Suzu, Kazumbuki Ruri, the daimyo of Haim, and Tenjetsu Akira, the only female daimyo. Shimazuki Yasui, a samurai sporting a blue afro, noted the absence of Oden and could not help but inquire, has that scoundrel set sail again? Humph. It is for the best if that ungrateful child has left, was the retort, as Kazuki Shusai had previously severed ties with Odin, who was taken in by Shimazuki Yasui. "Let us first address why you summoned us," suggested Kazunbuki Ruri, prompting the meeting to turn serious as Kazuki Shusai's expression grew grave. "You are all aware of the battle that occurred on Onigashima a few days ago, correct? It was a clash between two formidable warriors. One was Whitebeard, and the other a powerful swordsman. Even without having encountered Zephr, Shimazuki Jumaru could not forget the piercing aura of his swordsmanship. The swordsman is named Adrian Zeal. A foreigner like Whitebeard, yet he intends to remain in Weno. That is unacceptable. Such a person poses a grave danger to Weno," declared Tenjetsu Akira vehemently. "We cannot prevent him. We are powerless against that 1,000-meter blood dragon," Kazuki Shusai admitted candidly. "What are his terms?" Kazunbuki Ruri responded swiftly, quickly grasping the reason for Kazuki Shusai's summons. "He demands Onigashima and ramen, along with trading rights." "No way. I am the daimyo of ramen," Tenjetsu Akira exclaimed, her temper flaring again. As the daimyo of ramen, she wondered where she would go if Weno was given to Zephr. With Odin gone, "You can temporarily assume the role of the daimyo of curry," suggested Kazuki Shusai, faced with the reality of Kazuki Shusai selling out his son. Tenjetsu Akira refrained from further protest. "I perceive this as an opportunity. Weno has been isolated for too long, and the number of powerful individuals at sea is increasing. With Whitebeard having appeared, and now Zephr, what shall we do if a savage pirate arrives next? The emergence of two powerful figures has instilled a sense of urgency even in me as the shogun. With Odin gone, Weno's military strength is severely lacking." "Then it is settled," nodded Shimazuki Yasui, expressing his agreement with Odin's vision of opening the country. "By the way, we also need to assign him a title." Kazuki Shusai continued. "Since he desires ramen, let him be the daimyo of ramen," proposed Kazunbuki Ruri. With the exception of Tenjetsu Akira, who remained incensed. The other daimyos concurred with this suggestion. As the daimyos deliberated on how to approach Zephr, the group that had spent the day in leisure was escorted by a maid to the hot springs for relaxation. "By the way, is this hot spring unisex?" Zeal turned to a maid and inquired, "Is it true?" "Indeed, my lord, but we can first ask the others to leave," she replied. "Then proceed with that," he commanded. One of the maids went to notify the staff at the hot springs, while the others accompanied Zeal and his companions to a nearby resting area. Hassan had been observing Zeal's movements closely and, upon hearing about the mixed bathing, understood what he needed to do. "Atai, are you hungry? There seems to be a delightful soba noodle stand over there." Hassan nudged Atai, who appeared lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Atai replied, "Not hungry." "Didn't we just eat?" Upon receiving Atai's disdainful glance, Hassan felt as though he had been hit with 1,000 blows. "There's a sumo wrestling match over there. Are you not interested? Those competitors look even more robust than you." Hassan was compelled to alter his approach, for he was typically a composed individual. Yet, whenever he partnered with Atai, he found himself easily flustered. Atai expressed a keen interest in sumo wrestling, and noticing this, Hassan promptly approached Zeal to request a change in plans. "My lord Zeal, Atai and I have decided to attend the sumo tournament. We shall forego the hot springs." Zephr nodded in acknowledgement of Hassan's thoughtfulness and said, "Then you may go. Enjoy yourselves." Zephr, while speaking, retrieved a gold bar from the system space and tossed it to Hassan. For many years, the Land of Harmony has remained isolated, severing its ties with the outside world, leading to a currency system that is independent, much like the Sky Islands. However, unlike the Sky Islands, gold is a circulating medium in the Land of Harmony. This gold bar is worth approximately 30 million berry, equating to 3,000 gold in this realm. Upon receiving the gold bar, Hassan's face lit up with a smile, not out of surprise at the monetary value, but rather in appreciation of Zeph's understanding of his circumstances. Lacking the formidable talents of others like Atai, he preferred to engage his intellect. "Thank you, my lord," Hassan expressed gratefully as he departed with the gold bar. Just as the matters concerning the hot springs were also resolved. "My lord, everything has been taken care of." Zeal entered the bathhouse alongside Tian Yueshur, changing into appropriate attire before immersing himself in the hot spring. As Tian Yueshur was changing, Zeal discreetly sent away the other maidens. Although the maidens were quite lovely, they paled in comparison to Tian Yueshur's exquisite beauty. Amidst the hazy steam, Tian Yueshur approached the spring, wrapped elegantly in a white towel. "Where are the others?" she inquired. Being a native of the Land of Harmony and well-versed in its traditions, "There are none. It is just the two of us." The steam could not obscure Zeal's gaze. He beheld Tian Yueshur in all her splendor. Her silky green hair cascaded gracefully, her skin as pure as refined jade, and her slender legs, as they entered the water, created ripples that danced like those of a celestial being. What are you staring at? Zephr, having just loosened her towel upon entering the water, felt Zel's ardent gaze and quickly covered herself. Nothing. This hot spring is indeed wonderfully pristine. Zel was caught red-handed and was somewhat at a loss for words. You. Amitsuki wanted to explode with anger, but upon reflection, it seemed that mixed bathing was a custom of the Land of Harmony, rendering her speechless. What exactly are you trying to achieve in the Land of Harmony? Amitsuki had been closely following Zel and remained only partially informed about his actions. To develop, of course. When I have sufficient strength, I shall venture out. What about you? Why have you traveled from the past to the present? Zel casually remarked before turning to Zephr with a question. I long to witness the world 800 years hence, which is why I have come. Is that so? What of your family? Family? They remain in the past, left behind before my journey through time. Zephr attempted to feign nonchalance. Yet her voice betrayed her with a quiver. 800 years ago? That must have been a dreadful era, indeed. Indeed, a time of relentless warfare. Flames consuming the entire world, Zephr recalled, reflecting on the past. Yet your arrival is ill-timed. This age remains utterly bleak. I cannot say. Some have claimed that the world will improve in 800 years, and thus I ventured forth. Zephr thought of the man who stood against the world. The one who brought laughter to all, the man who ultimately failed. Do you truly believe someone can alter this world? It is precisely because I believe that I traverse time. By the way, how did you come to know of my abilities? Zephr remained curious about Zel's awareness of her powers, as she had always kept them closely guarded. Zel suddenly revealed a smile towards the celestial moon and replied, I too have traversed worlds. After Hassan and Adai departed, they discovered a sumo wrestling arena, where the matches were nearing their conclusion. A robust man remaining in the arena shouted, Who dares to challenge me? As the last standing competitor, he possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. Adai, intrigued by the man who stood over 3 meters tall, stepped onto the competition stage. The commentator, noticing this, immediately began his narration. Another brave warrior has come to challenge our champion, Meichuan Kuzi. It is worth noting that Kuzi has already defeated 5 sumo wrestlers in succession. Let us offer encouragement to this valiant contender. Meichuan Kuzi, bring down this outsider. Due to the presence of the Koyuki family members accompanying Adai and Hassan, the local residents refrained from voicing their opinions. However, since Adai had entered the ring, they felt free to cheer from below. Hassan yawned out of boredom, fully aware of Adai's prowess, particularly his immense strength. Indeed, when Meichuan Kuzi placed his hands on Adai's waist intending to throw him down, Adai remained unyielding. Meichuan Kuzi's forehead was drenched in sweat, yet he was unable to budge Adai even a fraction. Bang! Adai retaliated, forcefully pushing Meichuan Kuzi outward, who fell off the ring and landed heavily on the ground. Meichuan Kuzi has lost. The unexpected turn of events left the commentator momentarily speechless. Adai's victory had been astonishingly effortless. Finding it dull, Adai leaped off the stage, disregarding any prizes. Let us see what other amusements await. Hassan called for Adai to leave. As long as they did not return to the hot springs, they could venture anywhere. Accompanied by 2 maidens, Hassan and Adai began to meander through the flower city. After some time, Hassan pointed to a bustling area and inquired of a nearby maiden, What is that place, and why are there so many people? The maiden replied, My lord, that is a pleasure district. A pleasure district? What does that entail? Hassan had much to learn about the culture of Weno. It is a place where one can relax, my lord, the maiden said, her cheeks flushed, uncertain of how to elaborate. Though Hassan feigned maturity, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, unfamiliar with such establishments. After all, Skypea lacked such venues. In the charming streets there were authentic places. Feeling at a loss for activities, Hassan led Adai towards the district. Upon entering, Hassan encountered a throng of inebriated men, along with numerous women adorned in kimonos, enticing patrons at the entrance. Hassan, though somewhat innocent, quickly realized the nature of this establishment. Hey, come here. Just as Hassan intended to turn and leave, a delicate hand brushed against his waist. Startled, he swiftly swatted the hand away. Adai's reaction was far more intense. Sensing an intrusion, he executed a shoulder throw. Bang! The resounding crash, accompanied by the woman's pained cry, captured everyone's attention. That was not my brother's intention, Hassan remarked, taken aback by Adai's unceremonious actions, showing no regard for the woman's plight. Just then, the matron of the pleasure district emerged, ready to scold, only to be intercepted by the 2 maidens from the Koyuki family. After a brief exchange among the 3, the matron refrained from anger, instructing that the injured courtesan be taken for treatment before addressing Hassan and Attai. I apologize, esteemed gentlemen. They did not mean to offend you. May we waive the fee for your visit to our establishment? The matroness' heavily made-up face stirred a sense of discomfort in Hassan. Are there any simple relaxation activities available? My brother and I intend to leave today. Hassan cleverly avoided mentioning their minor status. The matron, recalling the earlier incident, looked at them with pity. We do have performances. Although Hassan could not discern why the matron exuded sympathy, he felt she was harboring some impolite thoughts. The pleasure district, constructed of wood, exuded an archaic charm, albeit marred by the occasional muffled sounds of feminine sighs. Attai remained expressionless, while Hassan was visibly distressed. As they ventured deeper, a woman with horns, clutching a similarly horned little girl, burst from a room. Mother, Maria's condition seems to have worsened. Could you lend me some money? The woman knelt before the matron, her voice tinged with desperation. Ching-he, please escort our esteemed guests to the inner room. I must attend to my child's worsening condition. The matron instructed a courtesan, apologizing to Hassan and Attai. Hassan, captivated by the woman and her child, inquired, Are you of the Oni clan? Indeed. Both were members of the Oni tribe, and Hassan understood this unique race well. The horns atop their heads were the most conspicuous feature. Yes, my lord. The woman, initially frantic to save her daughter, now noticed the matron entertaining guests. I can heal your daughter, but she must serve Lord Zell in the future. Hassan recognized that Skypiea had always been in need of skilled individuals. Thus he saw no reason to let the exceptionally talented Oni slip away. Hiragana's expression was one of conflict. She wished to save her daughter, but realized that, as a courtesan, she lacked the power to choose. Since my lord has taken an interest in you, then so be it. The matron expressed concern for her courtesan, indicating her willingness to assist. If my lord can cure my daughter, I will offer anything. Hiragana understood the matron's intent and promptly agreed to Hassan's terms. However, Hassan did not simply take her away. He extracted a gold bar given by Zell and tossed it to the matron, leading the woman and child away. The matron considered protesting about the generous amount, but held her tongue as Hassan turned to leave. Hassan's generosity included compensation for the injured courtesan's medical expenses and the fact that Zell had provided him with an entire bar, making it awkward to break it in front of others. Instead of seeking Zell immediately, Hassan led them to Oni Island. Upon arrival, Hassan brought Hiragana to Xanadu, who managed to stabilize Maria's condition for the time being. As for the next steps, that would depend on Zell, as Hassan lacked medical expertise. However, witnessing the improvement in his daughter's complexion allowed Hiragana to breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, Zell and Tianwei returned to Oni Island, having done nothing but engage in light conversation. Lord Zell, I discovered 2 members of the Oni clan in Weno. Hassan promptly reported upon seeing Zell's return, recounting the events of the night. Zell harbors a profound concern for the members of the Oni clan, particularly upon encountering them in Weno country. The moment he laid eyes on Hiyori, he was reminded of one of the flying 6 of the future beast pirates, Black Maria. However, upon reflection, he realized that such a notion was implausible, as Maria would merely be a young girl at present. Through his interactions with Hiyori, Zell also learned that she is, in fact, Maria's mother. As for the identity of Maria's father, those in the know are well aware that the possibilities abound. Zell was quite pleased with Hassan's actions, and Maria had grown to possess considerable strength. Lily, much like Viper and Inuzuka, was an unwitting visitor to Weno country. Regrettably, she did not know Kaido. The following day, the inhabitants of Weno were met with a shocking revelation. Have you read today's newspaper? Lord Tengetsu has become the daimyo of 9 rivers, and astonishingly, the new daimyo of Rabbit Bowl is actually an outsider. Indeed, how could we allow an outsider to assume such a position? This is unacceptable. We must protest. A group of samurai passionately deliberated over Zell's ascension to the new daimyo of Rabbit Bowl. Please, do not speak of this to others. I have heard that this daimyo is the very stranger who summoned the blood dragon. As discontent brewed among the crowd regarding Zell, one samurai unveiled this astonishing information. The news clearly startled everyone, who promptly vowed to keep it to themselves. Strangely, the tidings of Zell's ability to summon the blood dragon began to circulate throughout Weno, causing those dissatisfied with him to refrain from vocal dissent. Within the shogun's estate, Kazuki Shusuk was enjoying tea with Fumitsuki Ruri. As expected of you, you've managed to have the residents accept this news so effortlessly, Kazuki Shusuk remarked with a smile, relieved that his concerns had been so easily resolved. The blood-red giant dragon was witnessed by many, that indeed facilitated acceptance, Fumitsuki Ruri replied with a smile, though her expression soon shifted as she addressed Kazuki Shusuk, however. I wonder if Weno will ever see another dragon-slaying warrior like Ryoma. Kazuki Shusuk felt an unprecedented gravity in her words. Let us see how my wayward son fares. I hope he returns even stronger. Let us enjoy our tea. Kazuki Shusuk shook his head, revealing a smile once more. Although Zeal has recently gained prominence as the new figure of Rabbit Bowl, he must first focus on the development of Ghost Island. Ghost Island serves as their living quarters, and the workforce required in the Rabbit Bowl area is relatively minimal. Zeal deliberately brought Vegapunk to the Ghost Island. His insights proved invaluable, whether regarding the island's development or the construction of the factories. At that moment, Vegapunk appeared rather comical, for he had a stunky perched atop his head. This stunky was adorned with clusters of white crystals, its body a vibrant array of colors, yet it emitted no unpleasant odor. It was, in fact, an Alolan stunky. The Alolan stunky had emerged as a result of chemical changes within its body after consuming refuse, and Vegapunk was particularly intrigued by the stunky's waste-digesting mechanism, prompting him to keep it close at hand. The stunky thrived in its stable living environment, occasionally indulging in snacks, hence it naturally resided on Vegapunk's head. Fortunately, Vegapunk possessed a rather ample cranium. Otherwise, the stunky would not have been able to stay. The construction of Ghost Island was entrusted to Vegapunk's direction, while Zeal took his children on an excursion in the land of Weno. It was their first venture beyond the Sky Island, and they were filled with curiosity about the world outside. Zeal was not concerned about their safety. Firstly, their capabilities were far more formidable than they appeared, and secondly, they were all equipped with nano armor and could swiftly contact Zeal. Each child had their own unique interests. Rasha was particularly fascinated by the sword-forging techniques of the Land of Harmony, while Gavin and Heracles had gone to watch a sumo match, and Nyx had taken a few of her sisters to a performance, with the other children off enjoying their own pursuits. The Land of Harmony was an exceedingly xenophobic nation. Though they refrained from acting against Zeal out of fear of his strength, the arrival of Zeal's children presented them with an opportunity. To them, Rasha and his companions were merely a group of children, lacking any real combat prowess. In a narrow alley, several individuals wielding katanas were conspiring about which child to capture to threaten Zeal. Perhaps we should seize those girls? There are many people around, and a swift action would go unnoticed, suggested a slightly plump warrior. You are warriors. How can you even consider attacking girls? Cassio remarked, observing the loud conspirators. As warriors, we should rather target those two boys watching the sumo match. They appear quite robust, another warrior suggested. No, those two look rather formidable. We should exercise caution. Cassio responded once more. Indeed, but then whom shall we target? The warriors found themselves in a quandary. What about that little brat catching goldfish? He looks rather dim-witted. One warrior pointed towards a nearby goldfish stall. Where are the people there? The red-haired warrior leader reprimanded the previous warrior. I thought I saw them just now. The warrior replied, peering outside only to find nothing, rubbing his head in dismay. Is it someone like this? Cassio tugged at his own clothing, inquiring. The warrior looked down at Cassio and addressed his companions. Yes, that's the little brat. However, the warrior suddenly realized, Little brat, what are you doing here? He lunged to capture Cassio. Cassio swiftly grabbed the warrior's fingers and twisted them, propelling himself upward against the wall and delivering a forceful kick to the warrior's head. Catch him. The other 5 warriors reacted, reaching out to seize Cassio. The alley was too narrow for 2 individuals to pass simultaneously, and Cassio maneuvered behind the initial warrior, delivering a powerful kick to his rear. With a loud crash, the two collided face to face and fell to the ground. The following warrior leaped over them, intent on capturing Cassio, only to be met with a shoulder throw that sent him sprawling onto the ground. Seeing that Cassio was not to be underestimated, the remaining warriors rushed forward but became entangled with one another. Cassio struck them with decisive punches, causing blood to stream from their noses before delivering a final kick that rendered them unconscious. The last warrior attempted to draw his sword, but Cassio swiftly kneed him in the face, sending him into a childlike slumber. After incapacitating all the warriors, Cassio calmly retrieved his communicator. When Zeal answered, Cassio's tone shifted to one of feigned weakness. Dad, I've been surrounded by a gang of formidable warriors in an alley. I may not be able to train for the next few days. As he spoke, he smeared a bit of the warrior's blood on himself. Half a minute later, Zeal arrived above the alley where Cassio was situated. Zeal possesses the ability to sense the location of his bloodline. Thus, when Cassio reached out to him, he hastily set off on his journey. Cassio was taken aback by how swiftly Zeal arrived, especially since he had not yet disclosed his location. Cassio, smeared with the blood of several warriors, found himself unexpectedly confronted by Zeal. Father, I am in the narrow alley beside the fish stall, bleeding profusely. When will you arrive? Cassio spoke in a feeble tone. Is the alleyway only wide enough for 1 or 2 to pass through? Are there merely 6 enemies? At these words, Cassio paused, his body rigid as he turned his head slowly. Zeal stood behind Cassio, a smile gracing his face as he observed him. My dear son, witnessing you bleed so profusely truly tugs at a father's heart. Zeal knelt down to wipe the blood from Cassio's face. Father, please be gentle. Ah. A passerby near the alley was startled by the sudden sound emanating from within, shaking their head before departing. Inside the alley, Cassio lay on the ground, covering his rear, his eyes devoid of life. What shall we do with these individuals, Lord Zeal? At Zeal's behest, Weno also arrived, communicating with Zeal through telepathy. It just so happened that the quarry was in need of laborers. Thus, they would be bound and taken to the rabbit bowl. Zeal employed a series of sharp slaps to awaken the unconscious warriors, leading them away from the alley and strolling openly down the street. In a residence within the City of Flowers, Hanazono Byakuroku was dining with his wife when a subordinate abruptly burst in. Brother Byakuroku, Inoue and the others have been captured and humiliated in a public display. What? Where are they? Why were they apprehended? They could not tolerate the new lord of the rabbit bowl and thus were seized. Byakuroku, the underworld chief of the City of Flowers, understood that loyalty was paramount in his line of work, so he did not hesitate to seek Zeal's assistance in retrieving them. An hour later, as Zeal was nearly exiting the city, the awaited individuals finally arrived. Your Excellency Zeal, might I implore you to spare them for my sake? Byakuroku, flanked by hundreds of his subordinates, positioned himself before Zeal. In his youth, Byakuroku was undeniably a formidable figure, a master of the flowing cherry technique. No, they intend to harm my family. Zeal offered no concessions to Byakuroku, outright rejecting his plea. I hope you can find it in your heart to be lenient. Unbeknownst to Byakuroku, who believed that Inoue and the others merely spoke ill of Zeal, they were indeed plotting harm against his family. However, as an underworld leader, protecting his own was instinctual. I have no intention of relenting. What do you intend to do? Zeal regarded Leopard Wulong with an air of indifference. I must apologize, he said. Leopard Wulong understood that a confrontation was inevitable. He shed the garment draped over his shoulder and unsheathed the katana at his waist. A chilling aura of sword intent surged forth, enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable coldness. Zeal was also stirred by a hint of interest. Leopard Wulong was not merely a swordsman, but one who was exceedingly close to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With the Flower One blade style, he unleashed a furious strike. His blue hair stood erect as Leopard Wulong raised his sword, his sinewy muscles coiling like an immovable deity, radiating an aura of purple dominance, and in an instant, he appeared before Zeal. Blood-drenched, purgatory. Zeal did not underestimate this move, for it was a technique on par with that of Kazuki Oden. Although he had effortlessly dispatched Kazuki Oden, the crimson-black whirlwind scorched the earth, leaving behind a vast expanse of charred soil. Leopard Goro was sent flying by Zeal, crashing through several houses before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Leopard Goro, boss. The group of his subordinates, realizing the situation, were filled with fury and charged towards Zeal in unison. Zeal's pupils dilated as an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth, intertwining like black and crimson lightning, reminiscent of an invincible demigod. The thuds echoed continuously as all the henchmen brought by Leopard Wulong collapsed to the ground. Zephr took out a gold bar and tossed it onto the ground, addressing the surrounding individuals. This is compensation for the homeowner. Anyone who dares to take it without permission, do not let me find out. Let us go. Zeal tugged at the ropes binding the 6 individuals, urging them to continue on their journey. The 6 were now filled with trepidation towards Zeal, hastily trailing behind him, fearful of enduring another beating. Father, what about those warriors? They would also make for excellent labor, Cassio remarked, noticing Zeal's intention to leave the group of warriors behind, his voice laced with curiosity. You've even learned the art of fishing for justice, haven't you? Zephr replied curtly, primarily aiming to assert his authority. Furthermore, given that Bao Wulong was the notorious gang leader of the Flower Capital, capturing him so easily would undoubtedly throw the underworld of the Flower Capital into disarray. The commotion caused by Zephr quickly became known to all, which served to temper the restless spirits of those who were eager for action. After all, they did not consider themselves capable of rivaling the formidable Bao Wulong, let alone overpowering Zephr in an instant. Although Rabbit Bowl is predominantly mountainous terrain, it does not imply that it is devoid of habitation. The development of the rabbit bowl by Zeal cannot solely rely on its own personnel. Therefore, these indigenous people serve as excellent labor resources. Aside from the flower capital, other areas can indeed be regarded as rural, particularly Rabbit Bowl, Heimhe, and Lingho.